What's going on, guys? TG or ThunderGod here with a pretty interesting video. Today I will be doing a video idea from New Horizons. He did give me permission. RIP. He's not dead. He's good. I don't know why I said that. But this is going to be his power ranking series. The series will be split up into 3 videos. Part 1, early to mid Shippuden, and then 5 Kage Summit to the end of the series, where I'll be ranking the top 10 characters from arc to arc based on the information we have at the time. Basically, we just don't have access to future intel until we actually get to that arc in the timeline. So if I say A character is stronger than B character for this reason, but this is just explained later on, we don't have that explanation. So A character being stronger than B character is still fine with the context that we have currently. It should be pretty clear, but a lot of these arguments are probably going to be flawed in the grand scheme of like the Naruto universe, but would fit in like a part 1 only context. I will also be using the data books. Now, the data books can be used, but the way I'm kind of structuring it, I'm going to be keeping it to where the data books can only be used if they say something within the confines of the arc. If character A is stated to be stronger than character B in data book 1, which covers chapters 1 through 119, the statement in question must exist or reference events during that arc. So a statement referencing something in the Chunin exams can't be used in the Land of Waves, even if it still exists in data book 1. The data books are usually pretty clear on this, as an image usually accompanies these types of depictions, but I'm simply doing this for transparency's sake, as I kind of want to include all information. The last little bit is characters like Iruka, Ibisu, with no real statements or inferences will not really be included, as we have literally nothing to go off of until later on, where Iruka shows ceiling that can assist in holding down Sage Mode Naruto, or Ibisu who throws down with the Naraka path. This will also extend to summons and certain other characters that I'll probably address later on. That's it for now. I'm not going to address this in each one of the videos, but these are probably going to be longer videos that get longer, part 1's kind of okay, but as I go into Shippuden and late Shippuden, it's gonna get pretty crazy. So just more so like we all get familiar, we're all good, hunky-dory. All right, let's get into the video. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Starting off with the Land of Waves arc, ranging from chapters 9 through 33. Starting at number 1, we have the 4th Hokage, or Minato. Granted, like, Minato hasn't been name dropped until Kakashi Gaiden. I'm just gonna call him Minato. Minato is described as the village hero that stopped the Nine Tails attack. Chapter 1 literally notes how he defeated the Nine Tails. It's also stated that the Hokage is the strongest shinobi in the village, with Minato during this time frame being Hokage. Even while Hiruzen, for example, is still alive, his placement at number 1 should just be really self-explanatory. At number 2 spot, we have Hiruzen. Hokage is just stated the strongest shinobi in the village. Pretty self-explanatory stuff. Also noted to have mastered 1000 illusionary arts or ninjutsu. This is mentioned by Ibisu, which is also kind of mixed in with Kakashi, which I'll mention in a second, but it just kind of does seem to be like a Hokage level feat or something to that extent. At the number 3 spot, we have Haku. Haku is a noted prodigy and user of the ice-style Kekkei Genkai, or Hoiton, someone whose potential is only rivaled by the likes of Naruto and Sasuke in the data books, only these 3 having a latent potential of 5. Haku is stated off his lore as a tracker nin to be stronger than Kakashi. It doesn't matter that Haku isn't actually a tracker nin, as he did kill one and his skills convinced Kakashi that he's strong enough to fit the profile. We also know that Haku shouldn't really be held down by his feats against Naruto and Sasuke, as he's noted to be slowing down via using large amounts of chakra to maintain his ice mirrors. This, in tandem with the fact that he was holding back against Naruto and Sasuke, pretty much, in my opinion, makes it so his feats during that fight don't really transfer over. Like Sasuke reacting to Haku, is it like that's a fatigued version of Haku that's holding back? You know what I mean? Haku is also just stated to be stronger than Zabuza, who notes that even if you defeat me if you can, you still won't have what it takes to kill Haku, giving a pretty big implication that Haku just is his superior or is stronger. This kind of supplements it afterwards, where Zabuza notes that Haku was able to analyze the battle with Kakashi and be the one to come up with the Sharingan countermeasures. Haku also being stronger than Kakashi is pretty consistent, especially when you consider the fact that he had taken a beating from KN0 Naruto, or like the version of Naruto like exploding with QB chakra. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not having Naruto's QB variants on these lists. I'm going to just keep it to base Naruto. If I was counting the QB Naruto, he would take this spot right here, because his chakra level skyrocketed so much that Kakashi and Zabuza were mistaking Naruto for each other in the Hidden Mist. So he's not weak, along with the data book supplementing the fact that the QB's power allowed him to overcome Haku's Kekkei Genkai. So the excuse that Haku can't be stronger than Kakashi because he lost to Naruto doesn't really work, because this Naruto is like a weird outlier version that's insanely strong, to the point point that he's probably stronger than other variations of QB Naruto that we see later on in the series. But in the context of this arc, yeah, Naruto would also just be stronger than Kakashi, Zabuza, Haku, everybody on the bridge. So, I mean, it's kind of like Kishimoto hadn't really figured out the power system yet, and you got to give him a little bit of slack on that. But it just kind of, you know, it's not really a big anti-feat or anything like that. Haku also showing the ability to intercept Kakashi's Raikiri, which the data book notes is his ultimate secret technique. This interception feat gets a little crazier when you consider the fact that Haku was able to throw Senbon at the scroll past Kakashi's feet before Kakashi could really notice it, kind of implying that he just blitzed Kakashi's Sharingan with the Senbon here. This being done after Kakashi had already started moving and Haku had just appeared out of the ice mirror in front of Kakashi. So he's able to throw the Senbon, hit the scroll, and intercept Kakashi all in the short time frame after Kakashi had started moving. Pretty crazy stuff. Haku being stronger really shouldn't be an inconsistency or surprising to that many people. Next up, we have Kakashi. This one should just be pretty self-explanatory. Kakashi of the Sharingan, being noted along the Hokage, has copied more than 1,000 jutsu, brought up first by Bisu, and then later on by Sakura again in the first Zabuza fight. Data book 1 notes Kakashi's just outright the strongest shinobi in Konoha, obviously excluding the Hokage, along with just having a 2-0 record against Zabuza. Granted, Zabuza does perform well against Kakashi. Part of this is due to Zabuza's use of silent killing, which he does immediately against Kakashi in both fights and is a natural counter to the Sharingan. This on top of the fact that Kakashi gets caught in the water bubble, mostly due to Zabuza appearing in front of Tazuna and Team 7, which did kind of throw Kakashi off where they have a bit of a shadow clone. Oh, I knew you weren't the real one, back and forth. I think Zabuza is threatening to Kakashi, and Kakashi does make a note of this and Zabuza's strength, but the fact that Zabuza did kind of spin the block back on Kakashi, even with prep and a new strategy given to him by Haku, still just loses to more of Kakashi's latent abilities, like the summoning jutsu and the dogs that track down Zabuza in the mist via the use of Kakashi's blood, which they sniffed out on Zabuza, on top of the fact that Raikiri was obviously just too much for Zabuza, him even noting that Kakashi's chakra being visible is something insane to him. I don't think number 4 really requires too much explanation. It's pretty clear. We don't really have that many Jonin to compare Kakashi to. Next up, at number 5, we have Zabuza, the Demon of the Mist, noted to be on a whole other level than the Demon Brothers, with Kakashi remarking the next threat is surely going to be Jonin level. Zabuza is presented as a problem. This is demonstrated via Sasuke's fear and awe at the intensity of 2 Jonin facing each other. You can get a sense for this as Zabuza is somebody who forces Kakashi to use his Sharingan and actually does catch him lacking in their initial encounter, catching him in a water bubble. Zabuza's use of silent killing, which for those who aren't aware, or I kind of brushed over that, I guess so I might explain it here, is essentially where Zabuza's in the hidden mist and you can't really detect his movements, which also makes it for the Sharingan to counter the physical movements of Zabuza or kind of get the precog that's noted as kinetic vision where Kakashi can see his upcoming moves. Zabuza's placement is the most blatant. Kakashi just beat him twice, putting him under a Genjutsu and was about to kill him with Raikiri, or, you know, when he didn't do that, he just beat Zabuza down physically, and Haku being above that as he stated stronger than both of these people and has the feats to back it up. At the number 6 spot, we have 1 to 1.5 Tomoe Sasuke, who is the top Genin of the Hidden Leaf. This should be pretty easy since Sasuke's reserves were monstrous even for a Genin who shouldn't even have enough chakra to perform ninjutsu, at least to the point of the bell test. Like, Kakashi's very surprised he can perform a fireball. Sasuke's growth during this arc is pretty substantial. He gains a power boost via awakening the Sharingan, as it's noted that when ninja awaken their Kekkei Genkai, they just get stronger. We see Sasuke just drag the 2 Chunin from the Hidden Mist in the form of the Demon Brothers. Post chakra control training, Sasuke shot up even further, going from getting dragged from Zabuza's water clones to being able to take down 8 to 9 of them. It might actually be 10. So if you actually look at the panel where Sasuke takes down the Zabuza clones, you see 6 on screen, but then if you actually start counting the silhouettes in the background, it seems that it's closer to 9 to 10. I actually may lean towards 10 since the water clones that Zabuza sent towards Sasuke are noted to have a 10th of his strength. The reason I also lean towards 10th is because the water clones in the data book are noted to have the same taijutsu as Zabuza himself. So you're kind of conceding that either Sasuke can just bulldoze 10 people with the same taijutsu abilities as the original Zabuza, or because Zabuza made more clones, the actual taijutsu abilities and strength were diminished to 1/10, hence 10 clones. So it's 8 to 9, but it's still a pretty insane feat considering what Sasuke was doing before. You know, he wasn't even relevant and now he's just confidently taking down Zabuza's water clones. He does better than Naruto pre-QB against Haku. He's eventually able to just start reading Haku's movements and was acclimating to his slowing movements over time. So him being above Naruto, is it really, you know, self-explanatory? Again, Sasuke's placement's pretty firm. You can't really argue him higher. This is just the max place. But yeah, Sasuke by the end of Land of Waves should be at the number 6 spot. At number 7, we have Naruto. Again, pretty self-explanatory, should be pretty comparable to base Sasuke, as they do almost the same during the chakra control training and tree climbing exercise. This on top of the fact that Naruto's shadow clones can just allow him to pretty much bulldoze everybody below him, I think just makes this placement pretty clear. Again, if you were going to give Naruto the QB chakra, he would just shoot up above Haku and everybody on this list would move down one, but I'm not, so I think Naruto's placement is pretty self-explanatory. At 8 and 9, we have the Demon Brothers. For future points, I'm gonna actually be putting multiple people in the same number if it's close enough. Literally, for lack of characters, I'm just gonna have the Demon Brothers be 8 and 9. It doesn't really matter whichever one you think is stronger. They essentially made the C rank mission go up to an expensive B rank mission. They didn't, they kind of got jobbed by base Sasuke. Their only real competition, in my opinion, is just Sakura post-chakra control training, who is somebody that Kakashi can trust to guard Tazuna for maybe future assailants or more shinobi thrown at him. But realistically, Kakashi also thought Zabuza wasn't going to be recovered in that short of a time frame anyway. And Sakura's feats in this arc don't really indicate that she's that much above Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, she has better chakra control, but that doesn't mean she's stronger. The best argument I could see for maybe Sakura is that she's able to somewhat physically react to the Demon Brothers, but it's kind of like a sloppy reaction feat, and even then, like, I don't really know what she was gonna do in that situation. I don't think there's enough for Sakura post chakra control training to actually justify her being a base Sasuke rival at the beginning of the show. So for that reason, 8, 9, and 10 are the Demon Brothers, interchangeable, and then number 10 slot is Sakura. So our top 10 for the Land of Waves is Minato, Hiruzen, Haku, Kakashi, Zabuza, Sasuke, Naruto, the Demon Brothers, and Sakura. Side note, if I wanted to throw the Nine Tails on here, he'd probably be number 1, and then everybody would move down one. I'm not, but just a side note. Next up, we have the Chunin exams ranging from chapters 34 to 114. I'll also pretty much just be using the rest of Data Book 1 now, as Data Book 1 ranges from chapters 1 through 119. So just an FYI on that. At the number 1 spot, we have Minato again, and he remains at this placement just due to the fact that, on top of the reasons previously mentioned, there's more supporting evidence that's dropped for him. Pretty much, Hiruzen outright states that none of the shinobi in Konoha right now are of any real threat to Orochimaru, going as far as to throw himself in the mix, noting that he doubts even he could face Orochimaru. This is relevant due to how Anko follows this up with, if only the 4th Hokage were still alive, insinuating that Minato would, like, if Minato was alive, they wouldn't be having this problem, or Orochimaru really wouldn't be as threatening to the village, insinuating that Minato is just above Hiruzen and Orochimaru altogether, or at the very least is just somebody capable of stopping Orochimaru outright. So Minato's position doesn't really change, just kind of extra factors that put him above Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and the Sannin in general. At the number 2 spot, we have Orochimaru and Jiraiya. These two are just interchangeable, so they share the number 2 spot. Orochimaru's placement may seem weird, but you have to recall that we haven't seen Hiruzen and Orochimaru fight, and at this point, the only information we have to compare Hiruzen and Orochimaru is just Hiruzen's own self-admission that he doesn't believe he'd be able to face Orochimaru, which does seem to indicate that in his mind, currently, Oro is just a tier above him, with somebody he just wouldn't be able to take down. The first data book also continues this train of thought, or like this idea or narrative under Orochimaru when talking about him, and it notes that he is powerful enough to clearly state that he's superior to the 3rd Hokage. This, coupled with the fact that Orochimaru outright just, like, the aura he puts on Kakashi is crazy. At the prospect of fighting Orochimaru, Kakashi saw his own decapitation, which is insane. It doesn't really stop there, because Orochimaru scares Kakashi so much that he makes him do an out-of-character move, which is use Raikiri without the Sharingan. Like, he never does that, but Orochimaru scared him so much that he just had to do it, you know what I'm saying? Which it's just kind of interesting. So Orochimaru, on top of having the Hokage doubt his ability to beat him, just makes the strongest shinobi in Konoha just look like a child. Jiraiya's placement is solely due to a couple different statements. Even though we haven't seen what Jiraiya can do, we know he isn't in the village when Hiruzen's like statement of being the strongest in the village is referenced. He's traveling. He's not, he's not an active participant in Konoha. Ibisu remarks that only with the help of another from the Great Three because they actually defeat Orochimaru, which again is kind of crazy considering that, he's taught Hokage candidates before. He doesn't even have that much confidence in Hiruzen Hiruzen to do it. Data book 1 also just putting Jiraiya on Orochimaru's level. He is a powerful person on par with Orochimaru, pretty much making it that Orochimaru is probably the greater of the two, but they're really just like both sharing this tier because of these statements and narratives pushed. And Hiruzen's like strongest in the village statement doesn't really give him a pass against any of these opponents. At the number 3 spot, we have Hiruzen. Again, Hiruzen remains here for a lot of the same reasons. The fact he himself doesn't think he can face Orochimaru is just pretty good stock. Not really too much to say here. At the number 4 spot, we have another tie, this being Kakashi and Kabuto. I have Kakashi above Haku now just due to him training and regaining his strength, as he knows he's allowed his body to get weak while he's doing rock climbing training. While this doesn't objectively put him a tier above Haku in all probability, it just means that you can start arguing there's a difference between the Kakashi that we see in the Land of Waves and later variations. Kakashi training his body isn't insignificant, as the physical energies or physical constitution of an individual is half the mock-up of what makes an individual's chakra, that being the culmination of physical and mental energies. This is in line with the explanation that Kakashi gives to Team 7, where you can literally train your body, raise your muscle mass, get beefy to get stronger. Kabuto is a bit of a different story, as we do see him have a direct interaction with Kakashi where it's implied or displayed that he kind of got the better end of Kakashi during that interaction. This being done via the use of Kabuto's dead soul technique, which temporarily causes a corpse's heart to beat again, allowing Kabuto to maneuver it around with chakra. Although this can be seen as more of an IQ thing, along with the technique kind of fundamentally countering some of Kakashi's later hacks, like erasing body odor, when we know later on that Kakashi's sense of smell is just absolutely cracked, something Hiruzen also utilizes. This being more of Orochimaru's assessment of how Kabuto is no stronger than Kakashi after witnessing Kakashi's Raikiri. Even if you say that isn't more of Kakashi's, like, you know, that isn't Kakashi's full power, it still is more of his latent ability that most people probably have seen or can fight against. This relativity is supplemented even further, as Kakashi notes, at this rate I'll be obsolete soon, in response to Kabuto kind of outdoing him, which doesn't inherently mean that he's above him in strength, but can just mean that Kabuto is someone young who's approaching or on a similar tier to Kakashi's level, which will make Kakashi irrelevant, as Kabuto is just a younger individual with a similar level of strength. This is further pushed in the first fan book, where it talks about painfully aware for the need for greater strength. Kakashi has been rock climbing, retraining his body, which directly references the scene not with Orochimaru but with Kakashi, like saying he's obsolete in response to Kabuto. So his whole rock training exercise is in response to Kabuto in actuality, which means that he thinks maybe he could bridge the gap with a little bit of training between the two, but not to the point where he can overcome someone like Orochimaru or anybody on that level. I do have Kakashi in front of Kabuto, just like if I were gonna, like, I'm putting them next to each other, but I have Kakashi in front just due to the fact we've seen more of his arsenal. But just generally, yeah, they're both very interchangeable at this point, even though we haven't seen most of Kabuto's abilities. Kakashi's stock also just goes up in the first fan book with additional statements like him being stated among the most powerful ninja in the village, while showing his out of character Raikiri against Orochimaru. So Kabuto is directly bouncing off of this as well. At the number 5 spot, we have Haku. This spot exists for the same reason as it was before. The only difference here that I mentioned is that Kakashi training, potentially growing stronger than the benchmark he set Haku at, which again may not put him a tier above, but I think there's enough there to suggest, like, you know, a placemate could change. But Haku being stronger than beginning of part 1 Kakashi is still really good stock for putting him above a lot of people in the leaf. Next up, we have Guy. Now this is a little weird because it's like, okay, hold off on just saying Guy can use up to like the 6th or 7th gate in part 1, I think 7th, as like a win condition, because we don't know. We know he probably can do the gate since he taught them to leave, but hold off on that for just a sec. Let's talk about some of the actual stuff. Guy has questionable statements, as Sasuke's statement about Guy being faster than Kakashi, or believing Guy at face value at his, you know, claim or boast of being stronger than Kakashi, doesn't really work, as it's more of a knowledge claim, and Sasuke is very fallible in this aspect, as he hasn't seen more of Kakashi's latent powers, such as the Raikiri Sharingan combination or his potential dog summon. So I don't think Sasuke just saying Guy's faster than some arbitrary version of Kakashi that he saw is just absolute that base Guy is just slamming Kakashi. Or all the statements made are just too vague, barring that you think Guy could potentially use the 5th gate, which I do think he could. I think that's a fine inference you can have, but the statements surrounding Guy and Kakashi don't really indicate that Guy is stronger. Kakashi's just stated the strongest shinobi during this time frame, so I don't really see a reason Guy would be stronger. Which is also why I have him at the number 6 spot, because Haku is just also stronger than a variation of Kakashi that Guy isn't. There's just not a comfortable way to place him higher based on the information that we have. So for that reason, I have Guy at number 6. At number 7, I have Asuma. Asuma falls under a similar category, as it's just remarked in comparison to Kakashi that his true strength is near Kakashi's. Although you could say Asuma's statement is better than Guy's actually, as it's more concrete, as opposed to statements such as like thought to being near, like it's actually a more concrete statement. I do think Sasuke saying Sharingan Kakashi is actually stock for Guy being above Asuma, and like Sasuke believing that Guy would just be stronger than Kakashi. So you could just say Guy is stronger, or in Sasuke's mind could be feasibly stronger than the versions of Kakashi he's seen fight, or Zabuza as well. I also think if you factor in the gates, there's just more implications for Guy just being stronger than Asuma, and better inferences as a whole, as we haven't seen too much from Asuma to really just give him, you know, more stock against Guy. So maybe you can argue these two can share a potential spot, but I think there's just more to argue for Guy in this situation. At number 8, we have Zabuza. I think Zabuza is pretty clear. I think Zabuza honestly can still be argued above Asuma in some cases, just due to silent killing and the hidden mist as a whole, which would be extremely threatening to most Leaf Jonin, especially if it's forcing Kakashi to use these roundabout tactics to actually catch Zabuza in the mist. It counters his Sharingan. I think it would be very effective at allowing Zabuza to actually catch some of the other Jonin off guard, especially if he's doing it against a stronger Jonin. While I do think this is all well and good, I do favor Asuma and Guy just scaling closer to Kakashi's full strength than Zabuza, who just arbitrarily was a high diff opponent for Kakashi, which isn't even like a direct one-to-one, because it was mainly Zabuza's ability that was countering Kakashi, with Kakashi actually taking a W even without that ability in their initial fight. So I think Zabuza is here for a lot of the same reasons. I think Asuma and Guy have a stronger case against him, but you know, realistically, you can maybe argue him around. This is just my placement for him. A lot of the Jonin, honestly, are kind of interchangeable, as you can kind of see they have similar, like, it's almost equal stats because everyone's so close to a certain extent, but you kind of have to make these micro inferences. You also may be able to say, like, all the Jonin are somewhat relative, since it's noted that only the elite Jonin are able to break Kabuto's Genjutsu in the arena, but I don't know how much stock I could put into this when Sakura and Shikamaru were also able to break Kabuto's Genjutsu, so I don't think there's enough stock to just say like an elite Jonin also gives a pass to just like higher ranks here. Zabuza himself though should be on the Leaf Jonin level, as it's noted when a Jonin activates Jutsu, the air trembles and your blood will freeze, in reference to Kakashi during his fight with Zabuza. This being something that was touched on a little bit with Sasuke, someone who had experienced real combat against Chunin, could barely move in the face of Jonin, and then that's taken a step further when he's confronted with an abnormal force of nature like Orochimaru. So even though I have Zabuza here, I think stylistically you could have him above Asuma, and there's cases to be made to have him a little bit higher than maybe even Kabuto. It kind of depends on how you interpret a lot of things, but I think a lot of these Jonin are actually really close to one another. It's just I can't have 7 people on one rank. Next up, we have Kurenai and Anko. Now, Kurenai really doesn't have anything aside from her noted Jonin rank. You know, and this is just shown as she's able to move at similar speeds to other Jonin when they go to stop Neji, or just are generally noted to be a higher caliber, being one of Konoha's elites. The databook directly notes that since she's a Jonin, all her abilities are high, but above all else, her Genjutsu ability is outstanding. Obviously, there isn't enough there to suggest she'd be above Zabuza, and the reason Anko is tied with her is due to Anko being stated once one of Orochimaru's subordinates noted the most dangerous kunoichi in all of Konoha, which doesn't inherently mean that she's just stronger than Kurenai, but also is kind of a ridiculous statement. This is a little easier to digest when you think about some of her jutsu at this point, like the Twin Snakes mutual death technique, a noted kinjutsu or forbidden jutsu taught to Anko by Orochimaru. It's activated when the caster seizes their enemy's hand and makes the hand seals together with them. Then once the sealing is complete, they both mean certain death. It's noted to be a lover's double suicide ninja art, and the fact that it seems like it would have worked on Orochimaru and he had to substitute himself with the shadow clone kind of makes sense why she's kind of tied with Kurenai. The only real reason that you can argue Kurenai is higher is just due to how, in fact, Fanbook 1 notes this, how in part 1, Tokubetsu Jonin is noted to be a rank between Chunin and Jonin, coupled with the fact that we haven't seen enough from other Tokubetsu Jonin later on to maybe infer that, okay, maybe they're kind of outliers and this doesn't inherently like translate to strength. So I do think you can argue these two are a bit interchangeable, with Kurenai maybe having a rank edge, which gives her an edge overall, or Anko's statements and techniques kind of give her an edge. I think there's enough discussion here to just give these two kind of a similar spot. I also may lean Kurenai as well, as the first fanbook notes that the Jonin are the heart of the village. These ninja have reached the peak of the shinobi forces through knowledge and courage. So the Leaf Jonin overall are the strongest, but the Tokubetsu Jonin are described to just be specialists with specific jutsu in certain fields, with the entire ranking system of Konoha being noted to be given out based on raw strength and compatibility. At the number 9 spot, we have Baki, who is noted to be one of the strongest Jonin in the Hidden Sand Village and has the feat of catching a body in the form of Hayate, the Proctor, and Tokubetsu Jonin, who was shown using the Konoha-style Crescent Moon Dance. There could actually be a case for Gaara making the top 10, ironically, at this point in the series, as the first fanbook notes that Gaara hates the world and lives only to kill. His abilities are beyond those of most Chunin and Jonin. He is extremely dangerous. That just isn't specific enough to really offer Gaara a higher placement on this list. Statements like his hidden power can be considered as the ultimate weapon of Konoha Crush are also clearly in reference to Shikaku. So Baki's placement is kind of just, it's a weird one, but you really don't have that many people. Like, I'm not throwing Rasa in or the 4th Kazekage since we just don't have enough information on him to the point that he's like scalable outside this arc, aside from the fact that he's just would be stronger than other Sand Village shinobi. So if you want to say Rasa would just go up, that still also wouldn't give a definitive answer on where he is in comparison to other Jonin on the list. The best way I could describe this list is now everybody's getting into that Jonin plus range, and now it's better inferences, better statements, better feats that are kind of putting them above one another. So number 1, we have Minato. Number 2, we have Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Number 3, we have Hiruzen. Number 4, we have Kakashi and Kabuto. Number 5, we have Haku. Number 6, we have Guy. Number 7, we have Asuma. Number 8, we have Zabuza. Number 9, we have Anko and Kurenai. And at number 10, we have Baki. The next arc we have is Konoha Crush, ranging from chapters 115 to 138. And it's really interesting to me that one of the shortest arc ranges, or like chapter ranges for an arc, has some of the biggest changes in terms of this list, with a lot of characters just having their spots reaffirmed. Speaking of this, at the number 1 spot, we have the 4th Hokage and Minato again. Now, the reason Minato is kind of persisting at the number 1 spot is that he's basically getting new information each arc that kind of cements him in this location, unlike somebody like Haku per se, who can still be argued to be higher up based on the information we have, but due to a lack of continuance or new information, it gets harder and harder to keep them, or someone like Haku, in that same spot. Now, Minato's case, the reason he stays here is because of all the previous information. Nothing really changes in that regard. However, it's further validated via Hiruzen needing to stop the 4th's coffin, and heavily implying, just almost outright stating by doing this, that the 4th Hokage is a much bigger threat than the 1st and 2nd. I do want to note that obviously it was never going to work. This is mentioned later in Shippuden, but Hiruzen does actually seem to stop the summon from emerging via Earth style. He just stopped the reanimation. That would never work. But if you're watching part 1, you would assume he stopped the coffin. Like that's what, that's what this scene indicates. This by default already puts Minato above the other Edo Tensei, who were extremely threatening to Hiruzen, along with the statements of him being above the Sannin / Hiruzen tier himself. At the number 2 spot, I actually have 3 characters taking 1 spot, since I think they're all pretty close. At number 2, I have Hiruzen, followed by Orochimaru, followed by Jiraiya, in that order. So if I was going to order them, I would have Hiruzen as the strongest, Orochimaru as the 2nd strongest, and Jiraiya as the 3rd, all within a relative range. I put Hiruzen over the other 2 Sannin due to how his mental afflictions during the fight and his hesitance at killing Orochimaru is a lot more explicit compared to Orochimaru, who stabs his own hand to stop tears from coming out at the prospect of killing his former teacher. Whereas in Hiruzen's case, there's really a moment midway through the fight where Enma kind of questions him, like, what's the matter? This isn't like you. What are you doing, bro? Like, lock in. I'm not saying Orochimaru isn't afflicted or you can't argue that. I'm just saying, based on the information we have right now, it's much more clear that Hiruzen is suffering from this more. Hiruzen even just dwindling his reserves and lowering his lifespan via the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which, fun fact, is the whole reason that Jutsu was sealed to begin with, because dudes were just shortening their lifespans off of making clones. I think generally having Hiruzen with a slight edge, but him relative to Orochimaru at a baseline, is overall the best way to look at it with the context. You're just looking at it through this fight. Hiruzen also has Enma in his arsenal, who is implied to be almost like a partner or like a teammate to him, as they have a long experience of combat noted in the data books, with Enma being noted to be the strongest of all summoning creatures. So you could potentially use that to put him over Gamabunta if you have Gamabunta part of Jiraiya's own arsenal. It's kind of weird to look at it like that, since the summons are kind of their own thing, but at least in Hiruzen's case, I think it can be considered part of his arsenal, since he also uses Adamantine Yoi, which is like a weapon for him. Hiruzen and Orochimaru being at a baseline is pretty consistent as well, since the anime profiles notes that Hiruzen is just equal to Orochimaru, who is disguising himself as the 3rd Kazekage. Or you can look at the fact that Hiruzen, after being resolved to take down Orochimaru and thinking about the villagers, is able to go into a skirmish where it's described the 2 shinobi are equally matched in the first fanbook, with Hiruzen then shortly after disarming, grabbing, and initiating the Reaper Death Seal against Orochimaru. So you have Hiruzen declining during the first portion of the fight via Shadow Clones, dealing with these Edo Tensei fighters, along with these mental restrictions. And then you have him getting slightly resolved, and he can suddenly be equally matched against Orochimaru. So that's kind of why I say this baseline is perfectly fine, but I have Hiruzen at the higher end of it. Orochimaru I have over Jiraiya just simply due to the fact that we have more statements. We see that he can make 2 Edo Tensei fighters, potentially 3. So there's more to see from him, which is also why I have him in front of Jiraiya. But Jiraiya should really just be in the same tier based on the statements we have. At the number 3 spot, we actually have Edo Hashirama, who is presented as a pretty big threat in the Hiruzen fight, being able to physically dodge and just tag Hiruzen, whether it be with his physical movements alongside Edo Tobirama or with his wood style where he's able to graze Hiruzen's shoulder. I will note the reason I have Edo Hashirama over Edo Tobirama is that I think saying they're relative in terms of their stats during this fight is fine. It's just that wood style is presented and has better feats than Tobirama's water style, as it's given much more notice in the fight and actually does do far better against Hiruzen, actually trapping and tagging him. Compare this to Tobirama, who Hiruzen has no real problem reacting to jutsu wise and blocking the attack of his water dragon jutsu with his own mud wall, which is still impressive. I'm going to talk about that in just a second, but Hashirama is just presented as a lot stronger. He's also the one to use Bringer of Darkness in the manga. You know, Hashirama and Tobirama both do it in the anime. It's a really weird thing to get into because Hashirama has Yang release, Tobirama is the one with Yin release, yet Hashirama is the one who uses a shadow style jutsu. So kind of a weird thing, but if you also want to throw it in and look at manga continuity only, that is something that Hashirama himself has under his belt as well. At the number 4 slot, we have Edo Tobirama. He's really here for the same reasons as Hashirama. He's able to contend with Hiruzen, has relative stats to Hashirama to where they're pretty much performing the same physically. It's really their jutsu that kind of make up the difference. Tobirama's water style is very impressive. It's actually Hokage level, at least in the mind of Orochimaru. Also being able to overwhelm Hiruzen's flame bombs, which are noted to be one of his more prized jutsu. Again, elemental matchup, but it just still is good stock, as it's not like every regular water style shinobi's gonna have Hokage level water style. I also will note, I just mentioned the mud wall point previously, but an interesting point is that when you actually see Tobirama's water style hit the mud wall still cracks and does have visible damage. So Tobirama is very impressive, even in this Edo Tensei form. I will also note that elemental matchups really haven't been made apparent at this point in the series, so you may actually just be able to make more inferences based on this. I just more so threw those in as like supplementary discussion. Next up, we have Kabuto and Kakashi, and there's literally no information that changes. All we see is like an interaction between Kabuto and Kakashi where Kabuto kind of snides that Kakashi hasn't mastered his Sharingan, but other than that, we just don't have enough to make any placement changes or make any inferences. So we're going to just go past this number 5 tier. Number 6, we have Haku. Again, nothing really crazy. A lot of the same information, a lot of the same arguments. I'm not going to waste your time by going over it again. Number 7, we have Guy. Guy remains the same spot for a lot of the similar reasons. You have additional statements such as Guy shows a glimpse of power comparable to Kakashi's, which further pushes the narrative that he's somewhat of a pseudo Kakashi rival, or just Kakashi rival in general during the Leaf, maybe a bit closer to Kakashi than the likes of Asuma. This also making the implication that Guy's gated form is more so what's closer to Kakashi than his base form. Number 8, we have Asuma for all the same reasons. Number 9, we have Zabuza for all of the same reasons. Number 10, we have Kurenai and Anko. Asuma and Guy versus Zabuza is really just based on your interpretation of Zabuza versus Kakashi and how far Zabuza really pushed Kakashi, or how much of a percentage of Kakashi's full power Zabuza really is. I have Guy and Asuma over as they have more solid metrics, but if you have Zabuza over those two or somewhere in the middle, I would not fault you. So the list is changed again. We have Minato, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, then Hashirama, Tobirama, Kabuto, Kakashi, Haku, Guy, Asuma, Zabuza, Kurenai, and Anko. Thank God bless Baki's out the list. I'm sorry he had to be there before. I didn't want to. Yo, there's like no characters in part 1. Also, side note, if you were going to throw the Kazekage on this list, he would probably be somewhere arbitrarily below the Sannin or Hiruzen himself, as we just know that Hiruzen implies he's stronger, as he's like, my head won't roll off as easily, and we just know that Orochimaru had killed him or was masquerading as him. So there's no real metric to say how much stronger he would be than other Leaf Jonin or other characters, but just a side note, he would be on there. Same thing with Shikaku. If you wanted to throw him in during this arc, he would probably just be under the Sannin as well, especially if you include the Sannin summons like Gamabunta and Jiraiya being one package deal. He would just be above that, especially if you consider the likes of Edo Tensei a weapon. You may be able to imply Shikaku would just be above the likes of Edo Hashirama or Edo Tobirama. The next arc we have is Search for Tsunade, which ranges from chapters 139 to 171. Now, This is where the good stuff happens, man. I have been waiting for this arc. This is where we really get some definitive placements, and this is where the tier list kind of solidifies quite a bit. At the number 1 spot, Minato, no change. Like, there's the least amount of change. The only real additional information is the conversation Jiraiya and Tsunade have, where Jiraiya points out how everybody had just pales in comparison to Lord Fourth. As a shinobi, his capacity was unparalleled, the true one of a kind, which just further cements his placement. It doesn't really change anything about the tiering. All of Minato's stuff is really just compounding over time with like 1 or 2 additional statements, feats, whatever, that just kind of cement him at the number 1 spot. So don't really want to stick on Minato. He's not going anywhere. Dead as fuck. He's not even in the series, but he's still here. I don't know how, but anyway, yeah, we're gonna keep it moving. At the number 2 slot, we have Itachi Uchiha. Now, when I was envisioning this video and like kind of scripting it out and stuff like that, I already knew this was going to be one of the weirder placements to talk about with all the information we have on Itachi at this point in the series. Let's talk about the Aura Goblin himself. Also, the Akatsuki robes in part 1 only have 1 sleeve. Is that not weird to y'all? That's weird. I was looking at that. In the original manga, in part 1, they literally only have 1 sleeve. I thought it was just Kisame, but nah, Itachi has that same thing. I guess Kishi didn't discover the design yet. Like the video too. How far in and you haven't liked it, bro? You out here, you know, scrubbing dishes, driving on, you know, am I in your pocket? What's going, like, am I crazy? Anyway, let's get into this section. Itachi's feats during the Search for Tsunade arc are pretty outstanding. He goes on to make the peak of Konoha, that being Kakashi, look like an absolute child, as even Kakashi's Sharingan can't follow the speed of Itachi's hand seals. He's also shown just absolutely dominating Kurenai, who's noted to be at the top of the Leaf Village in terms of Genjutsu. And I know a lot of people meme Kurenai, but she actually does catch Kisame and Itachi under Genjutsu, with Itachi just reflecting it back. So Konoha Jonin really aren't that threatening to Itachi. The main bread and butter of this discussion is how Itachi stacks up to the Sannin. We essentially have 2 main statements that people use. We have the statement of Itachi just outright being stronger than the likes of Orochimaru. Now, the thing you have to keep in mind with this statement is that we don't know what the fight looked like at this point in the series. All we know is that there is the implication that a fight took place due to Itachi being the reason Orochimaru broke away from the Akatsuki organization. We don't know how much stronger Itachi is than Orochimaru, just enough to where he didn't think he could try him, or that dream had just died, so he had to go after Sasuke. The other main statement that relates Itachi to the Sannin is Kisame's statement where, I don't know if I'd be able to take him on, you can, I'm not so sure about me, in which Itachi remarks, quote, yeah, if we faced off, we might end up killing each other, at the very least we'd hurt each other badly. And even if I had more backup, it probably wouldn't change the outcome. Kisame follows suit by discussing how the titles of Konoha's Uchiha clan and 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist just pale in comparison to the big 3 or the Konoha legend. And Itachi kind of remarks with this, like, yeah, however, even the strongest heroes have their weaknesses. So it's a really ambiguous statement, and what you're left with, you have 1 positive statement in Itachi's favor and 1 neutral one against Jiraiya. And if you actually look at Itachi's statement, he doesn't really give absolutes. He just says we might end up killing each other. And the note about him having more backup, the way I interpret that is that Itachi and Jiraiya are so strong that even if more Akatsuki members showed up, it wouldn't really change the outcome. Generally meaning that they wouldn't be relevant enough in the battle to make an impact on the outcome or whatever happened. If you want my personal opinion, the way Itachi's portrayed in part 1, he's mainly portrayed as to have like Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu, these hard-hitting jutsu, but he has stamina issues after using them. Like, he's physically huffing and puffing after his bout with Kakashi and against Jiraiya, where he knows he wants to rest his eyes. This is where Orochimaru not giving context to the encounter does matter, because it could present the idea that it was a higher diff fight and Itachi's just still stronger than Orochimaru. The Toad Mouthbind feat isn't really that good in my opinion to use over Itachi as well, as Kisame's the one who's noticeably sweating on panel. Itachi's the one who busts through the wall, and Kisame kind of questions Itachi after. He's like, why did we have to retreat with your power? Despite knowing what the Sannin is capable of and having a good strength read on Jiraiya, he still questions why they retreated. In which Itachi remarks that he has used his Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu, so he has to rest his body. With the physical stamina point I mentioned earlier, along with Kisame noting you don't want to overuse those eyes, you know that's dangerous. So it's generally presented that Itachi is someone who can beat a Sannin. It's just generally a high diff fight for him that fatigues him and may risk his eyes. At least that's the way I see it. I want to point out that this also does kind of play into how Kishimoto portrays character strengths in part 1, where certain jutsu just make characters really strong. Like Haku's Kekkei Genkai makes him insanely strong. So Itachi having Tsukiyomi, which is noted in the data book to be feared as the most powerful genjutsu, or Amaterasu and how it burns for 7 days and 7 nights. Like, Kishimoto low-key has characters being strong stat-wise, but then certain jutsu will just elevate them crazy high. And the Toad Mouthbind feat doesn't really shoot Jiraiya up either, as he notes it actually took him a huge effort, someone implying that the Toad Mouthbind is just a higher level jutsu from him. So it's for these reasons I have Itachi over the Sannin. I'm also going to talk about why it's kind of impossible to put one Sannin over the other, which is why you really can't put any of the Sannin or Hiruzen above Itachi, at least in my opinion, based on the information we have. At the number 3 spot, we have Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. I know this is kind of cheating by having these guys in one spot, but realistically, the reason they're here is kind of just the same. It doesn't really change too much. Hiruzen's here with a reputation that regards him as being the strongest of the 5 shadows, which doesn't really mean anything unless you throw Rasa in this discussion. It just doesn't, you don't have any of the other shadows as reference to kind of use. Orochimaru's here for a lot of the same reasons as well. The Fanbook 1 statement remarking Orochimaru is the most dangerous and strongest of all village enemies only really works in comparison to the villains or enemies introduced in Data Book 1, such as Haku, Zabuza, etc. The Akatsuki have not been introduced in the series, and the cutoff point for Data Book 1 is the Konoha Crush, so it can't really be used to put Orochimaru over Itachi. I generally have Orochimaru over Jiraiya in this arc, generally due to him just performing better. The two are very comparable with their respective nerfs. Orochimaru kind of implies that it's no contest even with their nerfs, but we do see that he actually does take damage off screen. There's more blood on his face, so the gap probably isn't huge. I just favor Orochimaru due to the fact that he's actually able to knock out Jiraiya during the fight, grabbing his foot with his tongue and slamming him, kind of knocking him out for a moment while he's able to go fight Tsunade. So because they performed relative, but Orochimaru still does have that knockout feat, I just lean towards him generally, followed by Jiraiya, followed by Tsunade. Tsunade also is nerfed during this encounter. She has her fear of blood, which is something that was a big detriment to her, along with the fact that she had lost her will of fire, something that the data book notes pretty explicitly and something she gains back after the fight. Specifically remarking, she who was adulated as the Sannin, the strongest ninja who put fear into the hearts of enemies far away, is once more revived. The first fanbook also noting she is the strongest kunoichi of the history of Konoha, who owned wisdom and courage that equals Jiraiya and Orochimaru. This couple of things like Ibisu noting only another of the legendary 3 can stop Orochimaru, with Tsunade also growing in strength after leaving the village, at least, somewhat to the point where she can use mitotic regeneration. In a similar manner, Orochimaru notes that it seems I'm not the only one who's developed new jutsu, so they're all nerfed, but they've also grown from their time away from the village. This one with the fact that their summons kind of stalemate and a deadlock as well. Summons also noted to be relative to one another, kind of just paints the 3 as just in the same tier, and you can't really argue it around. I do think, however, the order based on the information we have is Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and then Tsunade. At the number 4 slot, we have Edo Hashirama for the exact same reasons. Literally nothing changes. He's just very threatening and able to oppose a Sannin tier level opponent. Number 5, we have Edo Tobirama for the exact same reason. Just not quite as strong as Edo Hashirama, but still comparable from a stat perspective and just has really strong ninjutsu. At the number 6 slot, we have Kakashi and Kabuto. A lot of the same reasonings as before, only we have additional statements for Kabuto, which may put him ahead as Kakashi. Jiraiya really notes that he's just on the same level as Kakashi, which kind of depends because he hasn't seen Kakashi in a minute, so he may even be using a stronger version of Kakashi as a metric, or he'll just be using the Kakashi he had the conversation with in Konoha, which was the one that kind of had gone through a bit of training. Kabuto also displays really good feats, being able to take on the less, the sub-Sannin version of Tsunade, who honestly being like at the top of Konoha, even when you're physically restricted, just been gambling for your entire years on end, tricking yourself in a hole and just wandering around. It's still pretty impressive. Now, Tsunade does kind of note that Kabuto's jutsu instincts and sharpness surpass her in her own prime. Kabuto being able to fight with his body controls being reversed and completely swapped up, along with being able to create a chakra scalpel that can attack Tsunade internally. He's just overall shown very impressive. The Naruto Chronicler Guide also notes that Kabuto's skill is on par with Kakashi, so the two's relativity or just comparisons continue to get drawn. If anything, there might be more of a basis to put Kabuto over Kakashi, but I still favor Kakashi, especially since they have a brief conversation during Konoha Crush where Kabuto doesn't even want to show Kakashi jutsu, just off of the idea Kakashi might copy it with his Sharingan. So I still have Kakashi generally, but I think they're very close. Kakashi's also remaining this, his statements continue, although he's not really bound to that strongest in Konoha statement, as that's Data Book 1. He still has great statements across the board, like his speed being top class among the Jonins. We also get other statements from other characters that do imply Kakashi's still at the peak of Konoha, or at the upper echelon, even past that Data Book 1 statement. At the number 7 spot, we have Mike fight Guy. I have been waiting for this, bro. So Guy is rather interesting in this scenario because he actually gets amped quite a bit from the new stuff we're introduced to. The main stock increase for Guy is based on what happens with Kisame and Itachi, where first of all, the whole aura of the battlefield changed. Let's just start right there. Like when Guy pulled up, the energy changed. Everything, like it was a completely different conversation. We see him kick away Kisame, which on its own isn't really that crazy, especially since we see weaker or similar level Jonin like Asuma actually graze Kisame's cheek and weave away from Samehada's sword swing. So nothing that doesn't really offer that much. What's much more impressive is Itachi making notes to Kisame not to underestimate Guy. This is important because he makes no such notes about Kurenai or Asuma, who he knows Kisame is directly going to battle. He actually tells Kisame not to go all out or just not to go too crazy against them. But when he talks about Guy and Kakashi, he's very explicit. When discussing Kakashi, Itachi makes a note to Kisame, do not fight him. You won't get away scot-free or uninjured. He's like, you didn't come here to get injured. Making a similar note about Guy, who Kisame should not underestimate. This coupled with the Dad Book 2 statement, which remarks, even Itachi Uchiha retreats in front of Guy's combat skills, which is crazy stock. Now, obviously, it wouldn't put Guy above Itachi, as even if you look at the context of the conversation and what we know, Itachi doesn't like to use his MS techniques, or they're very draining, and he doesn't want to risk overusing his eyes, right? But this still is really good stock for Guy, especially since the data books make explicit notes that Itachi is somebody just far above Kisame, who's in awe of Itachi's power, which you could also just derive from their like the talks they have, like Kisame being like, why do we have to retreat with your power? Or you might be able to go head to head with Jiraiya, but I can't. So having these statements made about Guy just from Itachi of all people, with the data book supplementing it, is enough to put him over the other Jonin who really just don't have those same statements. All of the reasons listed previously for Itachi, along with the fact that Guy lists off that he knows how to counter the Sharingan via combat, does kind of lead into Itachi's retreat. At the number 8 spot, we have Kisame Hoshigaki. Now, the thing about Kisame in this situation is that I know this seems low, but you got to keep in mind, in part 1, Kisame's feats really aren't that good. He's kind of comparable, or being like, all of the Jonin are able to combat him. So he goes from like, you know, being caught in Genjutsu by Kurenai. Asuma is able to dodge Samehada's swings and just graze Kisame. Kakashi's Shadow Clone is able to clash evenly with Kisame's water style jutsu. Although I will note, Itachi does kind of say don't go too crazy, which you can maybe say is implying Kisame's holding back to an extent, but it still is kind of ridiculous. This coupled with the Guy stuff I just mentioned kind of paints Kisame in a weird place. And it's kind of weird, like low-key, how this guy goes from just like rivaling a Kakashi Shadow Clone, being comparable to like part 1 Asuma, to needing to have Guy go into the 6th gate in Shippuden to beat 30% of his chakra, you know? It's kind of an insane leap, I'm not gonna lie. So there's no real higher place you could put him. Kisame is also just distinctly below Itachi. The data books make note of this, along with being below the Sannin tier via his own self-admissions. The statements Guy gets are crazy enough, and you can just kind of extrapolate them a certain type of way to generally have him over Kisame. Kisame is also just, you know, to add to like him being below the Sannin or that tier, or him not even touching it or being close to it, Jiraiya is able to block him with just the small toad. Like the small toad pulls up and blocks Kisame's swing, or he's able to restrain Kisame when he goes up for a charge against Naruto. So like Kisame just doesn't have good stock against the Sannin in part 1. At the number 9 spot, we have Haku. Again, nothing really that crazy here. Most of the people here are just scaling to Kakashi, or are very close to Kakashi's level, or just have higher inferences you can make. So Haku state like everybody kind of in this tier now is almost Kakashi level, or just at that level, or can just combat Kakashi. At the number 10 spot, we have Asuma, who is just able to fight Kisame. I don't think he's quite as strong as Kisame is more so comparable to that Kakashi and Guy tier, along with the fact that Kisame does do better than Asuma in their clash, as he's able to graze his arm compared to his cheek getting grazed. And even then, you can be kind of generous to Kisame and say he wasn't aware of Asuma extending the chakra to his blades, which is what grazed his cheek. This, along with Asuma's previous feats, just generally put him here. I think there's not enough to suggest Asuma is still stronger than the beginning of part 1 Kakashi, since, like I mentioned earlier, we don't know how much stronger Kakashi got, if at all, when Itachi's making this metric, if he's talking about current Kakashi or just like last time he saw him, all that jazz. So the order this time around is Minato at number 1, Itachi Uchiha at number 2. At number 3, 4-way deadlock between Hiruzen Orochimaru, Jiraiya Tsunade. Number 4, Edo Hashirama. Number 5, Edo Tobirama. Number 6, we have a tie between Kakashi and Kabuto. Number 7, we have Guy. Number 8, we have Kisame. Number 9, we have Haku. And number 10, we have Asuma. Next up, we have Sasuke Retrieval, which does not have enough for me to really feel like I want to change too many placements or shuffle people around on this list. The best feat, in my opinion, to compare to the Jonin tier is potentially the Sound 4, who are noted in the Ninja Chronicler guide to be as strong as Leaf Jonin, although I will make a distinct note that this is somewhat mitigated by the fact that they're kind of tied out, or they have a like 10 out of 10 high diff fight where their bodies can't move for a while. But yeah, having a very high difficulty fight against Genma and Raido, who were returning from a mission out of Chakra, although they do distinctly note that a team of Jonin should be sent against the Sound 4. Low-key, this statement's probably referencing Leaf Jonin as a whole and not maybe the Ninja Proctors that we've seen, or, you know, just some general tier of Leaf Jonin. I will also note the only real, like, higher level showing feat is just Naruto and Sasuke clashing, which the chakra of it kind of alarms Kakashi, along with the fact that Sasuke post his final fight with Naruto can kind of chakra flex and aura. You know, he kind of scares Kabuto, who's like, what's this chakra? There's only one individual who I really see just kind of making the list, or could have made the list. His name rhymes with goat and ends in Kimimaru. We're going to talk about him in my honorable mentions. There's a pretty distinct reason why I didn't put him on, but if you were going to throw him in, he could range from being above Edo Hashirama to just being below Edo Tobirama, due to the statements about how it would have made the Hokage assassination go much more smoothly. This, coupled with the Strongest Warriors editorial statement when discussing Gaara and Kimimaru, kind of sets up a weird predicament. I do think that statement's generally in reference to everybody on the mission, so Kimimaru and Gaara are kind of unrivaled in that aspect, but Kimimaru's statements in the data books are just insane. Like, they remark him having like the ultimate Kekkei Genkai. He's just, it's mind-boggling. So he's clearly hyped up. It's just, you know, sick Kimimaru is kind of not really usable. So Sasuke retrieval just kind of gets a pass. Nothing's going to change. We're just going to get into Kakashi Gaiden towards the end of part 1 rankings. Now, before I give off the final rankings with Kakashi Gaiden, I wanted to throw in some honorable mentions. For the summons or beasts, we have Shikaku, the Ninetales, Gemabunta, Katsuyu, and Manda, all of which would have been dominating this top 10 off their feats in the show or the statements made about them. All of the Sannin summons are demonstrated to be somewhat comparable to the Sannin themselves. This maybe being noted of Jiraiya kind of saying Gemabunta is even difficult for him to deal with, or Kabuto noting that it's extremely risky summoning Manda, and maybe implies like Manda might be able to just eat him and Orochimaru, and he might turn against them, which would just be really bad. Rasa, I mentioned previously, is an honorable mention. Probably the last 2 honorable mentions I have are Prime Kimimaru and a more Prime Hiruzen. For Prime Hiruzen, I'm referencing the version that Orochimaru references, who's like 10 years younger, who probably would have just won that fight when discussing the Reaper Death Seal clash. If you threw these guys in, my updated list would probably look a lot crazier. I just didn't really throw them in because if you make inferences for certain people, you kind of have to do it for others. So I just didn't think there was enough to really give them a concrete spot, more of a range for these characters. But I do want to note that these characters would also be on the top 10. The final arc we have is Kakashi Gaiden, which ranges from chapters 239 to 244. There isn't insane changes. The main thing is just Minato with the introduction of the Flying Thunder God technique, which is swiftness that surpasses Body Flicker. Body Flicker in general just being high speed movement amped by chakra. It's not a really crazy technique. It's more of a C rank jutsu, with this outright surpassing it and being much closer to the summoning jutsu, as it's just teleportation, space-time ninjutsu. You can couple this with the chapter statement noting Minato's unrivaled strength as just further cement in like the coffin that Minato's #1 still. At the #2 spot, I actually have Sakumo Hatake. Now, this might come as a surprise, but this is one of the only changes Kakashi Gaiden really introduces, which it regards Sakumo as, in his time, the 3 great shinobi of Konoha legend paled beside him. The databook supplementing this by noting, in front of his skills, it is said that even the Sannin's names would have been overshadowed, and Kakashi flows the blood of a great hero. The White Fang is pretty ridiculous with these assertions. You can make the argument it's rather general. However, the fact that it's referencing the Sannin, all 3 of them, is pretty ridiculous. Even Orochimaru kind of makes a similar note when he's fighting 2 of the same Sannin. He's like, it's kind of expected. Fighting 2 of the great 3 is a bit much, which is kind of crazy stock if you think about it. The reason I also think you can put Sakumo over Itachi is generally due to how Itachi in part 1 is presented to where the Sannin are like a below him, but they're a high diff fight for him, whereas Sakumo is just outright beyond the group as a whole. The statements are crazy enough to where you actually can just put him outright above Itachi, and it's not really that ridiculous based on what we know about Itachi and how he's probably not that far above the Sannin based on what we know at this moment. So the White Fang snipes the #2 spot. At #3, we have Itachi Uchiha, all of the same reasons, man. Like, nothing changes. #4, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru Tsunade. I mean, this one's blatant. You guys just heard me give a spiel. I mean, statements like, are the only ones who can fight against the Sannin are the Sannin themselves, question mark. I think it's pretty blatant that the Sannin just have their own tier. The only thing that might change some things or maybe put Hiruzen back is the statement at the end of the dictionary in Data Book 2, which remarks, the legendary 3 shinobi, the 3 ninja who once boast a strength approaching that of the Hokage in the village, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were one of them, which I think just means that they were improving rapidly during their village time, which adds into why Hiruzen really thought Orochimaru might have beaten him. I don't have the Sannin order changing since we also find out that Orochimaru just beats Jiraiya, or it's implied Jiraiya couldn't stop him in a similar fashion to how Naruto couldn't stop Sasuke. So I don't really see a need to change the order that much. Number 5, we have Edo Hashirama. Number 6, we have Edo Tobirama. Number 7, we have Kakashi and Kabuto. Number 8, we have Might Guy. Number 9, we have Kisame. Number 10, we have Haku. This is my final tier list for the power rankings. I do want to note that I think the Jonin generally are really interchangeable, but these are just my reasonings. You kind of have to find a consistency and stick with it, because one placement on this list, even at the beginning, changes the list for like future arcs and stuff like that. This video was probably one of the more challenging videos I've had to do. I swear to God, I'm not gonna do a part 2 or part 3 if y'all don't gas this video up. So like this bitch up, bro. Like this was tough, man. This was a tough ass video. I'm sweating. I'm sweating while recording this, bro. So if you guys want the part 2, which I mean, this video was what, like, I think it's coming close to an hour. Imagine what some of the Shippuden stuff's gonna be. So if you guys want it, you gotta show it. You know what I'm saying? I cannot do another one of these videos if it doesn't pop off. So let me know what you guys think. If you enjoyed the video, all that good stuff. Hopefully you did. Take some, you know, take some happiness in my suffering. But yeah, I'll catch you. Bye. What's going on, guys? TG or ThunderGod here with the part 2 to my power rankings mini-series. Ton of support on the first video. Thank you guys for that. Where we scale the top 10 characters based on what we know at the time. This including data books, guidebooks, or fan books. For anybody who missed part 1, this essentially means that even if there is a statement in data book 3 that's dropped for a character, it has to be in reference to the character during that specific arc, otherwise it can't be used. Now, before we actually get into the power rankings, we have to look at our previous top 10 real quick. That was Minato, Sakumo, Itachi, Hiruzen, the Sannin, Edo Hashirama, Edo Tobirama, Kakashi, and Kabuto, Might Guy, Kisame, and Haku. Now, a lot of characters are going to have to get cut off going into Shippuden due to a lot of characters not having concrete scaling chains. And I'm not gonna lie, these characters wouldn't have really made it that far into Shippuden regardless, so it's not too crazy. The characters getting cut from the list are Haku, Kabuto, Edo Tobirama, Edo Hashirama, Sakumo, and Hiruzen. For the Jonin tier fighters, the main differences come from Kakashi from part 1 to part 2, which I will touch on when we get to Kakashi. For the Edo Tensei variants, scaling to a potentially mentally restricted Hiruzen is just far too difficult to use, especially later on. Hiruzen himself could remain, but realistically, he shares a spot with the Sannin, so I just don't see a reason to keep mentioning him. And maybe unlike some other dead characters, Hiruzen doesn't get more statements or more scaling pushing him up. It just bounces off the Sannin, so there's no real reason to keep him on here. But if I just put him next to the Sannin, that's pretty much it. And then we also have Sakumo, whose statement and data book entry were the only pieces of info for him, and it was already kind of an arbitrary placement to begin with, so he's not really making it into Shippuden either. All right, enough of the yap. Let's just get into the top 10. Starting off, we have the Kazekage Rescue Arc, which ranges from chapters 245 to 281. At the number 10 slot, we have Kabuto. Now, Kabuto really exists on this top 10 at least to just establish a bit of a baseline for us. He just represents that part 1 Kakashi level, possibly in reference to Kakashi as a whole or the Rusty version at the beginning of part 1. He's just kind of here as a benchmark. I don't want to spend too much time on him to not detract from the other characters, and to be honest, Kabuto's placement isn't really that relevant past this arc. Like most characters just share similar feats or lore or just kind of scaling to Kabuto at this point, so he isn't really that important to the overall list. At the number 9 slot, we have Naruto and Sakura. I have Sakura in front of Naruto, but let's talk about Naruto first. Naruto's outright noted to be stronger from his Data Book 3 growth chart, with him even believing he might be stronger than Iruka. Iruka. I do it every video. With him believing he may be stronger than Iruka at this point, to which Iruka tells him not to push it. This may indicate that Iruka caps himself at Chunin exams Naruto level, since that's the last he's seen of Naruto, but not that important. Naruto's time skip training leaves him a bit to be desired, as he isn't really that crazy during the Kazekage rescue. His main asset at this point is him being able to tap into his QB power a bit more consistently compared to before, utilizing it to use jutsu such as the Odama Rasengan, which did in fact one-shot 30% of Itachi's chakra. The main issue with Naruto is that you don't have the greatest showings from him, like base Kakashi outright intercepting a bloodlusted Naruto's charge with the artistic duo, or Sakura being able to keep up with QB Naruto and travel speed, same with Kakashi. His performance against Deidara doesn't help that much either, although Deidara does know his punches do have quite a bit of impact, so Naruto is a bit of a bruiser. The way I look at Naruto is that he's strong enough to where he's able to perform combinations with Kakashi, and he's noted to be on Kakashi's team, not as sensei and students, but as equals, fellow Konoha shinobi. The combination of Naruto and Sakura also could stall out Kakashi during the bell test until nighttime, and assuming that Kakashi's taking a more active role in fighting them this time, which is noted as he's using a Sharingan, this is a bit of an impressive feat. He should still be above the duo, as Sakura notes his side weaving speed is so fast you can't keep up. Kakashi does note that they are a formidable team, and for Naruto to really be useful as backup against Itachi Uchiha of all people, I think does speak volumes to his strength. The way I look at it, Naruto's just useful or can fight against people. Kakashi himself is kind of fighting seriously now. Right above Naruto, but in the same ranking, obviously, I have Sakura. Sakura shares a spot since neither her or Naruto really outdo Kakashi or seem to outdo the other, even though this entire fight is off screen. Her performance in the Sasori fight is very telling, and I think it does kind of put her above Naruto, especially when looking at the statements that Sasori himself makes about Sakura compared to Deidara with one arm and low clay or no clay, just shitting on Naruto. Sakura at this point has ridiculous strength, smashing the Hiroko puppet entirely, which was actually upgraded by Sasori to be more defensive, along with being able to blow away iron sand prisms. All this coupled with pretty advanced display of medical ninjutsu. Sakura was gradually adapting to Sasori's offensive pattern after being used as a puppet by Chio for some duration of the fight, this mainly being based on using Sasori's finger movements to almost precog where the puppet will go instead of just outright reacting to the puppet's attacks. I will note this also wouldn't extend to jutsu since Sakura can't dodge attacks like Iron Sand World Order, which instantly tags her multiple times, so this only really extends to the third Kazekage puppet. Sasori noting that he'll have to waste more chakra lest he wants a prolonged bout, which Chio remarking she isn't really needed at a certain point in the fight, is really telling of Sakura's prowess at this point. Although I'll touch on Chio a bit more when we talk about her, as this isn't a one-to-one. I will also say it should be obvious, without the antidote, Sakura would have never been able to do nearly as well in the fight against Sasori. This, coupled with Sakura progressively getting mental amp during the fight and having a noticeable improvement via thinking about Sasuke after it's revealed Sasori was involved with Orochimaru, this being stated in the data book, kind of puts it to where a lot of Sakura's feats are good, but they kind of exist in a vacuum and only really exist in the context of this fight. I do think Sakura is strong and very impressive, and most people wouldn't be able to do what she did against Sasori, but you also do want to note that there are certain factors that allowed her to do that well. At the number 8 slot, we have Granny Chio. Now, this may seem kind of low, but I think it'll make more sense once you look at the rest of this top 10. She's very weird to discuss due to her fight against Sasori. The problem with Chio is that she had quite extensive knowledge on Sasori and his puppets. She, however, did not anticipate or factor in things like the Hiroko puppet's improved defense as her new left arm, causing Chio to outright concede she can't deal with the Hiroko puppet on her own. The trade-off here is that Chio at the same time can anticipate Sasori's moves via understanding the puppet master's style, which allows Chio to maneuver Sakura and herself out of the way from any damage. Chio can also just react to Sasori's third Kazekage puppet attacks, which Sasori notes really just make it useless to try and attack her, which leads her to directly counter Chio by launching gas and tying Sakura up with a kunai rope combo. Chio can clash evenly with the father and mother puppet, causing Sasori to utilize the third's jutsu, the Iron Sand, where we further see that Chio can react and block Iron Sand attacks, which are consistently faster than the third Kazekage puppet himself. This does, however, cripple the puppets one by one and eventually even one of Chio's arms due to the magnetic power of the third, Chio only gaining function in the arm later on due to the third being destroyed. So while she is strong and does have comparable feats to Sasori, you also can't ignore the fact that she would never have made it that far in the fight if she had just gone in by herself, which leads to Chio's placement being very weird. It's almost a similar case to Sakura, where she's almost specifically designed to counter this opponent. She obviously has further showings like her secret white move, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, which, fun fact, is one of the very few S-rank jutsu that's noted in Data Book 3, so this is a very impressive technique. This technique does enable Granny Chio and Sakura to really survive against Sasori's more latent abilities that I'm going to touch on when Sasori kind of comes about. But the bottom line I really have with Chio is that her or Sakura would never have been able to really beat Sasori on their own, which makes their feats against him really weird to discuss, because it's kind of like yeah, they have good showings, but how would they have gotten to this point originally if they didn't have each other to kind of work off of? Like, even the 10 puppets would have never really made their debut against Sasori, since Granny Chiyo had gotten her arm kind of paralyzed via the Iron Sand, and she wasn't able to use all 10 fingers to manipulate the 10 puppets. So I think Chiyo's placement here is pretty fair. I think it'll make also a lot more sense once you get into the other characters who are above her, as there's more solid reasonings for why they're that high up. At the number 7 slot, we have Might Guy and Kakashi. I actually have Might Guy over Kakashi personally, but they share the number 7 slot. Kakashi's placement here shouldn't be too much of a surprise, considering he was the peak of Konoha Part 1 and literally the benchmark that everybody was kind of measured against. His basis for being above Naruto and Sakura is pretty clear. I think the only questionable thing about Kakashi is if he actually got physically stronger from Part 1 to Part 2, since his databook stats remain the exact same. And I'm not saying databook stats are some objective thing that can be measured against another character, but more so to compare how a character improves against themselves. It's like a measure of how they are as a person and where their strong points are. This, coupled with the fact that Kakashi somewhat implies he came up with Kamui or is referencing an amazing jutsu at the beginning of Shippuden, so it's a little weird. I will say, looking at the feats, Kakashi performs very well against 30% of Itachi's chakra, baiting out Genjutsu via shadow clones and setting up Itachi to eat an Odama Rasengan. We see that he's much more knowledgeable about Itachi and outright ask Guy for how he combated the Sharingan, so it's like Kakashi can just fight without looking at Itachi's eyes now as well. Kakashi's also noted to be a much larger threat than Naruto, being the main reason that Deidara brings up Sasori being stronger than him in order to separate Naruto and Kakashi from himself, which almost works as Naruto's like, I'm gonna fight this guy on my own. This is also referenced later on with Deidara noting that Kakashi is the issue, not the Jinchuriki. However, this is Deidara factoring in Kamui, which is what tore off his other arm. Also noting that Kamui is an Itachi level ocular jutsu. Now, despite Kakashi's lack of finesse, Kamui is very impressive at this point. He's able to tear off Deidara's arm, sending it into a sealed dimension as the databook notes, with him missing the second attempt on Deidara, who can somewhat shrug off or physically resist being sent away. I will also note that Deidara was moving in a linear fashion for Kakashi, which is something that maybe I'll bring up later on for some of Kakashi's Kamui feats, but Kamui should also put Kakashi in a similar tier to Guys when he teleports away the explosion Deidara caused by eating his clay bird, which is revealed by the very end of the arc to be a clone. Guy remarks that Kakashi is a worthy rival, lending credence to the idea that Guy thinks Kamui is what rivals his later abilities or makes Kakashi rival him, specifically his 6th gate showing. I think the idea of Kakashi really unlocking Kamui close to the beginning of Shippuden and why he improves so much during it is kind of supplemented in the data book, since it notes this rare power has speeded up Kakashi's evolution as a shinobi on Notch, which is why he continuously improves, as we'll see later on. At the number 7 slot sharing this, we have Might Guy. Might Guy needs very little introduction to most people, as he's far more impressive post-time skip. We have all-around good statements for guys such as Zetsu noting Guy is highly skilled, with Itachi supplementing this with the exact same statement, and for him to be not underestimated, which is an insane thing to drop in a group chat when it's filled with the strongest S-class criminals in the world. Guy's praise is sung further in the dad books, which note he is more than equal to anyone in the Akatsuki, which, if you look at the members up to this point, is quite a ridiculous statement. My interpretation of this is that Guy gate amps to match the Akatsuki members in question. However, due to the lack of feats just kind of backing this, I'm not going to really throw Guy up higher. This is exemplified in his fight with 30% of Kisame's chakra, which Guy fought via the art of impersonation. In this fight, Kisame is able to capture Neji, Lee, and Tenten in water bubbles, forcing Guy into a position where he's forced to open the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, unleashing a Sakujaku on Kisame. This creates a situation where we could run with this statement or just take the more consistent interpretation, which in my opinion is that Guy gate amps to fight each member, but we haven't seen higher gates, which are probably what are needed to actually beat somebody of Kisame or Itachi's caliber at this point. This, coupled with the Kamui metric, makes Guy's placement here pretty solid, along with the fact that he did just win his 1v1 against Kisame compared to Kakashi, who needed support. It's not a 1-to-1, obviously, since Kakashi did fight the stronger Akatsuki member, but I still do want to note that he won without really any outside support. At the number 6 slot, we have Deidara and Gaara. Now, I have Deidara over Gaara, but these two are really interchangeable. A lot of these are, but these two in specific. Now, starting off with Gaara, the reason Gaara and Deidara share a spot, despite there being a winner in their fight, is due to how their fight is a little more complex than a simple 1v1. There are a few factors present. Deidara notes that during the fight and post, he outright underestimated Gaara and that he wasn't fully prepared, this being more so in reference to the amount of clay he brought with him, which has somewhat limited his options. He did prep to an extent with having some minor explosions along with a C3 Ohako and dropping it on the Sand Village. This is noted to not even scratch the strong defense that Gaara used to defend it, yet this defense came from the topography that was aiding Gaara during the fight. you have factors like the data books noting Gaara's foremost principle is to capture assailants and not kill them, which I think could be observed in how Gaara fights, like creating a giant sandball around Datara, not just outright crushing him. I do not think, however, this means Gaara is slowing down his sand attacks or dropping his stats, as that would be counterintuitive. I think this is more so just his approach in the fight. Gaara being forced to protect the Sand Village aided Datara, taking advantage of his somewhat predictable fighting style, or his approach in Datara's eyes. You then have factors like the Desert Sand being significantly slower than Gaara's actual own Gourd Sand or Special Sand, which Datara specifically notes is lightning fast, and this is the sand that actually does tag Datara when he's in free fall, using his Clay Bird to kind of break through the Desert Sand sphere that Gaara used around him. The way the fight is presented, it seems like Gaara does have a slight stat edge or some sort of stat edge with his Gourd Sand, which Datara is noting is very fast. However, it's not to the extent to where he's outright blitzing Datara from his position or just able to tear his arm off while Datara is actually on his Clay Bird. This kind of segues us into Datara's side of the things on the fight. Now, Datara only really gets tagged by Gaara's Sand when he's not on his Clay Bird in free fall, so Gaara's Sand, that's noted to be lightning fast, even in reference to Datara, is fast, but not so fast that Datara can't react and maneuver out the way in the air. And Gaara's Sand is consistently fast enough to actually just block explosions from Datara. This being seen when Gaara can react to the C3 Ohaka with all of the Desert Sand, or just react to Datara's explosion point blank, which Datara obviously utilized to his advantage. With that being said, Datara is no slouch, creating 6 clay constructs when Gaara actually grabs his arm, and creating these constructs before the sand fully crushed his arm after it began applying pressure to actually destroy the arm. This, along with the fact that Datara's IQ enabled him to kind of force Gaara into a situation where he can set off his explosions inside the sand barrier, or just fight without outright killing Gaara, pretty much make it that there's a lot of discussion to be had about this fight. Datara also has good showings against Naruto and Kakashi, just outright dodging Naruto's QB charge attempts, and strong enough as a range fighter for Kakashi feel as he has to resort to Kamui against him, which we touched on already. Even with no arms and having run a gauntlet up to this point, Datara can clash in the air with Lee, Guy, and Neji. All 3 of them clashing with Datara at the same point, leading to Datara making his way over to the Clay Bird and initiating his Dud Explosion, which would have taken everybody out there, if not for Kakashi's Kamui at this point. The best way I could describe Datara versus Gaara is imagine they fight in a forest where Datara has much more clay, not really underestimating Gaara, and doesn't have to bring him alive, whereas Gaara doesn't have all that extra sand that he can use from the desert, along with not having the restriction or having to deal with protecting the village. It would just turn into a very different fight. So that's kind of why I have them at the same place, man. I think you can make a real valid case for both of them just winning that in a separate environment. At the number 5 slot, we have the third Kazekage, stated the strongest Kazekage like 40 times. I think it's like 9 times total if you take in all media of him being stated that. Him being stated even while Gaara is the reigning Kazekage does put him at the number 5 slot. Datara and Gaara being a very close fight. Stated in the manga by the Sand Advisors, who note he is exceptionally strong even among the Kazekage. Sasori notes this. The chapter synopsis statement of Sasori unveiling the third Kazekage also makes a similar note. The third data book also notes, hailed in the village as the strongest Kazekage ever. Pretty self-explanatory on this part. His Iron Sand would also just most likely be superior to Gaara Sand constructs, as it can be molded to any shape, pretty much giving it infinite offensive variety. I also would note that you could probably transfer over a lot of feats from the third Kazekage puppet to the third Kazekage, as the puppet built from his body is keeping what chakra remained when he was alive, almost like a battery. That's what it's compared to in the manga. So he'd either be stronger, or you could just use the third Kazekage puppet as a baseline. Maybe you think he's stronger just because he has like everything coated in unbeatable poison. But yeah, I think his placement here is pretty self-explanatory. At the number 4 slot, I have Kisame and Sasori sharing it. Now, I'm going to start with Sasori since I personally have Kisame over him based on the feats. But let's talk about Sasori of the Red Sand. I feel like Sasori is really self-explanatory in this one, but Sasori is outright stated to be stronger than Datara. Now, the common argument is that Datara is lying so he can fight Naruto by himself and separate him and Kakashi. But my response is, why? Why is he lying here? Like, Sasori can be stronger, and his objective can also be to separate Naruto and Kakashi. They're not mutually exclusive, so I don't think he has to be inherently lying for him to fill this objective. Now, the reason I don't have like Chiyo up here, despite the fact that she can kind of be on par with Sasori to an extent, is we don't know the exact like gap or how much stronger Sasori is than Datara. So even though he's stronger, we don't have an exact measure aside from potentially the third Kazekage metric, which we also don't know how much stronger he was than Gaara. That makes it so kind of upscaling Chiyo doesn't really work. Deidara also just has shown pretty good feats compared to the Hiruko puppet, being able to actually dash onto the Geto Mazo at a similar pace and outright dodge the Hiruko puppet tail strikes. So we know he probably just outright scales above that version of Sasori, with him having full knowledge on Sasori, like his core or poison in general, meaning that Deidara could arbitrarily scale above the Hiruko puppet but below like full body Sasori, and we just don't know where in between. A good follow-up point that you can maybe use to describe the speed difference between Sasori and Granny Chiyo is how Sasori was able to eject his core when he's hit by that ceiling technique, and Chiyo nor Sakura were not really able to perceive that. Like, it was the switch was so fast they didn't see it, along with the fact that Sasori threw the fight at the very end, which the data books also supplement, with the father and mother puppets kind of halting Sasori's own movements. The manga also backs this up with Chiyo making a similar note. Sasori being above Chiyo is pretty blatant, especially with the data book statement that notes he ranks at the top of puppeteers. You take Sasori's instant paralysis poison into account, that all his weapons and sand attacks are coded in. That was just countered in the fight, you know, no big deal. And you have just a really strong character. Also want to note that Sasori almost has 4 tiers of strength. It goes the Hiruko puppet, third Kazekage, Sasori's puppet body, and then his performance of 100 puppets, one of the other few S-rank jutsu in Data Book 3, which should also be stronger than Sasori, or at least Sasori using the third Kazekage, as the puppet strings are directly connected to his nucleus, so he can move them without the use of his fingers, which makes Sasori overall faster due to how there is, and this is noted, no time lag between the caster's will and the puppet's movements. This, along with the fact that he stated to have destroyed an entire nation or country with this, is very impressive, especially when you consider the fact that the Sannin in Part 1 are noted to be the military equivalent of a small country. So Sasori being this strong shouldn't be a surprise to most people. Sharing the spot, we have Kisame and Shippuden, who he's just brolic, man. There's no way to slice it. Bro has been crushing that 5x5, that push-pull legs, sipping on the finest chalice of creatine. Jokes aside, Kisame's performance in Shippuden puts his Part 1 counterpart to shame. We discover that Kisame holds the most chakra in the Akatsuki, which, while impressive, requires more members for us to fully gauge how impressive that really is. Something to add to this segment is that Neji notes he's never seen anybody but Naruto with this much chakra. Kisame in this arc squares off against Might Guy, who we touched on already. Now, Kisame being stronger than 5th Gate Guy is kind of insane, considering he was clashing evenly with a shadow clone of Kakashi's in Part 1. And we do know physically Kisame is a monster, as he dominates all of Team Guy and proceeds to bully Guy himself into the 6th gate, changing the very landscape itself with his water-style ninjutsu. Kisame's chakra also just does survive the Asaku Jaku barrage. This basically puts full power Kisame at an entirely different level from what we've seen previously, as the 30% clone is noted to be far weaker in terms of strength and the jutsu they can utilize. There's no verifiable scaling chain to put Kisame over Sasori or Sasori over Kisame. It's just that Kisame has these higher potential clippings, and scaling to 6th Gate Guy or being at that level is great stock, especially since we don't know the exact distance between Deidara and Sasori at this point, if you go under the interpretation that Sasori is stronger, which I'm under that interpretation. It's for this reason that these two just share the same spot. I personally have him above Sasori at this point, but it's kind of based on vibes to an extent, so if you swap them around, it doesn't really matter, honestly. At the number 3 slot, we have the Sannin. Very little to actually add to the Sannin on top of the mountains of evidence presented for them in Part 1. Again, if you haven't seen that, go check it out. Requiring a high difficulty effort from Itachi to actually defeat or combat, although we don't know the exact specifics on this. From Itachi's interactions with Jiraiya, we can say that the Sannin are pretty close to him, with Itachi just being a bit stronger or some arbitrary amount stronger, just requiring a lot of effort to defeat them. We're going to build on the Sannin more in Shippuden, so this is just using the pre-established info, which there haven't been the feeds or statements to necessarily put characters like Kisame or Sasori just on that level. At the number 2 slot, we have Itachi Uchiha. A lot of the same reasonings that I provided in Part 1. We see 30% of Itachi's chakra take on Team Kakashi, even going as far as to dodge Kakashi's ace move Raikiri in the anime, only being taken out by Naruto's Odama Rasengan, which the body that was being amped off Itachi's chakra does survive, so that does say something about Itachi, honestly. Now, Itachi also shows great feats even against Kakashi again, as even from their initial scuffle in the manga, Kakashi walks away far more battle damaged, and this is consistent as he's looking at 30% of Itachi's chakra and still tells Naruto, I can't take this guy alone. Something interesting to note too is that Itachi and Kisame also run out of chakra at similar times, showing that even without his Mangekyo abilities that we find out in part 1 are very taxing to Itachi, he can stretch his reserves to match Akatsuki members with the highest chakra. There's the obvious in that Itachi has multiple dojutsu on the level of Kamui, which would also just put him above Kakashi, along with all of his statements in reference to the Sannin themselves. So Itachi's placement here shouldn't really be a surprise to most people. At the number 1 spot, we have Minato, or the 4th Hokage. Now, there's no additional information for Minato, but the reasoning for him being this high stays the same. Now, some people might be mad or just be like, why is Minato up here still? The difference between somebody like Minato or the Sannin compared to like Hiruzen, for example, is that they get more and more information on top of them kind of having solid placements already that push them being at their spots. So additional scaling, additional statements, additional narratives that really keep these characters here. So even though Minato would have been here regardless, I do want to note that more information is going to come out that will just keep him here, just like it was in part 1 where he stayed at number 1, and then each arc more and more information or tidbits that kept him there are revealed. So the ranking for the Kazekage rescue arc are Minato, Itachi Uchiha, the Sannin, Kisame, and Sasori, the 3rd Kazekage, Deidara and Gaara, Might Guy and Kakashi, Granny Chiyo, Sakura and Naruto, and Kabuto. The next arc on the list is the Tenchi Bridge arc, which ranges from chapters 282 to 310. Now, despite how short this arc is, it does manage to shake the tree and lead to some new placements that fall down. That was a horrible analogy. My fault. I'm gonna stop with those. My bad. Side note for Tenchi Bridge, Chiyo straight up getting cut. Her scaling to Sasori was already kind of difficult to use, but due to the introduction of stronger characters who have more solid scaling, she's just getting cut, honestly. Like, there's no real way to keep her on the list without just more headcanon. And I was already making a few inferences already, so it just wouldn't work long term. 3rd Kazekage is kind of close. He's still on this like top 10, but he's close. He's close. He's also one of the ones. So just a quick side note on that for why she's not here. Just, it's a little too weird. At the number 10 spot, we have Kabuto. Now, this is a bit tricky because it somewhat contradicts what I just said in the previous top 10, because Kabuto's showings in this arc are very few, but they are still a decent bit better than Naruto or Sai's. The reason Naruto and Sai are good gauges to use is because they're stated the strongest in their class or generation. Now, you can argue this is somewhat capped, since how would Danzo know how strong Naruto is since he left almost immediately to go on the Kazekage rescue mission? However, it is shown to us that Danzo has Foundation Anbu everywhere, with his claim most likely originating from Naruto's performance against Kakashi during the bell test. Now, I would say that this is most likely referencing base Naruto, since this is the Naruto Danzo would have seen, as well as the fact that base Naruto is the one that was syncing up with Sai against Yamato in those simulations that they were doing before they actually went to the Tenchi Bridge. Now, Kabuto's a bit tricky overall, since we see good showings from him. Like, he can kick away Naruto's Rasengan attempts via shadow clones, although this is a clone, and Naruto notes when searching for Sasuke that he's still weak from being in the Nine-Tail state, showing great physical fatigue, falling over shortly after. He's also shown physically restraining characters like Sai, but at the same time can also just be physically restrained by Sai, so he's clearly not above them physically. The anime does extend Kabuto versus the likes of Sakura, Yamato, and Naruto into a full 3-on-1, with Kabuto even getting jumped by bees. I'm not making that up. He just has a 1v1 with nature. It's really funny, actually. A potential better metric for Kabuto is he gets bodied by Naruto's aura, which knocks Kabuto into Sakura, knocking her out, or her head hits the bridge, which knocks her out, which he does, in fact, survive this and actually heals himself, compared to Sakura, who was just knocked out, like, on the floor, fainted, gone. I would also venture to say he took more damage, as he was much closer to the initial blast, coughing up blood afterwards, unless you really think Sakura slowed him down or something to that extent. Sakura, who really shouldn't be that far off from Naruto. Now, the reason I also have Kabuto above is because even though these feats are all right, it's not like Naruto, Sai, or Sakura really have that great of feats in this arc either. Like, all this arc is Tenchi Bridge, where Naruto and Sakura get nerfed a little bit, where I'm going to talk about that in a second, along with Sai, who's just Naruto level, and it's not like Sai's really that impressive compared to anybody here either. It's for these reasons I have him at number 10. I will also say that you could just throw Naruto, Sai, potentially Sakura close to him, as I don't think he's actually that far above them. But more so his feats just kind of do paint him as a bit more impressive this arc, along with his previously established arsenal that we know to be very strong. I'm gonna be honest too, this placement isn't that relevant because the gap between number 10 and number 9 is it's pretty significant. So we're just gonna move on to that. At the number 9 slot, we have Sasuke and Yamato. I have Sasuke over Yamato, and I know this seems kind of crazy having Sasuke at number 9, but it'll make a lot more sense just when I explain it. Let's talk about Yamato first. We see Yamato fill in as a replacement for Kakashi, leading the Neo Team 7. It's never outright stated that he's above Kakashi, just that he was at the peak of the Anbu during the Third's reign. This, coupled with Yamato's use of the first Hokage's ninjutsu wood release, makes him very formidable. Yamato has showcased the ability to 2v1 the likes of Naruto and Sai, although Sai was capable of catching Yamato after or during these simulations. I also think it would just be kind of disingenuous to call these fights, so I won't. I just think it is worth noting. We also do see some pretty definitive limits for Yamato, as he doesn't think he could take on Orochimaru alone, coupled with admissions that he has no opening to jump in and interrupt Four Tails Naruto versus Orochimaru. So none of this is really that good for him or that impressive. A much better showing indicative of Yamato's higher ends is him restraining Four Tails Naruto for a prolonged period of time with basic wood style. You may say, well, wood style can restrain Bijou Chakra. However, this isn't really stated anywhere during this point in the series, or at Data Book 3 at this point, or anything previously related to wood style. Note that it has chakra suppression properties. Only with this 10th Edict of Enlightenment, an entirely separate technique which is specifically noted to need the Tail Beast or Jinchuriki in question to be in possession of the chakra crystal, is this really present. This also being what's noted for Yamato to control Naruto by Jiraiya. Restraining Four Tails Naruto is a pretty good feat, especially since he does it long enough for Kabuto to walk over Yamato to initiate a wood style and grab his arm and for a conversation to ensue. So for a decent period, he can physically restrain somebody that was just throwing hands with Asani previously. We also see tidbits of Yamato's strength, like his wood style domed wall, being able to block and take no real damage from Four Tails Naruto's power up, which blew Orochimaru back and popped Sai's Ink Bird. It should be pretty clear why this feat or these feats would be above someone of Kabuto's caliber, who we just previously saw isn't even relevant enough to withstand the aura from these characters. I can't really talk about why Yamato's paired with Sasuke until we get into Sasuke himself. Now, I finally get to talk about Heavy Sasuke. I don't get to talk about this character. I don't know why. Just the universe wills it so. But Sasuke should be above Three Tails Naruto at the bare minimum, as Orochimaru, after having his arm severed off, notes Naruto isn't even in the same league as Sasuke, which you can chalk up to shit talk, but I do think is consistent when you factor in some later stuff. We see that when characters like Sai, who are exposed to Three Tails and Four Tails Naruto, see Sasuke and are exposed to his Sharingan, Sasuke can make someone like Sai, who's just been noted to have all his emotions ripped out of them through a similar process to the Hidden Mist Village and their brute tactics. He can make Sai just feel fear, which, just not gonna lie, it's one of those things that I don't know if Sai thought he had aura, but it kind of killed it, with Sasuke later on forcibly undoing Sai's ink snake restraints that he had tried to put on Sasuke, or in the anime just like outright wraps around him with Sasuke shrugging them off. We have the obvious encounter with Sasuke versus Team 7, and I'll make it clear, I think Sasuke is stronger than any one of the members from Team 7 individually. The way the scene is shot with Sasuke just towering over Team 7 just insinuates or implies that he's above them, like that. It's framed like he is the strongest one and he's just in an entirely different level standing above them, and I do think that is the case, but you do want to be clear and kind of just talk about everything. But I do want to make note that Naruto is pretty nerfed during this encounter, like it's pretty explicit, along with the fact that Sakura had been suffering drawbacks from the Nine Tails chakra, which is related to poison or compared to poison, which had been affecting her physical movements to where she even struggled to like hop on branches or like grab a branch. So I do think Naruto and Sakura aren't at 100%, but I also don't think that necessarily matters in this case. I just want to make note of it. The reason Sasuke and Yamato share a spot is due to Yamato's performance in the fight against Sasuke. Yamato is actually one of the few people here who's actually able to track Sasuke's speed when he dashes to Naruto. His eyes are the first one to turn, and he also notes that Sasuke is fast. We then see that Sai is able to block Sasuke's swing on Naruto, who is the only member besides Yamato who really doesn't have a nerf here. Sasuke emits Chidori Stream on Naruto, Sai, and Yamato, just disrupting Yamato's wood style. Yamato's also able to intercept Sasuke's longsword strike on Sakura from the other side. Like, if he's on Sasuke's left and Sakura's on the right, he like maneuvers all the way around. This does end up stifling Yamato's Yamato's movements and paralyzes him, which Yamato responds by pushing the sword out of himself via wood style, which visibly surprises Sasuke, who can then break out of Yamato's wood style dome, which we kind of touched on earlier. Yamato notes that he can't hold back any longer against Sasuke, with Sasuke preparing a jutsu to use against the group, which then Orochimaru arrives. Sasuke should be above Yamato due to Yamato having to get serious against base Sharingan Sasuke. When we know Sasuke can further amplify his strength via the curse mark, even from our limited part 1 knowledge, this would still be a massive amp. It's for these reasons that I have Sasuke and Yamato sharing a tier, but I do have Sasuke as the greater of the two. If you also want to look at Sasuke's databook entries, these aren't released or pointing to Sasuke at this point in the series. They actually show Sasuke later on midway through Shippuden. So literally all we have on Sasuke is just what's shown right here. At the number 8 spot, we have Kakashi and Guy. My reasonings for these two being here are the same. I'm not gonna lie, you may actually be able to make a case Sasuke and Yamato could be above these two, but I think them fighting Akatsuki members and just having better showings kind of lead me to point them up here. Like, Guy being able to fight anybody in the Akatsuki kind of leads me to leave him here, you know what I mean? Whereas Sasuke and Yamato almost only scale to each other in a weird way. So that's my reasoning for Kakashi and Guy over. I just think scaling off Akatsuki members is much better. At number 7, I have Deidara and Gaara. Again, they scale directly off Kakashi, who is very comparable to Guy. I think they have better showings. I think Deidara is overall presented to be stronger. A lot of my reasoning for them being here remains the same. At number 6, I have the third Kazekage. No real explanation needed. Number 5, I have full power Kisame and Sasori. Again, a lot of my same explanations. And I'm not shuffling by. There's literally no new information on these guys. At number 4, though, we have Four Tails Naruto. Now, we get the introduction of Naruto in his Four Tails state. This version of Naruto shoots up dramatically in strength. This version of Naruto actually is beginning to threaten or is threatening to the Sannin tier of Shinobi, almost killing Jiraiya, although specifics of this encounter are vague currently. We know it should have happened sometime closer to Shippuden since Naruto is shown having his black sleeve. So you can maybe say this more recent version of Four Tails Naruto is what's threatening to the Sannin tier, but this version of Naruto can just straight up have a prolonged bout with Orochimaru and his various snake techniques, consistently damaging and shredding apart this Orochimaru during the fight, and Orochimaru is not really able to damage him even with this Kusanagi blade. So Naruto is just insanely durable at this point as well, along with having the insanely broken ability of using a tailed beast bomb, which was stated to be able to kill Orochimaru via his own assessment and via the data book. This is kind of stock for Naruto, being able to one-shot pretty much everybody below him on this list, along with his basic strikes having even poison-like properties. So this Naruto is pretty ridiculous, definitely closest to that Sannin tier that we've seen so far, at least definitively. And this leads us into number 3, which is the Sannin. The Sannin also get more stock since Orochimaru can just box with Four Tails Naruto, actually knocking his body back and forcing Naruto into an Orochimaru-like oral rebirth where he pops out a new version of himself from his shoulder. Although I will note, Naruto in the Four Tails state is doing far more damage to Orochimaru, continuously forcing him to use oral rebirth and shredding his body apart. And even though I mentioned the tail beast bomb, Orochimaru is able to summon 3 Rashomon gates that do block/divert the explosion. And Orochimaru can just physically drag this Naruto into a cliff with this Kusanagi blade. Although it doesn't outright pierce him, it does show that this Orochimaru can physically affect this Naruto. Orochimaru does note by the end of the bout that he's reached his limit, noting that his current host body continues to reject him, which may insinuate that he was never at full power from the start of the encounter. But due to the fact that Orochimaru has lost the use of his jutsu and can only use certain techniques now, a side note I'll throw in for Orochimaru is that Kabuto notes that Orochimaru is a superior player compared to Sasori. This is actually a mistranslation. The more accurate translation is that Sasori had always been planning to actually fight Orochimaru or take action against him. And the fact that he bent that wish and he's not here means that he's imprisoned or dead. It doesn't actually mention that Orochimaru is stronger. I don't think that changed anything. I just think that's kind of noteworthy since someone may bring it up. It creates a situation where full power Orochimaru and by extension the other Sannin would just be above Four Tails Naruto, whereas Four Tails Naruto is the one who can just physically start scrapping with the Sannin in their base stats. Maybe you think Orochimaru's super weak in here. Regardless, Naruto's just not at the Sannin tier. Not quite. Like, he's there, but not really. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost. Like, he's licking the floor of it. That's the best way I could describe it. Aside from horrible explanations, at number 2, we have Itachi. Not too much for Itachi alongside all my previous reasoning. The main thing here is that Itachi's reaffirmed here via Sasuke, noting neither he nor Orochimaru are strong enough to defeat Itachi on their own. So Itachi just continuously painted as this greater threat, even greater than the Sannin. Although Sasuke's probably just referencing Orochimaru's current state, Orochimaru in general notes, even in part 1, that he's not strong enough to defeat Itachi. So nothing new there. And at number 1, we have Minato. Now, Minato's been skirting by. I feel you. I don't want him here, but he is here for the same reasons. And bouncing off the full power Sannin is excellent stock, as we've seen what they can do even in a weakened state, and we see even what portions of the Nine Tails power, which Minato had combated earlier on in his career, which inevitably defeated him, can even do. So for Tenchi Bridge, number 1, we have Minato. Number 2, we have Itachi. Number 3, we have the Sannin. Number 4, we have Four Tails Naruto. Number 5, we have full power Kisame and Sasori. Number 6, we have the third Kazekage. Number 7, we have Deidara and Gaara. Number 8, we have Kakashi and Guy. Number 9, we have Sasuke and Yamato. And at number 10, we have Kabuto. The next arc we have is the Immortal Duos arc, or the Akatsuki Suppression Mission, this ranging from chapters 311 to 342. At the number 10 slot, we have Yamato. Kakashi somewhat jokes in this arc that Yamato is someone he acknowledges as his equal. However, this is revealed to be a bit of sweet talk by Kakashi to pay for lunch that's referenced later on when he's actually serious. Yamato's Nine Tails suppression is a lot more noted in this arc, with him suppressing the Nine Tails, actually absorbing and chewing up the chakra from a version of Naruto with Three Tails, also just taking out Three-Tailed Naruto clones. The databook is much more explicit at this point as well, with Yamato's Wood Style actually countering Tailed Beast, a technique possible only for one who can manipulate Wood Style. It silences even Tailed Beast, or statements that the biggest reason why Yamato is selected to be the leader is because his hidden jutsu is the only thing that will keep the Tailed Beast inside of Naruto under control. So it's a lot more explicitly noted at this point in the series that the Wood Style is mainly there to just suppress or deal with the Nine Tails. So while I do think he still is very impressive, I think the series is more so setting up now that the Wood Style is generally for silencing Tailed Beast chakra, which is a narrative that's obviously continued on later on. At the number 9 slot, we have Hidan and Asuma. Starting with Asuma, he's noted to be stronger than Shiryu, who is defeated by Kakuzu and Hidan, although he has a much better performance in the anime, and Asuma does have an additional 5 million Ryo, more than Shiryu, on his bounty. Employing that One Piece logic of a higher bounty just means you're generally stronger. I'm not a One Piece guy, don't come at me crazy. We have some pretty impressive statements for Asuma, like him being unmatched in close quarters combat in Data Book 3, although we also see some pretty definitive limits as he notes Hidan and Kakuzu are far stronger than him. Asuma is shown on par with Hidan in close quarters, with Hidan actually tagging Asuma with his scythe, which is displayed to be faster, or I will say overall more dangerous than Hidan using short blades. Hidan does outright tag Asuma in an uncontested 1v1, leading to his win conditions being set. Granted, he used the swords impaled in him, but I don't really think this would have made a difference long term, as he carries his own blades that he uses to feint into a side stab later on in the fight. Asuma also just loses to Hidan despite having outside support of Shikamaru, Izumu, and Kotetsu, who directly stopped a hard stab that would have ended Asuma midway through the fight. Shikamaru was also the one to figure out Hidan's abilities and create a counter strategy, which led to Hidan leaving the circle via Shikamaru forcing him out with Shout of Possession, restricting him, which led to Asuma decapitating him. So overall, Asuma's best feats just are off of having better support against Hidan, and Hidan just does tag Asuma pretty uncontested in their 1v1 encounter. Again, he just needs a drop of blood. So for those reasons, Hidan is just above Asuma. I think it's pretty clear, but they are somewhat close to the point that I don't think it's maybe an entire tier difference or anything like that. Next up, we have Hidan, the immortal follower of Jashin, who can't die, and with a drop of your blood can invoke a ritual, turning any damage inflicted on him back to yourself. We get a self-admission on Hidan's introduction, who notes his attack speed is the slowest and his aim is the worst among the Akatsuki. However, Hidan is pretty satirical overall during this encounter. We see Hidan just annoy and absolutely enrage Yugito, who transforms into the Two Tails. Side note, the databook notes she gained mastery over her tail beast. However, this is actually a mistranslation, with the more accurate translation being she grew to the point where she can control the transformation into a tail beast by her own will, which is way more consistent with Kakuzu's statement of Yugito completely turning herself over to her tail beast spirit. Hidan's still kind of joking around with this Yugito, noting he's a trapped mouse now. We see after the fact that Hidan has defeated Yugito, with Kakuzu also uninjured after getting kind of pawed away. It's unclear whether they worked together after the fact to fight Yugito, but the chapter synopsis statement notes it was an effortless capture, so it doesn't add a whole lot of stock into Yugito. Hidan doesn't do too bad against Kakashi. They do kind of clash close quarters, with Hidan being the more offensive fighter there, along with the fact that he can outright tank Kakuzu's Wind Heart, which did seem to have an effect on Kakashi as he loses his Jonin jacket as a result. I think these placements are pretty self-explanatory. I think Hidan's just kind of the runt of the litter of the Akatsuki, but he's just the weakest of the strongest, which still makes him pretty strong. At the number 8 slot, we have a 4-way tie. I know, buckle up. This is a big one. We have Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kakuzu. In this order, in my opinion, Let me explain why I have these characters ordered this way. Starting with Naruto. During this arc, Naruto goes through training to create an ultimate ninjutsu specifically for Naruto that will be more powerful than Naruto's Rasengan. To accomplish this, Kakashi creates a training regimen for Naruto, who notes Sasuke at this point has become too strong. Kakashi notes, however, that Naruto will just have to go beyond that with this training, potentially even surpassing Kakashi himself. The specifics are Naruto has to add a change in chakra nature, which we find out is Wind, a nature that is unrivaled in battle power, to power up the Rasengan. It's also revealed to us that Naruto has 4 times as much chakra as Kakashi. This doesn't mean he's 4 times stronger, but it does mean he has more chakra to play with. Naruto goes through large-scale shadow clone training, utilizing experience gained by the clones when the jutsu is released. This is relevant due to how, for example, if 2 clones did the same exercise simultaneously, you rack up twice the experience and have the time for training. And if you did this sort of technique with 1,000 clones, you would have the training done in 1,000th of the time. Basically a shortcut for Naruto to improve rapidly in a short time frame. The first half of this training was Naruto progressing from a small to large amount of change in chakra nature, specifically into Wind, in order to use it in actual battles. The whole goal of the training was for Naruto to create an S-rank level jutsu that even the 4th Hokage couldn't master. After Naruto had gone through this, it was time to actually add the Wind nature to the Rasengan. But Naruto had actually had roughly 9,800 hours solely towards adding the Wind nature to the Rasengan. And this, again, is not including previous training. There being 8,760 hours in a year, meaning Naruto got over a year's worth of training in one day, which Naruto, even without the Rasen Shuriken, would have gotten stronger, as his chakra control would have been improving rapidly via making repeated Rasengans over and over and over. I cannot overstate how impressive this is. Naruto is maintaining 200 clones or 100 Rasengans, which Naruto can just do now, with Naruto figuring out he needs to delegate a clone specifically to control the Wind chakra nature. 6 days pass and Naruto succeeds in adding the Wind nature to the Rasengan. Now, the reason I bring all this up is because this is directly tied to Naruto and Kakashi's relationship strength-wise. By the end of the arc, when Naruto performs the technique, Kakashi notes that Naruto has outright surpassed him. Now, there is additional context to this and a bit of misconception, which I'm going to touch on in the next arc, because that actually, this arc ends on chapter 342 with Kakashi's most recent statement about Naruto being that he surpassed him with the Rasen Shuriken. So we actually can't have Naruto above Kakashi at this point. Even if you think Kakashi would win in a fight, it's just very safe to say that they're close, so they're just sharing the same tier. But Naruto, on top of going through this chakra control training, which would have made him overall stronger, and gaining the ability to accumulate experience through shadow clone use, also just has this S-rank jutsu that only works 50% of the time, but still was able to one-shot Jiongu Kakuzu. And he was able to outwit Kakuzu on 2 separate occasions, this being a stronger variation of Kakuzu, as we know he gets outright faster when he merges with the chakra hearts as he gains more chakra, or when he just outright shifts forms into a more long-distance form after seeing Naruto's initial Rasen Shuriken. Now, I know I didn't talk about Guy, just imagine that Guy is next to Kakashi, because there's already 4 people on this tier, and if I had Guy, that it's gonna be 5, so just imagine it's Kakashi and Guy. It's kind of split between them. I think Guy would just fit in right in this tier. This is literally where he would be. We can't fit 5 sprites, bro. It's not in the budget. I'm sorry to let you know we can't do it. So imagine Guy's right next to Kakashi, and he's just here in spirit. Gotcha, cool. Next up, we have Kakuzu, the immortal bag catcher. Kakuzu's performance in this arc is really impressive. We see that he is the more noted threat between the immortal duo, along with the fact that he has 5 hearts, meaning you have to kill him 5 times, with impressive jutsu like Doton Diamond Morph, which was pretty ridiculous, only really being pierced by Raikiri, which Kakuzu can somewhat react to, even on the ground as Kakashi passes him. The hearts pretty much make it that Kakuzu has access to all 5 nature releases, which makes him extremely formidable, but going even further than that, Kakuzu is able to combine them for a much more effective or potent jutsu, which we see as he combines fire and wind to overcome Kakashi's water wall. The hearts are impressive, being the chakra of former victims of Kakuzu, with the lightning heart utilizing a technique called false darkness, which is as strong as Kakashi's Raikiri, as actually burns his glove for Kakashi to actually cancel the technique out. So Kakuzu does have some impressive jutsu, but he also can merge with his hearts, raising him to an even higher level, which is a noted speed increase as he gains more chakra as the chakra in the masks fuse with himself, as we know they have their own chakras, with Kakashi noting there's a distinct speed increase after he fuses with the hearts. This being consistent as he pretty much gains an omnidirectional defense where you can just shoot attacks out and play a ranged game against most opponents. So overall, Kakuzu has a great performance performance against Kakashi, and then we have a Naruto who does better against Kakuzu's strongest form, which we know is just outright stronger and faster than Kakuzu is normally, or his individual hearts. Next up, we have Kakashi. Now, I need to remind you guys that the conversation that Kakashi had with Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen didn't happen yet, so that Kamui point kind of gets thrown out the window. But what we do see from Kakashi is really impressive, as he's able to fight against Kakuzu while actively defending Ino and Choji, who really aren't that good support in this fight. All Choji does really is crack the Lightning Heart's mask, which Kakuzu uses to kind of replace the heart he lost anyway. We get definitive proof that Kakashi has gotten stronger in this arc due to him performing far more jutsu beyond his part 1 limitations. He goes from 4 Raikiri, putting him out of chakra in part 1, to performing 4 Raikiri, a water wall, and 2 more Raikiri, which is a pretty marked improvement in my opinion. So he does perform a lot better. We actually know he should be quite a bit stronger even from his beginning of Shippuden counterpart. Him being above Asuma and Hidan is pretty self-explanatory. You know, Kakashi just cliffs any version of himself that Asuma could be relative to. He also just fights Hidan while having to deal with the hearts badgering him and shooting attacks at him. Kakashi also showcases the Rasengan, which is really impressive that he just has such a distinct and vast arsenal. The thing that separates Naruto and Kakashi at this point is that Naruto fights the Jiangu version of Kakuzu, or the Earth Grudge Fear, that is just the merged version that's faster and stronger than the original. Whereas Kakashi does struggle somewhat with Kakuzu plus his hearts. Plus, there is a moment in the fight where Kakuzu is about to steal Kakashi's heart, and he's somewhat saved by Shikamaru, who just had some of Kakuzu's blood and gave it to Hidan. So while he does have a really good performance against Kakuzu, he was getting pretty hard pressed, and he did have some support if you want to count Ino and Choji, although I think like generally they didn't really, like, the pros didn't really outweigh the cons here. Like, he has one scene where he has to save them, and then there's another scene where they just attack the hearts and defend Kakashi. So calling them support is somewhat generous, I can't lie. I don't really think they did too much. Last up, we have Sasuke Uchiha. Now, again, his placement may seem kind of low, but you gotta understand, we don't really see that much from Sasuke, nor can we really use his databook entries quite yet, so he can't really be that much higher up than this general tier. With the whole narrative behind this arc that Naruto is trying to catch up to Sasuke, who's become absurdly strong. Now, whether or not he did is somewhat unclear. It's very vague. Like, you just kind of have this narrative aspect to go off of, along with the fact that Yamato told Kakashi all about Sasuke's abilities, and Kakashi thought this training would let Naruto surpass him. It's really just a narrative factor that implies that Naruto is just kind of approaching his level, and even then, like Yamato notes, he has to be wary of Sasuke's fire style even with the Rasen Shuriken, so even that version of Sasuke is threatening to this Naruto. I just don't think there's enough evidence to suggest he'd be above him at this point. The only thing you can maybe say is Sasuke is shown training or just fighting an army at the end of chapter 342, but like, we don't know how much stronger he got. All it really does is prove that he could be above the measurement that Yamato provided, but you would never really be able to quantify it or use it. So that's my general order for these 4 based on this chapter range. Again, I think they're pretty interchangeable, but I do kind of lean towards Naruto, Kakuzu, Kakashi, and then Sasuke. But realistically, if you wanted to reorder this, I think you can. I just think this is the most consistent route based on the info we have. At number 7, we have Deidara and Gaara. Not a lot of new information to really change this tier. We know Naruto and Kakashi are stronger than they were previously, but we don't know by how much, so it's kind of hard or near impossible to just say they're outright stronger than Deidara. Deidara also just does have a better feat of defeating the Three Tails, although it is noted the Three Tails was weaker due to lacking a Jinchuriki via not having enough intellect to control his power. Again, not really measurable. Deidara just should still be stronger because we haven't really seen the evidence or feats from Naruto and Kakashi to really put them above. Same thing with Hidan and Kakuzu. They just haven't displayed the feats to say they'd be stronger than the likes of Deidara, who was already showing some pretty ridiculous feats at the beginning of Shippuden. Gaara obviously shares that spot. At number 6, we have the 3rd Kazekage for a lot of the same reasons. At number 5, we have Kisame and Sasori for the same reasons as previously discussed. No real change needed. At number 4, we have Four Tails Naruto. Same reasonings as previously discussed. No real change needed. At number 3, the Sannin. Same reasonings. No real change needed. No new additional info. Same thing with Itachi. Same reasons as previously discussed. No change needed. At number 1, we have Minato. Now, Minato's narrative is pushed a bit more in this arc, with Naruto being noted by Kakashi, someone who's on Minato's squad, that he is the one person who could surpass the 4th Hokage. And Kakashi's word does have some weight behind it because he's been on Minato's squad, he's been in the presence of characters like Itachi, the Sannin, and multiple Akatsuki members, yet is still making this type of statement to Naruto. The back of Databook 3 also notes that in reference to Naruto, he is the only one who can surpass the 4th Hokage. And you want something further. This is something I really should have brought up in the first video, but in the Naruto Innocent Heart Demonic Blood novelization, which highlights the Land of Waves arc novelization format that directly references the manga, it's actually outright stated that all of the Master Ninja in the village couldn't do anything against the Kyuubi, and it was the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, the best and strongest shinobi of them all, that was able to defeat the fox. So it's really just more Minato stock, and that's a point I probably should have brought up in the original video, along with maybe some other statements from that novel. But hey man, live and learn. Now I know what you're saying, TG, this tier list is looking trash, bro. Like, this is, what am I looking at? I agree, we got certified bench warmers on the tier list right now, but do not worry, we are getting the heavy hitters next arc. So buckle up, this is where the video gets good. Halfway point, Black Flash Amp, we about to cook. Next up, we have the Itachi Pursuit, or Fated Battle Between Brothers arc, which ranges from chapters 343 to 402. This is the biggest shakeup we've seen in the tier list thus far, just due to how many higher tier characters are being presented in the series now. We have a couple characters who are getting dropped off this list, that being Four Tails Naruto, the 3rd Kazekage, Sasori, and Gaara. Gaara's reasoning for being dropped off this list is due to how characters that have fought Deidara previously have gone through power increases, and we don't know the exact gap between Deidara and people like Naruto and Kakashi currently, since we know they are outright stronger than they were at the beginning of Shippuden, along with the fact that someone of Sasuke's caliber, as we'll soon discuss, performed similar feats to Gaara, or arguably above that beginning of Shippuden Gaara against Deidara. This extends to Sasori and the 3rd Kazekage because we don't know how much stronger they were than Deidara, so because it was kind of already arbitrary, it's just impossible to give them a definitive placement, especially when we look at who's actually on the list now. It's pretty definitive, some of these placements. Four Tails Naruto is also getting dropped since he was questionably Sannin tier. You know, it was kind of ambiguous, it was kind of vague. Orochimaru didn't have his jutsu, and he had a body that was continuously rejecting him, which was making it so he couldn't fight for extensive periods of time, or just had a definitive limit or ceiling to how much chakra he could expend in that fight, making it so that version of Naruto isn't really placeable, especially since you're gonna see Sannin level is a title that you can really just get on the clearance aisle. Like, pretty much most of the people on this list now are just above the Sannin tier. So if you're not already kind of scaling to that, at least solidly below or above it, you're not really placeable, or you can't give a definitive placement. This also coupled with the fact that someone of Sasori's caliber has no further scaling chains even in this video, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense to keep him here. Same thing with the 3rd Kazekage, as even though Gaara shows up later, that doesn't necessarily link him back to his beginning of Shippuden himself or any other potential Kazekage, as he does show better feats. Let's get into the actual list so I can kind of explain or elaborate on some of these placements for you guys. At the number 10 slot, we have a 4-way tie between Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, and Kakuzu. Now, I'm gonna start with Naruto and then reverse engineer this, so just bear with me for a second. Now, the reason Naruto's number 1 is for a couple reasons. I know I mentioned a bunch of the stuff with him previously and how much stronger he is generally with like the 100 Rasengan metric, or just, you know, his chakra control training that improved his strength overall during his Rasen Shuriken training. And we do learn that he can't utilize the Rasen Shuriken consistently, but he should still have those abilities and strength increases I outlined previously. And some people may point to the scene at Ichiraku Ramen following this, where Kakashi tells Naruto he may surpass him. However, this is actually a Viz mistranslation. The more accurate representation is that Naruto and Kakashi stand shoulder to shoulder, or are just on par, with Naruto potentially even being stronger. So, which I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm not gonna lie. Take 2 seconds from, you know, watching this video and think about it. Kakashi had such belief in Naruto during his Rasen Shuriken training, said all this great stuff about him surpassing him, even making these internal concessions about it after he defeats Kakuzu. It's almost out of character for Kakashi to double back on this and just not believe in Naruto anymore, or give this weird assessment, especially to Naruto, who still does have mastery over the jutsu, just can't use it currently due to it being high risk, in a similar fashion to Kamui for Kakashi at this point. So Naruto is currently Kakashi level or somewhere above. If you have Kakashi over, maybe due to Kamui or just his overall arsenal, the kinetic acuity of the Sharingan, I think that's fine. Just on a benchmark, Naruto is Kakashi level. We have to make that clear. Right under him, we have Kakashi Hatsuki himself. We find out post-Kakuzu fight that Kakashi believes he would have been able to high diff Kakuzu with the use of Kamui hospitalizing him after the fact. From what we've seen prior, it seems consistent that Kakashi was going to Kamui the fire style wave plus Kakuzu himself during this encounter, so I do put him in front of Kakuzu for these reasons, but I don't think it's like a crazy gap. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the gap is night and day. I think they are very close. The Kamui metric does just put him a little bit ahead. Last up, we have Guy. Now, Guy's a little interesting since you can maybe say he's over these characters due to his initial Data Book 3 statement, with him being more than equal to anybody in the Akatsuki. It's just very difficult to use that since we don't have there's no feats to really back it up. I know he defeats the 30% Kisame clone, but that's his limit. And you could say, okay, well, maybe 6 Gate could also fight people in the Akatsuki and beat them up. We don't know for sure, and we don't know what the higher gates necessarily do. So I think Guy being here is very fair. And until we see anything more, I think he's always going to be kind of relevant, especially if you go up the Kamui metric I mentioned earlier. It's just like, you can only argue so much based on the limited info and statements we have for him, especially since everybody who's above him or at this tier can now fight Akatsuki members. So just being able to fight Akatsuki members isn't enough to just put him way higher. At the number 9 slot, we have a 3-way tie, that being Sasuke, Deidara, and Kisame. Now, it may seem kind of whack to knock Sasori off of the list and keep Kisame on. Well, Kisame does have more scaling later on, which is why he can stay on this list. But he also does make a note about Deidara after he's defeated by Sasuke, where he notes he thought Deidara was one of the tougher people in the Akatsuki, or just one of the overall stronger members, kind of implying that Kisame is just comparing that to himself, like, oh, compared to me, I thought he was pretty strong, which kind of leads to the idea that Deidara is on a similar tier or somewhat comparable to someone of Kisame's caliber, which kind of keeps him on this list. The reason that Deidara is over Kisame is that we have more feats from him to suggest that he'd be higher, and we don't know the exact gap between him and Kisame. So a lot of, like, Kisame is still here, but it's more so lack of info that's really keeping him from just soaring up higher, even though he does have good implications and decent statements at this point. We also know Kisame defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki Roshi. However, again, we don't know how strong Roshi is, so this isn't really the best metric to just say Kisame is stronger than Deidara, as we just don't have enough information to really make that assessment. Next up, we have Deidara and then Sasuke. And I'm going to talk about Sasuke first and then talk about Deidara. That might seem weird, like I'm jumping around, but it will just make it easier to understand this. I mean, on a surface level, yeah, they fought, and it was a high difficulty fight, so no duh, they're kind of next to each other. But talking about heavy Sasuke, the GOAT, MVP, pretty much has eclipsed his previous placement due to having 6 months of training from Naruto and Yamato's initial assessment of Sasuke's strength, so he can't really be held to that previous, benchmark that maybe Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato were kind of holding him to. Now, starting off, all of Sasuke's data books are now usable, such as the data book that notes he has power that exceeds the Akatsuki, which the actual translation is much closer to a well-honed combat ability. The power can even surpass the Akatsuki, which kind of does have different meaning, as one says he's directly above Akatsuki members, and another says his power could even surpass the likes of the Akatsuki, which again is similar lore to characters below him, and I think just means he's Akatsuki level, or maybe potentially his curse mark could elevate him to surpass the likes of a lot of Akatsuki members. When we first cut back to Sasuke, we actually do see him kind of ambush Orochimaru on his deathbed, and we do see Orochimaru is actually able to react to Sasuke's blitz attempt across the room to try and slash his head off, showing his true form, that being the White Snake, which Sasuke is also able to take down. Sasuke is probably stronger than Orochimaru's initial assessment of him due to him. It's kind of implied he was training in secret because Orochimaru doesn't recognize the change in Chidori form, that being the Chidori spear, which Sasuke uses to shoot through the door. So you could even say that his power was beyond the likes of Orochimaru's expectations, which is kind of presented as such, as he's able to absorb Orochimaru during the ritual. Now, I will say, you could argue that Orochimaru being absorbed by Sasuke isn't really a big power boost, as it's only noted to amp his healing factor or let him heal quicker due to the White Snake's powers, and grant him additional abilities like the Orochimaru style substitution. This is also further noted in the data books. I don't think it's crazy to suggest Sasuke got stronger via absorbing Orochimaru. I just don't think it's measurable or treated as like some extreme amp, is more so what I'm saying. Sasuke also had not planned on absorbing Orochimaru, yet still intended to fight Itachi, which also plays into it potentially not being that big of an amp, but it doesn't really matter. I just more so thought I'd touch on that. If you think heavy Sasuke absorbing Orochimaru is a huge amp, I think that's entirely fine, as pretty much everybody above him would be above him regardless. We see Sasuke is able to fight and combat Deidara, having a slight speed edge on Deidara. Now, this kind of plays into Deidara stuff, but I think people overestimate the speed gap between Datara and Sasuke. Like, the only point where Datara notes Sasuke's fast, or like the biggest point, is when Sasuke body flickers over to Datara and then attempts to slice him. Now, for those who aren't familiar, body flicker is just a short-term speed boost that mainly amps travel speed, like Sasuke's ability to travel to Datara, but he can't actually attack while in body flicker. It doesn't really work like that. So Sasuke body flickered to get close to Datara, and then when he actually swung, Datara dodged it. So I don't think Datara, it's kind of similar to Datara versus Gaara, but I think the idea is Sasuke and Gaara had a slight stat edge on Datara, but not to the point where they could really blitz him outright. The idea is presented in this fight that Sasuke's had a bit of a disadvantage since Datara is a long-range fighter, which is a direct counter to close-range fighters. The databook notes this, with it also supplementing that Datara's only real way to beat Sasuke was to blow himself up, and Sasuke does somewhat imply that he had somewhat of a counter or reserve jutsu that he could have used against Datara. We find out later that this is most likely Kirin. I'm going to touch on that when we get to the Itachi stuff. But he did come away with the W, and Datara wasn't really able to push his reserves to the point that Sasuke couldn't control Orochimaru. So I think him being slightly above Datara is entirely fine. And I think the fight is close. I just have Sasuke like greater than with like a little, you know, like the relative mark, you know what I'm saying? Like something like that. Something like that. They're obviously in the same tier. I just have Sasuke at the top of the tier since he didn't exhaust all his options compared to Datara. And you can obviously say like Sasuke countered Datara, but I think his stats are also just close. Like Sasuke's able to jump up with his curse mark and fly away from a landmine that went off on his foot to avoid substantial damage. So clearly he's close. Clearly they're not that far stat wise. And this was kind of like that high IQ matchup-based encounter, but Sasuke still had a little bit more in the reserve tank. And you could obviously see this as he summons Manda and places him under Genjutsu to survive the C0 blast. Sasuke also does make a bit of a concession when getting questions how he's so battle damaged if he defeated Orochimaru, with Sasuke noting that Orochimaru was weakened to begin with, which is kind of why Sasuke was able to take him down. Now, if you want to say Heavy Sasuke is above Armless Orochimaru, I think that's fine. It doesn't really change too much since the next tier up is literally the Sannin tier. So even if you were under that interpretation, it would just mean he's still weaker than full power Orochimaru who could use all his jutsu. So whichever interpretation you're under, it doesn't really change whoever's above him on the list. And Sasuke during his Itachi fight is pretty impressive. He's able to overwhelm Itachi's fireball with the use of his partial transformation curse mark, which is noted to be on par with the likes of Kimimaro. He's also able to break through Itachi's Tsukiyomi, which is something the data book and chapter statement kind of note. Now, I do think Itachi was holding back the Tsukiyomi and Sasuke broke through it. Like, Itachi could have not been going all out in the Genjutsu, and Sasuke could have still broke it, which I do think is the case here. He can also circumvent or get around Amaterasu, which is noted to be the most powerful physical attack that can't be blocked or evaded. So Sasuke is pretty ridiculous at this point, and I feel like a lot of people dismiss his feats in the Itachi fight because Itachi's sandbagging so crazy and all the factors surrounding him, which I get to an extent, but I also do think this Sasuke is just really strong at this point. It's just he got faced with a literal demigod at this point in the verse. Next up at number 8, we have Tsunade, who just represents the base Sannin tier. Pretty simple reasoning. Pretty much everybody below them just has statements directly below the Sannin, or the Sannin have higher implications to put them above everybody below them at this point in the series, at least. At the number 7 slot, we have Hanzo the Salamander. Hanzo is somebody that Jiraiya believed nobody could have defeated by themselves. Jiraiya noting to Garotora, the toad that holds Naruto's ki that corresponds to Naruto's seal, that he's going to fight a very tough opponent, implying that someone who could defeat Hanzo, who defeated a much more green Sannin trio, is a high difficulty opponent for someone of Jiraiya's caliber. If you go off the notion that beating a much more green or being stronger than a much more green Sannin trio is kind of a feat, you may be able to put Sakumo right back up here. I'm not going to, because bro never appears again until like the afterlife in the Pain Assault. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to put him here, I think there's a case for it. I'm not going to. I'm not repping 2 pages of scans. He's trash. He's ass. He's clearance rack, budget, coupon savings. Go, you know, 20% off Kakashi. I'm not talking about it. At the number 6 slot, we have Sage Mode Jiraiya and Hydra Orochimaru. Now, when I say Hydra Orochimaru, I am referencing the art of the 8-headed serpent, which is described as using the regenerative powers of the white snake as his vehicle, and Orochimaru transforms into an 8-headed white serpent appearing from Sasuke's curse mark, being noted to have even surpassed Orochimaru himself. This is essentially just the Sannin plus tier now. Pretty much everybody who's here. This version of Orochimaru believes he can fight off or regenerate against Itachi Susanoo, as he notes being stabbed by its sword is a puny attack until it's revealed to be the legendary Totsuka blade, which steals Orochimaru. The 8-headed serpent's kind of weird. You can low-key argue it might be a summon that Orochimaru appears out of, since when Orochimaru is defeated, like the summon kind of poofs away, or like the jutsu poofs away as a summon would when they're kind of defeated, or a shadow clone. So you could maybe say this is like a summon that Orochimaru can envelop or use jutsu from, even though he doesn't have his jutsu currently. It's kind of weird, but yeah, this version is just above the Sannin tier. Right next to him, we have Sage Mode Jiraiya. Now, I personally have Sage Mode Jiraiya over Hydra Orochimaru for a couple different reasons. I think he has better showings, more showings, higher grades of jutsu. Let's talk about it. Jiraiya even infiltrating the Rain Village is noted by Pain's Rainmaker technique to be a threat from the feel of his chakra. So we already know Jiraiya is somewhat of substantial strength. When you stack on Sage Mode, it becomes something a little different. He notes that he'll go from the Prodigal 3 to a Hermit Sage, kind of implying it's like the next evolution, which was kind of the topic of his conversation with Pain, or just an entirely different tier or level for Jiraiya. Jiraiya is also bolstered by Fukasaku and his wife, who are two of the exalted Toad Sages who can succeed the Great Toad Sage. Ma and Pa really exist as kind of a 3-person squad with Jiraiya because they can act independently, throw smoke bombs down, fire jutsu, and just support him overall in battle as just separate fighters with unique abilities that can either just counter what Jiraiya can't or just bolster his own existing jutsu. Sage Mode itself is also presented as being pretty insane, noting that all those who wield Senjutsu surpass ninjutsu, and blending it with his chakra, Jiraiya is able to dramatically increase the level of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. So it's an overall amp on all his stats, with Senjutsu overall being stronger than most ninjutsu we've seen thus far. Jiraiya overall does have a very good performance against Pain. Now I'm going to kind of talk about this more, like mention it when I'm discussing Pain, as obviously Pain is above Jiraiya even from all the information we have present currently. But he does think he could take the paths 1v1 despite jutsu like his Odama Rasengan or his Toad Oil Bath being countered, which was a big reason Jiraiya actually had to retreat in the first place, because his ninjutsu was being absorbed via one of the paths of Pain. And we do see he's able to hold his own or just maneuver around the paths even when they're together in the hallway or confined space of the Hidden Rain Village, while Ma and Pa charge up the Gemarin Show or Toad Confrontation Chant, which is noted in the data book to be outright the strongest genjutsu. Jiraiya is also able to pull one of the Pain bodies into the sealed Toad dimension, even when 3 more are revived and he only has 1 arm, and potentially defeat that path of Pain one-on-one in said Toad dimension. Jiraiya being so strong, in fact, that Pain notes without their secret, they couldn't have won against him. So he is pretty ridiculous, and I do favor him over Hydra Orochimaru just because he has a wider range of jutsu, like the Odama Rasengan, which could carve mountains, Ma and Pa, ridiculous genjutsu, versus this Hydra Orochimaru that has great regen, but doesn't have access to any of Orochimaru's jutsu, and it's kind of weird higher end wise. We don't get to see too much from it. At number 5, we have Itachi Uchiha. That's how you know we're in big boy territory. We see his fight against Sasuke where he performs very well. We see he's able to weave signs faster than Sasuke's Sharingan can perceive in their Shuriken clash, even stopping Sasuke's Fuma Shuriken with a basic kunai. He has a good performance against Sasuke in this fight, which we'll obviously touch on in a second, but we know that his left eye possesses the most powerful genjutsu and his right eye possesses the most powerful physical attack, that being the Amaterasu. And with those 2 powers, he wields the mighty Susanoo, his final trump card. In the face of God's powers, all attacks, whether from a material or astral body, ninjutsu or physical, lose their meaning. Now, Itachi actually did get his Susanoo destroyed by Kirin. He just didn't use the Yadamir, as it's not noted, and Itachi directly attributes him surviving Kirin to the Susanoo itself, not the Yadamir, which is introduced right after. Now, if you're wondering why I didn't bring up Kirin more for Sasuke, the Kirin that Sasuke utilized against Itachi is a more amped version, utilizing the heat surrounding the hideout being produced off the Amaterasu flames. I do think Sasuke could probably produce a weaker Kirin by himself. It wouldn't really make sense that he would know how to do a jutsu if he hadn't done it prior. And he kind of does allude to this at the beginning of Shippuden when he was going to use the technique, or kind of implies he could have done it solo against Deidara, which probably means he just needed more fire style to actually perform it, or it required more prep on Sasuke's end compared to Amaterasu doing most of the legwork in his fight with Itachi. So this version of Kirin is almost an outlier and is actually very strong. It did break Itachi's Susanoo, which was used to guard against it. So I don't want to take the feat away from Sasuke, more so just want to provide additional context so you don't take it out of proportion. Itachi with the Susanoo wields the spirit weapons, the Totsuka Blade, a spirit weapon with no physical form, being noted as a sword of sealing, trapping and sealing away all those it pierces into a genjutsu world of drunken stupor for all time. This, coupled with the Yatamir, another spirit weapon, is said to deflect all things with the power to change every one of its properties in accordance with the attributes of whatever attack it's being hit with. This is showcased with the technique enveloping the Susanoo in response to Sasuke's paper bombs. With the Totsuka Blade and Yatamir, Itachi is regarded as invincible, at least in Black Zetsu's interpretation. Diction that's only really noted or used alongside Pain of all people. It's also noted post-fight by Black Zetsu that Itachi was stronger than what was shown in the fight, moving strangely, coughing up blood, and getting hit by attacks like Sasuke's rigged Fuma Shuriken, which he should have been able to evade normally, leading Black Zetsu to the idea that he may have been harboring some serious damage from beforehand, which we know is the case. He was holding back, but still pushed Sasuke to a certain degree to get the Orochimaru's curse mark out of him, was suffering sight deterioration, even being blind towards the end of the fight, and was just ill all around. So Itachi was clearly not at 100%, nor is this fight his upper limit. Itachi should also just be above the Sannin Plus tier due to his speed blitz on Orochimaru, where Orochimaru was like, in response to Itachi tagging him with the Totsuka Blade while blind and on death's door. So even if you want to potentially argue Sage Mode Jiraiya over Itachi does just speed blitz the higher Sannin form in such a weakened state that it's almost just better stock compared to what Sage Mode Jiraiya has. And we don't really have any scaling chains to also connect Sage Mode Jiraiya and Hydra Orochimaru. It's just that Itachi has such a good feat against a higher than Sannin form, along with everything else around him, that even though his higher ends are questionable, I think they are much closer to someone like maybe Pain than they are Sage Mode Jiraiya, as I think there is a bit of a disparity between Pain and Sage Mode Jiraiya himself. Itachi stocks go up a little more when you look at the Amaterasu sealed in Sasuke's eye that is fired off at Madara, which propels Madara into darkness, with Madara seemingly re-emerging unharmed, noting it's good Itachi did know everything about him, or else he'd be dead. I will note, however, Sasuke is the one who misfired the Amaterasu, as you see his pupil move over with the jutsu being set to activate upon contact with Madara's Sharingan, so it's actually probably intended to actually hit Madara's eye of all things. We don't know how Madara currently survived due to, lack of knowledge on Madara and his abilities at this point, so it can't really be used as a crazy feat for Itachi, as it's presented as an off-guard trap that doesn't even amount to too much, at least at this point in the series. The audience, me and you, the people, along with Sasuke, learned that Itachi was actually a double agent, was spying on the Akatsuki, which puts all his previous statements into question, as now pretty much everything Itachi said was cap, which means that a lot of the restrictions that we kind of had him at with the Jiraiya statement aren't really that objective anymore. So Itachi realistically just has like an unquantifiable higher limit, but based on what we've seen, this is really the highest you can place him. At number 4, we have Pain, the touted strongest man in the Akatsuki, who possesses the legendary Rinnegan, the most noble and sublime of the 3 Ocular Jutsu. Also noted to immediately be superior to Kakuzu, as Konan dismisses the idea of Naruto being a problem for Pain off of destroying 2 of Kakuzu's hearts. He's able to overwhelm Sage Mode Jiraiya in terms of physicals, jutsu absorption, and summoning jutsu. The culmination of the 3 and shared vision convinced Jiraiya he'll be defeated if he really doesn't retreat. Pain showcases all of this as he dominates Jiraiya physically while blinded in a smoke bomb, reacts to Jiraiya's Kabari Senbon, his fastest jutsu, with the widest attack range. I touched on Jiraiya's jutsu being nullified being a big obstacle for him, with Jiraiya noting, even in Sage Mode, I'll be killed. I never imagined he would be this strong. We're shown even before the fight that there's 6 Pain bodies in total, but we also learned that Pain can revive the defeated Pain bodies, with Pain only using 3 out of 6 unique abilities that were not really shown, at least in the Jiraiya section of the fight. And we see this as while Jiraiya's off guard, they could blow off Jiraiya's arm. Pain notes how, without their secret, they wouldn't have won against Jiraiya. However, due to this secret being a mystery, this isn't really usable to say Jiraiya is over Pain. During this time period, Pain is just ridiculously shrouded in mystery. Like, it's an insane amount of mystery. Bro's got aura. I don't know what to tell you. Even Pain's weapons, the mysterious black blades, are able to agitate Jiraiya's chakra. So Pain just has a lot of ridiculous abilities, great implications, and we haven't seen everything he can do. That Book 3 also supplements this by noting the notoriously strong members also just listen to Pain, regarding him as invincible. So his placement here should not be a surprise to literally anybody. I think it's pretty clear. We haven't seen the full extent of what Pain can do. So him being this strong or this high up is no surprise. At number 3, we have Minato. You know, like the second Kung Fu Panda movie where they're like inner peace, like that being a thing, and like they move the water around their body. You know what I'm talking about? That I feel like I got that now that Minato is no longer at number 1. I feel like I've achieved a state of pure bliss. Like I've hit nirvana. Let me shut the fuck up and talk. For starters, I do think you could make a case for Pain over Minato at this point. It's just a little vague since these two don't have connecting scaling chains to put them over one another. And if you say that Jiraiya thought Minato was over him holistically, even including Sage Mode, that would still give him better stock to be put over Pain, at least at this point. But it kind of goes hand in hand with number 1 and number 2. So I'm actually going to just brush over Minato for just a second and just talk about 1 and 2, and then it'll explain why Minato's at number 3. At number 2, we have Madara Uchiha, who's noted to have declared war on Konoha as an Avenger, utilizing the Kyuubi against Hashirama along with his own strength. Itachi notes, and this is something Jiraiya talks to Garotora about, that 16 years ago when the Nine Tails assaulted Konoha, it was Madara's doing, and that Minato stopped that in short. However, it's never stated that Minato defeated Madara or what the details of the encounter were, just that Madara looked at the Kyuubi and said sick him to Konoha. That's really what's presented here. All you really need to know for these three is that Hashirama is noted to be the shinobi who stood atop of the shinobi world in the manga, supplemented via the data book that note his skill manipulating both wood style ninjutsu and tailed beasts made Hashirama without peer in the shinobi world. So Hashirama just defeats Madara plus the Kyuubi. Madara is able to control the Kyuubi and potentially have fought Minato or just defeated Minato during the Nine Tails attack. We don't really know. Madara at this point in the series is equally clouded in mystery. He's very weird. So the way I'm taking Madara is I'm looking at him holistically because Obito at this point in the series is still presented as Madara, and it's not really clear what his state is. Like, he doesn't have the same Mangekyo, he doesn't have the same Sharingan as he does in the flashback, so that we don't know the exact idea, so we're using the Madara that fought Hashirama as the basis here. This is something that's going to get cleared up for us in the next two arcs, but you essentially have Hashirama who defeats Madara plus the Kyuubi, Madara who had fought Hashirama repeatedly and was commonly a rival to him, and then you have Minato who defeated the Kyuubi at the cost of his own life, which is very vague. Again, we just know he did quote-unquote defeat the Kyuubi, at least with the information we have present. I think Minato and Pain's upper limits are still unknown. I think just generally being more comparable to the Kyuubi is better stock off of the incomplete intel we have on Pain, but we really don't know. Again, Pain and Madara at this point are so there's so much mystery surrounding them at this point in the series. Like, Kishimoto's very stingy with the details that it's really hard to make these objective claims about them at this point, which is also why I'm looking at Madara holistically here and not just in the orange mask form. Another note for Madara too is that even while masquerading as Tobi and playing around, he was able to stonewall the likes of Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, Shino, and all these other shinobi in a squad that was created in a Kakashi's assessment to take down Itachi Uchiha. Now, it's unlikely Kakashi knows exactly how strong Itachi is, but considering that, that's also kind of an insane feat, as they were planning on taking Itachi hostage, and Kakashi should have knowledge on 2 out of 3 of Itachi's main jutsu, that being the Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. So even this version of Madara that we don't know too much about has access to space-time ninjutsu that is noted by Kakashi to surpass Minato's or the 4th Hokage's. It still has some impressive feats, and I feel like a lot of people overlook that Tobi feat, but he literally did just stop them from advancing over to Itachi and Sasuke's fight, which is pretty crazy. At number 1, we have Hashirama Senju. At number 2, we have Madara Uchiha. At number 3, we have Minato. Number 4, we have Pain. Number 5, we have Itachi Uchiha. Number 6, we have Sage Mode Jiraiya and Hydra Orochimaru. At number 7, we have Hanzo the Salamander. At number 8, we have Tsunade, or like the base Sannin tier. Number 9, we have Sasuke, Deidara, and Kisame. Number 10, we have Naruto, Kakashi, Kakuzu, and Guy. For the next arc, we have the invasion of Konoha, or Pain's Assault, ranging from chapters 403 to 449. At the number 10 slot, we have Killer Bee and Sasuke Uchiha. Now, this may seem kind of weird and low for these characters, but let me kind of talk about it and it'll make sense. Starting with Sasuke, we know that Sasuke during the Bee fight is still in a state of recovery from his battle. As Jugo notes, he's still affected physically and it is impacting his physical movements. This makes sense as he lost the regenerative powers of the White Snake via losing the Curse Mark, another debuff going in. And Orochimaru's Curse Mark was actually a heavy hit to Sasuke, as along with losing ways to augment himself power-wise or just implement Curse Mark abilities such as flight into battle, he lost impressive techniques such as the Orochimaru-style substitution, which enabled Sasuke to avoid the Amaterasu. What Sasuke gained from his fight with Itachi, however, was a much greater asset, that being the Mangekyo Sharingan, which the databooks directly note will surely make his stats go up even further. Now, Sasuke during his fight with Bee is clearly weaker, right? I don't feel like I need to elaborate on that a crazy amount. there are multiple examples where he would have died without the aid of Karin or Jugo assisting him in that fight, just due to B's superior stats or just having counters for things Sasuke was employing. To even tag B with a Chidori, he needs the aid of Jugo and Suigetsu as well. So clearly Sasuke needed support to actually perform well in this fight. My problem with this fight and how people analyze it is there's a lack of objective consensus on it, just due to the fact that it's either Sasuke agenda or Sasuke slander with this fight. There's rarely a middle ground. Like, dudes don't want to give credit to Sasuke where it's due, but then also just want to take every opportunity to shit on him. So let's look at this fight. At the start of the fight, he's able to keep pace with base B's movements to the extent that he could parry them off for a short amount of time, but still does lose that exchange. This is mainly due to B's unorthodox movements, making it harder for Sasuke to use the Sharingan in order to counter B's physicals. We do know, however, that this is kind of the cap for Sasuke's physical reactions. As we see later on in the fight, he's capable of dodging B's long-range linear moving lariat via tapping off B's head and spinning over. This type of movement is noted to be in a linear fashion, which is what the Sharingan's kinetic acuity was designed to counter, or just physical movements in general, making it so Sasuke had an easier time to dodge, as B was literally moving in a straight line from a long-ass distance, giving Sasuke more time to perceive B's movements. So had B just done a lariat much closer, it's unlikely Sasuke would be able to dodge or just do the same thing he did. I will note Sasuke does have an improved Genjutsu that was able to suppress B's movements, which is a good feat. However, B does just counter Genjutsu in the sense his Bijou partner can snap him out of it before he takes serious damage. It's very clear that Sasuke's support plus B's lax disposition during the fight made it so Sasuke could perform that well. Like, B didn't need to go into full Gyuki mode, which made it so Sasuke had a bigger target for Amaterasu. He could have just won that fight had he continued fighting in his V1 stage. But to say he isn't a threat to B if his physicals were at 100% or with his Mangekyo Sharingan is a stretch. So take Sasuke's placement here as his performance mixed with the idea that he'd be performing much better if he wasn't still suffering physical drawbacks. So he does have higher physicals that he can show with jutsu that are effective against B, even though B is the stronger fighter. You can have a technique that is effective on somebody and somebody else be stronger than you. I feel like a lot of people just take these overly crass generalization with a lot of Naruto fights when I think they are really nuanced, especially at this point in the series. Now, above Sasuke, we have B. Now, it may seem weird to have B in the same tier as Sasuke, especially since he was so much stronger, but let me explain, because it actually makes a lot more sense. He's obviously above Sasuke, as he's shown having a very dominating performance against Team Taka, only really being taken down to hubris or ego or just wanting to show off against Team Taka, or having Sasuke's team intervene, like having Suigetsu being amped off of being in water, which actually is a bit of a crazy amp for Suigetsu, because it makes it that he goes from getting slapped around by base B to being able to push back the complete A-tails. Now, what I want you to keep in mind is we have no reference for how strong B is compared to other characters at this point. The Bijou and Jinchuriki at this point have gotten pretty low diffed by Akatsuki members on every on-screen encounter thus far, maybe with the exception of Gaara, painting a rather unimpressive portrait of the Bijou or Jinchuriki strength-wise. I do think Killer B is above Sasuke, or can be interpreted as above Sasuke, as Sasuke only really has one technique that B reacts to. His tentacles actually go to block Amaterasu, but he really couldn't do anything against, and Amaterasu is threatening to B. B notes surviving Amaterasu was a last-minute type of adjustment or plan that he kind of thought up on the spot via Sasuke cutting one of the A-Tail's tentacles. But then obviously B didn't need to transform to beat Sasuke, so you kind of see the nuance with this fight. I will also say too, Sasuke being noted among the top 2 strongest people B has fought is really useless, as it's zero reference we can use for B or Sasuke. So B is just pretty objectively above this version of Sasuke physically, but that doesn't really place him confidently against any of the people above him at this point. So don't take this as B being weak or B being low. It's just more so B and Sasuke only really kind of scale off each other in these forms at this point in the series. A slight note for Sasuke too post B fight is he notes his new powers are strong enough to take down Konoha, which we don't know the specifics of, but do seem to implicate he has gotten stronger, at least to the point he doesn't think Taka needs to rely on the chakra monsters known as the Bijou at this point in the series. And when talking to the A-Tails, B notes post fight that he kind of got carried away, which explains why he went full A-Tails, and he notes this during the fight. Pretty much did to scare the socks off Team Sokka. Didn't really work, they were sandals, but hey. Next up we have Tsunade, or the base Sannin tier. Tsunade's here for the same reasons. Now, I do think it is a little questionable how the Sannin tier relates to the likes of B or Sasuke during this point. again, I think I've outlined a lot of the problems with Sasuke and B. I think if you say Sasuke physically is inferior to the version that still believes he's below a full power Sannin, this would put more stock into the Sannin being above Killer B and Sasuke at this point. So I still have the Sannin tier above, just due to lack of evidence or feats for these versions of Sasuke and B, as they don't really scale outside anything. Now, Tsunade in this arc is actually pretty impressive. She's able to enable the villagers to survive Pain's chaotic Shinra Tensei, which just flatlines the entire Leaf Village. Pouring her chakra into Katsuyu is the reason that the villagers, or a good portion of them, were able to survive Pain's chaotic Shinra Tensei. But aside from that, she's really just cruising off this previous statement surrounding the Sannin. That's the bottom line. At number 8, we have Hanzo. Pretty much same reasons as I had previously. So yeah, not too much to change on number 8. At number 7, we have Hydra, Orochimaru, and Sage Mode Jiraiya. A lot of the same reasons. We do get a bit more information that keeps Jiraiya above Orochimaru, at least in my eyes. Madara somewhat chides Pain for struggling with Jiraiya, noting for unstoppable, all-knowing Pain to have had their hands full means Jiraiya must have lived up to the reputation, which does come across as Madara kind of poking fun at Pain, which leads Conan to reaffirm that Pain is invincible. No matter what happens, they will capture the QB. With that being said, though, I do think this is just credit for Pain and Jiraiya both. I think it just means Jiraiya is strong, and Pain is also strong, and for Pain to struggle with somebody is something that Madara can kind of joke at. Kakashi also notes that it's kind of crazy that Jiraiya would take on all 6 of the paths of Pain at once, which does kind of imply Jiraiya's above him. This is actually a legit statement, as Jiraiya did fight all 6 paths, albeit for a short duration, as all 6 did lunge at him and he did pull one into the Toad dimension, even while all 6 paths were looking at him with shared vision, which is a pretty impressive feat of itself. So the statement overall stands fine, and I think it is perfect confirmation that these Sage Mode level users are just above the likes of Kakashi at this point in the series. It's also revealed to us that the secret that Jiraiya had transcribed on Fukasaku's back was that the real one was not among them, which is the secret that Pain was referring to. Pain could be referencing the fact that there were multiple Pain bodies, and if they were all present, the Toad Genjutsu would have ensnared all of them, or Jiraiya would have eventually located the real Pain body that is Nagato and taken him out. Both interpretations work, and both really mean that Jiraiya still isn't above Pain, or if he were going to be above, it would have to be via Toad Genjutsu with all being present, which doesn't mean Jiraiya is stronger, more so that he has a technique that is stronger. At number 6, we have Six Tails Naruto and Sage Mode Naruto. Now, it might be kind of cheating to have Six Tails Naruto on here. I don't think it really matters. I kind of did Four Tails Naruto and regular Naruto, so I figured I might as well just throw Six Tails on there, since the QB is almost like its own character at this point, especially when Naruto goes into the higher stages of transformation. During this arc, Naruto achieves a massive power-up in the form of Sage Mode. Naruto had traveled to Mount Miyaboku in order to master this power with the express purpose of surpassing Jiraiya. This is an underlying narrative in this arc, as in the previous arc it was Naruto surpassing Kakashi. Now in this arc, it's Naruto surpassing the likes of Jiraiya. This is also something Tsunade notes pretty explicitly, with Naruto's feats and training reflecting this idea during the arc. We see during this arc, Naruto is able to master Sage Mode at an even quicker rate than Jiraiya, who is one of the more noted users of Senjutsu. Fukasaku also thinks Naruto may have become a sage exceeding Jiraiya due to no frog features being present. This is something all but confirmed through Databook 3, which notes, after intense training, Naruto mastered Sage Mode beyond even Jiraiya, his former mentor. Coupled with Fukasaku's statement when Naruto appears to fight Pain that Naruto surpassed his predecessors, is pretty object fact that Naruto is above Jiraiya at this point. Even if you want to say that Jiraiya isn't too far behind Naruto, which I do think is a very fair take, Naruto's arsenal just kind of outclasses Jiraiya. Instead of actually needing Ma and Pa to enter Sage Mode like Jiraiya, Naruto is able to enter it on his own and even have shadow clones collect nature energy for him. Although this does put a restriction on the number of shadow clones Naruto can make, but the fact that he can make 3 clones while also fighting is pretty ridiculous. Naruto's also able to use the Rasen Shuriken in this arc, which is not insignificant, as this jutsu is pretty insane, as Naruto was someone who was on Kakashi's level without it, but factoring it in, his Sage Mode arsenal makes him a true force of nature. This is something that Pain himself was really on the lookout for during his fight with Naruto, and Naruto does perform very well versus Pain, which is something that Pain gives direct credit to. Now, Naruto also did have a lot of support in this fight, having intel kind of spoon-fed to him during the fight, along with rolling up with Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Mr. Gamaken, along with Ma and Pa, who aided him during the fight and summoned the clones from Mount Miyaboku. It's very clear that Naruto isn't stronger than Pain, as he had all these factors while Pain was still recovering, and the strongest path of Pain wasn't active, but still doing that well versus Pain is a feat of itself. And Naruto actually does defeat the Diva Path 1v1 after the Ninetales emerges in this fight. Granted, it's a more fatigued Diva path, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit later, but I still do think these are all impressive showings, as most people would not be able to do anything to Pain, evidenced by him literally running the hands with an entire village. I have Six Tails Naruto above Sage Mode Naruto due to how it interacts with the Diva path's ability Shinra Tensei, the ability to repel anything in creation. This repulsive force is so strong that ninjutsu and taijutsu are equally ineffective. With an unexpected discharge of this invisible force, it's very practical to catch the opponents with low guard. The reason is pretty simple. Six Tails Naruto was able to get around this ability, whereas Sage Mode Naruto couldn't. The minute the Diva path actually returned to full strength, Sage Mode Naruto conceded his ninjutsu and taijutsu really weren't going to work on the Diva path, whereas on instinct, Six Tails Naruto was able to get around this ability, forcing Pain to utilize a stronger ability in the form of Chibaku Tensei to actually get around this form of Naruto. We don't know the exact distance, and you can attribute some of this to just the Ninetales and how its power works, like the Six Tails Naruto putting its tails in the ground to withstand the recoil from the Shinra Tensei, and then flinging that back on the Diva path of Pain. So you can maybe say the gap isn't that massive between them, but I do think Six Tails just has a better showing this arc compared to Naruto himself. At number 5, we have Itachi Uchiha. This is mainly due to him just having these higher showings, even in such a weakened state, along with having shared diction with Pain at this point, that being both are invincible, albeit in their own ways, but they both do have the term invincible thrown on their names. Itachi is also regarded as an eyesore to Madara and the Akatsuki as a whole, and with him dead, he no longer needs to keep his pack to stay away from Konoha. So Itachi's strength or being was almost an embargo on the Akatsuki's movements on Konoha, which is pretty insane. This is also supported by some of the things we learn about the Master Man later on this arc. At number 4, we have Pain. And Pain basically starts the Naruto version of Infinity War. I mean, this dude is just stamping all applications to the Pure Lands department. Pain essentially runs a 1v1 with the Elite Village, where the result was only one path of Pain actually being defeated or broken, as Pain likes to call it. Paths like the Naraka path were only incapacitated for a short period of time, although I will note that the paths of Pain do have a hierarchy in terms of strength. Pain is able to defeat notable shinobi such as Kakashi Hatsuki, only using a fraction of his true abilities. With only 2 of the 6 paths fighting Kakashi, Pain is shown tagging Kakashi instantly during their encounter with his black receiver, propelling away all his jutsu or taijutsu attempts such as a Raikiri to the face or Kakashi's lightning beast running technique. This is not a complete upper limit for Pain, as we see even later on against Seicho Naruto, he can repel the Rasen Shuriken, but Pain's performance against Kakashi shouldn't be overstated with all the support Kakashi had in the form of Choza and Choji, along with the fact that he was chakra fatiguing himself to under half to even figure out Pain's abilities in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, the Asura Path, after being stun locked by a lightning doppelganger and crushed by Choza, was still able to intercept Kakashi from an aerial position and blatantly block his Raikiri during the 5-second cooldown that the Diva Path had. As if this weren't impressive enough, the Asura Path itself wasn't even bisected fully by Kakashi's Kamui, as the spine is still connected to the lower half of its body. And it may have actually been Pain's own Shinra Tensei that did most of the damage against Kakashi and the Asura Path itself, as Kakashi's Raikiri is shown hitting a distinctly different part of its body, that being the upper plate area, so you may actually be able to infer Kakashi's Raikiri didn't even do that much significant damage to the Asura Path, and it was mainly Pain's own jutsu that did a severe amount, which would also explain why the Asura Path is still functioning after all of this, which leads Kakashi to use Kamui one more time, giving him a VIP pass next to his pops in the afterlife. So while I do think Kakashi performs well, it's very clear that Pain was the dominant fighter here with Kakashi's extra support. Although Kakashi notes he did have a strategy in mind, considering the fact that 2 paths were still active while he was under half of his chakra supply, it's very unlikely he would have been able to defeat the Diva and Asura Path on his own, or create a situation to where he'd be able to restrain the Diva Path like he did in the original timeline. I obviously touched on the Diva Path of Pain, which is the strongest one and the one that is presented as the leader of the Akatsuki, or the main one that Nagato talks to us through. You have the Asura Path, which is displayed to have a mechanical-like body, creating additional limbs, firing missiles, which are able to damage and blow the arm off a Sage Mode user who even off guard should have a raised level of durability. So most people are probably going to get one shot by the Asura Path, or the missiles are going to be strong enough, I should say, to be able to kill most people. You have the Predator Path described as an endless whirlpool that sucks away every jutsu, and sucking away jutsu as if into a bottomless swamp, absorbing Naruto's Rasen Shuriken over and over with no real limit in sight, which is not inconsequential, as Naruto's Sage Mode chakra is a fusion or mock-up of his mental and spiritual energies. Although there is a certain balance that needs to be maintained, this is an overall greater chakra than Naruto's own base supplies, with 2 Rasen Shuriken running out Naruto's Sage Mode charge. So the Predator Path doing this is no small feat. which again, this is most people are probably familiar with Pain's ability, so I don't want to stick on this, but you couple this with Chaotic Shinra Tensei that can just one-shot an entire village, or the likes of Chibaku Tensei, which required 8 tails of the 9 tails to actually break out of. All of this just adding to Pain's narrative of being invincible, unbeatable, the whole 9 yards. Pain is someone who really never got to fight at 100%, as he's always either fighting for intel in the Leaf Village or in a state of recovery due to chakra exertion. An example of this is the Diva Path versus Sage Mode Naruto, where the Diva Path falls on its knees due to fatigue after running the most insane gauntlet known to man. So Pain's placement here shouldn't really be a surprise to anybody. Now, number 3, we have Minato. So this kind of coincides with the Madara placement at number 2, so I'm going to talk about Madara first. We don't get to see much from Madara at this arc, but his few showings and statements do actually paint him in a better light. To reveal that Madara is someone Kisame respects and trusts and has a deep history with, we discover that Madara, or the Masked Man, was the one who assaulted the Leaf Village 16 years ago. We also learned that half the 9 tails was sealed inside Naruto to master, based on Minato learning there was a mastermind behind the 9 tails attack, the Masked Man Madara Uchiha. Madara is noted to have saw through all of Minato's movements during their fight, noted to be no ordinary shinobi. Minato furthers this by noting he was a formidable shinobi and someone you need extraordinary strength to stand against and have any hope of defeating, which Minato is making this statement after having witnessed Naruto fight Pain. He knows about Pain, he knows about Jiraiya, and he knows about Naruto. So knowing about all of this, Minato still notes, yeah, you're going to need some extraordinary power to fight this guy. This being stated to current Naruto and factoring in his abilities does paint the yang half of Kurama, Masked Man, and Minato in a higher light compared to Pain and Sage Mode Naruto. Minato also piggybacks off of 6 to 8 tails Naruto showings that Pain was struggling with, which is why I prefer him over Pain, or have him over Pain, as Pain is struggling with the yang half of the 9 tails, that being 6 to 8 tails, not even being able to fully seal it, whereas Minato sealed and split up a full 9 tails. So again, we don't know the exact specifications of this encounter, but this is pretty cookie cutter stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you. Now, you may say, well, what about Fukusaku's statement about Naruto surpassing his predecessors? The way I interpret it is that this Minato statement almost supersedes that one, since we don't know the exact basis of what Fukusaku's saying. And Tsunade is the one who visualized Jiraiya and Minato, not Fukusaku. He just makes a general statement. If you wanted a maybe different interpretation, you can look at the Naruto Chronicler Guide, which seems to indicate that this is more so in reference to the Will of Fire, directly noting, carrying on his back the Will of Fire passed down in the village hidden in the leaves. Naruto, who has become a sage through his training, confronts Pain in a decisive battle. Which you could also add, okay, that means then he's also not stronger than Jiraiya, but the difference between Minato and Jiraiya in this case is that we have other statements kind of putting Naruto above Jiraiya and other narratives, whereas Minato is just kind of like, bro, Kishimoto's so weird with Minato during Shippuden. It's like the carrot and the stick. Like, he's just constantly thrown in. But if you want my opinion, the most consistent interpretation is that the Minato point where he talks about the Masked Man and this higher power takes a bit of precedence over Fukusaku's general statement, at least if you're directly comparing and contrasting the two. I think Minato's is the more solid one, whereas Fukusaku's does have other interpretations. Or you would just say it's a general statement with Tsunade just visualizing Minato and Jiraiya. Doesn't really matter, but I do think the Pain stuff is more consistent, especially off the 9 tails stuff, because again, Naruto's kind of just piggybacking off the 9 tails at this point, and this is half the 9 tails we know. Number 1, we have Hashirama Wood Daddy Senju. I mean, you know, what do you really say about this? We don't get too much extra information about Hashirama. Obito makes a slight spoiler, Madara is Obito, but Madara makes a slight note. Hashirama just collected a few of the Bijou and kept them under his control, and then kind of handed them out like trading cards to the land to kind of maintain balance. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, not too much on Hashirama this arc. So Invasion of Konoha, number 10, we have Killer Bee and Sasuke. Number 9, Tsunade. Number 8, Hanzo. Number 7, Sage Mode Jiraiya and Hydro Orochimaru. At number 6, we have 6 Tails Naruto and Sage Mode Naruto. At number 5, we have Itachi. Number 4, we have Pain. Number 3, we have Minato. Number 2, we have Madara. Number 1, we have Hashirama. Next up, we have the 5 Kage Summit arc ranging from chapters 450 to 488. At the number 10 slot, we have Kisame, Hoshigaki, and Killer Bee. Now, I know people might say B might be kind of low. Just bear with me, right? Bear with me. Now, I do have Killer B in front of Kisame. This is kind of a weird fight because Kisame is just getting continuously amped off Killer B, yet can react pretty well to base to version 1B, with the higher levels such as version 2B being a little too fast and a little too strong for Kisame to just outright react to, dodge, or absorb all in one go. We know B is not going full A-Tails mode due to Ponta and Sabu being present, and he doesn't want to harm them or blow the area away, leading to a different kind of circumstance compared to Sasuke, where against Sasuke he was playing around, not really taking that fight too seriously, as in one fight he's gauging Kisame's reactions using Raiton enhanced ninja tools and using those objects as diversion so he can squeeze Kisame in and get a killing blow. So off of the version 2 feat, I do have a full 8-Tails Killer B over Kisame, but Kisame can combat the lower versions of Killer B, like the version 2 and above, especially once he fuses with Samehada, which pretty much allows him to dominate B, as he can casually absorb the version 2 cloak off, which was way too much for Samehada to have previously done all in one go. This, coupled with Kisame fighting in the water bubble while fused with Samehada, pretty much made it that he was able to overwhelm Killer B pretty handily. And I will say, base Kisame is a little tough to use because he obviously was growing stronger throughout the bout while B was weakening, and was kind of made specifically to fight Killer B. Like, that was his whole shtick. He was the best in the Akatsuki at Jinchuriki live capture. But at the same time, it is noted he's Jinchuriki level when he fuses with Samehada, along with having tail beast levels of chakra reserve, just being nicknamed the tailless tailed beast. Most people who power scale or talk about Naruto are really divisive on this fight. Some people think Kisame gets hard carried by Samehada and isn't the one reacting, or just isn't that impressive. I think Kisame is more impressive than that, or more impressive than Samehada, and all of the reaction feats are his. But at the same time, you can't really dismiss how B isn't going all out at the start of the fight. Similar situation to the Sasuke example, or Sasuke tiering that I had previously, where B's above, whereas Kisame and Sasuke arbitrarily just scaled below B to some extent. So I think this tiering is fine since Kisame can fight B and does have a good matchup, has long range water style and can fuse with Samehada to power himself up even further. Whereas Killer B is pretty self-explanatory, does very well against Kisame, can rip a hole in his chest, which Kisame heals off of the reserves that he had stolen from B, and B could have potentially gotten full 8-Tails, which would have given him a potential better matchup. So I think these two being tiered here or together is entirely fine. Next up, we have the 5 Kage and Tsunade. Now, I have some explaining to do, right? Because when I was scripting this out, I was really divisive on this part particularly, because I think, honestly, you could actually put some of the Kage lower, like Onoki and Mei, because I'm going to be honest, Onoki and Mei don't do anything in this arc, like, at all. And you can actually raise Killer B up because he has more statements and more feats to kind of put him on the same level as the Raikage, or in a similar tier. Although I do think the Raikage is stronger at this point in the series. Let me just explain. Starting with the 5 Kage, we know off the chapter statement and, chapter synopsis statement that they are the strongest and most powerful ninja. We would probably infer that this is in reference most likely to the shinobi in their village or the shinobi they govern over. This is rather vague. One of the metrics I see some people use, or one of the better metrics to gauge the 5 Kage, is the second fan book. Now, the reason I'm bringing up the second fan book now is due to how it was dropped or takes place during the 5 Kage Summit era, which means it's more usable now. The statement in question brings up the relationship between the Gokage and the Sannin, who are noted to be equals or on par. Now, this is referencing the 5 Kage Summit Sannin, as is when the statement takes place, and there are really two interpretations of this statement. You either say, okay, the Gokage can now rival the Sannin as individuals, or the group, the Gokage, can rival the group Sannin, who have kind of a teamwork boost when they work together. It's not really a teamwork boost, they just perform better as a squad because, obviously they fought together, so they would have more synergy than a clump of shinobi from other villages. This is being noted specifically in the data book. If you go off the interpretation that all of the Gokage are at that Sannin level now, or are at least comparable to a Sannin, this placement makes a lot more sense because a lot of the Kage don't really, none of the Kage actually have anti-feats in the 5 Kage Summit. The only one who may be questionable, and that's not really an anti-feat because that Sasuke is insanely strong. Like, the Kage just kind of have really good lore stocks. So if you go under the interpretation that the Gokage are kind of more comparable to the Sannin now, this placement's fine, and you would stick Tsunade in this same ranking. I kind of have to go with one or another interpretation for this video, so I'm going to go with this one. I will say though, if you didn't go with this interpretation, I would just drop Onoki and Mei due to lack of feats to number 10 with Kisame, and then raise Killer B right next to the Raikage and the other Kage in the summit. The problem with Killer B is, again, at this point, he's in a very weird stage where he's not that strong. And I know it sounds weird to say, but version 1 Raikage is on par with version 1B's Lariat. People like Bei Sharingan Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Jugo can fight version 1 Raikage, so this isn't really that crazy of a feat, and version 2 Raikage is what's compared to those Bijou levels that Karen had previously experienced against the fight with B. Now, the databook statement noting that the Raikage is the strongest in the village actually doesn't really pertain to this time period and kind of shows a lot of images that are displayed later on, but you don't really need to use that. You can maybe look at the Road to Ninja guide that states the 5 Kage are the strongest shinobi from their village to also supplement the idea that the Raikage is above B, which I'm of the opinion that he is during this time period regardless. This also brings us back to previously established information like the Sannin being able to combat the likes of Hiruzen, who is greater than the 5 Kage, who can be argued to have gotten stronger. Maybe you could look at Gaara exhibiting better feats like catching Sasuke's end-tone wisps and intercepting V2 Raikage's guillotine drop compared to being a data arrival at the beginning of Shippuden. Or you could maybe look at the Raikage, who we see weight training, so maybe he's getting stronger via that as well. So there are valid interpretations, and I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, this is absolute. I just kind of have to die on one hill or another for this part of the tier list. I'm going to be real though, it doesn't really make that much of a difference for the later tiers, so I don't think it's too bad, but just understand like this is kind of a micro concession I have to have, and I either got to die on one hill or another, so I figured I'd at least address that other interpretation. I will also say, if you just wanted my opinion on the Kage ranking at this point, I don't actually have Danzo in the same rank as the other Kage. I'm going to be honest. I actually have him in the rank above. Spoilers. But I'd probably have the Raikage, Killer B, then Gaara, then the rank under, Kisame, Mei, and Onoki. And Tsunade is a bit more questionable on where she'd go because I believe she's kind of the weakest Sannin at this point, just due to lack of information and lack of feats. We just haven't seen too much from her. So you may be able to actually just put her below a couple of these people, especially if you go off the Sannin statement or the 5 Kage being comparable to the Sannin at this point anyway. If you still believe Hiruzen's stronger than everybody at the summit, then you could extend that to Tsunade and possibly put her above, or just put her where you think compared to like the power of the full 8 tails and version 2 Raikage. Alright, so we kind of had that done. Now at number 8 we have Danzo / Hanzo. Why did they rhyme, bro? So I'll start with Hanzo. Again, I think being at the upper end of a Sannin to just being threatening to the point a Sannin needs to move up a tier is actually enough to suggest he'd be above most of the Kage at the summit, especially since the 5 Kage are questionably at that point, or if they are, it's a higher end for them. So I think Hanzo's placement is entirely fine. I don't think there's any really reason to change it. Again, it bounces off Jiraiya, who potentially bounce off Hiruzen. You guys understand, you guys can connect the dots. I don't need to sit here and just spell out the same scaling chain you've heard a number of times. At number 8, we have Danzo. Now, Danzo is actually very impressive during the summit. This obviously being due to Izanagi, which pretty much allows Danzo to rewrite what's happening on the battlefield, specifically in reference to himself and his deaths, along with respawns that can't be tracked by noted sensor users such as Karin, who has sensory more notable than Dojutsu like the Sharingan, and the Mangekyo Sharingan, neither of which were able to sense Danzo's respawn. He has hard-hitting jutsu like the Vacuum Blast, which when paired with the Baku can tear apart the backside of the Susanoo, or at least find the chink in the armor, like be potent enough to actually affect the Susanoo externally. And this is a big deal. Like I think people underrate this feat, because even though it is amped, most times he'd probably be able to do this against anybody in the Kage summit off of a respawn. The Raikage in a V1 form can only crack one piece of the ribcage via the Liger Bomb, and then when he powers up to V2 and stacks Body Flicker on top of that, he's shown destroying 2 of the ribs and actually breaching the Susanoo. You can see he breached it because Sasuke actually has a bruise on his, like, it's kind of like his upper neck / chest. He has like a bruise where the Raikage kind of chopped him. So it took Raikage powering up to his max to actually break through the ribcage, and then Danzo was able to affect a form 2 stages higher, one stage higher being the skeletal Susanoo, and then the next stage being the armored variant. Even though you can say A is maybe faster due to his nerve transmissions and reaction speeds being on par with Konoha's Yellow Flash, along with showing feats like dodging the Amaterasu or Gaara reacting to the guillotine drop with his sand, it doesn't really change the fact that it's very unlikely they would be able to survive and continue to combat someone of Sasuke's caliber for as long as they did, because, and we're going to talk about this in the Sasuke section, Sasuke that fights Danzo is a way stronger variant that was tangling with these other Kage, and the one that was going to like high diff with the Raikage. it's very unlikely that the other Kage would be able to do what Sasuke did and press Danzo like that, meaning at some point or another, they're not going to be in an omnidirectional defense, and Danzo does have good AP with his jutsu to wear them down. So Danzo really is kind of cracked at this point, kind of mooching off Izanagi, Hashirama cells, which are boosting his physicals. There's obviously Kodo and Matsukami as well, which if you apply that to Danzo holistically, which I am, it does mean that most people are kind of fueled to be convinced or can be persuaded to lower their guard to the extent Danzo can hurt them or deal with them, which could really apply to most people on this list. And this is a power ranking, so you could just say that this is an ability that could potentially affect everybody on this list, even if Danzo himself is weaker, which is true because he's getting slaughtered by Sasuke for 10 minutes badly. So Danzo's placement here should be pretty self-explanatory. At number 7, we have Sagemo, Jiraiya, and Hydra Orochimaru. I'm not gonna lie, there is like no change. The same reasons I had previously. I think these two just stay here. I don't really have a reason to change them. At number 6, we have Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke and Sagemo Naruto. Now, Sasuke gets upgraded in this arc. This is so crazy how Sasuke is only touching like this upper area now. Like, I just haven't seen like a way to get him higher throughout Shippuden. It's really weird. I don't know. Bro's got aura. Like, he makes me feel like he should be higher, but he's not. So during this summit, we see Sasuke power up greatly. His chakra throughout the summit's constantly getting colder and colder. This is noted by Karin with his chakra being thicker / colder than it was in his curse mark second stage, which is pretty blatant confirmation that this version of Sasuke, even at the beginning of Summit, with his base Sharingan, has eclipsed his heavy self. While you can argue this isn't an like inherent chakra thing, since chakra have their own unique properties, Sasuke's chakra getting colder and colder is synonymous with strength increasing throughout the summit, so I think the intent here is pretty clear. A baby version or the freshest version of Sasuke from the 5 Kage summit was noted to be weaker than Sagemo Naruto. I'm not gonna lie, I don't see a reason why anybody needs to bring up this statement. We all know Sasuke gets stronger throughout the summit. If you try to use this to say Sagemo Naruto is just outright stronger than Sasuke, that's a bad take. You can have that take, just don't use that scan. That's all I'm saying. A baby version of this Sasuke was going to tie out with the Raikage and was only really being blitzed by the Raikage when he was using Body Flicker, as in every other instance, such as when the Raikage actually leaves Body Flicker and goes for that elbow chop on Sasuke, the Ladder Bolt of Pain, or is doing the guillotine drop, Sasuke's eyes can track him. Sasuke's one stage up Susanoo was able to take the likes of Dauri, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro's combined attack with no external damage. Sasuke would go on to hone his skills a little bit more. He does lose to Mei and Onoki, but this isn't really an L since he had taken so much damage prior, which Mei kind of notes. So I don't think this is too much of an L. If you're going to say, oh, Sasuke would have died in the summit had he not been saved, I mean, yeah, but like, who's also soloing the 5 Kage at this point in time or can run this insane of a gauntlet? So, you know, nothing too crazy there. Sasuke would go on to fight and defeat Danzo, who his Susanoo evolves against. Sasuke dons an armor around his Susanoo with a crossbow that can shoot arrows out. Now, the arrows are actually faster than Danzo's physical reaction. It's not his mental, but his physical reaction, which is why he creates that tree, which causes his chakra to plummet. This would also be much faster in the previous stage of this Susanoo, which Danzo could somewhat dodge and evade, although again, Sasuke is greater than Danzo stat-wise, as he can even contend with him outside the Susanoo, with the avatar or skeletal avatar being faster than Sasuke himself. Obviously, Kodo was on recharge from the summit. That's entirely fine. Sasuke would go on to fight the likes of Kakashi during the summit after this insane gauntlet. Granted, he is getting healed periodically by Karin, so you kind of have to like take some of this gauntlet stuff with a grain of salt because he is being healed, but his chakra isn't going back up. Sasuke fights Kakashi, who is potentially somewhat mental nerfed due to the idea of fighting his student, which is kind of related back to Hiruzen and what he went through and potentially being mentally debuffed fighting Orochimaru. This doesn't really matter since I think Sasuke holistically is above Kakashi anyway. He fires 2 Susanoo arrows, forcing Kakashi to do... He kind of makes Kakashi perform an out-of-character move and use Kamui, which he hasn't done versus anybody in Shippuden thus far. Sasuke's anger comes to a boiling point as Susanoo evolves, which causes it to don that same armored form that Itachi has. I'm going to talk about this a little more in the Itachi section, but this is when Sasuke's eyes burn out and we see Naruto arrive. Naruto should be next to Sasuke. I think the two are interchangeable. It doesn't really matter whichever one you have in front here. I actually think there's a better case for Naruto. I'm going to talk about this in 1 second, but Naruto arrives after tracking Kakashi's chakra to the summit while in Sage mode, which would have in turn made him feel Sasuke's abilities or the abilities he was using and the speed of his techniques against Kakashi, as it's kind of weird to say Naruto wouldn't sense the much larger chakra next to Kakashi's, but just sense Kakashi's chakra. This coupled with the narrative that Naruto and Sasuke are evenly matched at this point. They're both top class shinobi, and that they'll both die one day if Sasuke were to invade Konoha. Also want to note, he's talking about Sasuke one day, like not right now. He just says, when you invade Konoha, I'll be the one to fight you. It's pretty blatant that the two are on a similar tier for this to be the case, as this is only really the case, or they enter the mindscape when they're evenly matched. I know some people argue that this is in reference to a blind, fatigued Sasuke, but I will say Naruto does have good feats in the summit that would indicate it's more so referencing their full powers. Like, people bring up the fact that Sasuke is blind and fatigued, but don't bring up the fact that Naruto is able to grab Sakura out of Sasuke's hand before Kakashi or Sasuke can really perceive it, or how Naruto can physically restrain a Kakashi with a shadow clone to go clash with Sasuke. And again, I do think Naruto and Sasuke are above Kakashi at this point. Like, Kakashi tries to swing on Sasuke from behind right after Naruto pulls up, and Sasuke can block it even from a disadvantageous position, while blinded without his Sharingan, gets flying and is able to recover. So I do think the both of them holistically are above Kakashi here, and the idea is in reference to their full powers. There's also no statement about Naruto needing the Nine Tails chakra at this point in the series, whereas Sasuke does note he wants Itachi's eyes, directly contradicting his own current or previous ideology that he didn't wish the scenario that Itachi's eyes wanted, and didn't want the eyes because of that, but now wants them to solely crush Naruto. Again, it doesn't really matter that, you know, whoever you have in front, just more so that these two kind of belong in the same tier. And Naruto's reasonings are exactly the same, coupled with directly bouncing off of Sasuke and other characters shown at this time period. Next up, we have Itachi, really just here for a lot of the same reasons. We get a bit more insight to the Susanoo and how Itachi had a level of mastery over the technique that Sasuke had only achieved by the peak of the summit, that being the armored variant, which allows Itachi to kind of piggyback off of all the feats Sasuke performs in the summit, along potentially better genjutsu that is kind of noted by Obito in the Danzo fight. This isn't really taking into account Sasuke Jin Raiden, which I'm not going to address since I'm not going to use novels for this video, but yeah, I figured I'd note that. At number 4, we have Pain. Pain is still here for a lot of the same reasons. Pain losing was something that did not factor into Obito's plans and was something he was not accounting for. Like, he didn't even think it was a possibility, which further cements the idea that he'd be this high and just this god tier character at this point in the series. And obviously he bounces off Sage Mode Naruto and MS Sasuke further, as well as Pain is obviously stronger in that variant of Naruto. Pretty self-explanatory stuff on this front. At number 3, we have Minato. Now, I'm gonna skip Minato for 1 second. I will say though, just to note this, the reason the Raikage is not up here or Minato gets dropped is having the same reaction time as a shinobi isn't just like the same thing as being as strong as that shinobi. Reaction time is one key part of what makes a Naruto character or a Naruto character's arsenal. Like, the Raikage is faster than Sasuke's reaction, but he still would have lost that fight or tied with Sasuke during their encounter. So the argument that his nerve transmission reaction speed are on par with Konoha's Yellow Flash, which means he should be as strong as him, is not the same, especially when we know Minato uses space-time ninjutsu, such as Flying Raijin Jutsu, as shown in Kakashi Gaiden. So I don't think that's enough, but Minato's placement stays the same off of the previous statements being made, so nothing should really change on that front. At number 2, we have Madara. Now, the interesting thing about Madara is that he's described to be almost in an incomplete state during this arc, noting he has very little power, and his goal is to be in true form. It's kind of vague, but the data book actually follows suit with this, noting he's still recovering from his injuries with the first Hokage, meaning that Minato had fought during the Nine Tails attack or encountered a nerfed version of Madara and was on the losing end of that encounter via his own assessment of the engagement. So a full power Madara would still just be way higher at this point in the series. And then Madara and Hashirama being noted among the few to actually achieve complete control over Bijou in the summit. And Hashirama just keeps getting stock over Madara due to all the stuff surrounding Madara and Minato and how they relate to the rest of the characters on this list. And then we're also just getting like we're getting Kage level shinobi just powering up off of Hashirama's hair follicles, you know? It's kind of ridiculous at this point. But yeah, I think Hashirama and Madara don't really change. I don't think Minato changes too much. I think a lot of their stuff stays the same. So final tiering for part 2. At number 1, Hashirama. Number 2, we have Madara. Number 3, we have Minato. Number 4, we have Pain. Number 5, we have Itachi. Number 6, we have MS Sasuke and Sage Mode Naruto. Number 7, we have Sage Mode Jiraiya and Hydro Orochimaru. Number 8, we have Danzo and Hanzo. Number 9, we have the 5 Kage and Tsunade. And at number 10, we have Kisame and B. It obviously addressed the deal with 9 and 10 and all the things surrounding that. But yeah, man, that's the video. I think we're at 2 hours long. You know, it's been a ride. If anybody has reached this point in the video, oh my gosh, man, huge shout out to you. I know I'm literally like on your second monitor. I see you. I'm looking right at you, bro. Don't think I don't see you what's going on right now. But no, on all seriousness, if you made it to the end of this video, I really appreciate it. Thank you for listening to my yap session for so long. I mean, like, I was yapping, bro, but I'm rambling a little bit, but this is like a more ambitious project, so I really hope you guys enjoyed this. And if you guys want me to do more stuff like this, part 3, and just like maybe this for other series, you know, like the video, obviously, all that stuff. But yeah, hopefully you guys really enjoyed the video. Let me know what you guys thought down below. Obviously, I couldn't touch on everything since I had to kind of abridge some stuff for the sake of my own sanity, your sanity, all that stuff. But yeah, man, I really hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll catch you next time, and bye-bye. What's going on, guys? TG or ThunderGod here. Today, dropping the 3rd installment of my power ranking series. It's been a journey. Huge thank you to everybody for supporting the videos and the mini series. I know they have been longer videos and they've been a bit challenging, so to see that people have been enjoying them it's amazing. I love to see that. So if you haven't seen the first 2 videos, those will be down below in the description, and I highly recommend you watch them before this video just to see how we got here. Not going to be rehashing information that I dropped in those first 2 parts, so definitely want to check those out. For anybody who hasn't seen the first 2 videos, or just needs to be reminded, we're essentially going to be ranking the top 10 characters of each arc, having our information in the series restricted to the info provided at that arc. This basically means that a lot of these placements are going to be placements made off incomplete data or information we have access to, and this extends over to the data books, which we can only use if they pertain to the exact arc or scene in question. Not wasting too much more time, let's look at our previous top 10. Our previous top 10 was during the 5 Kage Summit from chapters 450 to 488. At number 1, we had Hashirama. Number 2, we had Madara. Number 3, we had Minato. Number 4, we had Pain. Number 5, we had Itachi. Number 6, we had Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke by the end of the summit, and Sagema Naruto. Number 7, we had Sagema Jiraiya and Hydra Orochimaru. Number 8, we had Hanzo the Salamander. At number 9, we had the 5 Kage plus Tsunade, and at number 10, we had Killer B, although those last 2 placements swapped around depending on some interpretations, like I mentioned in the last video. So Killer B can actually be higher up. The first arc of this video is the 4th Shinobi War Countdown, chapters ranging from 489 to 515. As a result, there won't be too many ranking changes for this one, only a lot of additional details provided. I will be dropping some characters off after this arc, which I'll elaborate when time comes, since I did that for the first and second video for a couple different reasons. But I also won't be going into astronomical detail and placements that didn't change from the last video. This intro has been straight yapped, so let's get straight into the discussion. At the number 10 slot, we have the 5 Kage, now including Tsunade / Killer B. Now, the reasoning for these placements are really the same, with the possibility of Killer B being more of a match for a full power Raikage, or somewhere between that point, as it states the Raikage is the highest combat power in the village, with the second fan book noting that the 5 Kage and Sannin are somewhat of a comparable matchup as groups, or you interpret that statement to mean the 5 Kage have gotten so strong that they're now comparable to the Sannin level. It really doesn't make a difference. The main idea here is that the 5 Kage at this point in the series just haven't shown too many feats to say, oh, there's an insane power difference between them, or they're not at the very least comparable, even if there is a hierarchy, which there clearly is. Even though Killer B is somewhat contentious, I think he does have some pretty decent feats in this arc. He's able to physically wrestle with the Nine Tails for a prolonged period of time with his 8 Tails tentacle, along with catching and suppressing a Bijou Bomb from the Nine Tails. This all taking place in the Mindscape where Naruto is battling for control over the Nine Tails chakra. I'm not the biggest fan of these feats, because there's logical explanations you can make. Like, B restricting the Nine Tails could partially be due to the fact that he's caught off guard by B as presented in the panel. And even B reacting to the Bijou Bomb isn't that crazy of a feat, since Naruto kind of reacts as well. Like, you see his body and how he's visibly jumping away from Kurama, who's about to fire the Bijou Bomb, and as it's approaching, he's actually able to turn his body, and by the time Gyuki's hand pops up and catches it, Naruto slowly turns towards the Bijou Bomb. Granted, you could say he turned in the time frame the bomb was actually hitting Gyuki's hand. It doesn't really change too much that Naruto wasn't that far off from the Bijou Bomb in terms of speed. So this whole encounter is nebulous at best, at least in my opinion, and isn't enough to justify a solid placement for B, beyond the pre-established limits or arguments that I mentioned in the previous video. Above this higher end Kage tier, we have Hanzo the Salamander and Danzo Shimura. They're both just these higher end Sannin fighters, in that Jiraiya thinks he would need Sage Mode to be an entire tier above an individual who could defeat somewhat of Hanzo's immense strength. Danzo taking on a much stronger variation of of the Sasuke that was able to perform very well even in his weakest stage at the 5 Kage Summit, with the unbelievably broken jutsu Izanagi and hard-hitting wind style at his disposal. At number 7, we have Sage Mode Jiraiya, Hydra Orochimaru. Again, very simple reasons for these placements. Sannin plus level fighters, just forms beyond the Sannin or just arbitrarily stronger than the Sannin. In this case, I think Sage Mode Jiraiya is a bigger amp than Hydra Oro, but it doesn't really matter. These teachers of Naruto and Sasuke could only really be dominated by Naruto and Sasuke's narrative boss fight in Pain and Itachi, both of which are regarded as invincible in the series, which in my opinion is just a measure to their strength and is more so just saying these two are so strong, or their abilities make them so strong that they're considered invincible even with the context of Sannin level plus characters like Sage Mode Jiraiya or Hydra Orochimaru. At number 6, we have Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke and Sage Mode Naruto. Now, I did swap these two, but they're essentially still the same placement. The main reason is just due to Naruto's statement about needing the Nine Tails chakra to fight Sasuke. Now, I think people overblow this statement because Sasuke also self-concedes that he'd need more power to directly fight Naruto, or he doesn't want to risk a close exchange with Naruto, so he needs more power to put himself above that. Obviously, he was blind as well. You know, that did impact Sasuke at that point. But the data book also does directly note Sasuke was going for his EMS, partially due to Naruto, which is represented with him directly contradicting his ideology earlier in the 5 Kage Summit, with him not wanting Itachi's eyes. In Naruto's case, with the Nine Tails power, it is for the same reasons, on top of the fact that Naruto outright states he doesn't want to risk a situation with Pain, to where if Sasuke's too strong for Sage Mode or can't press him hard enough, the Nine Tails hatred will leak out and he'll rampage again. So these two essentially are looking for more power to not run a high diff scenario with one another to where they both die, layered with their character motivations in that Sasuke wants more power to crush Naruto in the leaf, and Naruto, who not only not wanting to risk a situation on the leaf, but has to directly confront the Nine Tails, as if he can't even confront his own hatred, he knows he would never be able to confront Sasuke's, which we do see in the Waterfall of Truth. A big point people also miss with these two is that Naruto is referencing fighting Sasuke at some point in the future. He literally says to Sasuke, if you invade Konoha, I will fight you. Until that day, keep your hate in check and throw it at me. The idea that Naruto is looking at blind, no MS Sasuke and saying, oh yeah, we're gonna high diff each other, is pretty ludicrous, honestly speaking, especially when he's referencing a future fight between the two. You may be wondering why I didn't include Naruto with Kurama Chakra Mode. I don't think there's actually enough feats in this arc to just suggest that Naruto would be outright stronger than Sage Mode. Even though the series has treated the Nine Tails Chakra as like the next power-up or the next stage in Naruto's evolution, the only feats it actually displays in this arc is Naruto not being able to control it, as he uses Body Flicker and pins himself into the wall. If you want to say Naruto not having control of this higher stage of power, or it being so strong and so fast that he can't even control his movements properly, is enough to put it over Sage Mode, I think that's fine. I just think the form is relatively featless, and there's not enough inferences for us to put it above. Like, you could say Kyuubi Chakra Mode also could be considered stronger than Sage Mode physically, since the raw power of Naruto's chakra arms was so much that he wasn't even able to grasp rocks properly. So you can say the strength and speed of Naruto's new form are beyond what Naruto himself has experienced in Sage Mode, and due to him not being able to properly control this higher power, it is a stronger form than Sage Mode. I would probably agree with you, and I think that's an entirely fair take. I'm more so going with the idea that we haven't seen enough of this form aside from these variables to just place it even in comparison to the rest of the characters on this list. So while it is probably stronger and you can infer that off the chapter range, we're just gonna hold off on it for this specific arc. Naruto's fight against the Kyuubi in the Mindscape is also very good stock for Sage Mode, in that Naruto is able to just throw the Kyuubi, damage him, or at least affect the Kyuubi's hide with a Rasen Shuriken, or dodge Kyuubi tail swipes by hopping over them. Some people might be a little iffy on the Nine Tails fight. I'm going to talk about that in quite literally my next placement, and why I think you can make certain inferences off these feats, but it's not obviously 100% indicative to what Naruto and Sage Mode can do. It's also not as if Naruto really scales to the Kyuubi 1-to-1 anyway, since he would have lost this fight without Kushina's intervention. So there's really nothing that would just shoot Naruto up an entire tier or just change his placement in this arc. At the number 6 slot, we have Kushina Uzumaki. Now, this may seem like a hot take, but let me elaborate. It's revealed to us that on top of being Naruto's mother, which we did know previously as she has been shown in flashbacks, she was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. We see that Sage Mode Naruto, after tapping off the Nine Tails' tails while being able to mentally react, can't physically dodge the Nine Tails, bringing its arm down, with Naruto noting so fast in response to the Nine Tails movements. So we know that half of the Nine Tails is fast even by Sage Mode Naruto standards. I know it's very easy to dismiss this fight as it happens in Naruto's mindscape, but Naruto is still using a Sage Mode charge here. The main issue is that he wouldn't be able to do everything he does in this fight within one charge of Sage Mode, as he's still standing still, so he's probably in a perpetual state of absorbing nature energy. However, due to the fact that he hasn't absorbed so much that he's turning into a frog, which is exactly what happened to the Preta path when he was absorbing too much Senjutsu from Naruto in the Pain arc. The three-way ratio between mental, physical, and nature energies is required for Sage Mode, and Naruto not reaching this threshold or going beyond it would result in him not going into Sage Mode or absorbing too much nature energy. So I think the Naruto that fights the Nine Tails is as strong as Sage Mode Naruto, just not that Sage Mode Naruto would be able to do everything in this fight. So we know half the Nine Tails would just beat Naruto 1v1 in Sage Mode, has the stats to back it up. For Kushina and how she relates to this, we see in the flashback to Naruto's birth, Kushina has an impressive display against the full Nine Tails. For perspective, again, 4 tails of half the 9 tails power could contend with a Sannin in physicality. 6 tails could press the Diva path harder than Sage Mode Naruto, these being fractions made up of half of its power. Kushina, after giving birth and having the 9 tails ripped out of her, has shown the ability to restrain the 9 tails before it can even react, with her adamantine shooting chain shooting out. This also being relevant to the mindscape, as the Nine Tails is also mentally and physically reacting to Naruto's movements there. So this is linkable, and this is a stronger version of the Nine Tails. Kushina is not only locking the Bijou down in its movements before it can react, but restraining it for a long period of time. Long enough for Minato to seal half of it inside of Naruto and himself, only faltering due to fatigue, which is understandable considering what she just went through. The adamantine sealing chains are an A-ranked sealing jutsu, a characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. These chains boast an overwhelming firmness that even the Nine Tails itself can't destroy really easily, and if you're questioning their capabilities, even a more prime version of Hiruzen wasn't really able to get past the barrier that Kushina created with her chains. This same version of Hiruzen that was able to push the Nine Tails out of the village in the anime, whereas in the manga it's more of a group effort by the entire village, but this still should just be a more prime version of Hiruzen. This essentially means that these chains are just faster than a full Nine Tails, which just upscales from all the smaller portions of its power that we've seen previously, with her also being able to restrict the Nine Tails in its movements entirely, which is something that is kind of a ridiculous strength feat and something she would be able to do to pretty much everybody underneath her on this list. This is wrapped up pretty nicely with Naruto affirming that after he hears about the day of his birth and seeing Kushina's performance against Kurama, that he'll be a bigger badass than his dad and stronger than his mother, attributing strength to her. The only real snafu we run into is the Data Book 1 statement noting that Tsunade is the strongest kunoichi in Konoha history. I'm gonna be honest, I think this is just a blatant retcon, or you could just argue that the knowledge about Kushina is rather esoteric, in that even the Great 3 or Prodigal 3 didn't even know about certain events with her, like her being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, although they have heard of her prowess. This is one of those examples, in my opinion, where the statement was made before Kushina even existed or had displayed these far better feats. And on top of this, this is made during Fanbook 1, and Kishimoto or Naruto as a series hadn't fully written out every character. I mean, for example, there's a Naruto novel, Innocent Heart, Demonic Blood, that isn't on the Naruto canon timeline, but was written and has a different sequence of events for what happened 16 years ago. So changes were being made. I much more favor Kushina's stronger narratives here and her blatant feats above Tsunade than this Part 1 Fanbook statement. She doesn't have an official rank even in Data Book 4, with only Data Book 3 noting she's a red-haired kunoichi who could rival a man. I think Kushina's feats against the full Nine Tails really speak for themselves, and the fact that even half the Nine Tails is comparable to Sage Mode Naruto, who is above the Sannin tier, are a very blatant display of this. I will also say that Kushina also being the one to teach Minato all of his sealing ninjutsu is pretty ridiculous, and if you really want to get into it, if you want to argue she's a kunoichi and has fought on the battlefield, Minato quite literally notes when she's giving birth that he's never seen Kushina cry out in pain, which is kind of ridiculous if she's a shinobi, because it kind of implicates that she's never taken damage or cried out as a result of that, or maybe she has a high pain tolerance. Who really knows? The only thing that stops Kushina from being higher is lack of information. Her lore of being above Sage Mode Naruto and being able to combat the full Nine Tails in terms of stats isn't something that can just shoot her up way higher, because A, we don't know how strong the full Nine Tails is at this moment, only that it is stronger than the variations we have seen previously. At number 5, we have Itachi, and at number 4, we have Pain. Itachi stands here for a lot of the same reasons provided previously. He just scales some area above Sage Mode Naruto and 5 Kage Summon Sasuke, but to the exact extent, not too measurable due to his numerous restrictions. I think his placement here is just reaffirmed by him just being noted to be invincible at his peak, which is a term the series treats as really strong, whether it's by characters, data book, or chapter statements. The invincible metric is important when you consider it just cliffs Pain and Itachi above every Kage at the summit, or characters introduced during this time frame like 5 Kage Summit Sasuke, Sage Mode Jiraiya, Sage Mode Naruto, whereas Pain and Itachi are the only ones who really get this diction, which to me speaks to just how strong they are. They're so strong that they are seemingly invincible. With Pain, there's numerous statements, and for Itachi, there is the Black Zetsu statement. I think Pain being invincible is a more consistent narrative than Itachi, who just has the Black Zetsu statement at this point in the series. For Pain, it's more consistent. It's brought up in chapter statements, the data book, other characters. For Itachi, just has one statement by Black Zetsu of all people, who really shouldn't be that crazy of a knowledge pull at this point in the series. Like, he's just more so noting with the Yadamir and Totsuka Blade, Itachi's at that invincible tier. So both of these characters are just insanely powerful and are regarded as invincible, even when you have these high level Sani plus characters running around. At number 3, we have Minato. The Minato placement is really bolstered, in my opinion, by this chapter range, as he bounces off the previous metric noted before, with Naruto needing the Nine Tails chakra to fight Madara of all people right after seeing Pain. I think this is just a very close fight between them. Minato himself somewhat concedes to the fact that whoever gets the first hit wins. Minato does perform well in escaping Madara's dojutsu that allows him to suck people in, into that alternate dimension. We see Minato perform well, being able to body flicker and grab Naruto out of the air before Madara can just slash through him, being able to teleport Bijou bombs through a crack in space-time using Guiding Thunder, or being able to use Reaper Death Seal to split up the Nine Tails chakra. Minato notes that the margin for error in this battle is non-existent against someone whose teleportation ninjutsu surpasses Lord Second and his, with him eventually performing a win on Madara by performing the Flying Raijin level 2 and actually taking his arm off. So I think Minato being this high up still stays consistent. I think the only little speed bump in the road, if you would, is the statement where B notes that Naruto using body flicker is just like the yellow flash, but we don't really have too much of a basis for that. He could just be regarding the fact that Naruto just used body flicker, which is something Minato used. We're gonna get more into these interpretations as the war arc goes on, because believe me, you kind of have to. But for now, not too many inferences could be made off that. At number 2, we have Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha is up here for the same reasons that he was in the previous video, in that it's noted that he's not in a complete form. He makes this note in the 5 Kage Summit, with the second fan book noting that he still retains his injuries from the first Hokage. So the version that fights Minato is some husk or lower version compared to the full power Madara that fought Hashirama. The only real addition for Madara here is his fight against Conan, which I'm going to be 100% honest. This is not a good fight to A, downplay Madara, and B, upscale Conan. Now, I will say this. Conan being able to perform as well as she did with Intel is insanely impressive, because most characters probably wouldn't be able to do as such. It's only hindered by the fact that Madara outright says he underestimated her, with Conan planning to blow herself up when she tries to take Madara down with her, with Madara actually saving her life. There's also the fact that Conan had perfect intel on Madara's abilities at this point in the series. Now, this is something I kind of want to deep dive into another video, but when Kishimoto wants a weaker character to have a fighting chance or compete with a stronger character, they essentially provide him with, oh, if they knew everything about me or knew my secret, they could have won. You see this with a lot of characters. Madara makes this in relation to Itachi. If he had known everything about me, I would have been dead. Pain making a similar sentiment in the aftermath of his Jiraiya fight. If we didn't have this secret of ours, we probably couldn't have won. With this being displayed more outright in Sage Mode Naruto's battle with Pain, where full knowledge on his abilities allowed Naruto to have a fighting chance against this nerfed version of Pain. It really is a way for Kishimoto to allow weaker characters to have a good shot or fight more confidently against stronger characters, which a lot of people forget in this series of Naruto. Fights don't last long. 10 minutes is considered a long fight by the standards of Leaf Ninja and the Chunin exams, and a 1-hour conflict, as we see with Hiruzen or Orochimaru by Leaf Anbu, is almost unheard of. Village and Shinobi secrets are treated so seriously that there are Undertaker squads that have a sole purpose of destroying corpses so thoroughly as if they never existed. So the point I'm making with all of this is that intel actually matters a lot more than a lot of people think, because a lot of Naruto fights are shorter than a lot of people think, because we get used to these high stamina juggernauts that fight for a prolonged period of time. So intel is kind of used as a way to circumvent any power differences and allow the weaker side to have a fighting chance, which I think is present in this fight. And it also makes Conan's scaling a lot more ambiguous, and harder to apply to Madara of all people. Konan is also considered a bit of a counter matchup since her Dance of the Shikigami is also noted to counter dojutsu, such as the Sharingan, which makes it very difficult to place her confidently. Madara also reveals that he has a 5 to 10 minute Izanagi range, which is pretty ridiculous, as we previously saw with Danzo and what he could do at 10 minutes, whereas Madara could just accomplish this with one eye. While I think this is important, it doesn't change too much since it's also revealed to us that Madara obtains the Rinnegan by the end of this arc, so he'd be even stronger, even though it's not measurable and I'm not going off that version of Madara, mainly everything else. But the point here is that I don't think Konan 1000% scales to Madara at this point, although I do think she is very impressive in that she could blow off Madara's arm, which is a feat only really performed by Hokage Minato with a larger than normal Rasengan, so I don't think she's a slouch by any means. I'm more so saying the nature of this fight makes it extremely hard to place. At number 1, we have Hashirama tree throwing Senju. Now, this should be pretty clear. Just beat a stronger version of Madara than the translucent incomplete form that Minato had fought against, on top of just beating the Nine Tails with Madara at the same time. We see that Minato on his own isn't even able to fully deal with the Nine Tails, even in terms of sealing. So it's really simple. Just fought a stronger, much stronger version of Madara and the QB at the same time, whereas Minato has been displayed to not be able to deal with both of these things individually confidently, that being a full power Madara or a full Nine Tails. At the number 10 slot, we have the 5 Kage, now including Tsunade and Killer Bee. Number 9, Hanzo and Danzo. Number 8, Sagebo Jiraiya and Hydro Orochimaru. At number 7, MS Sasuke and Sagebo Naruto. Again, interchangeable. At number 6, we have Kushina Uzumaki. At number 5, Itachi Uchiha. At number 4, Pain. At number 3, Minato. At number 2, Madara. At number 1, Hashirama. If you're wondering why I didn't have characters like 7th Gate Guy or Kisame on the list, it is due to the fact that even though they could be considered stronger than some characters presented here, it's not very possible, at least in the way to give a concrete placement, since, for example, right, 7th Gate Guy. Okay, 7th Gate Guy is pretty strong. He fights Kisame, who's amped off the topography. The problem with this is that Guy doesn't fight anybody else in Shippuden up to this point. He only fights a portion of Kisame's chakra earlier in Shippuden. So the only reference for 7th Gate Guy is that it would just be stronger than 6th Gate Guy that we saw earlier in Shippuden. So it's a bit circular in that Kisame and Guy only really scale off each other, or you could at max say Kisame scales above the version that fought B by some arbitrary amount, which you could maybe say puts him on the same caliber or in a similar range to the 5 Kage, which I think is fair. Again, we just don't have any confident placements to make for them at this point in the series. We also have someone like Kabuto at this point who has access to the Akatsuki and Edo Tensei form, but we don't know how strong Kabuto himself is, just that he reacts to a dash from Madara and is able to summon the Edo Tensei, which Madara reacts to mentally anyway, so it's not even that great of a feat. So with all this in mind, it's very difficult to place these characters. I think you can make a case for them. I'm just not placing them due to it being almost impossible to gauge them in comparison to other characters on this list, which makes it impossible to make a coherent ranking. For the next section, we have the 4 Shinobi War confrontation, ranging from chapters 516 to 559. Now, off rip, I have to drop a couple characters, that being Sagebo Jiraiya, Hydro Orochimaru, Hanzo, and Danzo. The reasoning for this, as it gets a lot harder to relate these characters to other existing Kage in the work. We're going to be introduced to more feats, some of the Kage growing stronger, getting more amps, or just being amped due to certain mental states. It just becomes very difficult to backscale from those higher forms or those specific characters to the Kage in the work. So for those reasons, I'm dropping them off. I think you can still fill them in, and I'm sure most people probably will be able to. This is just a better alternative to the list and the video as a whole. And again, you could probably fill in the blanks. It's not going to make that much of a difference, the fact that I dropped off these characters, but they kind of do have to be dropped off. At the number 10 slot, I have the 5 Kage slash the Edo Gokage. Now, you might say I'm kind of cheating since I essentially have 9 characters taking up 1 slot, but I actually do believe a lot of these are potentially interchangeable. The way the series presents these characters, they actually aren't that far off in terms of strength to the point that they wouldn't be able to fight one another. Let me give you like a little summary to explain. Characters like the Raikage are shown to be able to stonewall somebody of KCM Naruto or QB mode Naruto, which I'm just going to refer to as KCM1 for the sake of this video, in speed, requiring Naruto to respond to the Raikage's body flicker with his own. More on that when we talk about Naruto. Tsunade believes she's capable of fighting the Raikage even when he powers up to a higher stage of his lightning cloak, with her being capable enough for the Raikage to ask her for assistance in stopping Naruto. Onoki is directly on par with Mu in that they can clash their particle styles against one another on and off screen repeatedly at the same speed. Mu can keep up with, or believes that his own particle style is faster than the likes of KCM Naruto's clone of sensing and avoiding the clone's movements. Mu only really being taken down by Naruto's chakra arms that are faster than he is. I'll touch on that more in a bit when we get to Naruto and all that stuff, but moving past that, Mu and Gengetsu killed each other with Gengetsu's Speed Imp, a mini chibi water clone that is capable of just blitzing around the battlefield, noticed to be fast by the likes of Gaara post-Rasa encounter, even with his own personal sand in use, which is also noted to be faster than his desert sand by Deidara. Mind you, Gaara got stronger off the Rasa encounter, so this isn't even the same Gaara at the beginning of the war arc, with also the same KCM Naruto clone that's comparable to all of this, also fighting the third Raikage, who's a difficult opponent that Naruto can't just raw power through with a Rasen Shuriken, has to rely on the Raikage's own arm and Hell Stab to take him out. All of these dudes are fighting each other and fighting the same people. It really is kind of interchangeable up to a certain point. Now, I'm not going to cheat. I could cheat. I'm going to let y'all know. I can cheat here. Am I going to? I'm not going to. I'm going to give y'all my little 5 Kage to Edo Kage tier list inside the power ranking video at this number 10 slot. So this is really like a top 16. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't really want to just drop this at Edo Kage and Edo Gokage. So let me give my hierarchy. At the top tier, I would have the 4th Raikage and Tsunade. 4th Raikage A has a very strong case, actually being comparable to a full power KCM Naruto compared to the fragments of strength used against the other Edo Tensei. We'll touch on that more when we get to KCM Naruto. It's also possible A4 is stronger than Jonin Minato, as the databook notes his lightning cloak boasts a godlike speed not inferior to the Yellow Flash, which is a title more commonly associated with Jonin Minato as opposed to Hokage Minato. While I think this can be debated depending on how you glaze Minato, I lean towards the Hokage interpretation due to A4 noting he did not believe anyone could surpass Minato, with him also viewing Minato as the savior. An individual in A's mind can only be granted this title if they are faster than him or can dodge/outrun his maximum speed outright, like KCM Naruto or Minato. The fact that he views both these individuals as the savior even now does paint a pretty clear painting that both characters are faster than him or faster than A's current speed. His overall power and chakra reserves are obviously enormous, having Bijou-like chakra reserves. The chapter statement and Kerin both note this, with his raw power also being impressive, being able to take out singular ribs of Sasuke Susanoo defense, with his supercharged punches being something that Naruto makes note of, being super strong and deadly to someone, not Naruto himself, but strong overall. Basically, A4 has the best arguments in terms of speed, although I think it isn't to the point where he's just eclipsing everybody by like 4 tiers. Tsunade should be in the same tier as I mentioned previously, with her chakra enhanced strength, this being pretty impressive along with all the previous mentions of her lore and strength. That stacks up to the Kage tier. Stacked with her knowledge and believing she can fight A4 is pretty good stock for her being up here. This being A4 when he's powered up into full power and believes he's going to kill Naruto. The only way this doesn't work is if you say A, Tsunade's lying or egotistical, which she isn't, or B, she's flat out dumb, which she also isn't. Just stands to reason she can combat A, or he isn't so much faster that it's impossible for her to fight against. I think A4 is a little more impressive at this point and does have higher implications, but if you think Tsunade with Katsuyu at this point could be deadly to him, I think that's entirely fine. Underneath this, I have Gaara. Now, the reason I have Gaara below is that, like I mentioned before, Gaara just really fights people who are fighting fragments of KCM Naruto's power, and he's able to keep pace with this. For reference, he's able to respond in real time to QB Naruto's movements and create a launch pad for his chakra arm that actually is faster than QB Naruto's own physicals, evidenced by the arm actually allowing him to outspeed a Mu who thought he was faster with his particle style than Naruto's own physical movements. Now, even though Gaara is impressive, you don't want to just go crazy with his feats in the desert, because he does have the topography advantage, which makes it so his arsenal is not limitless at this point, and it allows for him to form infinite combinations or have infinite sand for him to use. Even in the fight with Gengetsu, he mainly won that fight, or was able to stop the seemingly unstoppable Steam Imp via utilizing Rasa's gold dust and turning the Steam Imp into solid gold. The databook also noting that Gaara had gotten even stronger post his exchange with Rasa, visually demonstrated with his Mother Sand defense, which Gengetsu, for example, was able to blow up with his Steam Imp. Again, a lot of these characters just having stylistic advantages, or a lot of these fights coming up to matchup. For example, Gengetsu counters Gaara's Sand with his oil-like water, so he's overall a bad matchup for Gaara. Under that, I would have Onoki, Mu, Gengetsu, and A3. Onoki and Mu are very self-explanatory. I mean, they're quite literally on par. Onoki noting that Mu's particle style is as strong as ever, with the duo clashing progressing with equal speed on screen and off screen. These two obviously having some different hacks and abilities. Onoki with his lightened and weighted boulder technique, and Mu with his sensory capabilities and being able to null his chakra signature. Now, Tsunade does make a note that Onoki is the only one capable of stopping Mu, who has a Keke Toda just like Onoki, with Onoki making a similar sentiment when he's next to Gaara and faced with Mu, but this is more so in reference to Mu's ability to take out widespread shinobi with his particle style, which is clarified by Mu himself, and not really a reference to Mu just being stronger than everybody else. Mu and Gengetsu being in the same spot is also pretty obvious since they killed each other. You know, I think A3 or the third Raikage is the weakest one in this category, mainly due to the fact that I think his arsenal is a lot weaker compared to Mu and Gengetsu's. His bag isn't quite as deep, even though he has the Hell Stab, which scales above his own ridiculous durability, which could potentially even be extended to an 8-Tails Beast Bomb off of Gyuki. Not quite remembering how the third got the scar on his chest. I just think it's a lot harder to argue for him, but to each his own. I don't really think it makes a huge difference. If you're wondering why I have A3 under A4, this is mainly due to the fact that A is the title given to the strongest in the village, and A4 had achieved the title of A even as a Jonin while the third was still alive. A4 should have also been Kage level at this point anyway, since the moment the third died, he was instantly able to slip into the Kage role. Like, there wasn't really that much of a transition process. He was already an acceptable strength to be at the Raikage level, and Minato kind of makes a similar note to him as Jonin. Last up, we have Rasa and then Mei. Mei, we haven't seen too many feats from at this point, aside from being at some sort of standstill with Black Zetsu, who Madara left behind as a deterrent so Kabuto wouldn't go after Sasuke. You actually may be able to say Mei might be closer to that Sani level than Rasa is, since in Fanbook 1, Orochimaru is noted to be the strongest of all village enemies, which, while not including Akatsuki members due to not being released during the time frame Fanbook 1 was introduced or the chapter range it takes place, does include the Kazekage and the Sand Village as a whole, as both are noted in this section. Gaara being able to move at comparable speeds to Rasa with his Gourd Sand, which obviously disconnects from later scaling since Gaara gets the Your Mama Loves You amp. Gaara winning this exchange as a whole due to the Edo Tensei being programmed to defend against any jutsu automatically, even if it isn't the most optimal option. They're kind of going off the jutsu's programming and not what they may potentially do or what would be the best option in that scenario. This is not in taking into account anime material, but it is possible to argue Mei over Rasa if you do take the Fanbook 2 statement at face value, like I mentioned previously, with all of the 5 Kage being close to that Sani level, which Rasa isn't at, or just weaker than Orochimaru. That's a brief overview on why I have these characters in this order. You know, you maybe have a different order. Again, I tried to mention that earlier, that I think these are a bit more stylistic, and I feel like everybody could kind of fight everybody, at least in this specific tier. We're 10 minutes in, man, and I'm talking about the number 10 slot. I'm talking about guy who's wrapped up in Charmin Ultra Strong versus guy with no eyebrows, Gengetsu, who wants to be Super Saiyan 3, but ended up being Super Saiyan free. We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? If you disagree, bro, we're at number 10. Let's keep it moving. Stop it. The voices are getting louder. I can't do it no more. At the number 9 slot, we have version 2 Kinkaku and or Ginkaku. These two are rumored to have hailed from the Sage of Six Paths himself and wield the fabled Six Paths ninja tools. A bit of a threat level is established with these two. With the third Raikage being introduced, there isn't really any notable reaction besides anger from A4, whereas when the Gold and Silver brothers are introduced to the battlefield, this convinces A4 that he has to join the ranks on the battlefield himself. It's revealed that Kinkaku and Ginkaku have beaten, quote unquote, beaten the second Hokage, which, if you're taking that at face value, could be interpreted to be a Sani level fee off of part 1 Tobirama's showings. There's two main examples this could be in reference to. It's more than likely in reference to when Kinkaku and Ginkaku jumped Tobirama and the second Raikage, who, by the way, isn't on this list, even though you could maybe interpret him potentially being a rival to Tobirama due to the chapter statement noting that the third Raikage is the strongest past Raikage, meaning stronger than the second. It's either that incident or when Tobirama decreed that Hiruzen is the new Hokage and they are surrounded by the Kinkaku force, in which case it's also vague since we don't even know if Kinkaku or Ginkaku showed up or if the duo showed up later or anything to that extent, but at best it would just be a Sani level feat if you took it at face value. We'll touch on the details of this when Tobirama's scaling becomes a lot more clear later on in the series. Now I'll mainly be looking at version 2, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the ones who required the entire first company along with Kitsuchi's company to take down. These two were able to achieve Nine-Tails chakra by feeding on the interior meat of the Nine-Tails, which allowed them to return alive, and they took a part of the Nine-Tails power for themselves. The data book will go on to note that those who exceptionally demonstrate their power surpass even the 5 Kage. However, this usage expends enormous amount of chakra. It also further clarifies on what happened between the second Raikage and second Hokage, where Kinkaku and Ginkaku, using this power in the Nine-Tails chakra, inflicted heavy injuries upon the second Raikage and second Hokage. So even here, it's already established that you can't even quite scale them to Tobirama and the second Raikage, since their full capabilities aren't really really as known since they don't have access to all 5 ninja tools in the war arc, nor do they use all 5 ninja tools in conjunction with their version 2 cloaks in the war arc. Kinkaku only even going into version 2 because Ginkaku is heavily weakened. Basically, if you assume the Raikage statement is in reference to base, it just means that on their base they could be considered a greater threat with the ninja tools in the 3rd Raikage, which is why the 4th Raikage needed to pull up. The Daorui fight, I will mention, is kind of a bad look for them, but I will say there are moments in that fight where Daorui would have just lost if he didn't just change his most used word mid-fight, along with the fact that he's potentially men-slammed via thinking about being the Raikage's right arm in that exchange. This obviously isn't insanely relevant as I'm gauging these two individuals as when they're in version 2 and have access to the ninja tools that they use independently. With the group not even sealing Kinkaku conventionally, they actually had to seal him in the amber sealing pot, which was utilized to actually seal the full 8 tails itself. Basically, these two could just be above Daorui and potentially the 3rd Raikage if you think a statement is in reference to their base forms, and you stack on a version 2 of 9 tails chakra on top of that, and you get someone who's pretty ridiculous. I also want to put forth that the Gokage in question should be the current Gokage, as this is taking place during Data Book 4, and the fact that both of them together are what's rivaling the Gokage with all 5 ninja tools means that individually with the amber sealing jar, and depending on who it goes to, or maybe the two utilize it together, they should be stronger than any individual Gokage on this list. And I could get into the brass tacks of the Daorui fight, really, but at the end of the day, in version 2, these two really weren't stopped. They didn't take any external damage. Even Kitsuchi wasn't able to physically damage Kinkaku in their bout. Or something that required 2 company commanders, a bunch of extra shinobi, and the Inoshikacho to actually take down. And even then, it's highly unlikely Kinkaku would have been able to be sealed by conventional means via them having to use the amber sealing jar, which is pretty ridiculous. And the fact that Kinkaku or Ginkaku would have had access to that, it's just overall really strong stuff. You also can say that Kinkaku and Ginkaku would be stronger than the likes of Kakuzu, Dan, Asuma, Hizashi, off of Ao's statement of each chakra or Edo Tensei being stronger than the last. I obviously don't think any of these fighters are above like any of the Kage at this point in the series, but I did want to mention I think they're stronger than all of those fighters as well. Next up, I have Kushina Uzumaki. A lot of the same reasons I mentioned earlier, a lot of the same rationale, her just being able to contend with the full entirety of the 9 tails in terms of speed. Kinkaku and Ginkaku using fractions of that power and being able to perform such extreme feats, although they are aided by other aspects of their arsenal. Being above Sage Mode Naruto, who quite frankly would still be very relevant in the war, as even a shadow clone of the original Naruto strength in Sage Mode was able to contend with the Raikage in speed, being noted to have even faster reaction times than KCM Naruto. I know some people like to argue this is referring to base. I'm gonna be honest, I think that's kind of a bad take. I don't really see how you could possibly infer that since Naruto is switching between the 2 forms. And for him to be referencing base, it would have to be him using the form for the first time, or that's the implication. Like, why would he make note of him having a form that has superior reaction time to his base form if he's used the form already? It makes much more sense that he's comparing it to the newer form that he just used against the same opponent. But that's just me. Do what you want. So being stronger than Sage Mode Naruto or above him is still very relevant even at this point in the series. I will also say Kushina's narratives are pushed a bit more, being noted to be one of Naruto's twin sons, which on its own isn't concrete scaling, but the fact that Naruto views Minato and Kushina equally in his eyes, especially off his previous statements, does kind of further push the idea that Kushina was pretty strong. Even if you don't think she's as strong as Minato, she's always in the conversation or just compared to him or on a similar note narratively. And again, being stronger than Sage Mode Naruto is very relevant, as Sage Mode Naruto is extremely relevant even in the war arc. If you do think he got stronger, I think that's a fair take, as B makes a note, and something we're going to see, that fighting is kind of a shortcut into a power up, meaning that fighting kind of grants you more of a strength increase than training ever will, which is something we're going to see with other characters in the war arc. And Naruto only really uses Sage Mode once before he actually arrives to the battlefield. So if you think he clipped his previous version of himself previously, that's fine. Then Kushina still has her 9-tail scaling. If not, and you still think it's comparable or it's kind of circumvented by the idea Naruto's using a shadow clone here, her placement is still just as solid. Either way, I think overall she still just belongs here. At the number 7 slot, we have Killer Bee. Now, the reason Killer Bee is shot up so much as opposed to previously when he's just weaker than the Raikage is due to the disparity in feats that he presents in the war. The most blatant showing of this is him overpowering a full power Raikage's lariat compared to earlier on, like in the 5 Kage Summit, when he needs his version 1 cloak to actually match the version 1 Raikage's lariat. This is a pretty extreme difference since a full power Raikage is what's compared to those Killer Bee 8 Tails levels of Bijou power, and B is just able to clip that entirely in his base form, along with being able to keep pace and actually intercept the Raikage strikes on Naruto when he's prepared to kill him and Naruto goes to make a shadow clone. This is also exemplified a bit more in the Itachi Nagato fight, where Killer Bee is able to keep pace even in his base form with Itachi, Nagato, and Naruto. The chapter statement also remarking that all 4 of these shinobi are top tier shinobi. So Killer Bee just has a lot better feats to where he needs his Bijou power to compete with the Raikage earlier on in the series, but now he can just compete with these Raikage levels of speed or power in his base form. It's pretty ridiculous. If you're also questioning this notion, keep in mind Taka Sasuke could keep base with B and parry him off 18 times in his original fight with B, mainly losing to B's swordsmanship as opposed to just some physical stat disparity, although I do think B was physically stronger as well. Why do I bring this up? Well, Sasuke is notably stronger in the 5 Kage Summit, with his hatred and base Sharingan being fully recovered and having his hatred mature, with this version of Sasuke also losing to a lower version of the Raikage. So if you argue that B doesn't get stronger retroactively, you're kind of saying, okay, Taka Sasuke would also be able to perform these feats against a full power Raikage, which doesn't work, obviously. The only way this works is if you argue B got stronger or A got weaker. I don't think the A got weaker stance off of him losing an arm is crazy relevant, I'm not gonna lie to you, but let's talk about it some more. I will say some people use Killer B traveling alongside Naruto as a feat for him. I disagree with this because we actually see when Naruto and B escape the barrier that Naruto resorts to base and is constantly flickering between his Kyuubi Chakra mode and base form. So Killer B just traveling at the same speed as Naruto in his Kyuubi Chakra mode isn't really a feat, nor is that really applicable to combat, at least in my opinion. I don't think you can really gauge anything like that. By that same logic, all of Kabuto's Edo Tensei are relative in speed since they're shown traveling at similar speeds. It's not really the best metric in terms of measuring these characters speed-wise. And I don't think this is just exclusive to B's base form. I think overall he's just stronger. An example of this that can be seen is how fast Killer B can actually transform into full 8 Tails and actually start charging up a Bijou Bomb when Nagato unleashes the Chubaku Tensei, with even Naruto noting that was fast, which, I mean, if you're fast in relation to KCM Naruto, that's pretty impressive. If you want a bit more perspective on this, Killer B was actually able to change into his full 8 Tails form before Itachi's V2 or Skeletal Susanoo can actually evolve one stage up. So Killer B is actually able to transform into full Gyuki and charge up a Tail Beast Bomb before Itachi can even evolve his Susanoo up to the next level, which is actually pretty impressive speed-wise, since it seems that throwing up your Susanoo defense or evolving it is actually comparable to other MS techniques or even faster than the user's physical movements. You could maybe base this off Black Zetsu saying Kirin in concept would be physically impossible for anybody to dodge, with Itachi throwing up his Susanoo in response to that. Or you can look at Danzo getting tagged close range from Sasuke forming the skeletal avatar. This same Danzo who could contend with Sasuke's MS techniques, physically reacting to the Amaterasu and dodging the Susanoo physicals at times. This is to say the act of throwing up the defense itself should scale closer to reaction than combat speed, and is more than likely greater than Itachi's own physicals at this point in the series. So a way you could look at this is that Killer B could transform into the full 8 Tails faster than Itachi could throw a punch, which is pretty ridiculous, or he should scale to a level of speed beyond Itachi's own physicals if he's able to transform fully before Itachi's avatar evolved. Itachi only throwing his Yasaku Magatana beads when the avatar is fully formed is kind of clear depiction of this. So Killer B just scales in terms of speed to these speedsters at this point in the series, along with having a pretty substantial arsenal to boot. There are potential interpretations like him being mentally amped against the Raikage, which allowed him to actually overpower him in the lariat. This being somewhat supported by the chapter statement, which notes his brother's words gave him the strength to surpass him. While you can make this case, I think you actually can also make the argument if B was mentally amped here, he permanently retained the amp. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to compete with these same characters in terms of speed, and it also detracts from the scene as a whole, as this is meant to display B surpassing his brother with his own strength, not just the 8 Tails, which is the whole point of the Minato flashback, that Killer B possesses something beyond being the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. But if he only temporarily surpasses his brother, it kind of defeats the notion of the entire scene. You could also interpret the statement, his own powerful words gives his younger brother the strength to surpass him, as a general statement where the Raikage's words eventually allowed B to surpass him, as opposed to just being in the moment, since Killer B is reflecting on words the Raikage had spoken to him in the past, which he would have kept in mind going through his journey of mastering the Eight Tails power and becoming a full-fledged shinobi. I think there's a couple different avenues you can interpret this scene, but the overall idea is that Killer B does scale to these levels, and he has the feats to back it up. And even if you wanted to say he's not exactly full power Raikage level, or doesn't scale to the Raikage and body flicker, it still would put him above the Raikage and a bunch of these other fighters, as this is base B. B overall would just scale to these levels of speed in base or with his lariat, which honestly should make him faster, since chakra is noted in the data book to be loaded at the arm. Very similar in principle to the Chidori, where chakra is focused on the arm and it being regarded as flesh activation, with some translations knowing that the Raikage even approaches the speed of light itself with this technique. So I think to say it's a linear moving speed amp, which is consistent with other lightning techniques in the series, is also fine. Bottom line is Killer B just fights stronger people, and the fact that he's comparable to a full power Raikage in base puts him a pretty distinct tier above the people below him, with his higher end feats being more comparable to the likes of Kyuubi Naruto and Edo Itachi. So his placement here is pretty cemented, and just keep in mind this is all base B I've discussed. This isn't talking about version 2, version 1, or a full 8 Tails form. At the number 6 slot, we have KCM Naruto, and I'm gonna be honest, KCM Naruto, or Kyuubi mode Naruto, I'm just gonna call him KCM1, is kind of an animal in the work, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. It's pretty ridiculous. Naruto at this point in the series has a much greater grasp on the Kyuubi power and can now control it and use it in combat, with the form almost outright being noted to be stronger than Sage Mode, as Naruto notes to Nagato, "I'm much stronger than when I fought Pain." Now, I do think Sage Mode is fundamentally just a different skill set than KCM, even if you think KCM is holistically a stronger form. But both forms are useful against the same caliber of opponents. Like, Naruto can switch between the forms against the third Raikage, and both are able to combat and deal with those levels of speed and the Raikage's arsenal. They more so just have different skill sets. And you know, to go back a sec, I think KCM1 is holistically the stronger form, but Sage Mode is more so just a different skill tree compared to what KCM offers. Now, let's work backwards. I want to start with the Raikage fight, because I just touched on that with B, and then, you know, we never have to touch on this fight again, thank God. I think a lot of people just slap the Raikage and Naruto as relative, which I can see because, you know, they're keeping up with each other, but I think a lot of this gets lost in the, you know, the encounter itself. Basically, the way the encounter goes, Naruto is just kind of speed testing himself against the Raikage, constantly upping his speed levels to contend with A4 and his lightning cloak. Now, I already touched on the savior point I mentioned previously, and I know I mentioned that mental amp point with Killer B. I think it's a similar case with Naruto, because I've heard the argument thrown around that Naruto's mental amped in this situation because he's thinking of his friends and how he can't fail. While I will say I think this is a fair take, I have a similar opinion of the B example or mental amp argument, in that if you think Naruto's mental amp, he almost has to retain that strength or go up. As B notes, you kind of get stronger the more you fight. So he either has to have gotten stronger via the mental amp or this whole encounter with the Raikage, and Naruto shouldn't go back down in strength afterwards, because if he's temporarily faster than the Raikage, then he's temporarily a savior, which really doesn't work in the grand narrative of the, you know, scene. It would just mean he's temporarily somebody that could be considered a savior, and then he just gets weaker or goes back down. So I think the idea that he either just retains the mental amp or just is not mental amp, both interpretations are fine. I just would know I think Naruto is just faster than the Raikage post this encounter, and I think a lot of people get this encounter kind of mixed up. Basically, the way it goes is towards the end of the fight, the Raikage uses Body Flicker to run at Naruto. Body Flicker, in essence, is just a travel speed boost to get you from where you are to your opponent, but you can't really just throw punches with Body Flicker. It doesn't really work like that. As we see in every example, Sasuke versus Deidara, Minato versus Madara. How many? Yo, what are we at with that? I need a counter. Can we get a counter on that? I need a counter on how many times I'm doing that. Sasuke versus Deidara, Minato versus Tobi, technically at this point, since, you know, Madara is introduced during this chapter range. Sasuke versus the Raikage part 1, and even in this encounter we actually see the Raikage materialize before Naruto. Essentially what happens is the Raikage uses Body Flicker to get close to Naruto. Naruto is able to react to the Raikage and then use Body Flicker on his own to respond and outrun the Raikage, which the Raikage notes Naruto's the only one to outrun his fastest punch. This doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of everything, but more so is just to say Naruto can lap the Raikage with his own Body Flicker variation via actually being able to react to the Raikage's max speed. And I'm going to get into why I think it's his Body Flicker when I talk about Minato, because, oh man, we're going to get on Minato, man. He's fallen a little bit. I'm not going to lie. This chapter age does not do him any favors. Let me tell you something. Now, going past all this, I want to make it abundantly clear. If Naruto and A4 fought, Naruto would wax A4 so bad. Send him to the Cloud Village in the sky. VIP pass next to his pops. The reason I say this is because following this encounter, we see Naruto can make 13 shadow clones that can fight Kage level opponents on every battlefield, meaning that there are 14 Narutos present. And Naruto can technically make one more clone as he does so after his fight with Itachi. However, this is the limit that stretches the Kyuubi chakra mode too far, making the clone lose his chakra cloak, along with Naruto himself. Although I should note that the other clones don't lose their chakra cloaks. Naruto had to have split his chakra up between 13 clones, meaning he had to have been operating on less than 8% of his maximum chakra between each clone. And these fragments of Naruto's power can all fight Kage level opponents. Imagine if A4 got jumped by 13 Narutos. What's he gonna do? He can't even damage him. A4's physical blows aren't enough to even guard break Naruto. And Naruto's note about A4's strength is, oh, this is good. This is a heavy punch. He notes it's a heavy punch. You know what he says? Oh, this could hurt somebody. Who says that? Imagine you punch a dude and he's like, wow, that could hurt somebody. I'm leaving. I'm gone. I'm leaving the ring. I'm gone. I'm not messing with him no more. This also not taking into account Naruto's chakra arms or extremely versatile arsenal with new Rasengan variants, new Rasen Shuriken variants. It's just honestly ridiculous, as Naruto can just use his chakra arms for extra arms to create the Rasen Shuriken, propel himself off objects. It's just ridiculous. So the only thing that A4 would even potentially be able to match Naruto in is speed. In every other facet, like Naruto would just dismantle his lightning armor with Rasen Shuriken and just beat him down with a bunch of clones. He's honestly a Shinobi Alliance level threat at this point. It's insane, man. We also see that Naruto is able to contend with the likes of Edo Tensei, Itachi, and Nagato. I'll touch more on that when we actually get to those characters, but at the very least, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken should be comparable to Itachi's strongest long-range jutsu, that being his Yasaka Magatana beats and Killer Bee's 8-Tails Bijou Bomb, as all three were needed to destroy Nagato's Chibaku Tensei. Now, you could make an argument they're not. At the very least, they're just going to be comparable to Itachi's attack, since that's most likely what Itachi's basing the attacks off. Considering all three attacks have their own variable abilities or AoE effects, yet none of them overpower the other, I think it's just fine to say, you know, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken at this point can be comparable to 8-Tails Killer Beast Bijou Bomb and Itachi's Asaka Magatana beats, or triple beat, I should say, 3-beat, whatever. So Naruto actually does fight nerfed in a lot of battles during the work, and I think Naruto's strength is pretty ridiculous. Like, not enough people just talk about how insane KCM Naruto is at full strength. There's even glimpses of this when Naruto and B escape the barrier on Turtle Island, where Naruto's actually able to hold up and shrink the 8-Tails Bijou Bomb and hold it, which is kind of impressive if you consider how Bijou Bombs earlier in the series are presented to have a lot of weight to them, or that's supposed to be high density chakra. So the fact that Naruto could just carry it around is kind of a feat indicative of like 6-Tails Naruto or full 8-Tails Killer B, and Naruto can just hold it, shrink it down, and do, you know, whatever he wants with it. Use it like a Rasengan. Shouldn't be too surprising considering the Rasengan is based on the Bijou Bomb, and Naruto actually is practicing to perform that, only not really being able to perform it as a shadow clone. In short, Naruto's just kind of an animal. He can compete with a full 8-Tails Killer B in terms of power and could just clone himself multiple times. I want you to keep in mind too, Naruto being this strong is actually kind of noted in the series. Itachi kind of reprimands Naruto for kind of getting high off his own power. Naruto's convinced he can just solo the entirety of the war just due to how insane his strength is and how many shadow clones he can make. And Itachi kind of has to vibe check him. He's like, listen, bro, come on, man, you gotta relax. You're not quite him. Did you say that, Chibaku Sensei? So Naruto being this strong is pretty insanely sported. He has the feats to back it up, can clone himself. It's just ridiculous. He has the raw power, versatility with his chakra arm and Rasengan variants. I will also note too, Naruto has the rare ability to sense evil intent or malevolent motions, a trademark ability of Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, which also aids him in battle, as it's now this new distinct form of threat perception that allows him to differentiate the white Zetsu who have copied other people's chakras. On top of this, Naruto also has his Kyuubi chakra arms, which I mentioned previously, which are faster than Naruto's physical movements, since Mu had sensed Naruto's physicals and believed his particle style to be faster as he charges it up. Naruto, after using Gaara's sand as like a launch pad with his chakra arm, also extends another Rasengan into Mu with his own chakra arm again before Mu could really react. So Naruto is able to tag an opponent who could dodge his physical movements and believes himself to be faster off those physical movements with his chakra arms in play, which does give off the idea that they are faster than Naruto himself. How much faster at this point is a little arguable, since Naruto does use two chakra arms, one off the launch pad and one to push his Rasengan into Mu. But I will say I think there is enough of a speed difference to where you could say it's beyond someone's physicals and their ability to react if Naruto uses them properly. While this is all great, the only real drawback Naruto has in this form is that he can't make shadow clones, right? Because the QB would take a proportional amount of chakra for each clone he makes. The difference is that the QB isn't doing this for some reason at this point in the story, so Naruto is able to make clones. So that drawback isn't really present. The only other thing I could think to mention is that KCM or QB Chakra Mode has somewhat of a time limit. However, we don't really see the upper limits of it. We only really see Naruto at this point burn out when he attempts, say, techniques like that he's not capable of doing yet, like the Bijou Bomb, or when he just expends himself too far by making 14 clones total, which is kind of ridiculous. So yeah, Naruto's just kind of ballistic at this point in the series. At the number 5 slot, we have 3 characters, that being EMS Sasuke, Edo Itachi, and Minato. Now this tier is very weird because all of these people have scaling or ways to suggest that they're stronger than KCM Naruto, whether in their hacks, their abilities, their stats, but the exact reach of that is now somewhat vague. All we know is that they just should be above KCM Naruto. Starting with Sasuke, since I think he has the weakest case here, essentially this is based off him finally awakening his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, displaying the same armored Susanoo variant as Itachi, with the databook remarking, even at this stage in Sasuke's career, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Eternal Light grants Sasuke ninjutsu and genjutsu that surpassed his older brothers. We also see Sasuke use Enton in a much more offensive fashion than he was able to previously, using his ability of Kagetsuchi to create a Amaterasu sword that kills White Zetsu, the original White Zetsu that was like lurking about with Black Zetsu during Shippuden. The problem with this is that we only see Sasuke during chapter 553 with these abilities and that higher stage of Susanoo that he utilized in the Kage Summit. The armored variation that we'll just call like the V4 Susanoo for just simplicity's sake. This placement really only works in conjunction with the data book that would just imply that Sasuke has surpassed his brother or is on a similar tier at this point in the series after fusing their Mangekyo together. I think it is fine to have Sasuke in the same tier as Itachi with this. I just think he has the weakest case. I mean, quite literally the first showing of him, we actually see Sasuke walking outside of his Susanoo, which is something people credit to Itachi exclusively, but Sasuke also just does it upon his first appearance. So he's also just replicating Itachi's feats and has these statements to kind of go along with it. Next up, we have Edo Itachi, the whole reason I'm even putting Sasuke in this tier. Now, Edo Itachi has a pretty good performance against KCM Naruto, but before we do that, we have to talk about Itachi as a whole. As an Edo Tensei, Itachi basically has an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He has no illness, he has no drawback from using his Mangekyo, which basically means he can keep his Susanoo up indefinitely, along with giving Itachi the ability to spam attacks like Tsukiyomi or Amaterasu with no real lashback like he has when he's alive. We see Itachi have a decent performance against Naruto where he's able to compete with Naruto physically, parrying him off 5 times in the air. I'm not the biggest fan of this encounter since I think you can make a valid case that Naruto is holding back to just talk to Itachi, but I think the fact that Itachi in terms of physicals can just compete with this Naruto in terms of close quarters combat is pretty impressive. And even if you don't like the whole Naruto aspect, Itachi also is able to compete with B in close quarters combat, completely avoiding his 7 sword style entirely, or when Naruto and B both attempt to box in Itachi and he's able to avoid both entirely. Even if you went with the idea that Naruto wasn't going all out here just to probe for intel, it still would be consistent that Itachi would be comparable to this range as he's competing with B, who doesn't have this sort of reason for holding back. It would previously just established a lot of base B scaling. Itachi's techniques are also at this caliber, as Naruto directly notes to B that if he gets hit with either Amaterasu or Tsukiyomi, it's over, which should include Naruto himself in that assessment, or Naruto should be including himself. Otherwise, it's just a weird statement. Like, it makes sense that he's more so discussing that if either of them get hit by these techniques, it's just game over, which is true, honestly, at this point in the series. We further see Itachi actually break out of Tsukiyomi with the Kodo Crow that was programmed to respond to his Mangekyo Sharingan, leading to him breaking out of the Tsukiyomi and attacking Nagato. Now, Itachi actually does have a lot of impressive feats against Nagato, and I think that's where he really shines, and you can make a much more solid case for him being here. But I'm actually going to save that for when I talk about Nagato and his relation to Itachi and why he is where he is and why Itachi is where he is. It seems weird that I'm bouncing around a little bit. Trust me, it'll become much more clear when I'm talking about that section. But we see Nagato now being controlled by Kabuto and having absorbed Killer Beast Chakra, responds with Shibaku Tensei, in which Itachi perfectly analyzed the jutsu, noting that Naruto, B, and himself need to throw their strongest long-range technique at the core to blow it up. I talked about this minorly or briefly in the B section, but I actually believe if you say Itachi's Yasaka beats, specifically the 3 Yasaka Magatana corrected by a chakra thread, is comparable in terms of strength to the Rasen Shuriken and Bijou Bomb here, as all 3 were needed to blow up the core. The idea though that none of these techniques actually overshadow or overpower any of their peering techniques kind of gives semblance to the idea they have to be comparable. Otherwise, for example, if the Bijou Bomb was that much stronger, it just would have been a Bijou Bomb explosion. If the wind style Rasen Shuriken was so much stronger, it would have been a wind style explosion. But the fact that neither of those effects really take place implies to me that they are very comparable in terms of strength. So I think giving Itachi this feat is entirely fine. I'm not super opposed to it. I think it's just a good feat. We then see Itachi seal Nagato with the Totsuka blade, leading to the conclusion of the fight. Pretty much all of his MS techniques are still very effective against the caliber of shinobi we are seeing at this point in the war, so it really shouldn't be a surprise. There's also the chapter statement that remarks Itachi and Nagato as the top 2 Edo Tensei, and honestly speaking, I don't think there's a single person who read the manga and didn't think these two were the top 2 Edo Tensei at this point in the series. It's just like pretty blatant, you know what I mean? There's not, you know, I don't know how else to say. Itachi will be continued in the Nagato section, so we're gonna put a pin on that and come back to this in a second. The last person in this tier and the top of the tier is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Now, this might seem painfully low for Minato, but you have to understand, Minato's statements at this point in the series aren't quite as good, or maybe there's some potential narrative shifts that Kishimoto's painting, but he's now just very comparable to KCM1. Now, there's a couple different ways you can interpret this. The way it's portrayed is that Minato and Naruto being compared only comes about when Naruto actually uses body flicker, which essentially means that Naruto's absolute top speed is the only thing that allows him to be comparable to Minato, or that's when the comparisons are made by Killer Bee, by Tsunade, and by the Raikage. There also is the idea that Naruto is being compared to Jonin Minato, which is what the scene of the Raikage implies, but then I put forth, why is Hokage Minato really stronger than Jonin Minato at this point in the series? There's not a lot of quantifiable ways to say there's a huge difference, only really that it's presented that A still thinks Jonin Minato, or Minato as a whole, is still faster than him, or that he's still the savior, which Naruto is now on the same level as he performs a similar feat. Minato scaling to Madara, or him being presented as a greater threat than Pain, doesn't really work because A, Nagato is stated to be stronger than Pain, or the 6 paths of Pain, and B, Naruto directly notes that the power he's using is meant to fight the masked man, and controlling the Nine Tails chakra is what Minato had intended. We'll touch on the specifics of that as they become more relevant, but it should become very clear that it's very hard to place Minato concretely, aside from, oh yeah, he's probably just above KCM1, but we don't know exactly by how much, which is kind of what this tier is. Just stronger than KCM1, but not by like an entire tier margin. Like, you're still comparable. You can still fight him while being stronger. I will say though, people do try and downplay Minato off the A and B encounter, but this is pretty asinine, I'm not gonna lie, because it just kind of ignores a lot of context. For example, some people believe that B actually reacted to Minato when he pulls the kunai and reacted to Minato's flying ThunderGod technique, which is ridiculous because if B was actually the same speed as Minato, who was just faster than the Raikage's top speed, who should have still been stronger than B would have just eventually tagged Minato in their cat and mouse like encounters, but the duo never does. And the fact that A4 says that Minato was unsurpassed and B only surpasses him in the war arc should kind of give you an idea of that it doesn't really work. That's not really a logical line of consistency. And while we're on the topic of B, it also seems fair to address the Taka fight, where the Viz version is a mistranslation. B actually notes that Sasuke is among the top 2 strongest opponents he's ever fought. And if you're able to do basic math, you'll probably be quick to throw Minato into that assessment and put him below Taka Sasuke or in a similar tier. But I don't really think that's quite legit because the way Kishimoto phrases it, after the first Sasuke fight, Yuki notes that shinobi are still evolving and progressing, where B also notes that Sasuke is the first person to dodge his lariat since his brother, with C making a similar note after Sasuke performs extremely well against the Raikage, about shinobi evolution still progressing off of Sasuke's performance. I think it's much more implied that B's directly comparing Sasuke to the Raikage, as he does it multiple times, and both C and the A-Tails make similar statements. Short answer is that Minato wasn't written into the story, or this encounter wasn't written into the story, but also B might just not be considering Minato in this assessment since he's been dead for almost 2 decades at this point. It doesn't really matter though since we're taking Hokage Minato, but back to what I was saying earlier, it just seems that he's more so compared to body flicker Naruto, or that's only when Naruto can be compared to Minato, so that's kind of where Minato lies. If you have Edo Itachi above at this point due to more discernible feats, higher hacks abilities, I think that's fair enough. Minato's scaling at this point is extremely vague. It doesn't do him any favors at this point in the series, and his scaling to Madara, air quotes, doesn't really get him a pass anymore. Even though that's above Pain, Edo Itachi at this point should also be above Pain. At the number 4 slot, we have Edo Nagato Uzumaki with red hair. Now, this is going to set off a lot of red flares in the comments. Now, it's going to set up a lot of red flares in the comments, but I'm going to be real with you. Edo Nagato gets some of the worst representation in the community. I don't know what it is. I just never see people drop good arguments for him. I never see people just saying what it's kind of tragic. I'm not gonna lie, because a lot of people fall back on the Chibaku Tensei point, and while that does play into the ranking, we can do better. We as a community can do better. We can make better arguments. You know what I mean? We don't have to fall back on one technique. We can make a cohesive consistency. Now I'm talking a big game. Let's get into it. Gray-haired Nagato isn't that relevant. The main thing I would know is that gray-haired Nagato is able to react to version 2B, throwing a lariat at him, leading to B getting his chakra absorbed and Nagato restoring his red hair. The chapter statement also notes that Nagato has become complete, which if you want to say this is prime Nagato, it's whatever. We just have never seen like what a prime Nagato would do, but this is the closest thing we're ever going to get, just like Edo Itachi is the closest thing we're ever going to get to a prime Itachi. Nagato being the aggregate of all 6 paths of pain is naturally stronger, which Naruto makes a distinct note of. We see Nagato combat the likes of Naruto and B at the same time. Now, one of the best feats that Nagato has that I'm really upset more people don't bring up is he's able to react to Naruto's chakra arms, which we established previously are actually quite a bit faster than he is at close quarters, which is important because it directly puts his reactions above Naruto's own physicals. This is already great stock, but considering that Nagato now has access to all of the Rinnegan abilities and shared vision, it's honestly ridiculous what he could do, and this is obviously demonstrated when B tries to come down on him with a right tone enhanced blade, and Nagato just catches him and utilizes Shirado to restrain him and is about to launch a laser at his face. This is a side note, but am I the only one who thought his Storm 3 ultimate was like the coolest thing ever? You know when he like shoots a beam through Chibaku Tensei? That was my favorite. That was so cool to me. I wish he did that. I thought this was... No? All right, cool. My fault. Anyway. We then see Itachi utilize his Susanoo to free Naruto and Sasuke in conjunction with utilizing his kunai work, aiming for the blind spots in the summoning's visions and taking them down, making it so Nagato had no shared vision and didn't really see Itachi coming in. Now, the way that Kabuto actually was utilizing Nagato, he doesn't even have Nagato really turn his head or even look away from Naruto and B. He has his summons do that as when they look up to catch B coming down on Nagato with the right on enhanced blade. I actually don't think it's a bad take to say Itachi's Susanoo is faster than Nagato's physicals, at least in close quarters combat or close range, just due to the fact that Nagato's mobility is something that Kabuto knows and something you try to compensate for with the additional summons. This is somewhat supported by the whole Itachi dragging his Susanoo arm in front of Nagato, and Nagato not physically moving his body away before the arm actually slices through him, even though the arm does enter his field of vision. There's also Nagato getting hit by the Totsuka blade towards the end of the fight, which he only reacts to as he's getting pierced by. However, I will make a distinct note. It seems likely that instead of actually jabbing the sword forward, Itachi actually just spawned the Totsuka blade out of the gourd directly into Nagato, which would have helped take Nagato off guard. This, coupled with the giant smoke cloud that would have obscured the Rinnegan's field of vision, Nagato's mobility or lack thereof, making it so he couldn't really dodge, and this being close range against Itachi's strongest Susanoo variant, or like the V4 variant, makes it so that Itachi was able to tag Nagato. In both situations, Itachi was given quite literally the best circumstances to tag Nagato, which really wouldn't come about in a conventional one-on-one fight. Not saying it's impossible, but both instances Itachi had the best circumstances in place, with Nagato either being distracted and Itachi utilizing that, or Nagato being in his Susanoo range with a giant smoke cloud in front of him against Itachi's strongest variant of the Susanoo. In an actual fight, it's very unlikely that Itachi would actually get close enough to actually perform these attacks or get these win conditions off. Not saying they're impossible, but more so, imagine like if Nagato was actually throwing abilities at Itachi proactively, instead of Itachi just having these like perfect circumstances to actually intervene and attack Nagato. Now again, Nagato's mobility is an issue, but his mental reactions should be on this caliber. I mentioned the chakra arm example earlier, but the reason Naruto's chakra arms being used here and them being faster than Naruto himself is so pivotal is because we actually see later on that Naruto can swing his arm and throw a Rasen Shuriken at the same speed at which Itachi's Susanoo can swing its arm and throw the Asaka bead. So imagine this, Naruto's peak physicals at this point are on par with Itachi's peak physicals when it comes to throwing their strongest long-range attacks. And Nagato in close quarters is able to throw up the Praetor Path barrier and react to Naruto's chakra arms, which are faster than Naruto's own physicals. It creates a situation where Nagato's mental reactions should be able to deal with Itachi's Susanoo or be on that caliber to the point that it allows him to throw up techniques over a longer distance, or you know, a distance that isn't Itachi just blindsiding Nagato or being super close with his strongest stage of Susanoo. I'm gonna be honest, I do not buy into the whole Itachi actually being able to blitz Nagato outright. If this was the case, Itachi would have just done so before Nagato threw up Chibaku Tensei, but he doesn't. Nagato just creates the technique and Itachi didn't really stop it. Itachi Susanoo being this fast and him being able to combat Nagato in this fashion with these insane abilities is amazing stock, but I don't think it's above Nagato's own mental reactions, to where him summoning, using jutsu like the Preta Path, Almighty Push, and other techniques to keep away from Itachi wouldn't come into play and make the fight that much more difficult. This also coupled with Chibaku Tensei, which Itachi just would not have been able to solo by himself. Nagato without Chibaku Tensei would probably be in the same tier as Itachi, but then with it, he has this technique that just puts him an entirely different tier above, with Itachi not really being able to stop this technique from going off in character. I've seen a take thrown around that Itachi was trying to teach Naruto teamwork in this instance. I don't think that's really supported, since Itachi only learns about Naruto's ego and him getting high off his own power and thinking he can solo the war all after the Chibaku Tensei is dealt with. And realistically, if he could have soloed it himself, he would have. He wouldn't have told Naruto and B, we need to throw our strongest long-range attack into the jutsu to destroy it. I also don't buy into the idea that Itachi could have made three Yasaka Magatana beads and thrown them in, because the way it's presented, all 3 attacks need to hit the core simultaneously, or the Chibaku Tensei would have just recovered and added more rocks in, leading to an overall stronger or larger rock formation and the core not really being able to destroy. The overall point I'm making is that while Chibaku Tensei it kind of puts Nagato in his own tier, but more importantly, I want to establish that I think Nagato's mental reactions are present, and aside from his ridiculous arsenal, he does have the capabilities of combating Itachi. And when you look at how Itachi performs, yes, I can concede that his Susanoo should be above Nagato's physicals. I think that's a very fair take. More often than not, even if Nagato isn't moving, he would just have summons and all these ways to keep Itachi out of that close quarter Susanoo range, which is really where he's strongest. Is it impossible for Itachi to win? No. If it wasn't for Chibaku Tensei, I would actually have Nagato 1 tier lower and at the strongest end of that tier. But with Chibaku Tensei, I think Nagato just is in his own tier, as nobody really below it would be able to deal with it on their own. That's actually cap. Naruto would... Ironically, Naruto's the best one to take this on solo, since he can throw 3 Rasen Shuriken into it, but he would never come up with that win con on his own, as it's Itachi who explained the situation. I didn't want this segment to just be Itachi versus Nagato, but I do think that is integral for establishing why both characters are very strong, and why Itachi is stronger in certain attributes along with his instant takedown hacks, whereas Nagato's holistically stronger and doesn't really fall behind until you get to his mobility or lack thereof. If you think Itachi can win off his merits, his intelligence, and his jutsu, ball out, have a field day. But I'm gonna be honest, Naruto moving at a similar speed to Itachi Susanoo is better stock for Naruto actually holding back earlier in the fight against Itachi physically, and Itachi not just being as fast as a full power Naruto. Regardless of what we say though, these two are just unbelievably powerful shinobi at this point of the series, and just deserve to be this high up on the list. At the number 3 slot, we have Tobi, who's revealed to not be Madara, as Madara is revealed during this chapter range. Now, on one hand, you have Tobi no longer bouncing off the Madara lore that he was previously, but on the other hand, he's still strong enough to where he can still be believed to be Madara, and he still does have the direct scaling off Minato to where he can still be placed on this list. On a baseline, Naruto makes note that controlling the Nine Tails chakra is what's key to defeating the Masked Man, so at the very least, this Masked Man does upscale from QB Naruto at this point in the series, and Minato himself. But the problem is, like, okay, where does that leave him? It's also made a bit more vague, since the Masked Man Tobi also obtains the Rinnegan during this range and does have the Rinnegan abilities, or is at least presented to, since he makes note of using the human path to obtain intel from Yamato. Also showcasing the outer path, making his own personal 6 paths of pain, utilizing the fallen Jinchuriki that the Akatsuki have captured. So we do know he has the Rinnegan abilities at this point in the series, on top of the previously established abilities of intangibility and scaling off KCM1 Naruto. So this whole point basically presupposes that Tobi can still use everything Nagato can, and still has all that KCM Naruto scaling that has previously been established. Even if he doesn't bounce all the way back from the Madara and Hashirama stuff, he still does gain like a lot of stock off Minato. And in this point in the story, there's no real reason to doubt that Tobi doesn't have all of the Rinnegan abilities, because he also summons the Geto Mazo against the first company, which is a feat only Nagato has done himself. So we have 2 abilities we know he can use, and he summons the one thing that Nagato himself could summon. So at this point in the story, it's very safe to assume he can just do everything Nagato can, or has access to that entire skill set on top of the intangibility in KCM1 scaling. Aside from what I just mentioned, Tobi in the white mask and with the Rinnegan doesn't have any real tangible feats at this point in the story, and I'm not including the Edo Jinchuriki since we have no idea how strong they are, and I don't include Edo Tensei for fighters, so I'm not going to include the Edo Jinchuriki for Toby at this point in the series. If you go with the idea though that Naruto's full power is what's required to fight Toby at this point,
with his absolute top speed that potentially is even being compared to Jonin Minato of all people, it sets Toby up very nicely, and then he just obviously upscales from everything Nagato does, or most things, since he does utilize the Rinnegan, and we do know he can't use the Rinnegan abilities. So while he doesn't gain access to all of the Madara lore anymore, he still has enough to where you can just make a valid case for his placement here. The cherry on top in all this is that he also just has his intangibility on top of the Rinnegan, at least at this point in the series. At the number 2 slot, we have a Madara Uchiha. Now, this is very weird since he kind of pulls up, like literally during the last chapter of Confrontation, but a lot of what is said about Toby really just comes from Madara. Now, we can already infer that Madara himself is stronger than the likes of Edo Itachi or Edo Nagato, since Kabuto refers to Madara as his ace. You also see a pretty blatant difference, as the minute Madara is summoned, he doesn't even wait for the coffin door to open. He just blows it open, like an FBI agent who found that one group chat that you have with your boys. You know the one. You know the one. Stop playing with me. Madara's chakra also is so impressive that I was able to sense it up the sensory bubble. Although this isn't the craziest feat, I think it does set up a good standard for Madara. And the best way I can describe Madara and Toby's relation is that Toby's feats are impressive in that he was strong enough for people to believe he was Madara, but these still are feats that Madara should have been able to perform, like controlling the Nine Tails for a short period of time. There's no real objective way to put Madara above Toby, in my opinion, other than the idea that this Madara would logically be stronger than the guy using his name, since Toby kind of plays into this by saying he's not in a complete form when characters like Onoki questions why somebody of Madara's caliber would need to use roundabout tactics. So I think Toby and Madara actually benefit from the Madara lore, with Madara himself actually just gaining the most of it, and Toby also does gain a bit off of it in the fact that he's so strong it's actually believable that he is Madara. And then at number 1 we have Hashirama Senju for the same reasons I described previously. I mean, Yamato himself, off of having Hashirama's toe hair follicles in his body, was able to power up the White Zetsu army as a whole. It's just kind of a trope at this point in the series to get a power up off of injecting Hashirama's genetic material into your body. But again, him fighting Madara and the full QB and beating both those opponents just sets him up as being above pretty much everybody else here, as even this fractured individual who is masquerading as Madara is already contending with the mid to high tiers on this list. Then that guy obtained a Rinnegan and is still probably weaker than the actual Madara Uchiha himself, who Hashirama beat. Pretty crazy list. At number 5 we have the 5 Kage / Edo Gokage. At number 9 we have V2, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku. At number 8 we have Kushina Uzumaki. At number 7 we have Killer B. At number 6 we have KCM Naruto. At number 5 we have Edo Itachi, EMS Sasuke, and Minato. Not in that order, but Minato in front. I have it written a certain way. I'm sorry. At number 4, we have Edo Nagato. At number 3, we have Toby. At number 2, we have Madara Uchiha. At number 1, we have Hashirama Senju. Now, normally, what I would say is we have For Shinobi War Climax, which ranges from chapters 560 to 639. Now, I'm not going to lie. This has to be one of the longest and worst chapter ranges in terms of when it stops, because this chapter range is from when Madara is introduced as an Edo Tensei to when Jubito is unstable at a random place during that fight. On top of this just being a huge chapter range, this cutoff point made it so I honestly couldn't really narrow down an objective list or one that I was satisfied with or felt good about placement wise. It wasn't coming out good. This is one of those things where trust my word on it. So what was my solution? Well, I'm essentially cutting up Climax. Instead of going from chapters 560 to 639, I'm going to be going to chapter 560 to 600 and then making Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki a two-parter. Part 1 being from chapter 600 to 650 and 650 to 677 being part 2. I'm slightly tweaking the premise to do this. You know, I'm kind of contradicting it a little bit, but just trust me, this is in the interest of the video. You guys are going to get like an hour and some change of more content from it. I get to talk about a lot more characters and the video will come out a lot better. You know what I mean? So that's my small concession. If you're honestly mad about that, which I don't know who on this earth would be mad about it when there's only positives that come out of this. But if you're like, if I really ruffled your jimmies, I don't give a fuck, man. You know what I had to deal with, man. Let's get into this.
At the number 10 slot, we have Onoki and Tsunade. Now, I'm actually dropping Kikiku and Gigaku off the list because it's much harder to extend their lore, especially when we have a higher form for Tsunade, and Onoki just displays some ridiculous feats now that he's like amped via the Will of Stone during the Madara fight, which is the version I will be using here. I believe these two have standout performances. Starting with Tsunade, she's obviously stronger than her Sannin self, as her Byakugo seal is stated to make her stronger and power her up. The data book directly noting this, where her adopting regeneration without weaving signs via her 100 healings, which Madara notes is just like Hashirama's ability, which he kind of cites to Tsunade earlier in the fight. Tsunade also showcases incredible raw strength with her Byakugo seal, being able to crack Madara's ribcage, which in terms of raw strength, none of the other Kage are able to do, requiring Onoki's particle style, Mei's lava style to really affect or take down lower versions of Madara Susanoo. Even the Raikage, who notes earlier in the fight, I need to increase my speed and thus my power, having his weight and strikes lightened and then weighed down by Onoki's weighted boulder jutsu, isn't really able to accomplish this on his own. This is essentially like that Sannin plus higher form, and if you were going to throw Sage Jiraiya and Hydra Orochimaru, I think this would be kind of their equivalent, not saying all three Sannin are the same strength in their higher forms, but more so Tsunade's finally accessing like that higher stage, which Jiraiya and Orochimaru demonstrated earlier on in the series. So it's essentially a power up on top of the Sannin slash Kage level benchmark that she's been grouped into previously, along with the previous arguments that we've made for her. I think this is somewhat demonstrated as well in the order the Kage actually get taken down by Madara's Wood Susanoo clones, as it goes Mei, then Gaara, then you see Tsunade and the Raikage performing comparably, with both of them beginning to gear out, and then you see Onoki, who goes and leaves his battlefront to go help the Raikage, which we'll talk about in a second. Switching gears to Onoki, he does have some impressive feats in the war arc. One of the bigger ones, even before the Madara fight, is actually just surviving the Tengai Shinsei on his head, which is kind of a ridiculous feat. Obviously, he gets healed post this encounter, but it still is a good feat. We then see versus Madara, Onoki is just progressively getting amped. We see him overpower one of Hashirama Senju's jutsu, that being the Deep Forest Bloom, which none of the other Kage could do. Even the more physical juggernauts like the Raikage and Tsunade just dropped at it. The data book note, whoever inhales it kind of has their body's movements taken away from them, with Onoki just gaining this Will of Stone sort of amp and being able to power through it. With the chapter this takes place literally being noted Will of Stone. A side point people might bring up is that Onoki has A4 reactions because he's weighing the Raikage down in real time, but the Raikage's lightning armor, which enhances reaction times, actually does extend over Onoki, so Onoki's own reaction times are getting amped. So I don't want to use that as a feat. However, Onoki actually tagging 5 of Madara's wood clones with the weighted boulder technique without dying or getting tagged in response, and then leaving to go save the Raikage, with Madara directly crediting Onoki is the problem, with his wisdom in battle showing through, which is evident as most of the strategies used against Madara which were hindering him were Onoki's strategies. He literally tells the Mizukage to use the hidden mist technique in order to block the Rinnegan's field of vision, and has the idea to use the Raikage and make him lighter and heavier in order to do more damage to Madara Susanoo. So I would also point out too, Onoki's wood golem is actually what makes Madara use Deep Forest Bloom, as Onoki makes a much larger variant than the one that was on par with Gaara's Sand Shield, which forces Madara to actually use the Deep Forest Bloom against the Kage. And we know they were fighting off screen because Tsunade is healing Mei, who was at full HP from the start of the fight, so there was some off-screen fighting. This is more important when you consider the fact that they're choosing this strategy over a weighted Raikage, and Onoki making the Raikage heavier is kind of important, since the data book notes that the cooperation of a fellow Kage overpowers the previous generation. So this essentially puts them an entire tier above the previous gen, and Onoki's wood golem is a stronger technique in response to that. So basically, Onoki just performs better than the other Kage against the wood golem and is directly credited by Madara the most. This also being partially due to his Will of Stone and him being able to rally the Kage as well. But his performance against Madara is just kind of ridiculous, as he's just getting this ridiculous Will of Stone amp, and it's kind of due to him having this ideological clash with Madara, which Tsunade kind of taps into later on. But just look at it like this, Onoki's just kind of amped off the Will of Stone and is just performing all of these crazy feats during the fight. Tagging and stalling 5 Wood Susanoo clones, it's just kind of ridiculous stock in my opinion, and if he's able to do that, I could just see him doing that to any of the other Kage with his wisdom in battle, large scale wood golem constructs that are probably stronger than any of the Kage if Madara has to respond to a stronger technique to use against it. I think Onoki's placement here is pretty self-explanatory. And again, this is like an amped version of Onoki, but this is the one I'm using for the sake of discussion. At the number 9 slot, we have the Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. Now, the Edo Tensei Jinchuriki are very strong, but they're also kind of weird. Let me explain. I think there is a hierarchy to the Edo Jinchuriki, but just talking about them individually, they're essentially just on par with Naruto and B. B notes during the fight that they're all made into perfect Jinchuriki. This being noted all the way back into Kisame vs. B, where B being able to shoot out a tentacle is a sign of his control over his Bijou, with all of the Jinchuriki doing the same thing. This basically means that they're all stronger than when they were alive. Now, granted, Killer B on his own actually can catch the likes of Fu Lacking, who can compete with Base B's physicals at this point in the series. Although this is partially due to the fact that B had Samehada taking Fu's attention away and isn't really indicative of a stat point, since Fu can still physically dodge it even though she sees it coming. The Rinnegan's shared vision isn't that relevant here since I'm assessing these Edo Jinchuriki as individuals, but they do have a Sharingan which essentially gives them kinetic vision. So now they're all perfect Jinchuriki with a Sharingan in their tool belt, all of which you can compete with Base B and KCM Naruto. Now you don't want to take their performance too out of pocket, right? Because they are jumping Naruto and B at the end of the day and do have shared vision via the Rinnegan, right? So they wouldn't be performing quite as well if they were just individuals fighting Naruto or B 1v1, but they do have standout abilities which I will touch on when covering the actual ranking. This becomes more problematic for the likes of the Kage, as the Edo Jinchuriki, on top of all these abilities, can power up and enter the version 2 state, all of which being able to dodge and react to 8-Tails Killer B in his full Bijou state, which, considering Base B is already a Raikage level threat, 8-Tails Killer B should be above that as he gets faster and stronger with each subsequent Bijou transformation. In some ways, this actually makes the version 2 Jinchuriki superior to the full Bijou, in that even though they can't do Bijou bombs, obviously the Bijou's ace move and strongest weapon, they do retain the previous abilities of the Bijou, like the Coral Palm, which I'm going to talk about in a second, or retaining the kinetic vision offered by the Sharingan. I think the ranking does somewhat change depending on what form these Jinchuriki are in. If they're in their like human forms, even when they have the Bijou tail, my personal order would be Yagura, Han, Roshi, Utakata, Fu, and Yugito. Backscaling, Yugito is probably the worst since she doesn't really have that many discernible AP feats or do anything that notable compared to the other Bijou. Compared to the likes of Fu, who at least has blinding dust that has to be countered by B's sunglasses and Naruto's ability to sense hatred or evil intent. Next up is Utakata, whose water style bubble jutsu was strong enough at least to elicit pain from Naruto when blowing up on his shoulder. So at the very least, the jutsu is strong enough to actually hurt Naruto, even through his cloak. After that, we have Roshi, who with his lava style is able to burn Naruto's cheek, so it's actually able to breach through Naruto's chakra cloak, even damaging him when Naruto goes to Rasengan him in close quarters. After that, I would have Han. The reason I have Han is mainly due to Boil Release, which is a short-term taijutsu boost that the databook notes makes him comparable to the best in the world, which, even assuming he had this when he was alive, makes him comparable to both A's, but if you take it currently, that's even greater stock. And at the top, I would have Yagura, who has some pretty absurd water jutsu in his water mirror, which can just create a duplicate of you that responds with the exact same attack with equal strength. This coupled with his Coral Palm, which was so strong that Naruto was unable to break it with his chakra arms, which are physically stronger than Naruto himself, is pretty good stock, considering Naruto couldn't even move after getting tagged by this palm, so imagine what repeated strikes could do. But honestly speaking, the Edo Jinchuriki are more so about abilities at a base level because they all just perform relative feats, even in their version 2 state, so it's more so just whose abilities are kind of stronger. In terms of full Bijou, it's a little bit harder to determine, especially since Kurama and Yuki have conflicting statements about Bijou power in reference to Tails. Kurama just thinks, oh, more Tails equals more power, and Yuki kind of reprimands him for that line of thinking. When Fu goes 7 Tails, she actually tanks the most damage compared to the other Bijou, as Naruto in the Kurama avatar jumps in the air and like WWE suplexes her down compared to the other Bijou. Or you can look at things like the 3 Tails being able to escape B's tentacles, which were restraining and stopping his roll, which is kind of relevant since B was able to restrain the likes of 4 Tails or Roshi, or Son, whichever you want to say, earlier in the fight when he was attempting to swallow Naruto. I don't want to get too lost in the sauce since this obviously isn't a Bijou ranking video, but if you wanted my opinion on the Tail Beast power, I think it's more apparent when they're using the Bijou bombs against one another, since more Tails would just equal more chakra in their case. But there is something to say that the ranking could shift up depending if you take their full Bijou power. I also don't want to mention them having the Rinnegan abilities because we just don't know which abilities the 6 Jinchuriki can use, as there's 6 Paths of Pain, 6 Edo Jinchuriki. So if you assume an ability is allocated to each of them, we just don't know which one would have the Diva Path, for example. So you would never really be able to make that argument. Essentially, one-on-one, these guys do have good feats against Naruto and B, the same ones that were running a gauntlet earlier on, and have great hacks to boot on top of it and abilities, and the fact that they could power up further and get stronger with each subsequent transformation. So basically, these guys can fight KCM Naruto and Killer B and power up to higher stages of strength to match the likes of Killer B, who should be strong at any of the 5 Kage, at least at this point in the series. And their performance against Kakashi and Guy also gets bolstered by their later performance, which I will talk about when I get to Kakashi, Guy, and Killer B. At the number 8 slot, we have Kushina. Now, Kushina's arguments really stay consistent, but they get bolstered if you go under the idea that the full QB, that being it has an entire extra half of chakra and is much larger than Naruto's Kurama avatar when he enters Kurama Link mode, which is KCM2 or what we're going to call it. We'll get more into that later. Basically, she should be able to perform these feats on inferior Bijou. We just can't quite extend this to Naruto himself since we don't know where this Kurama avatar lies in comparison to the full QB, especially since Naruto is the one utilizing the QB's power here, which makes him overall more powerful than just half of the QB, since he's actually utilizing Kurama's chakra better than Kurama could on his own, since that's the whole point of Jinchuriki and Bijou. The Bijou are just lumps of chakra, and the Jinchuriki are ninja with chakra control capabilities who can harness that power and utilize it to its maximum potential. So long story short, we don't quite know where everybody scales in relation to the full QB, just that the full QB should be above these other Bijou at this point in the series, as the Bijou aren't getting amped in their full Bijou state, unless you count the Jinchuriki chakra in addition to their own, but I wouldn't see, you know, Yagura's own chakra supply amping him to full Nine Tails levels of strength, obviously not. At number 7, we have a 3-way tie between Killer B, Kakashi, and Guy. Let's start with Kakashi and Guy. It's been a minute since these guys have actually been on the list, so I'm very, happy to get them on here. Let's talk about this MVP performance. In the case of Kakashi and Guy, they are able to combat the likes of the Edo Jinchuriki in their version 2 state. Guy, for example, is able to counteract the 6 Tails ninjutsu, the Wisdom Wolf Decay, which is a poisonous gas, in which Guy is able to clear a path through there. Kakashi, on the other hand, is able to use his lightning cable to cut through 6 version 2 Jinchuriki tails. The duo showing the capability of exchanging blows with the version 2 Jinchuriki in close quarters combat, along with parrying off or blocking their strikes. Kakashi even at one point fighting 4 of the version 2 Jinchuriki at the same time, which is obviously very impressive. So these two were able to fight and damage the Edo Jinchuriki in their version 2 state, who were previously just fighting with Naruto and B. Very impressive stuff. As far as Gated Guy, him also breaking the Coral Palm that made it so KCM Naruto couldn't even stand up, this being so strong that even with his chakra arms, Naruto was unable to break the palms. The chakra arms, even in their raw strength, are stronger than Naruto himself, evidenced by Naruto during his training session on Turtle Island. Pretty much makes it that Guy's physicals at this point are off the charts, and you could actually make a valid case it'd be beyond any of the physicals of the 5 Kage or a lot of the characters we've seen at this point in the series with his gated form, at this point in time at least. This carries over to their fight against Obito, where Guy, Guy got that dog in him, bro. Busting out the nunchucks, breaking rocks, ricocheting the gunbai off the, oh my god, that shit was hot. But essentially, Guy's power growth really doesn't have that much explanation aside from the fact that he's just relevant now, you know what I mean, in base, because he kind of needed that 6 gate to fight on par with Raikiri Kakashi and the Jinchuriki or version 2 Jinchuriki previously. And it's not as if Obito is actually weaker than those people. So Guy's one of those characters that just kind of got power buffed in base. Not too much of like a thought out reasoning for it. He just performs the feats he does. It's not as if Obito is holding back either in this point, since he doesn't really have incentive to. Like, why would he not just take out Guy with a gunbai swing? And we also see Guy move on par relative to the likes of QB Naruto himself and his chakra arms. Kakashi, on the other hand, also gets buffed because he's using Kamui a lot more frequently. It's not just this one-off jutsu. An example being, he's able to Kamui away the Raikiri enhanced kunai before Naruto's chakra arm that was extending towards Obito actually does fully reach him. So the bare minimum, Kamui is faster than Naruto's chakra arms at this point in the series. Now, the higher end interpretation for Kamui is that it's actually faster than Obito's own perception, as when Naruto got his Shadow Clone transport into the Kamui dimension, Obito actually thought he destroyed it. I'm of the opinion this is it's kind of contentious. I'm not the biggest on it. It's kind of iffy. Let me explain why. We see that when Kakashi goes to Kamui the head off the Geto Mazo, which takes place 3 chapters before he pulls the feat of transporting the Shadow Clone into the Kamui space, we see Obito is actually able to sense it as there's a noticeable twitch, and he actually cancels it out. So we know Obito can respond to Kamui. We then see right after this, when Kakashi teleports Naruto's Rasengan into the Kamui space, Obito did think Naruto undid his Rasengan and didn't know Kakashi Kamui'd it until after. This is a similar point in principle to what happened with Naruto's Shadow Clone, where Obito shot one of those tail beast restricting rods from the Kamui space, which he thought he used to destroy Naruto's Shadow Clone, which in actuality Kakashi sent to the Kamui space. Now the argument is, well, Obito couldn't see the breach there, so the Kamui would be faster than him. On top of Obito having this giant rod in his face, we actually see that when he uses his fire style bomb blast dance at the end of the chapter, he actually closes his Rinnegan eye. So we do know occasionally in character, Obito does close one of his eyes, that being the Rinnegan eye, when he uses Kamui offensively. So potentially Obito had one of his eyes closed and had a giant rod in his face obscuring his vision. So I'm not the biggest fan of just saying like Kamui's faster than Obito's own perception at this point in the series. It's also a little vague because we don't have any direct statements on bigger objects taking longer to Kamui. The data book only really notes that it takes more chakra to Kamui larger objects, with the only real depiction of Kamui being used or like there being a speed difference between 2 objects is when Kakashi Kamui's away the nail that Pain shoots at him versus the missile, which the Asura Path can see, but the Diva Path wasn't able to see the nail. This is all to say, if you don't go off the idea a larger object takes longer to Kamui, I think it's more consistent that Obito's vision was obscured and he was tricked, rather than Kakashi's Kamui going from being within Obito's perception to being faster than he can perceive within the span of 3 chapters, especially when we have plausible reasoning for why that isn't the case. So while I think it's fast, I just don't think it's like that fast to the point it would be above everybody on this list. The only real way he wouldn't be here or on the same tier is if you say base guy has better feats than gated guy previously, which low-key he kind of does here. But that's not the point. Kakashi should still scale or be comparable via Kamui. So I think he just kind of has to be here. You know, there's no real other place he can be. He's fighting in the same front. He's enacting these strategies with characters on a pretty high speed tier. And he could shoot 4 Kamui out faster than Naruto's chakra arms. So his Kamui speed is pretty cracked at this point in the series, along with all the previous feats and scaling he has. Now, the reason I have Killer B above Kakashi and Guy here is because he performs better against a full Bijou than Kakashi and Guy. He's actually able to throw the 5 tails and physically restrain the 4 tails, whereas Kakashi and Guy don't really have an answer once they go full Bijou. You know, they're just kind of sidelined. Guy opens the prospect of opening the 8th gate, and Kakashi plants to Kamui all of the Bijou Dama, which he probably wouldn't have been able to do. Killer B's jutsu at this point is also really cracked. He has a ceiling octopus hold, which is a ceiling jutsu that was actually able to physically restrain the Edo Jinchuriki, who are comparable to Naruto and Ko in strength. And B's Ink Doppelgangers run the hands of the Edo Jinchuriki. They're able to run up on Utakata, for example, who is on guard, even though some of them are on the floor, and just absolutely restrain him physically and in terms of speed. Keep in mind, too, these Ink Doppelgangers are what force Obito to power up the Jinchuriki. If the Edo Jinchuriki couldn't use Beachification and power up, B actually would have soloed them here, which is really funny. When B isn't being off-guarded by the 5 tails either, he can swat it away casually, backhanding the 5 tails onto its back. So he clearly shows dominance over the other previous Jinchuriki, even in their full Bijou states, and I mentioned him holding the 3 tails and the likes of Roshi previously. He obviously upscales from the previous transformation speed and Bijou Bomb speed that we discussed previously. And even though B kind of gets pushed to the side a little bit during the Obito fight, partially due to the fact that, you know, large tail beast bombs don't really do anything on Obito, so B's not the most useful in that confrontation. This is being more impressive because Obito is avidly fighting with the Geto Mazo at this point. He just doesn't perform quite as well versus Obito, which Guy kind of notes we can't use big attacks, we have to go for counter attacks, so he just doesn't get that opportunity. So from what's presented, Killer B has the 2nd best performance against the Edo Jinchuriki, even staying relevant when the giant Bijou Slugfest comes out. And this, coupled with his Bijou Bomb and other hacks that he shows along with insane stats, I think points to him just being at the top of this tier, which is also pushed even further if you actually go off the idea Killer B never left the full 8-tail state, which you can honestly make a valid case he never did, because at the end of the fight when Naruto defeats the full Bijou, he's in his 8-tail state. When we cut back to the fight, every time we see him, he's in the 8-tail state. And even when we see him fighting White Mask Obito towards the end of their confrontation when they break Obito's mask, he's in the full 8-tail state. Killer B has never left this state. His stamina reserves are insane coupled with all of this. Granted, he could have gone back and forth. I just think it's a fair take to say he never left it, which is another layer on him being at the top of this tier.
At the number 6 slot, we have Edo Itachi, EMS Sasuke, Edo Nagato, and Sage Mode Kabuto. This tier, honestly, is more so about abilities rather than any of these characters being so much stronger they can just run down whoever they come across or just, you know, big body belly their way through. Let's break it down. Let's start with EMS Sasuke and Edo Itachi. We obviously have the previous databook statement for reference to discuss these two, but their performance in the Kabuto fight should be pretty evident as to why they're next to each other. They're shown reacting to pretty much everything on par with one another, whether it be in their Susanoo attacks, Amaterasu activation in response to Kabuto's attacks, perceiving Kabuto's physical movements across the battlefield, and so on. There's only one real example where Itachi outdoes Sasuke, that being when Kabuto utilizes the inorganic reanimation. However, Sasuke had previously taken down his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, reverting it to his base Sharingan, while Itachi still had his Mangekyo out. Considering these two react similarly to every attack during this fight, except this one when Sasuke lowers his dojutsu, it's fair to say that this probably isn't indicative of Itachi being an entire tier above Sasuke, and more so Sasuke just lowering his perception capabilities. Why he does this, I couldn't really tell you. I also wouldn't say Itachi taking the lead in the fight with the Izanami win con is indicative of him being stronger an entire tier above Sasuke, as this is just kind of a plan he has and Sasuke doesn't really know what he's doing. Itachi really doesn't bother explaining it to him, and Sasuke just kind of has to sit on defense with Itachi and wait for Itachi to enact this win con. An example of the relativity I would bring up is Sasuke chasing Itachi across treetops, and they're literally moving at the same speed when Sasuke is literally screaming at Itachi to wait, or when he uses his Susanoo arm to try and grab Itachi and Itachi responds with his own, knocking it away, and on and on. A case could be made for Itachi being slightly superior through his use of the spirit weapons, along with some nuanced abilities we maybe haven't seen, like his crow summonings, which are shown pushing back Sasuke when they're hopping across treetops. Although this is base Sharingan Sasuke, the fact that the crows are annoying enough to halt his movements and actually stay alive long enough to follow Sasuke into the cave entrance is pretty impressive. These two on their higher ends in terms of stats should also just be right next to each other, as they both have that armored version, or the V4 version of the Susanoo, that being like the armored warrior, this being the version Sasuke exhibited at the end of the 5 Kage summit before his eyes burned out. Sasuke also exhibiting far more finesse with Kagetsuchi this time around during the series, which makes him that much stronger as a fighter. Now, it's at this time I want to take a moment to cite something from the Road to Ninja Guide. Now, if you're not familiar with the Road to Ninja Guide, it was released at the same time as Naruto Volume 61 and directly cites Kishimoto as an author. You'll actually see this on screen, but this cover page is the same for all the data books. So this is essentially just another data book that was released alongside Volume 61, authored by Kishimoto. So basically look at it as like a mini guide or a mini data book that Kishimoto released that not too many people have their hands on. Now, what I want to cite from this guide is a statement for EMS Sasuke that notes his Susanoo defense, repelling both jutsu and physical attack, Sasuke's ultimate absolute defense. Now, this is interesting because if you squabble back to Data Book 3, it notes that the Yadamir is a shield that can repel any attack, which is kind of interesting because it used the word repel for jutsu and physical attacks for both characters in their Susanoo defense. So a weird way you could look at this is potentially the Yadamir is just the EMS equivalent of a Susanoo shield, which would further add to the relativity between Itachi and Sasuke. This being especially prevalent if you're not fully on board with the Yadamir being omnidirectional. So a weird roundabout way you could look at it is Itachi's Yadamir may just be an EMS level shield, which would also help explain why most people in this series wouldn't be able to break through it, which is just kind of a further upscale for Itachi and Sasuke if you do imply their defenses are comparable, which I think you can make that case since all versions of their Susanoo are shown to be, and I think it is kind of an interesting way of looking at Itachi and the spirit weapons themselves. I'm going to touch on how these two compare to Kabuto in just a second, but know that Kabuto is not a entire tier above them. The way I perceive it is he probably just has a slight edge in terms of physicality compared to them, since he has a lot of good feats. An example of what I'm saying is Kabuto isn't so much faster that him and Itachi can't lunge at each other with relative speed and repel each other, or Sasuke can't see Kabuto approaching, just light Amaterasu up and then spin his body before Kabuto even stops moving. So they're really not far off from Kabuto at all, and I'll touch on Kabuto when I talk about him. The next character we have is Edo Nagato. A lot of the same arguments that I mentioned previously for Edo Nagato ring true. I also mentioned how Nagato's performance is somewhat predicated on Kabuto's ability to use the Rinnegan, which he seems to have a very good understanding of since he was preparing to fight it against Obito. But it is revealed to us that he does not have a full understanding of it or Nagato's abilities, as he didn't even know Nagato could sense
chakra, thinking that was an ability for Itachi, just believing Itachi had tracked him, which is brought up when Itachi reads Kabuto's intentions to go after Sasuke, noting, "I was never the one who could pinpoint your location. Nagato was able to relay that information. I have no such ability." So, unironically, Kabuto may not have even been using Nagato's sensory capabilities in the fight if he doesn't have knowledge of them to that extent or realize Nagato could have reverse tracked him with his sensory capabilities. Despite the fact that, again, Kabuto actually controlled Nagato and he wasn't really able to use this or knew about this ability. So he potentially wasn't even using it in the fight. Along with all the previous stuff I mentioned previously, I don't want to go through and explain arguments. I'm sure everybody's tired of that. My voice, you look at the video, bro. We're not even halfway. I'm sorry. Yo, I'm a yapper. I'm certified. I'm licensed. What can I do about it? Anyway, moving on to Sage Mode Kabuto. Now, Kabuto is much stronger here in his Sage Mode form, finally surpassing Orochimaru, which Kabuto notes himself, along with this being noted directly to us in the data book, which is also why I didn't have Kabuto anywhere on this list, because the Edo Tensei are counted as separate fighters. And he's not stronger than Orochimaru, where one Sannin on this list who's comparable to Orochimaru has a higher form compared to that base level. Kind of see why he would never be on here. The best way I could explain Kabuto is he kind of does what Dr. Gero does, and he takes DNA from the strongest people and applies it to himself, essentially making himself this fighter with all of these insane abilities and hacks, with Sage Mode applied on top of that. Starting off, he has Suigetsu's ability to liquefy into water and back to human again, which allows him to liquefy through attacks or individuals gripping his snake. Oh man, that's bad. The snake's liquefying in Itachi's Susanoo grip. Yep, we're moving right past it. Kabuto also showcasing healing capabilities he studied from the body of Karin Uzumaki. So he's already difficult to kill, but we outright see that he can actually gather nature energy even when he's separated and reappear in Sage Mode. Traveling to Ryuichi Cave, he attained a perfect Sage Mode form, which is showcased with its perception capability, being able to dodge Sasuke's Susanoo arrow, which is kind of an impressive speed feat since this was an attack that was known for its speed back in the 5 Kage Summit. This alone is already good stock for Kabuto being above a lot of characters in the series at this point. Kabuto's Sage Mode arsenal is nothing to laugh at either. His attack, the Sage Art White Extreme attack, is insane. It essentially is a flash, concussion, stun grenade all going off at the same time, actually rattling Sasuke's bones to the point he couldn't maintain his Susanoo at all. The light and sound knockout hearing, a jutsu that causes the air to oscillate to paralyze senses, freezing you in place. The reason the jutsu is as strong as it is due to how Kabuto is the only one who can move while it's active, due to the fact that he can liquefy his body to simply flow with the sound and vibration and actually turn off his sight to block out the light. And, it's kind of a countermeasure to Genjutsu. Now, Kabuto isn't so far above Itachi and Sasuke that when they actually take an offensive approach, which they only really do at one point in the fight with their Susanoo, they are able to tag him and initiate the loop for Izanami, which is an ocular jutsu or the counterpart to Izanagi, which creates a loop off a group of physical sensations, as the loop starts with Itachi getting stabbed and cutting off Kabuto's horn, with this being where the loop ends as well. And the in-between sensations are Kabuto stepping on a feather and having water drop on his shoulder. Kabuto's Sage Art arsenal on top of these abilities is very strong, as he has abilities like inorganic reanimation, which even the data book note caught the genius Itachi Uchiha by surprise. On top of this, Kabuto has all of the Sound 4 abilities, or Sound 5 I guess if you include Kimimaru. But the difference this time around is that they're all Sage Art amped, which does amplify the effects of all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, as we saw with Sage Mode Naruto and just Sage Mode in general. In short, all of the abilities are vastly stronger than when they're alive. An example of this is Kidomaru's chakra webbing can't be cut by Sasuke's blade, even with Chidori running through it, so Sasuke has to use Inferno style to cut the chakra webbing. Or an example of Tayuya's Gunjutsu, the Chains of Phantasia, which captures both Itachi and Sasuke at the same time, which is kind of an impressive feat since the Sharingan is the Genjutsu counter matchup. It is literally known for just deflecting or beating down Genjutsu. So being able to restrain a Sharingan user for any amount of time is just impressive. Kabuto also having Orochimaru's true form a part of him, even having abilities such as Oral Rebirth where he can emerge outside of his own body, which is kind of akin to the Orochimaru style substitution, which Sasuke used to evade Amaterasu in the Itachi fight. I give Kabuto the edge since he has a lot of instant one-shot abilities during this fight, like the White Extreme attack. Although inorganic reanimation can be used anywhere, the cave does bolster that ability, as Kabuto kind of notes terrain is his advantage, and he has like an omnidirectional cave with stalagmites everywhere, which you can use for the jutsu, which is stronger than just using a field of grass, you know what I mean? Kabuto also cutting Itachi in half, for example, is not the best feat to use since we see Kabuto's body drop and Itachi and Sasuke can't actually discern Kabuto from any parts of the snakes or the Orochimaru body, as the chakra looks the same to Sasuke as it's noted earlier in the fight. So Kabuto does have a lot of sly tactics that enable him to get the edge on Sasuke and Itachi with some insanely broken techniques and abilities with the stats to back it up. A good example of this is Sasuke lunging at Kabuto with the Susanoo arm already around him and Kabuto still being able to evade this. Now there is the added bonus of Itachi and Sasuke not being able to kill Kabuto, which does kind of muddy the fight a bit further and could change your perception if you think Itachi could solo bolo Kabuto if they didn't need to keep him alive in this instance, which is something noted by Sasuke as they're forced to kind of play catch up in this fight, which is hindering their performance greatly. Even though Kabuto is strong, it should be noted that he's essentially throwing out attacks for free, and the one time Sasuke and Itachi take an offensive approach, they actually are able to start up the loop for Izanami, which in turn leads to Kabuto's defeat. It kind of turns this tier into rock, paper, scissors. Like, could Nagato Shinra Tensei the white extreme attack back up towards Kabuto or just blow up the cave if Kabuto shot it at him? Or if Sasuke and Itachi were utilizing their full armored Susanoo, would they be able to just take down Kabuto much more easily? I think there are legitimate ways to swap this tier around, which makes it one of the more nuanced tiers throughout this entire video series, in my opinion. Like, this is probably the closest stack of characters that we've got in a minute. So, you know. Anyway, at the number 5 slot, we have the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Now, Minato benefits greatly off of Kurama Link Mode Naruto or Naruto's mastery over the Nine Tails Chakra. If you've been on my channel for a minute, you know I have pushed, or one of the most consistent narratives in Naruto is Naruto needing to master the Nine Tails Chakra in order to defeat Obito, specifically Obito's yellow mask form. This mainly comes about through the idea that all of the statements for KCM1 are noted to be in reference to controlling the Nine Tails Chakra. This ranges from a myriad of characters ranging from Kushina, Kisame, Tsunade, to even Obito himself during the fight, but we really get confirmation since Kurama outright or explicitly notes that the power that Naruto is exhibiting, that being the Kurama Link Mode or KCM2, is the power that Minato sealed inside of him to fight Obito pretty explicitly. Now, whether that means that power would be an entire tier above Minato and the version of Obito that Minato had fought, or that's just right around their level, isn't really clear. It just means that Minato is outright stronger than KCM1 Naruto, or should be off this narrative. And even though the argument can be made some of these lower characters could also be stronger than KCM1 Naruto, it's not to the same extent to where they're more compared to a higher stage of form, which was needed to fight an opponent Minato had a one-on-one deathmatch with and won against. So Minato basically has the best stock of being closer to Kurama Link Naruto than a lot of other people on this list. And even though I personally don't have them at the same tier, him just potentially having that high end is enough to put him above these other characters in my eyes at this point in the series. So Minato proceeds to inch up on this list based on his son's achievements, which is really funny. If you want to encapsulate it, the best way I would say it is Kakashi believes he saw Minato when he saw Naruto's speed in deflecting the Bijou bombs, which further reinforces this narrative, but understand that this is just based on some level of power Naruto needed, and it's a little difficult to directly relate that, where I think you should just more so give a range for what Minato was talking about, that being above KCM1 and at max KCM2, and somewhere in between being what Minato probably is. Anyway, speaking of characters that are alive, you know, and actually in the story at this point, we have Naruto Uzumaki at the number 4 slot. We used to pray for times like this, man. We really did. We really did. Our boy has come a long way. Now, I don't want to start with Kurama Link Mode quite yet. I want to start with Kurama Mode Naruto, right? And why a lot of people don't confidently scale to him. I mentioned previously how Naruto has divvied up his chakra via shadow clones during the war. This remains true when he's actually fighting White Mask Obito, because a lot of his clones are still active on battlefronts, even though some of them have popped, like the version that was fighting Madara along the other Gokage. Naruto, pretty early on into the Edo Jinchuriki fight, actually runs out of QB chakra mode, so he's kind of borderlining on fatigue. Also notes that he wants to make more Nine Tails Chakra Shadow Doppelgangers, but B notes it will kill him, meaning the other Shadow Doppelgangers are present on other battlefronts, meaning Naruto's chakra is still split up. So this is also why I don't give Guy or Kakashi an automatic pass to just say they're outright stronger than Naruto, because he's clearly not full power here. You know, that's very evident. And we see this even when he is in this fatigue state. He's able to parry off the version 2 Jinchuriki when it's purely one-on-one, as we see with Utakata, or when Fu goes into a bug bite, the Edo Jinchuriki just kind of need to gank Naruto to just take him down, and even then none of them are really able to do substantial damage that goes past his chakra armor or permanently puts him down, the best being the Coral Palm, which I mentioned earlier. And Naruto's physicality should not be underestimated here. The Four Tails quite literally cracks its tooth biting down on Naruto, who quite literally just before this, he was out of chakra in his QB chakra mode and he just went right back into it. I'm telling you, Naruto being high on his own power is not really just fluff. You know what I mean? It kind of was that strong. He also has further strength feats like stopping the Four Tails from closing his arm around him via his chakra arms. And while he does create one shadow clone in this fight that does go into Sage mode, I wouldn't say this is like a huge feat for him because we know outright he did have one shadow clone pop on the Madara front. So he really just could be argued to be slightly stronger than the variations that fought earlier, but still nowhere near his full strength. All of this effort to just stop one of these 6 Bijou brought back, and Obito notes Naruto looks like he's going to stop out. Naruto showcasing the most visible fatigue he's had at any point during this war. The Bijou prepare to launch 5 Bijou bombs at point blank range at Naruto and Co. This is when we shift into Naruto's mental space, where there's been a steady buildup of Naruto kind of showing Kurama he's different than the previous Jinchuriki or Shinobi who had utilized his strength for their own nefarious purposes in the past. Naruto acknowledges the Nine Tails is no longer the Demon Fox. He is the partner of a citizen of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kurama, acknowledging the Nine Tails by his name. Undoing the seal, Naruto proceeds to overload with power, slapping away 5 Bijou bombs with just chakra on its own, being compared directly to the likes of the 4th Hokage. Naruto then proceeds to enter the Monsterverse, really. Shout out Godzilla, because what he just puts a beat down on the other Bijou. Like, oh my god, he physically dominates them, bro. There's a point where he literally shoves his fist in the Six-Tailed Saiken's mouth and uses him to beat the other Bijou down by flinging him across. I can't make it up. It's so much more metal that I could put into words. And as if this wasn't crazy enough, he literally cancels out 5 Bijou bombs with his own variation of the Bijou bomb, putting all of the Bijou into a chokehold, then creating 5 shadow clones while having one right next to him in Sage mode take out the black belted blade that was being used to control them. It's the most broken thing ever. This dude can literally fight entire tiers below him in those groups of people in those tiers. This is also noted in the Road to Ninja guidebook that I mentioned previously, that Naruto overall becomes stronger even in his base stats, which you could probably infer, but it's outright said to us. The extraordinary chakra manifests like a cloak. In this state, every attack becomes overwhelmingly powerful. This, coupled with Naruto's Kurama avatar, just makes him a force to be reckoned with at this point in the series. The only drawback is that he can't maintain this form, but it does seem to rejuvenate Naruto's stamina, as when he reverts back to base, he can continue fighting compared to before where he was just about to collapse. So, you know, keep in mind now, Naruto can just become all around stronger than he was in a full power QB chakra mode, can enter the Kurama avatar, which is just the Nine Tails in a chakra-like state where he can just beat you down and use giant Bijou bombs that are stronger than any Bijou bomb we've really seen in the series up until this point, maybe excluding the full Nine Tails Bijou bomb. And he can create 6 clones all in QB chakra mode or have 1D in Sage mode to locate you to beat your ass. It's not a matter of if he wins at this point in the series, it's how does he want to win. He is too strong. He is the main character at last. So, with that being said, there are some things I want to address about this Naruto. Not any of this stuff I just mentioned, but more so how he progresses after this fight. So we see after this point, he does proceed to fight White Mask Obito again, this time in just his regular QB chakra mode. Now, a lot of people actually cite Naruto getting stronger at this point in the series due to his use of the Mini-Tail Beast Bomb against Obito. I don't actually believe this is a sign Naruto is stronger or should be used as an absolute point. I may have used this in the past, but I disagree with it for sure now. When referencing Naruto being stronger due to using the Bijou Bomb, B notes that Naruto is able to pull off the Bijou Bomb a couple times during training, and he'll know he'll get it right this time. The problem with this statement is that it's actually a mistranslation. The actual translation is he managed to pull it off in training purely by chance, which both work in the context of saying Naruto can't use the jutsu consistently, but considering how Naruto is going around mastering the Bijou Bomb, he was trying to learn it by feeling out the 8-to-2 ratio, which is kind of what he did with the Rasengan. This relating back to the Bijou Bomb, Naruto utilizing it now makes a lot more sense since now he knows the chakra ratio after using it with Kurama. So now he knows the proper chakra ratio to a technique he only pulled off once by chance during training. It adds a lot more overall consistency to why Naruto can just utilize it now, rather than him just suddenly being stronger, even though that's never really noted. Even if you wanted to say he got better with his form, we need some tangible feats or showings to actually say there was some improvement in strength. We also don't know the exact strength level of the version of Naruto that was fighting against White Mask Obito, because he was shown physically damaged against Obito when they cut to the fight in between the Madara and Sage Mode Kabuto fight. So it's likely Naruto is flickering in between QB Chakra mode and then flickering back out, basically meaning it's not impossible to say if this Naruto's at full power or if he's gotten stronger at all, which I don't really think is provable at this point in the series. This is what mainly holds back Guy, Kakashi, and B from being above this 6th place tier. Not saying that they couldn't fight those people or potentially beat them, I'm just saying I think the 6th place tier has a more consistent argument range. This Naruto though is very strong also in the fact that he can create clones also in KCM2, which would just be stronger than the KCM1 clones. So even if he came across an opponent that could beat down his KCM1 clones, he could just make a stronger, more focused clone that would be able to combat that. This is the tier where Naruto is just straight up soloing the Gokage. I can't even lie to you. They're just not stopping this. So he's pretty insane. And if you really have to question this, just know his expression of confidence had Obito questioning himself. At the number 3 slot, we have White Mask Obito, or just Rinnegan Obito. I could spin some sort of intro for this tier, but I'm gonna just let this clip do the talking.
Am I perspiring? No, it's just the rain. These fools could never make me sweat.
Obito at this point in the series is ridiculous. He sees Naruto perform this feat against the Bijou, and what does he say? Yeah, I'm not sweating. These dudes are nothing. And he also says, like, same old, same old. It's not really an issue for him. So he isn't really threatened by Naruto. This, coupled with the fact that he has the Geto Mazo, which he can fight alongside, he essentially gets amplified off the arguments made from Minato, as that's a weaker form of Obito, and the arguments made off Naruto, as this Obito is shown combating this Naruto very confidently. As a starting point, you may be able to say his Rinnegan prowess is superior to Nagato, since he notes the binding strength of the black belted blades is superior to that of Nagato's pains, which is either an indicator he can use the Rinnegan better, or is just stronger than Nagato as a whole. Both work fine, and I don't really think it makes that much of a difference. Basically, the only real thing you need to know is that Obito can physically overwhelm Naruto. As Naruto notes outright when fighting Obito, he's just too strong, with the group as a whole requiring the perfect counter matchup, that being Kakashi's Kamui Eye or Obito's other eye, to actually transport items into the Kamui space to actually tag Obito. On top of this, they require diversionary tactics and team-up plays to force Obito into the Kamui space. This wouldn't be so bad if KCM Naruto also wasn't part of these plays and was also just firing Bijou bombs or using his chakra arms that Obito could mentally react to and are faster than Naruto himself. So Naruto wouldn't even be able to beat Obito on his own in terms of KCM2, and requires the full support of B, Kakashi, and Guy to create diversionary tactics and fool Obito, on top of having the exact jutsu that Obito is using that transports items into the space where Obito phases into. There's really no way to get around it. The chapter statement for chapter 579 that notes the Rasengan that hits Obito was a life-saving strike, in that if they didn't figure out the Kamui eyes were linked and that Kakashi could send objects into the Kamui space to hit Obito, they would have all just been cooked, which again I think is evident, as none of these characters could overtake Obito on their own, and required so much to not even defeat him, to blow his mask off. And it's not as if Obito's a one-trick. He obviously has Madara's Gunbai, which is physically threatening to the likes of QB Naruto, noting he's too strong, but also insanely potent techniques like the Uchiha Flame Formation Barrier, a noted low chakra cost technique which Obito can throw down in the response to the Eight Tails' physical movement, actually singeing the Eight Tails' hide. Guy also noting he's erected a barrier, then we have no choice but to tackle this masked guy first. This also could be used as stock to say the barrier would be stronger than 7th Gate Guy, since Guy would be saying inadvertently, yeah, I wouldn't even be able to bust this barrier with Hirodora, we have to take down the masked guy first, which is pretty ridiculous. This couple of projectiles like Shuriken that can slice through the Eight Tails' tails, or Bijou restricting rods, to show Obito has a pretty deep bag at this point in the series. There really isn't too much more to say, just aside from the fact that KCM2 Naruto fights alongside these people and needs all this extra jazz to really take down Obito. And I use takedown with my parentheses are up, because he doesn't take down Obito. They just succeed in breaking Obito's mask off. This all coupled with the Geto Mazo that could tank physical barrages from the likes of 6th Gate Guy, Kakashi, Naruto, and B, makes Obito's placement here insanely blatant at this point in the series. At the number 2 slot, we have Madara Uchiha. Now, Madara being over Obito is a little harder to determine since him being stated the strongest Uchiha in Data Book 4 is in reference to the Warring States era. So this is more so based on abilities and how the series presents the two rather than just some object scaling chain, as these two really don't interact with a lot of the same characters, so it's really hard to determine outright which of them is superior, which is where I kind of lean on Madara holistically just due to his ability stack. We can already infer Madara would be over quite a few characters like Sasuke, Itachi, Nagato, as not only does he have the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan displaying the Susanoo on top of that, but he has the Rinnegan as well. We see off his introduction, it requires multi-step plans from Naruto, Gaara, and Onoki utilizing intel they previously garnered on the Susanoo to even get Madara outside of it, which obviously doesn't amount to much as he uses the Rinnegan to absorb Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. Inadvertently, this is kind of credit towards Naruto since Madara's palm is sizzling from the raw amount of chakra the Rasen Shuriken held, which is more impressive when you consider attacks like Particle Style never really garnered this effect. We get a bit of exposition on Madara, what happened at the Valley of the End against Hashirama, along with the fact that the Rinnegan is the natural progression of the Sharingan. Kabuto noting to Madara he made him greater than he was in his glory days, although Kabuto actually doesn't know how strong Madara is. Madara does follow this up with "this is not power of your creation," proceeding to unleash the Tengai Shinsei, dropping a double meteor and clearing out everybody in the area, excluding the Kage level shinobi like Onoki, Gaara, or Naruto himself, who is protected by Dodai. It's also revealed to us that Madara has a sensory boost on top of his dojutsu via Hashirama's face, which we see later on, Madara noting that's why I can see what's coming so well. It doesn't stop there. Madara displays wood-style ninjutsu from the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, that being wood-style Deep Forest Emergence, which causes Kurama to willingly give this Naruto Shadow Clone chakra out of his preference for Naruto over Madara. All of this chakra being used up in one shot just against one of Madara's ninjutsu. It's from this point that all 5 Kage emerge from the prison realm and proclaim to Naruto that they will win and beat Madara. They don't. Spoilers. Madara showcases superiority to the Kage individually in almost every category. This speedster of the bunch, that being the Raikage, even with his max speed and utilizing body flicker, isn't able to overtake Madara on his own in terms of speed and physicality, as Madara just blocks it and reacts to it. The same thing with Mei's Lava Style, which is infamous for melting Susanoo, not nearly having the same effect as it did in the 5 Kage Summit against Madara's version 3 Susanoo. This should also be evident as the Kage need multi-step plans like Onoki weighing down the Raikage and making him heavier to increase the force of his blows, which is a sentiment the Raikage shares as well. This only breaking through Madara's Susanoo when it's actually weakened by Mei's Lava Style on top of this. So the Kage just needs so many multi-step plays to even affect Madara, let alone defeat him. And you kind of get this semblance as Tsunade herself notes, if they don't even shut down Madara's Fire Style, they will have no chance of winning. So on their own, the Kage are honestly Fire Style victims. It's that real. This progresses further into the fight as we see techniques such as the Deep Forest Bloom, which proceeds to one-shot all of the Kage when Madara smacks them into it, requiring Onoki to get a Will of Stone-like amp to overtake it. I will also note Madara does seem to just show superiority to likes of EMS, Sasuke, and Itachi. He doesn't showcase the armored variation that Sasuke and Itachi do have access to, but it's just a full body variation that can walk around, jump, Madara can shoot jutsu while he's running around with it, which is a lot stronger than the half body, as there's no potential for opponents like Gaara, for example, to utilize the sand at your feet and pull you out, or other characters utilizing strategies like that. We see Madara continuously try to crush the hope of the Gokage, also noting repeatedly that they're not on his level. Statements like "this is nothing in comparison to Hashirama Senju," which is pretty evident as Tsunade's ace technique, which she was hoping to catch Madara off guard with, is the noted same ability that Hashirama Senju had on top of abilities like the Deep Forest Bloom or Deep Forest Emergence. Now, to the Gokage's credit, they actually do force Madara to pull off a substitution before he's sealed, but this doesn't really change anything. It's just self-explanatory, right? As Madara is clearly playing around with the Kage and testing them, responding by making 25 wood clones to attack the Kage, and then asking the Kage, would you like these wood clones to use Susanoo or not? A really interesting point, and this is manga exclusive, but all of the wood clones appear with their eyes closed, and we actually don't see any of them have the Rinnegan out when we're like cutting back to the fight. In fact, the only time we see any of their eyes, one of them has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So you actually can't even prove that the these wood clones were utilizing all of Madara's abilities. Like, they could have potentially not even had their Rinnegan out, which is really funny to think about, honestly speaking. It should also be evident that Madara is far above the Kage, as they're not even able to defeat a single wood Susanoo clone. Not saying they're not able to damage or affect any of these clones, but by the time we cut back to the fight, all 25 are still intact, requiring Tsunade to amp Onoki with her Byakugo seal to one-shot 25 wood Susanoo clones. Madara, caught in a collaborative jutsu by the 5 Kage, that notes, "I will respond with full power, unleashing the true form Susanoo," proclaiming the Go Kage are nothing compared to him. Madara takes this a step further though by upgrading his true form Susanoo to the perfect Susanoo. A clear power difference, as Madara's unsheath just splits 2 mountains and throws the Go Kage back into a previous battlefront. On top of Madara's Susanoo being massive in size and proclaiming what adult goes full force when fighting mere children. I mean, this is Thanos, you know what I'm saying? He's just hitting bar after bar. It's kind of ridiculous. He makes note that a single stroke of this blade contains enough power to smash all things in this universe. It even rivals the Bijou, which is kind of ridiculous considering Madara is already contending with characters who could fight full Bijou at this point in the series, and now he has an avatar that's just on par in terms of power. As Madara goes to finish off the Go Kage, the Edo Tensei jutsu is undone, but that isn't really a problem for Madara, as he notes, if you know the hand signs to reanimate a dead person, you can actually resign the Edo Tensei summoning contract. Now you've got an immortal body, an infinite amount of chakra, and the ability to move on your own without control or restraint. By chapter 600, we actually don't see the outcome of the fight, but you can probably infer if Madara moved to another battlefield and the Go Kage are not there to stop him. 2 + 2 = 4. It's not rocket science, even though we don't see exactly what happens. I will also make note that Madara's fire style being above the Go Kage individually isn't actually that far off, considering when he uses the fire style Flaming Caterwall, Tsunade chakra enhances her arms, yet Madara is still able to burn her, even though she overall is stronger via the Byakugo seal being unleashed. So it's very clear that none of the Kage on their own are anywhere remotely close to Madara in terms of power, with the only edge they get being that forced substitution they pulled on Madara being a result of Madara holding back. Now, my idea for Madara being over Obito is simply the 25 Wood Susanoo clones are above the 5 Kage as a whole, which as a group should at the very least be comparable to base Guy, Kakashi, and Naruto. Specifically the versions that were pressuring Obito in close quarters or forcing him to continuously phase. Madara can create a numbers advantage, which is what Obito struggles with, and just attack him continuously for 5 minutes. So that's my logic. Madara just showcases higher abilities and has a lot of ways to counter Obito at this point in the series, but admittedly these two don't have any converging scaling change, so you could actually make a case Obito could be above him. Madara is pretty much just a better version of Naruto at this point. He can make more clones that also can form their own avatars, which is something Naruto can't do, along with having the raw power to back it up, with a ton more hacks and abilities to boot. Madara, on top of just being this legendary Uchiha figure, now has Hashirama's toolkit as his disposal and is now a fusion of the two fighters. It's not a stretch to say Madara now has the strongest ability set in the entire series that we've seen up until this point. He has pretty much everything the high-level Uchiha clan members have, Gokage soloing fire style or wood style with the physicals to back it up. It's just pretty ridiculous how strong Madara is at this point in the series, hence why he's at my number 2 spot. At the number 1 slot, we have Hashirama Senju. Now, he really just piggybacks off of everything Madara does, especially with Madara utilizing his abilities and Madara making statements even in his strongest form in the perfect Susanoo, saying only Hashirama could stop him. We have other statements like Kabuto noting the first Hokage was even more powerful than Madara, this fusion will be my ultimate weapon, or Dan's statement saying the only one who can stop Madara is Hashirama. Kishimoto's kind of making a clear point to say Hashirama is just that guy at this point in the series, and Madara just makes note of this as the Gokage are nothing compared to him, with Tsunade's Byakugo seal having one ability that is just like Hashirama's, that being the ability to regenerate without weaving signs. The counter to this is that Madara has a Rinnegan now and has some of Hashirama's own jutsu, but I will say the way it's displayed, the perfect Susanoo is above the Rinnegan abilities that are shown and the wood style ninjutsu that is shown at this point in the series, which Hashirama is a direct rival to in Madara's own words. This, coupled with the fact that Madara did have a QB against Hashirama in their initial fight, means that on top of these statements, Hashirama was fighting against Madara with a QB against the perfect Susanoo. That much we know, and we also know off Madara's own admission that the perfect Susanoo is his full power. So it really turns into Hashirama fought Madara's full power. Does the Rinnegan influence this, and is the Rinnegan a bigger buff to Madara than the likes of a full QB fighting on top of Madara and the perfect Susanoo? I don't think the wood style abilities really matter, since Hashirama could just make wood clones to counteract it. I don't think the Rinnegan makes that much of a difference compared to Madara's full power, which he also kind of notes to Kabuto, saying this is not power of your creation. So Hashirama Senju still has the best stock of being at number 1. Madara noting he fought a real life and death battle against this guy is all you really need to say, especially in reference to the Gokage tier.
Obito is much harder to mix into all of this, but I would still maintain Madara over him, and I think you could make a case for Madara over Hashirama, especially off the fusion weapon. But again, Kabuto's limited knowledge on characters, even in reference to Madara himself, turns me off from just saying, oh, this fusion of both of them is just stronger than the first Hokage on his own. So for Climax Part 1, our top 10 is Onoki and Tsunade at number 10. At the number 9, Edo Jinchuriki. At number 8, Kushina Uzumaki. Number 7, Killer Bee, Kakashi and Guy. At number 6, EMS Sasuke, Edo Itachi. Edo Nagato, Sage Mode Kabuto. At number 5, Minato Namikaze. At number 4, KCM2 Naruto. At number 3, White Mask Obito. At number 2, Madara Uchiha. And at number 1, Hashirama Senju.
Can you feel the night? Would it be one? It must be bright, like a raging fire.
Y'all ever think about how the lizard thing Obi-Wan's riding in episode 3 sounds exactly like Palkia from the Darkrai movie? Like just listen to this. No? Nobody asked about that? Just get back to keep talking about anime? Gotcha. That's crazy, but I'm, just almost as crazy as you not hitting the like button, even though this video's been, we're 2 hours in, and it's just, I'm cool. I'm frosty. I'm icy. I'm cool. The voices have slowed down. Anyway, the next chapter range we have is chapter 601 to 650, which is part 2 of Climax into Birth of Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Now, getting into Climax Part 2, at the number 10 slot, we have Might Guy. Now, Might Guy partially remains on this list because of his previous performance, even in his base form, and when you factor in that the gates make him dozens of times stronger, when he's using the higher forms, it pretty much means that he upscales dozens of times from those previous feats when he's using the 6th and 7th gate. We do also see Guy's 7th gate during the War Arc now, which is shown to us during this chapter range. However, its feats are somewhat hard to gauge. The positives from this feat is that it is a more impressive feat than Tsunade's raw chakra enhanced strength from when she punches Madara's Susanoo ribcage. This is because even though Tsunade does punch away Madara, Guy does it on a much higher level with a higher stage of the Susanoo. This is impressive since actually moving the avatar is kind of a strength feat that we don't see too many characters have. An example being in the 5 Kage Summit, Sasuke has the partial Susanoo, and even when Dowry, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro fired a combined attack, it's not like the Susanoo even budged or remotely moved. It's likely characters like Madara, Sasuke, or Itachi focus chakra on their feet so that they actually don't get pushed back or blown away when characters shoot attacks at the Susanoo. A similar strategy that was incorporated against Pain to defend against his gravitational prowess. So there might be some sort of force threshold needed to actually push Madara back when he's standing in the avatar, or actually push the avatar back, which is impressive. But the big problems with this feat that mainly hold it back are the speed and power department. As far as speed goes, this can't be used as a feat against Madara since Naruto is shown holding down the Susanoo with his chakra arm, making sure Madara remained in place for Guy to hit him, which means he didn't tag Madara outright. Naruto is still shown having his arm in the position it was holding the blade, meaning he was holding Madara until Guy actually tagged him and then just let Madara's sword fly back. So Guy really only tagged an opponent that was already being held down. Now, as far as power, while blowing Madara's Susanoo back in of itself is a really good feat, what separates it being usable against characters in this specific top 10 is that we don't see Madara in relation to the resulting explosion. We have no idea if it actually blew up the Susanoo. If Madara's Susanoo just tanked it or was partially damaged, we would never know, as the next time we cut to Madara, he's aura farming on a rock. Considering Guy also thought they couldn't break the Uchiha Flame Formation barrier with Uridora, this may not be that outlandish, as Madara's Susanoo is likely more durable than that. So while Guy does remain here since his 7th gate feats upscale from everything he's done up until this point, it isn't enough to justify a placement above someone like Edo Itachi or Sage Mode Kabuto at this point in time. It also doesn't help we see very little from Guy following this feat, so this is all we really have to work with. He takes a bit of a backseat until later. Guy remains on the list simply because of the feats he exhibited previously, but not quantifiable enough to justify a higher placement. You also can't ignore the fact that Guy, and by extension Kakashi, are getting healed consistently by Naruto throughout this fight. Guy simply wouldn't be able to spam the gates in a successive manner like he's been doing, as he's been getting healed by Naruto in the Kurama avatar
And, you know, when we cut back to him using the 7th gate, he's dead. He's like cooked in a wood-style construct. To encapsulate this point, the fact that KCM2 Naruto, Killer Bee, and Guy were all visibly taking damage and getting beat down by Madara off screen, who wasn't even in his Susanoo. So it's pretty clear that even though Guy has this good feat, it's harder to just kind of put him above everybody on this list off this one showing because there's so much ambiguity around it. At the number 9 slot, we have Killer Bee. Now, Killer Bee remains here for a lot of the previous arguments that I made. The main way you could argue Killer Bee is above the tier above him is just off of his performance against the Ten Tails. We see in Naruto and Bee's fight against the aggregate of all the Bijou, they do have a good performance, and Bee does show some low-end relativity to the Kurama avatar. That being, he can survive the Ten Tails punches or like shoves that the Kurama avatar can shove, but neither really take any significant damage from this. For a bit of context, by the way, the Ten Tails is noted to be surprisingly fast, but he didn't blitz Naruto and Bee here. There is a giant wall of smoke covering the Ten Tails, and Naruto and Killer Bee can't utilize their own form of sensory or threat perception due to the Ten Tails being natural energy itself, the same as what circulates around the world, what you feel in the soil, the water, the air. Naruto only really being able to sense this when he's in Sage mode, which he does. He actually reacts before the likes of KCM2 Naruto and Killer Bee. Following this point, we see Bee and Naruto shoot a Bijou Bomb barrage at the Ten Tails. Naruto shooting 5 Bijou Bombs compared to the 8 Tails shooting 4. These Bijou Bombs traveling at relative speed. It's somewhat hard to dictate how fast Naruto's Bijou Bombs are at this point in the series. We see it should be comparable to the combined Bijou Bomb that the other Bijou shot at the Kurama avatar, but it's like, you know, Kakashi was planning to Kamui some of them, so they couldn't have been so much faster than Kakashi's own perception at that point. Bijou Bombs at this point in the series haven't even been presented as that fast. For example, the Shinobi Alliance could create stone walls and Killer Bee could weave in front of the Ten Tails Bijou Bomb. So the argument of a stronger tail beast has a faster Bijou Bomb or a bigger Bijou Bomb is faster doesn't really hold up either. This is all to say the Bijou Bombs at this point in the series haven't been presented as that much faster than the Bijou in question, so this isn't really that linkable of a speed feat or that much of an upscale. It's also clear the Kurama avatar is superior to the 8 Tails, on top of this being noted in the data book with Kurama Link Mode Naruto being noted as the strongest two-man cell, which is a term commonly referred to Bijou and Jinchuriki and would be in reference to Killer Bee. He also outreacts Bee, covering himself before Bee does when the Ten Tails is swinging that Bijou Bomb laser that it creates. Killer Bee then shoots a Bijou Bomb at the Ten Tails, which gets knocked back into Bee himself and detonates, which Bee does survive, which is impressive, but isn't as impressive as, for example, the Kurama avatar, which survives the Ten Tails laser directly on it, like only some of the tails get shaved off. So at best, Killer Bee has that low-end relativity, which he also exhibited in the Monster Throwdown Brawl when he's also contributing and taking on 2 of the Bijou. So it's not even as if, even back when Naruto first unleashed his power, Killer Bee was completely irrelevant. He was still very relevant even during that exchange. And this is the main problem because none of these feats are really enough to just put Bee confidently above the tier previously, especially since some of those fighters, like Itachi, were able to fight alongside Killer Bee even in his full 8 Tail state. It basically creates a situation to where, okay, is Bee arbitrarily stronger from his fight against Edo Itachi, or was he just stronger from this fight with the Raikage and that was his strength throughout the whole war arc? I'd lean towards the latter example because I think Bee's feats are just consistent throughout the war arc after this point, but there is a noticeable gap from pre-war arc to war arc B. He's just really strong during the war arc. Now, if you wanted to say, okay, because now he exhibits the Bijou Bomb barrage, he could shoot 4 Bijou Bombs into Jibaku Tensei and blow it up, or just shoot like 4 Bijou Bombs at Kabuto, who doesn't really have great durability, getting pierced by Sasuke's base sword. You have to accept as well, most characters probably will be able to react to these Bijou Bombs in some way. Now, whether or not they have an attack or capability to handle it is another story. So it's for these reasons that Killer Bee is at the number 9 slot. While these feats are good, I don't think they're really inconsistent with his previous feats, or they actually indicate that he got massively amped. I also think the Ten Tails as a whole, at least in its first form, isn't so much faster than them, or there's even that big of a speed gap. More so there's a power difference, as the Ten Tails Bijou Bomb can shred through the Bijou Bomb of the 8 and 9 Tails as they go off and the laser is still able to maintain form, or the Ten Tails is able to flick away a Bijou Bomb from the 8 Tails like it's a straight booger. And to harp home that speed point, Naruto in Sage mode as a shadow clone can visualize and identify the Ten Tails movements or just physically react to it, pushing Kakashi out of the way, again, as a shadow clone, to be weaker than the original Naruto. So in actuality, the Ten Tails probably isn't just massively faster, even though it is fast relative to the Kurama avatar, with its advantages in its first form being mainly power-based. At the number 8 slot, we have Sage Mode, Kabuto, Edo Nagato, and Edo Itachi. Now, this tier has pretty much no change to it, except for Sasuke moving on. Everyone here is pretty established. The only way for a lot of characters to actually move up this tier is if you're under the opinion Sasuke did not power cliff himself from his fight against Sage Mode Kabuto. Now, I'm going to talk about this more in depth in the EMS part or tiering of this video, but I will say I think Sasuke's progression with his Eternal Magikyo Sharingan is rather linear. It's not this significant power jump that Naruto has in his Kurama Link mode, in which Sasuke more than likely got stronger, whether from improving with his abilities or emotional amps. Again, I'll talk about that when I get to the EMS side of this video. It's more to say that while he's not probably an entire tier above those characters, he's also not really linkable back to them either, so it doesn't really operate as that much of an upscale for these characters either. I'm more so discussing this as a potential point. Like, if you don't think Sasuke improves at all, okay, then these guys can go higher. I think there's more of a basis to say Sasuke improves, and saying he doesn't isn't as tenable of a position, at least in my opinion. So for these reasons, I have this tier at number 8. At the number 7 slot, we have Kushina Uzumaki. A bit of an upgrade. So during this chapter range, we do have some additional information on where the full QB scales, which does upscale Kushina's feats of being able to restrain, especially since her chains are never really noted to be strong in terms of chakra suppression. They're just strong. We see in Hashirama's fight with Madara that the full QB is actually able to tear apart the wood dragon. This is important because if you recall earlier on, KCM2 Naruto fought against Madara's wood dragon and wasn't even able to bite through it with the QB avatar. So basically we know outright that the full Ninetales is physically stronger than the half of the Ninetales or the Ninetales avatar that Naruto is utilizing up to this point in the series, which Kushina should scale above in terms of her ability to bind with her chains. This, along with the speed argument with the full Ninetales actually being faster than this version of Naruto as well, which isn't quite as solid, but I think you can make the case since he has double the amount of chakra, he'd just be twice as strong, twice as fast, and twice as overall powerful. Kushina should just scale above the likes of Killer B, who doesn't really outdo that version of Naruto in any sense. Along with this pretty direct strength comparison, it's also noted in Data Book 4 that the Ninetales was able to fight evenly with Madara's Ninetales, mainly through utilizing its large size. Now, I don't want people to see this and throw a bit of a fit. I'm going to make it pretty clear. Everybody from this point on can compete with somebody who's fought and reacted to the full Ninetales, or just has scaling that puts them above the full Ninetales in terms of speed. Kushina's one of the few people who does benefit off this line of scaling. Most people above here just have better feats to suggest they'd actually be way above the full Ninetales in terms of speed. So don't really look at this as like a cap out for a lot of characters. Most characters, even Hashirama in his own fight with the QB, is just faster. Like Hashirama's Wood Dragon just wraps around the full QB before the QB can do anything about it. So it's not that crazy of a feat for characters at this speed tier. This also is pretty in line with Kushina's statements previously made and her narratives established, as when Minato is fighting alongside Naruto late into the war, he notes that this feeling is similar to when he's fighting alongside Kushina. So we also know Kushina has fought alongside Minato in actual combat, which ironically, right, going back to when Kushina gives birth, Minato's never heard Kushina give a cry of pain. So ironically, you can make a case Kushina's never even taken damage in combat with Minato, which is really funny. There is a clear cap out though, as obviously Kushina isn't going to scale to some of Naruto's later variations. As Kurama outright notes, Naruto has surpassed the likes of Kushina and Minato quite a while ago. So she doesn't just shoot up to the end of the war. That's pretty self-explanatory. But her speed and binding strength are amplified exponentially off this newer Ninetale scaling, which gives her much more stock, putting her above the characters below, who quite frankly don't have any sort of scaling to the full Ninetales. At the number 6 slot, we have Kakashi Hatake. Now, starting off, the reason I have Kakashi above Kushina is that while being able to compete with the QB's physical movements is an insanely strong feat, it's not a feat Minato himself couldn't just perform, who Obito saw body flicker, use FTG, and still thought he could combat. Obito running a one-on-one deathmatch with this Minato, now having a Rinnegan, even assuming it didn't amp Obito physically in any regard, would still be enough stock to put him above Kushina in speed, as Minato would be faster than her, but in Data Book 4, praised among all ninjas the greatest in godlike speed. How does this backscale to Kakashi? Well, when we see Kakashi Kakashi in the war, there is a bit of fluff in between him and when he actually takes on White Mask Obito in the Kamui space. I'll be frank, he's not White Mask Obito level. He's just not. But he is impressive in the fact that he can compete close quarters with this White Mask Obito and even be comparable in terms of Raikiri. Now, I think it's more consistent to say he's closer to Obito's combat speed with Raikiri, as he uses Raikiri to cut the shuriken out of Obito's hand that he was going to use to stab Naruto. Coupled with the fact that when Obito was on the floor in the Kamui dimension, Kakashi was coming down on him with a Raikiri enhanced kunai, and Obito, while still on the floor, was able to get up and have an equal clash with Kakashi, stabbing each other in a mutual strike, pretty blatantly showing that Obito either has to be faster or just as fast as Raikiri Kakashi, or somewhere in the mix. This is relevant since Kakashi's AP with Raikiri is very good at this point in the series, since it was actually able to tear through Obito, who could previously survive getting a Rasengan blown on his arm. Kakashi's own physical strikes were able to make Obito bleed from the Kamui space, although there may be a basis to say in both examples Obito wasn't amping his body with chakra and was caught off guard on both exchanges. As in Naruto's case, when Obito actually gets hit with the Rasengan and gets up on chapter 597, he doesn't use his arm again until it's shown healing on chapter 601. Then he starts fighting in close quarters again. From that, like in that chapter range, Obito only uses ranged attacks, ranging from Shuriken, Bijou Suppressing Rod to Fire Style. So I wouldn't actually say Obito just tanked the Rasengan, more so that he just survived it getting hit on his arm. Something else that would support this notion is that Obito, when fighting on guard and with Kakashi in the Kamui space, gets kicked and isn't dying, despite the fact that punches were making his gut explode with blood earlier on. This is what makes Kakashi's Raikiri more impressive, since it does stab through Obito, who is on guard, and on top of this, Obito notes earlier, if you really wanted to kill me earlier, you could have with Raikiri. But basically having this scaling with the Raikiri does put Kakashi in a good range in terms of speed and AP, coupled with his Kamui at this point in the series, makes him extremely formidable, as he's shown the ability to actually Kamui the full 8 tails, bringing it in and taking it out of the Kamui space, although this does fatigue him of all his chakra. And I do want it to be noted, Kakashi does get amped because he receives chakra directly from the Nine Tails. So there are reasons for why he is performing better and constantly rejuvenating himself, as there's multiple points in the war where he would teeter out but still doesn't. And for perspective, again, this is the same guy who can compete and catch Naruto with wood style in close quarters combat. So it's all very impressive. Now again, this is just one small aspect of Obito's arsenal. If they weren't fighting in the Kamui space, there really wouldn't be a discussion. But you do have to give Kakashi credit. Like, for example, he breaks Obito's Genjutsu with Raikiri, which was previously controlling a perfect Jinchuriki. So Kakashi's Genjutsu resistance at this point in the series is very strong. And there's even a point when Obito gets thrown into the Kamui dimension, it looks like Kakashi's about to kill him. But this is more so, in my opinion, Obito not being used to being pulled in the Kamui space, which he's never had done to him before, which is why Kakashi was able to get this, sort of feed off, as you can't have Kakashi blitzing Obito here with Raikiri, but also Obito just getting up from such a disadvantageous position and mutually striking with Raikiri enhanced Kakashi as well. It just doesn't really work in that aspect. So Kakashi overall during this section is just overcoming mental obstructions, getting chakra from Kurama, getting more and more acclimated to his Magiya Sharingan, with his Kamui speed increasing, and even gaining the ability to return from the other plane, which he couldn't really do previously, along with being able to send full Bijou in size twice. It's pretty insane, honestly speaking. So the best way I view Kakashi is that he's very threatening to someone of Obito's caliber, but in strict one-on-one circumstance wouldn't really be able to do anything against him. And this is all you can really say for Kakashi at this point in the series, as he's stuck in the Kamui space or doesn't return from there for the entirety of this chapter range, as Obito hits him with a Black Ride to Ride from 6 Paths to Shadow and Light style, which causes Kakashi to give himself stitches and try and recover the damage done to him during that time frame. So we just don't see Kakashi for a pretty big duration of this chapter range, but I think the feats he exhibits are enough to warrant him above the characters I listed previously. At the number 5 slot, we have none other than Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. Now, the main thing you want to note is that starting off, Tobirama isn't quite at full power when he's brought back as an Edo Tensei. He's just noted to be at almost full power. It's unclear if there's a reason why he and the other Hokage, or if he's referencing himself and Hashirama, are brought back at almost full power compared to the Edo Tensei brought back previously. We don't really have the same statements applicable to them like with Lord Mu, which I've mentioned previously. So I will be looking at Edo Tobirama's feats, but I just will note, if you wanted to say he's a teensy bit stronger while he's alive or some amount stronger, you can. We just don't really have a quantification or measurement for for it. Tobirama himself shows remarkable feats during this chapter range, mainly off the likes of Ten Tails Obito. Gonna touch on him obviously when I get to his section, but just know he's a pretty strong guy. We see off his introduction, Ten Tails Obito displays remarkable speed driving through a wood clone and Tobirama himself. Now, this would seem on paper to just be your standard physical blitz, but during this interaction, Tobirama was actually able to mark Ten Tails Obito with an FTG seal. Obito obviously being impressive since he's noted to be stronger than the highest form of Ten Tails seen previously, and stronger than the likes of Edo Hashirama, the first Hokage. Now, I know some people don't like to give Tobirama this feat, but you really kind of have to. The main argument I hear against it is that Obito's powers at this point in the series are fluctuating. That's a bit of hoopla, not gonna lie to you. I said it, I know, didn't mean to cuss. But there's more of a basis to say, instead of fluctuating, Obito's power or control over his power and thus his strength is actually declining. The reason I say it's a gradual decline is because if you actually look at the mental space with Obito and the Ten Tails, he's gradually getting ripped apart, meaning the control over his power would also gradually be declining, which is evidenced as he starts losing his marbles later on before he actually retains control over the Ten Tails, rather than just fluctuating randomly, which is never made apparent. I will also note Tobirama's threat level is established with him power flexing and making someone of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke's caliber just sweat bullets. This is important because Sasuke is someone who's interacted with the likes of Edo Tensei Itachi and Sage Mode Kabuto, so he clearly has a good idea in his mind of what strong is, and Tobirama just reestablishes that. This is the most DBZ scene ever. Please don't say Sasuke wasn't showing his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan because he didn't see Tobirama as a threat. He just showed it to Edo Hashirama previously when he remarks he's an innocent Uchiha child. So we have great threat establishment for where Tobirama actually is strength-wise and a great speed feat to actually boot. Pushing this a little further though, Tobirama displays the tandem paper bombs, which he usually uses, at least in character, in conjunction with the Edo Tensei technique, but because he is an Edo Tensei now, he can just use it on himself, which was so strong he was able to destroy a deity gate that was able to withstand the force from a Ten Tails beast bomb. Keep in mind as well, this is the strongest variation of the Jubi thus far, meaning this is the strongest variation of a tail beast bomb that we've seen from the Ten Tails, making this a remarkable AP feat for Tobirama. Tobirama's got the big three. He's got great lore implications on where he is strength-wise, just scaring the shit out of someone of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke's caliber, great AP that compares to a Ten Tails Bijou Bomb and above, and great speed / jutsu activation as he can place a mark on Obito as he physically runs through him. Feats like Hiruzen getting to Naruto before Edo Tobirama does aren't really that good, and I don't know why people bring them up since we don't know where Hiruzen is in relation to Tobirama. Like, all we see is Tobirama lunge and Hiruzen come from an undisclosed location off screen. So either using that or Hiruzen dodging, though his arm gets lopped off, Obito from a longer distance, meaning Hiruzen has more time to react, really aren't the best metrics to say Hiruzen is above Tobirama. At best, it would just be a more nebulous prime version of the character, which is where you can use his 4 databook page showing talent that surpassed the second from childhood, in which Hiruzen reaching a prime would have realized that talent. And the older version just wouldn't be the same as that more prime version, obviously since his body and chakra have deteriorated over the years. It's not like this is a one-off either, as Tobirama's constantly performing on par with the likes of a more mastered variant of Naruto's QB chakra form or EMS Sasuke, in scenes such as when he, at least in my opinion, body flickers to grab the truth-seeking orb that's going to detonate in front of QB Minato and co, and just drops it right back on Ten Tails Obito or behind him. So Tobirama just has a very relevant performance, which is corroborated with statements such as Minato noting, "Oh, Lord Second sure works quickly." So Tobirama's placement at this point in the series is just pretty self-explanatory, and he has the feats, showings, and lore implications to really back it up. Tobirama would also obviously upskill, at least in terms of raw stats, not raw hacks and abilities, above the likes of Rinnegan Obito, which we saw previously, if he's able to contend with the likes of Ten Tails Obito, who is just stronger. Now, of Tobirama's introduction, the reason he is stronger compared to his Part 1 counterpart that wasn't even able to overtake Hiruzen on his own. The reasoning for this is that Orochimaru had absorbed everything from Kabuto, that being his own chakra, and knows about everything during the war, so he should have a good grasp on whatever Kabuto knows. This meaning Orochimaru now has access, or now has an idea of the more accurate version of the Edo Tensei Kabuto had performed during the war arc, which was much more accurate than the version Orochimaru was utilizing in Part 1. This, coupled with Orochimaru using White Zetsu as a base, offered a much more accurate gauge of these much stronger shinobi than was previously displayed in Part 1. So Part 1 Tobirama is not War Arc Tobirama, which most people could gather, but just a little side tangent on that. At the number 4 slot, we have a tie between Kurama Mode Minato, and Eternal Magikyo Sharingan Sasuke. Let's start with Minato. He is a lot simpler to talk about, and I don't have to outline nearly as much as I do with Sasuke. Minato is one of the 4 Hokage brought back during the war arc, and as such, we have quite a bit more to talk about with him, especially since he displays the same Kurama Mode power-up that his very own son exhibits up until this point in the story. Base Minato isn't in the conversation anymore. I want to start with that, since pretty much everybody above Minato at this point in the series is also above or just directly comparable to the version of Naruto that is said to have surpassed Minato and Kushina by the Nine Tails himself. Not saying that version of Naruto wouldn't be relevant here, but more so Minato's already been lapped for a while now, so it's a lot harder to use that base Minato gauge. The only way base Minato actually stays relevant would be through his body flicker technique, which I've talked about earlier on this list, but is talked about to vitalize the body with chakra and allow the user to move at super speeds. I don't find Minato arriving to the battlefield first the best argument in terms of him just being a tier faster in terms of speed than the likes of the other Edo Hokage. I'm not the biggest fan of this metric since Hashirama and Hiruzen arrive at the battlefield at the same time, which obviously they're not the same speed, nor do they have the same reactions and combat speed, so this wouldn't work to per se upscale Hiruzen. Now in Minato's case, it's a little different since he does use body flicker in combat, kind of similar to the Raikage, opting for FTG or Flying Thunder God in most scenarios since it is just stated superior to body flicker, as one actually takes some amount of time and FTG teleportation is instant. This is all to say I'm not giving Minato an auto pass off of his body flicker since I don't find it consistent with his lore that he would be that much above characters in the surrounding tier like peak EMS Sasuke or characters like Madara and Hashirama. You can't have Minato run a one-on-one deathmatch with teenage Obito, have that version of Obito grow older, gain a Rinnegan, and be narratively compared to the likes of Edo Madara, Minato be above that despite the fact that it's noted he was surpassed by someone who has seen him in combat even utilizing body flicker or FTG. Kurama makes this sort of sentiment to Naruto when Minato actually showcases the Kurama Chakra mode, where Naruto says, "Pause, amazing, Kurama notes, I know that way more intimately than you. After all, he's the man who split me up before." So even arguing Kurama's knowledge on Minato, he is probably one of the best sources on Minato as a character strength-wise. I already mentioned body flicker earlier in the video, so I don't want to rehash too many examples, but I would just say another example to support what I was noting earlier in the video, that most characters don't even attack with body flicker or can't as they run the risk of actually colliding with their opponent. An example that kind of shows what I'm talking about is when Naruto uses 2 clones, both of which utilizing body flicker, to intercept Rinnegan Obito and Madara's attack. In the Madara situation, Naruto only catches the blade once he's done sliding past it, and in Obito's case, Naruto grabs the kunai as he slides in. So in both instances, he's utilizing body flicker to get to his opponent, yet doesn't really attack while he's in that state. That's more so afterwards, after he's emerged from the body flicker. Just my 2 cents, but I thought the example was relevant since it is something new that happens in the chapter range, and it is an example of a character utilizing the technique. Now moving on to QB Minato, the main point I would argue for Minato is that number 1, right? We know his performance against Obito isn't really the best since he's noted to have a daze or stupor depending on the translation, with it also being noted that when Naruto fist bumps Minato, he wakes him up from such a stupor. It actually isn't that relevant when you think the stupor starts, as I know some people are of the opinion it starts when Obito is trash talking Minato, or as far back as when Minato actually discovers that the masked man was in fact Obito himself when slashing through him. This isn't super relevant to Minato's placement as I'm gauging Minato when he's utilizing the Kurama avatar. Having access to the yin half of Kurama, Minato dons the Kurama avatar, which is noted to be able to provide powerful support to someone of KCM2 Naruto's caliber in his Kurama avatar. Now this is relevant because Naruto is powering himself up further with Sage Mode, which inherently isn't a huge buff to the Kurama avatar, but more so makes it that all jutsu used are now just effective on the likes of Ten Tails Obito. The Rasengan being used here is actually Minato's, and Naruto simply applies Senjutsu to the Rasengan, which again just makes it effective against the TSO, or Truth-Seeking Orbs, in which case the duo is able to tear through Obito's fire defense that was shielding his back previously, and actually crack one TSO, although it's unclear if they actually destroyed the orb entirely, just cracked the extension that Obito used. I also wouldn't say the duo actually destroyed it since Naruto notes following this that Black Thing sure is solid. He used it defensively this time, which indicates to me that they didn't just break it outright, otherwise he wouldn't have said it was solid. Obito also doesn't lose a TSO or Truth-Seeking Sphere after blocking this attack. He has 7 on his back and 1 being used to block the attack, and after both parties get shot back, we actually do see that Obito still has all 8. So we know outright they just didn't destroy this TSO, which is also blatant as Naruto knows we need to wreck that Black Thing is all, and uses a stronger technique, that being a Senjutsu Bijou Bomb. So Minato just kind of has to be in this tier because he's powerful support to this version of Naruto that is the strongest version of the Kurama avatar, and Naruto at this point in the series. Now, as far as the Gudo Dama strength-wise, we're going to see a bit of a trend in that the more orbs Obito
Naruto or other characters use, the stronger and faster the attacks become. That being, the more orbs Obito pours into his construct. So a construct with 2 TSO is going to be stronger and faster than a construct with 1 TSO. And we'll get into the differences and how this scales for different characters, but on a baseline, the TSO are described as high density chakra in a condensed state. So each TSO should have its own chakra. Combining them would just mean more chakra to be allocated towards the attack, hence stronger and faster. While I didn't exactly quantify how strong Naruto is at this point in the series in relation to all this, I'm going to do that in literally the next tier. So just bear with me. It makes no sense to just repeat the same explanation twice. Now, sharing this tier is EMS Sasuke. This is going to make a lot more sense when I get to like the peak EMS Sasuke that is fighting against Ten-Tails Obito. But this is a pretty significant jump. How did we go from somebody who is a rival to Edo Itachi to being on the same tier as someone in a QB avatar? We see post Itachi fight, Sasuke does begin to question himself. What is he? What is a shinobi? What is a village after meeting with Itachi? He wants answers to how Itachi can consider himself a Leaf Shinobi despite being used and tossed out by the Leaf Village. Through a fortuitous sequence of events, Orochimaru, Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Jugo end up speaking to the revived Hokage. Ashurama lays out to Sasuke the process in which the village was created, along with the fact that he is the one who found these circumstances satisfactory. In Hashirama's mind, shinobi are those who endure for a purpose, but depending on what that purpose is, a shinobi can change just as he and Madara did. This reframing how Sasuke views Itachi, as he had to endure longer and harder than anybody in the series really up until this point. This is what pushes Sasuke to join the battlefront with the Edo Hokage against the likes of Obito and Madara, as he doesn't want everything his brother had worked towards to be for nothing. So while Sasuke's worldview has expanded, is he a different character strength-wise? Well, we do have statements post-Itachi, like him noting his hatred towards Konoha has increased dramatically. He hates it more than ever, with Tobirama noting that strong emotions directly correlate to power with the Sharingan, to the point someone can become unstoppable like Madara. So basically, Sasuke is a lot more emotionally charged at this point in the series and has gotten more time to get used to his Mangekyo, which is why he begins showing off stronger and stronger techniques like Enton Kagetsuchi variations or a full-body Susanoo, which you could maybe say he had access to previously, but I do think that Sasuke is just improving with his new dojutsu, and he is just getting stronger as a result of using it more, along with these emotional amps progressing through the series, which is partially why I believe he shouldn't really be linkable back to his Itachi self counterpart, or there's more of a stance to say that he improved by some metric, so you can't really make a consistent scaling chain for those characters to be amped up. It's shown Sasuke is on par with Naruto's QB Chakra Cloak, although at this point in the series, which we'll talk about soon, Naruto has a lot more practice utilizing the QB's chakra, and as a whole has just gotten a bit stronger. An example of this is Sasuke is able to throw up his Susanoo arm around Naruto before Obito's TSO goes off, but this may be more of a reaction point, as Naruto's physicals should be comparable or even greater than base EMS Sasuke's physicals, as he can physically throw the Rasen Shuriken at a similar speed to Sasuke's Enton era, which should be faster than his base combat. But again, Sasuke's feats in this form are very good. We have a blatant example of this with Sasuke being able to block a truth-seeking orb from Obito and saving Naruto, while he was actually much farther away from Naruto initially, making his way around to block the attack. I also don't want people to conflate this feat as if Sasuke's Susanoo defense is so strong that the TSO can just not pierce through it, when A, this does bore a hole in Sasuke's Susanoo arm, and B, Obito hadn't applied Shadow and Light style to the TSO, which is what gives it its ninjutsu nullifying nature. So the TSO being used while he's unstable don't have that ninjutsu nullifying effect. That's all you really need to know. I also don't want to sit here and cherry pick feats for Naruto and Sasuke, because just like I mentioned that previous Sasuke feat, Naruto has equally good ones. For example, right after this, when Naruto and Sasuke get grabbed by Jubito and he attempts to pop both of their heads with the TSO, in the time frame we see the TSO stretch or expand from Obito's wrist to his palm, Naruto is able to throw up chakra arms in response to this, essentially moving faster than the TSO's stretching speed, which is point blank range compared to how far he has to go to actually grab Minato. So this is a pretty ridiculous feat, and I think also does outline how the TSO stretching isn't quite that fast, as Hiruzen could partially react to it over a longer distance earlier in the fight, and we see Sasuke and Naruto also can react to it in their own ways, although I think Naruto at this point has the best reaction. So this is all to say Naruto does have good arguments, and the two probably are just dead even at this point. The fact that the two are consistently syncing up chakra ratios between the Sasuke's Enton Amaterasu and Naruto's Rasen Shuriken variants. Another example being when Sasuke's Enton Amaterasu and Naruto's Rasen Shuriken both reach the Jubi clones at the same time. Like, every feat these two have are kind of shared, or if one outperforms the other one kind of has another feat outperforming the one who just outperformed them. This also isn't enough to justify Sasuke's placement, in which we have to look at Sasuke's development, where he unleashes the full body Susanoo
Susanoo. This is the full body version Madara is utilizing against the 5 Kage. Side point as well, it's likely Sasuke might have been emotionally charged again or had some sort of emotional amp, as he did see Itachi and Naruto's flashback when Naruto's memories are flowing into the Shinobi Alliance. Just more so noting that Sasuke does have reasons to get stronger, along with utilizing his abilities more. Now, the iffy part comes in, and the reason he shares a tier with Minato is that Sasuke actually performs directly on par with Naruto's Kurama avatar, even while Naruto is in Sage mode. The caveat is that Sasuke's avatar is being powered up by Senjutsu, which in turn just makes it so he can affect Obito and the TSO as a whole. It's here we see Naruto and Sasuke are able to affect Jubito's TSO when they both clash on it with their physicals, Sasuke's Susanoo sword and Naruto's Kurama palm. They are able to chip away the TSO, even when firing long-range attacks like Susanoo arrows and Biju bombs, the TSO is further chipped off. Sasuke is outright noted by Orochimaru to at some point be a shinobi who is capable of surpassing Madara. This is being demonstrated as Sasuke alongside Naruto proceeds to acclimate to Ten Tails Obito's movements over time, even syncing up a counter-strike. And I also will note Sasuke and Naruto's avatars do have directly comparable durability. Both get shattered and destroyed from Jubito slamming them down at the bottom of the God Tree. And we know they have directly comparable durability since Sasuke and Naruto don't really take any more damage compared to one another, even though Naruto's in Sage mode. And Jugo's in the avatar and he's not dead, you know what I mean? So it's not like Obito's arbitrarily throwing one down with more force than the other. I would also note that Obito does use more TSO to consistently block attacks from Naruto and Sasuke, or Naruto and Sasuke individually. For example, when Naruto and Sasuke strike Obito, he uses 2 TSO to block their attacks as opposed to 1 to block Minato's Rasengan earlier on, which is consistent with their physical strikes being able to damage the orbs as they draw chips off of it from earlier in the fight. I do believe the orbs directly correlate to the strength and speed of techniques Obito can use, as we see him when utilizing all of the orbs is able to outright grab Naruto and Sasuke, who only react to being grabbed after it's done, and then slam and proceed to one-shot both of their avatars. So it is presented as the more orbs you use for your constructs, the stronger they are, and in turn the faster they are. What does this all mean? Well, it means Sasuke in his avatar has better AP than the likes of Minato potentially, since he's able to affect the orbs on a more consistent basis, as Minato only scales to 1 TSO. Sasuke also should have better reactions at this point in the series, since he's adapting alongside Naruto and has the same reactions when sensing Ten Tails Obito's movements, so you have a potential AP argument, reactions argument, and potential speed. The main hiccup here is obviously Sasuke's Susanoo is being powered up by Senjutsu. This doesn't detract from Sasuke's Susanoo being strong or Sasuke having the same reactions or adaptation, but it does put into question how strong it would be without that. The best way I could put this section is that we see on chapter 650, which is the cutoff point, we see Sasuke's Susanoo morph and evolve into what looks like the perfect Susanoo, as it has the same nose as the perfect Susanoo, as it begins to morph with the QB avatar. We don't know exactly what they're forming at this time, so you really wouldn't be able to say. It's just presented that Sasuke does have a higher stage of Susanoo present, or he's able to use off of this newer design. So the best way I would describe it is Sasuke's just shown having some different variation of an avatar that is most likely stronger than the previous variation that needed that Senjutsu buff to compete with Naruto's Kurama avatar while he's amped in Sage mode. I would actually make the case off these chapter range Sasuke has better arguments to suggest he'd be above Minato's avatar, but that's just me. It's really just we don't know what that higher version is, and you can kind of play around with how big of a buff the curse mark is, which I don't think it's a tier-breaking buff, since most people can combat a curse mark stage 2 and base level fighter and not get blitzed by one or the other, that being the Genin, people like Deidara, or other fighters. The curse mark is an amp, not a multiplier. The only thing it multiplies is chakra level, and the shinobi who uses it does get faster and does get a stat amp, but it never really puts them an entire tier above who they're fighting, generally speaking. Or in Shippuden, it's kind of like diminishing returns, since the people are so strong that the amp it provides isn't enough to actually overtake them. I'd also make a small point that Sasuke being coded in Naruto's QB chakra doesn't really mean anything, since it's presented as more of an amplifier. When Kakashi's relating himself having 3 times the amount of power when receiving Nine Tails chakra, he's talking about receiving chakra directly from the Nine Tails, which powered him up, as he could use the chakra on his own. The chakra coding the alliance actually has to be powered up by Naruto at times to even block attacks. It doesn't just power up the shinobi who's using it multiple times, or if it did, again, it would be diminishing returns. It wouldn't be the same for like Hashirama. Hashirama's chakra supply is not shooting up 3 times from a fraction of chakra from somebody who almost has as much chakra as him. So just a little point on that. Not that it matters to the overall point of Sasuke having that stronger avatar that we don't really see, or his actual avatar without Senjutsu being comparable to the Senjutsu variation, but just a side tangent. So really this one is just how you interpret Sasuke's performance and his amps, with both of these characters just being powerful support to Naruto in his fights. I would lean on Sasuke over QB Minato at this time, but to each his own. At the number 3 slot, we have Kurama Link Mode Sage Mode Naruto, or KCM2 Sage Mode Naruto. Now, it's pretty clear that nobody below him is really stronger than him, as most of these characters need amps or are just fighting alongside Naruto and being amped by Naruto in some aspect. Naruto, during the duration of the war arc, has been getting used to transmuting Kurama's chakra into shadow clones and passing it off to other individuals, whether directly or through chakra cloaks like he does in the war arc. This is what allows the Shinobi Alliance to actually remain alive against attacks like the Ten Tails Cataclysm, which should have wiped most of them out. It should be noted too, to actually block certain attacks, Naruto has to actively power up the chakra cloaking the Shinobi Alliance, so he's essentially a one-man army at this point. If he wasn't around, the Shinobi Alliance would be cooked. I also don't want to skim over some of Naruto's earlier feats against Madara and Obito. As I mentioned previously, he's able to body flicker and utilize it in combat to the point he could intercept Madara's Susanoo strike and Obito bringing his kunai down on Kakashi. What people also don't bring up is that Naruto physically, without the use of the Kurama avatar, was able to blow up the head of Hashirama's wood dragon that was previously suppressing the QB avatar, which is a pretty ridiculous feat. Naruto as a whole is just improving his abilities at this point as his Kurama avatar timer increases as it goes up to 7 minutes. Even his Sage Mode prowess goes up to the point that his Sage Mode Rasengan could actually damage someone of Ten Tails Obito's caliber. And mind you, Sage Mode attacks are just noted to be effective on Ten Tails Obito. They're not really noted to be super effective, they're just able to affect him. So Naruto overall is very powerful at this point, being directly compared to Edo Hashirama in sheer chakra volume. Now, this is with the Nine Tails, and I will make note that chakra volume doesn't inherently dictate strength. You know, like, if that was the case, Hashirama would just always be stronger than Madara, despite the two being very comparable and one being far more noted for his chakra reserves than Madara ever was. Similar point with Sasuke and Naruto. Now, I would talk about Naruto's development more in the war, but quite frankly, it almost doesn't matter because I kind of touched on why he would be this high anyway. And for the point of Naruto amping himself with Sage Mode, we actually are shown Naruto's chakra reserves in comparison to the QBs. And even though the QBs does dwarf it, Naruto's reserves are still quite a large amount. Now, imagine that, but greatly amplified as it fuses with nature, creating a much larger and more powerful chakra supply, which would then connect back to the QB, allowing for Naruto, on top of having a larger chakra, to apply Senjutsu to all of his attacks. Hence why Sage Mode, Bijou Mode Naruto would be stronger. Not that the Kurama avatar gets amped in the same capacity as Sage Mode, but because Naruto's base chakra gets amped, and now we can apply Sage Mode to the rest of his avatar. Normally it's his chakra plus Kurama's, now it's his chakra in Sage Mode plus Kurama's, so he would just be stronger overall. Even if it wouldn't be that crazy of a gap compared to how he is normally, he still would be stronger. And keep in mind, he was growing stronger to the point Sasuke needed a new version of the Susanoo to actually merge with Naruto's Kurama avatar, even if we don't see the new result. Keep in mind as well, Naruto at this point has shown the ability to create 3 KCM2 shadow clones, even while he himself is in Kurama Link mode. So Naruto's strength at this point in the series is just off the charts. There's no real way to describe it. He's the one constantly powering the Shinobi Alliance up, and he's the one leading the forefront against Ten Tails Obito, which really speaks volumes to his strength level. And the fact that he continuously grows stronger is all you really need to say. Whether he's getting better at transmitting the QB's chakra, or just getting better in Sage Mode overall, as we see his Rasen Shuriken limit increase during the Ten Tails Assault, or his Sage Mode Rasengan having the ridiculous AP feat of actually damaging Ten Tails Obito, which is pretty insane. Like, dudes need to bring this up. Naruto takes the number 3 spot very comfortably at this point in time. At the number 2 slot, we have Hashirama Senju and Madoru Uchiha. Now, with Hashirama scaling to the Nine Tails, which is a big point I brought up for other people on this list, I need you to understand. Most people are feasting off Nine Tails scaling. They need it. They need it to survive in the series. Hashirama, this is a side dish for him. It is not the main course, nothing close. Starting off, the full QB in terms of speed is below Hashirama. We see Hashirama is blatantly able to outspeed the QB with the likes of his Wood Dragon Jutsu, which is able to wrap around the full Nine Tails, forcing it to blow it up with this Bijou Bomb, which Hashirama proceeds to catch and fling back at him, forcing Madara to protect the QB with the perfect Susanoo. Madara then wraps the true form Susanoo around the QB, forming the majestic attire Susanoo. Now, this Bijou Bomb actually destroys Hashirama's Wood Golem, and on top of it destroying the Wood Golem, it's implied Hashirama actually hit in the head, as the head of the wood expulsion jutsu is very similar to the wood golem head. The data book for the wood golem technique noting Hashirama can hide inside of it, but on top of that, Hashirama actually had to apply a Fuin jutsu to weaken the tail beast power even further so the wood style construct wasn't destroyed. This is going to become relevant in a second when I talk about Sage Mode. We see Hashirama is able to outright react to perfect Susanoo swings from this powered up variation of the Kyuubi, even outrunning it at times and throwing down a summoning for the 5-layered Rashomon. So Hashirama's speed in base is comparable to these higher levels of the Kyuubi or beyond, as you can't really argue the Majestic Attire Susanoo is the exact same speed as the full Ninetales and have it be on par with a stronger variation of wood style that Hashirama displays afterwards. Hashirama then enters Sage Mode, the databook noting he has the ability to enter it instantly. This being consistent with later in the war arc where it actually seems like Hashirama enters Sage Mode while he's actually talking, or he's able to enter it so fast that he can do it between words or just like in the short span between a sentence, which is actually pretty crazy. His Sage Mode noting to raise the bar for all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Remember this. Hashirama summons the 1000 armed Shinsu Senju, which proceeds to tear the armor off the Majestic Attire Susanoo. So in short, Hashirama himself can create an entity that rivals Madara with an entire Kyuubi. We then come back to the fight and it's revealed that Hashirama does trick Madara when they're both fatigued, with his wood doppelganger killing his close friend. Now, relating this to Hashirama overall, the reason I said pay attention on that Sage Mode point is because I actually believe that the Wood Golem in Sage Mode versus base Hashirama is the difference between the full Ninetales and what's considered the perfect Susanoo. In the work, when we see Hashirama amping his Wood Golem with Sage Mode, it actually is on par with the perfect Susanoo, dodging its blade off screen or implied to have, or grabbing its arm mid-swing and being able to physically hold it down. Using the perfect Susanoo as a metric is important because the same attack that one-shot Hashirama's Wood Golem and required all this extra work for Hashirama to actually survive, which is tanked outright by Madara applying the Susanoo to the Ninetales itself. So Madara is able to tank something that Hashirama's Wood Golem, which the databook notes is exceptional at defense, wasn't really able to on its own. So a Sage Mode enhanced Wood Golem, which would be amplified via Hashirama getting a ninjutsu amp, which is what the wood style is, would be more of a rival to the perfect Susanoo, whereas it regularly would be more of a rival to the full Kyuubi. And when I say rival, I think the Wood Golem would absolutely destroy the Kyuubi 1v1. It would just keep sending back Bijou bombs, but more so in terms of physicality, which is what's implied via the databook. This also makes quite a bit of sense, since if you date back to Madara's perfect Susanoo statement about it rivaling the full Bijou, he's mainly noting this in reference to power, which is consistent with what we see in the Hashirama vs Madara fight, as Madara is jamming perfect Susanoo's swords through the Bijou bombs without the Bijou bombs detonating, so the chakra ratios are more than likely linking up on some aspect for one attack to not overtake the other. So even if some miracle someone could combat base Hashirama, he can just instantly amp himself to Sage Mode and all his wood style gets a dramatic amp as well. So his Wood Golem isn't just Kurama level if you give him that. It actually gets amplified dramatically with Sage Mode. And we obviously have all of the previous statements known about Hashirama, his wood release ninjutsu, which is what gave him the moniker the strongest ninja or god of shinobi, along with healing ability that allows him to heal wounds without making hand gestures. With it even being noted, there is not a single ninja existing who surpasses this power. All of this rolling back to Madara in the war arc because his perfect Susanoo is on par with Hashirama's Wood Golem while it's in Sage Mode. And Hashirama and Madara do scale to their avatars, Hashirama in base, and we see Madara is able to compete with Hashirama in base only in close quarters in the war arc, as we don't really see him engage with Sage Mode Hashirama. Outside of their avatars, it's far more likely that Madara needs the perfect Susanoo to combat Hashirama's Sage Mode in general or his wood style, and in order to be on par with the perfect Susanoo, Hashirama needs to amplify his Wood Golem with Sage Mode. So this kind of outlines the relativity between the two, with Hashirama being able to put himself above that with the 1000 Kenon Arm Buddha. Now getting into the actual war arc, Hashirama has great feats showcasing the gracious deity gates, which are able to not only survive a 10-tails beast bomb, but outright restrain the strongest form of the Kyuubi that we see thus far. Keep in mind, Naruto and the Alliance needed to be powered up multiple times to be able to suppress this threat, whereas for Hashirama it is one jutsu where he pours nature energy on everything under the Tori Gate dropped on the opponent. There's the obvious statement of 10-tails Obito being stronger than Edo Hashirama, but I will say, it is noted by Madara that if he attains a piece of Hashirama's power, he's planning to fight Obito, which does seem to indicate at the very least they would be able to combat Obito if they were able to utilize Senjutsu, which Madara cannot. We will also see in the Obito section adaptation, nobody's stronger than him at this point in the series, or there's no real argument for anybody to be stronger than him. So this is not an anti-feat. I have to make that clear. That is not an anti-feat because nobody during this chapter range is stronger than Obito. I mean, we saw in the previous tier, he one-shot the strongest version of Naruto's avatar by just throwing him below the God Tree. So no one's doing anything to Obito one-on-one. So this is not an anti-feat to be used against Hashirama. It also is noted Sasuke is a shinobi who will eventually surpass Madara, which does seem to imply Naruto and Sasuke aren't at that level pre-adaptation. I won't lie, I don't think acclimating to Jubito's movements close the gap genuinely between Sasuke, who one day will surpass Madara, to the guy who's exactly Madara level. I do not think that gap was closed, even if Sasuke and Naruto are growing. I'm going to talk about how everybody relates to Jubito when I talk about that section. There's just not too much evidence to suggest Naruto or Sasuke would actually be above the likes of Hashirama or Madara individually at this point. All you really need to say is Hashirama is kind of the hype guy that Jubito is stated stronger to establish his threat level in the series. I don't think we quite need to go into Madara utilizing techniques like the Wood Dragon technique, as these are not really that relevant compared to Hashirama and Madara's full power. It's more so that Hashirama is very strong, and I think people more so just conflate how his Sage Mode amplifies him, when it is a big buff on all of his avatars, because the Wood style constructs are ninjutsu. They're not like the Kurama avatar. They're a specific technique. They're not really a different form. And as such, they get amplified far more from Hashirama's own use of Sage Mode rather than someone of like Naruto's caliber who uses Sage Mode, but it only really takes his base chakra, not all of Kurama's chakra. So Hashirama and Madara's placement are very solid. I more so wanted to talk about the relation between the two compared to before, where we actually didn't see the details of the encounter. There also is the question of if Madara's new Rinnegan outweighs the buff of the QB against Hashirama, and in turn, if that makes the alive version that's a little bit stronger based on what we heard from Tobirama compared to the Edo version. However, I will say, due to the sheer amount of hacks that Madara has at this point in the series, that being Wood style, Hashirama enhanced sensory, and the Rinnegan, it's kind of hard to see the Ninetales making that much of a difference, especially since we've established that Madara can rival that firepower with perfect Susanoo, or just make himself outright more durable than what the Ninetales itself can tank, as we don't see the Ninetales in relation to its own Bijou Bomb. Even in Killer Bee's case, when he survives his own Bijou Bomb, he does take quite a bit of damage, so it would probably be a similar point for the full Ninetales. So these two are at number 2 and are just shown directly rivaling each other as they're fighting off screen while the main cast is just duking it out. At the number 1 slot, we have Ten Tails Obito. This should be pretty clear because we have statements like him being stronger than the likes of Edo Hashirama. Tobirama implies there isn't that much of a gap between their alive and Edo Tensei counterpart. It should also be clear Hashirama is talking about all of his abilities, even Sage Mode, because he comes to this realization after he drops the Gracious Deity Gates on Obito, a Sage Art technique. So to say he would be referencing base after doing this is pretty ridiculous. Obito proceeds to demonstrate his raw power as he's able to shatter or pull apart the 4 Crimson Ray barrier, which requires 4 Hokage level shinobi to create. It should be clear that he's stronger than when he was as a full Ten Tails, as he just shattered something a Ten Tails Bijou Bomb couldn't, but Killer Bee notes this outright as he's even stronger than when he was gigantic, with Yuki noting before it was just throwing its power around, but now it's apparently learned to focus it. We also see Obito noted in the chapter statement as the strongest in pure evil, which if you take Madara as evil at this point in the series, which is a fair take, then it would be fair to say that Ten Tails Obito is just above Edo Madara, who is on par Sage Mode Edo Hashirama, which, you know, is pretty self-explanatory stuff, not gonna lie to you. With the introduction of Ten Tails Obito, we are introduced to the Truth-Seeking Balls, or the Gudodama. These black orbs will grant truth to all things, a power that exceeds both Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda. Obito can do pretty much whatever he wants with the orbs. He can apply a separate chakra nature to them to actually make them go off, or change the constructs to suit his needs in battle. What Obito does in character, though, is apply the Shadow and Light style to the Truth-Seeking orbs, which in turn gives them the nullifying all ninjutsu effect that we all know and love. This pretty much means that, like you guessed it, if you don't use Senjutsu, which is noted to be the only way to even affect the TSO at this point in the series, you have zero chance of beating Obito at this point in time. The Kage take turns trying to break down Obito's ability, but even the TSO that he utilizes are far too durable, as the tandem paper bombs that Tobirama attempts to use on him are just blocked outright by Obito creating a sphere around himself. It's shown to us that Obito's power is truly dreamlike as he proceeds to snap off Minato's arm, apply an exploding truth-seeking orb, requiring Tobirama to drop it back on an FTG mark he placed earlier, and even then Obito is able to block this. So the group requires FTG marked surprise attacks to actually even close the gap on Obito at this point in the series, which is used even when Minato and Naruto sync up their Kurama avatars against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It's then revealed to us that Obito is applying the Shadow and Light styles to the TSO, which in turn is allowing him to negate all ninjutsu. This is exemplified with him negating the regen of the Edo Tensei technique, or the TSO pulling apart and spreading out the Amaterasu so Obito himself just isn't affected. This is all to say, if you get hit by any of these constructs, you just die. Like, there's nothing you can do, even if you're an Edo Tensei immortal body. It's noted to us that Obito's only real weakness at this point is Senjutsu, which is just effective on him. It's not super effective, it just works on him. On top of the Senjutsu point I mentioned previously, Obito can no longer slip into the Kamui space with the Ten Tails inside of him. Not too much of a nerf, since Obito's sensory abilities have greatly improved, since he can just slap away Amaterasu or tell Sasuke was building up chakra in his eye. Minato noting Obito has attained truly dreamlike power, with Naruto supplementing it. This guy's even more perfect than I imagine myself in my dreams. So none of these fighters are even able to do any damage to Obito because he has these regeneration abilities along with this one specific weakness. We then see him sprout a tree and charge up 4 Bijou Bomb, creating a 6 Crimson Ray formation barrier using the TSO on his back. I also want to note, it's very likely that when he shot these Bijou Bomb and they took everybody outside the barrier, he one-shot Madara and Hashirama because they're no longer shown in their avatars after Obito fires the Bijou Bomb inside the barrier. And when we come back to Madara again, he's shown regenerating as his cloak is damaged. So, I mean, that's pretty insane stock, honestly speaking. I would also make a distinct note that Obito's TSO are solid as well, as they tank this same explosion that destroyed Madara's Perfect Susanoo and Hashirama's Wood Golem respectively. So Obito at this point in the series is just ridiculous. We see Obito separate the Ten Tails from himself and initiate the Infinite Tsukiyomi, which does eventually catch Naruto and the likes of Minato, sapping them of all their chakra and removing them from their respective avatars. So even then, Obito just created an instant win condition against both of these fighters with no real difficulty. Again, no one here is really stronger than him. A big point of Obito's character at this point in the war arc, and something we see when he's on top of the Ten Tails, is that he's trying to reaffirm his own belief by breaking Naruto's will, because Naruto is essentially proving him wrong. Obito is Naruto's foil at this point in the story, as Obito is taking a bit of a shortcut rather than going through the hard road, even when his comrades die or he has these speed bumps in the road to becoming Hokage. Obito's trying to reaffirm his own belief by breaking down Naruto's, because if he can't do that, then it shows that his choice was the incorrect one and that he could have had a better path compared to what he had previously. This is most evidenced after Obito gets done beating down Naruto at the bottom of the God Tree and continues to question him. Why do you get up? What exactly are you fighting for? And this is a big point because it shows why Obito isn't just ending this despite having the most ridiculously broken stack of abilities, because he's trying to reaffirm himself. This is a concept that was introduced on the Ten Tails, and Kakashi notes this outright, and yet you still search and test everyone and everything to prove yourself wrong, which is why even now you keep pushing Naruto. It's very clear that when Obito decides to utilize all of his TSO, the constructs Naruto and Sasuke display aren't really threatening to him. Every character at this point in the series just needs backup to fight Obito, or just can't beat him one-on-one. Obito's physicals at this point in the series are already above everybody's, but the fact that truth-seeking orbs that negate all ninjutsu are thrown into the mix, or Obito can apply a specific nature release to them to make them explode, which is what he does earlier with Minato, and create barriers infused with the chakra for Hokage caliber shinobi, or just initiate the Infinite Tsukiyomi with the tree that sprouted just grabbing your chakra. There really isn't anybody in the series who can measure up to Obito at this point in the series. Physicals, hacks, everything. It's on another level, and this is what kind of introduces us into that 6 paths level tier. So Obito is the #1 character at this point in the series. Free. There's no discussion, no real argument for anybody being above him up until this chapter range. At the number 10 slot, we have My Guy. At the number 9 slot, we have Killer Bee. At the number 8 slot, we have Sage Lord Kabuto, Edo Nagato, Edo Itachi. At the number 7 slot, we have Kushina. At the number 6 slot, we have Kakashi. At the number 5 slot, we have Edo Tobirama. At the number 4 slot, we have KCM2 Minato and EMS Sasuke. At the number 3 slot, we have KCM2 Seijiro Naruto. At the number 2 slot, we have Hashirama and Madara. And at the number 1 slot, we have Ten Tails Obito. A big plus for Obito as a fighter too is the fact that he can fly, which is huge because his flight speed is very relevant in combat when he's dodging Naruto and Sasuke's avatars. Basically meaning he can cheese out whoever he wants to in a fight if he really wants to. He can just fly away at a speed comparable to what he fights at, which is just insane.
For the next chapter range, we have chapters 651 to 677, which is the mix of Birth of Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the finale of Climax. Now during this time frame, we have a plethora of new 6 paths tier characters to discuss, which means that we have some people drop off the list. At the number 10 slot, we have Kushina Uzumaki, really just here for a lot of the same reasons I listed previously, and potentially reaffirmed based on the relation between Kakashi, Minato, and how these guys interact off each other's placements, and how you view Kushina in relation to Minato. Pretty much everything Minato does is inadvertently a feat for her, even if I have Minato above, her statements and narratives just coincide directly with his, and you just cannot really ignore how good they are. Honestly speaking, most people don't scale to characters that could fight the likes of the full Nine Tails at this point in the series, or to those higher end levels like Minato and Kushina. So you kind of have to keep that in mind and why she's still able to remain relevant on this list, whereas people below her don't have quite as strong as arguments. Even if they do have hacks or abilities that could potentially put them over, their overall scaling is not quite as high. At the number 9 slot, we have Kakashi. Now, I think Kakashi's just reaffirmed off of the few showings he has on top of the good showings he showed previously. I think Kakashi's relativity to Minato, or the one-armed version of Minato during this chapter range, is a good showing of where he's at, as him and Minato are shown being on par or having an off-screen fight against Zetsu controlling Obito. Mind you, Black Zetsu on his own was capable of combating Mei off-screen for a prolonged period of time and does showcase greater feats. He pretty explicitly notes this too, as he doesn't want to separate from Obito until Madara arrives. So Kakashi should still be on this tier, and justification for him being above Kushina and other characters more so remains true with him being a pseudo-rival to Minato at this point in the series. Kakashi's Kamui feats during this chapter range are also pretty solid, as he's able to Kamui away Sage Mode Minato's chakra infused arm that has a Rasengan on it before it does significant damage to Kakashi. Another example of this is Kakashi utilizing Kamui when Madara envelops himself in a truth-seeking sphere to protect himself from Guy's attacks. Kakashi doing this before Guy completely closes the gap to Madara at this point. While this is impressive, I am of the opinion Guy's movements in the 8th gate and Madara's TSO are slower than Madara and Guy themselves, or their combat speed or ability to strike. We actually know off a baseline that it should be faster than the likes of Kakashi's own Kamui, because it's faster than Obito's ability to Kamui himself into the Kamui dimension. Now, normally Obito transporting himself into the Kamui space is the slowest of his Kamui speeds, and thus isn't really taken seriously in a lot of these fights because it's not the most relevant, as usually he's not going to just be trying to teleport away right in front of somebody. The version of Obito I'm referencing is the version that lost the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, but in actually becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Obito's base did get a bit stronger. We do see him absorb a bit of Madara's Sage power since he had once been in Sage mode with the 10 Tails. This combined with Obito now having a piece of the 8 and 1 Tails. What does this have to do with Kakashi's own Kamui speed at this point in the series? Well, we actually see that Obito and Kakashi, when activating Kamui at the same time, output double speed, in reference to their ability to transfer Obito into the Kamui plane, both of them focusing their technique on Obito. Because the speed was doubled, it actually means that Obito's speed when he teleports himself and Kakashi's own Kamui speed at this point in the series are the exact same, as if one was slightly slower than the other, or there was some discrepancy between the two, it wouldn't be an even double. It would just be some arbitrary number with like decimals following afterwards. So we actually know Obito's own Kamui speed when he transfers his own body is exactly the same as Kakashi's snipe speed. So we know both of these speeds are slower individually than the truth-seeking orbs at this time. Madara also pseudo confirms this, as he says, "I've already discovered that my attacks are faster than their Kamui transfer speed," making no note to differentiate Kakashi or Obito's Kamui when planning out which one will Kamui Obito into the Kamui dimension. So them being exactly the same is actually pretty blatant, and is honestly a bit of an upscale for that version of Obito that is kind of weird to talk about anyway. Mind you, Obito himself can physically react to and parry off 2 of Madara's TSO, along with other characters like Kakashi throwing a kunai as fast as Madara's TSO, or Rock Lee also throwing a kunai after Madara fires the TSO at Might Guy, who I will touch on a bit more and why I don't think him moving around is quite that fast, or at least in my opinion is quite that fast compared to Guy's movements, but I'm going to touch on that when I talk about 8th gate Guy. But the bottom line is to really just say Madara's combat speed is faster than his TSO being flung. During the scene when Obito's walking, Kakashi initiates Kamui while Madara is standing still, and by the time Minato teleports in front of him and the Kamui barrier is started, Madara is able to cut off Minato's arm, kick him and the arm with the Rasengan into Kakashi and Gaara before the Kamui is complete. This isn't to drag on Kakashi, because honestly speaking, most characters aren't going to be able to even be relevant during these exchanges. More so to say, I think Kamui probably had a cap out in terms of speed, and we're seeing it because it's making less and less of an impact in these fights, to the point it really only exists to try and remove Madara's TSO from play at this point in the series. The main problem with Kakashi's Kamui at this point in the series, however, is that the speed isn't so much faster than characters in this list or this top 10 or this tier can combat. An example being Gaara can throw down his hands and summon a sand wall before Kakashi's Kamui. After he initiates it, starts forming around Obito. I'll also make note, I think Kakashi being closer to this version of Minato makes a lot of sense, and the only real way to go around it is to use feats like Kakashi lunging at Obito in a similar time frame to Minato, despite the fact that Minato is in a QB chakra cloak. I'm going to be honest, Minato is more than likely fatigued here, as A, we see that Minato can be fatigued in his QB chakra cloak, as when him and Naruto's chakra are absorbed by the God Tree, we see that Minato doesn't even have enough chakra to use FTG, despite still having the cloak. We see following this, Minato does give all of his chakra over to Naruto to fight Obito, shortly after engaging in the cloak, only to engage in the tug of war, spreading chakra arms out for the whole Shinobi Alliance to grab onto. I will also note the fact that Minato enters Sage Mode and throws his kunai before Kakashi's Kamui initiates for his Ten Tails Madara kind of seals the deal for me. So you just have Sage Mode Minato performing a better feat compared to Kamui, Kakashi having a comparable performance to base Minato, QB Minato being stronger than both those variations. You can't really have it all three ways. So I think the most consistent interpretation is that Kakashi is just closing in on this base Minato level, and wherever you have base Minato, for example, I'd have him over Kushina, is where Kakashi's at. I do believe, however, this is enough to retain Kakashi's spot on the list, as this is still solid scaling and just bounces off or echoes a lot of thoughts that I mentioned previously. Like, the Kamui stuff gets kind of ridiculous. We have a scene where Sakura can mentally react to Kamui, or the speed of it is so great that she is able to notice something is happening before she ascends right into the Kamui space. So I don't think that the ability is weak. I think it is still very strong, more so that it just kind of gets clipped off a bit at this point in the series, where it's just more useful in a supplementary role. At the number 8 slot, we have Tobirama Senju. Now, Tobirama during this time frame kind of gets a bit of an upscale, as we see his reaction and physicals with the Flying ThunderGod technique are so prevalent that it allows him to compete in close quarters to some extent with Sage Mode Rinnegan Madara. Tobirama mentally reacting to Madara slapping his kunai away and teleporting before Madara's strike intercepts with Tobirama's body. It should also be noted Madara is striking while extending the 6 paths Shadow Light style melee tool, or the Black Rod, Black Belted Blade as the data books describe it, whatever you want to say. It also should be noted Madara is extending the rod out as he's striking, so there's almost 2 levels of speed that Tobirama is reacting to, which is just a phenomenal feat. Madara also directly credits Tobirama for boasting the fastest speed of any shinobi. Madara even goes as far as to say, "I'm the one the heavens are smiling upon, and there's a reason why you two brothers can't regain your full power," which is an interesting note, as it somewhat pseudo implies the buff Tobirama would get from being alive may be similar to the buff Hashirama and Madara get alive, as it's noted during this chapter range in the data book and explained explicitly through feats that Madara is much stronger when he actually returns to life. Hashirama notes this directly to us, that even though Madara is blind, he is regaining his former strength, with the data books making a similar remark with Madara's original strength filling his body when he's revived. Aside from these statements, this is blatantly shown to us as the 3 deity gates that were suppressing Madara's movements are just popped due to the raw power Madara exhibits when he's actually alive. This is all in line with Tobirama's previous showings, but is all to say him being faster than Madara or Hashirama is just good stock, and also adds to the idea, okay, he's faster than them, but because these two have these overwhelming avatars, he could just never be considered stronger. This is being supplemented earlier on with Tobirama's explanation on Madara, noting the Uchiha legend to be unstoppable. So Tobirama really just has great speed arguments at this point in the series, but just struggles with those larger avatars, or just overwhelming stat disparities that most characters on this list really exhibit at this point in the series. Overall, just good feats and statements from a version of Madara that has a Rinnegan, is stronger than his Edo Tensei counterpart, and a Sage Mode on top of it, which he pseudo implies is the reason he was able to dodge Tobirama's FTG slice, noting that it's your MO to strike your opponent when they're convinced of victory. At the number 7 slot, we have KCM Minato. This is the same reason that Tobirama could be considered weaker than the likes of Hashirama and Madara, because he doesn't really have an answer for the likes of their giant avatars or the attacks to actually break through the avatars and take them down. I view it as the dinosaur and fly analogy, to where, okay, even if you are faster than a dinosaur, if you're not strong enough to actually take down the dinosaur, you still wouldn't be considered stronger than it, which I think is a similar principle with Minato's Kurama avatar. I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna step on some toes here. Minato's avatar is strong. I think it's actually the weakest of all the avatars we see during the war arc, at least with each character at their peak. Let me explain. Along with Naruto getting, let's just say on a baseline, only better reactions from his fight with Minato, right? So you could say they're the exact same speed.
it wouldn't even matter because Minato's best feat against one of Obito's TSO is with Naruto's support pushing down in the Rasengan. Compare this to Naruto, man. So I already established the differences in Minato's like AP scaling or how strong his Rasengan is, right? Now we gotta look at Naruto and Sasuke towards the end of the Jubito fight, past 650 onto 651. The last we saw from Obito and his truth-seeking orb count was that he had 7 when he was fighting Naruto and Sasuke and blocked both of their attacks, applying all of his TSO into 2 giant arms. So we'll just say it's 3.5 to potentially 4 TSO, since sometimes there is an artistic error with how many TSO Madara and Obito have. For reference, both Madara and Obito, when they flourish with 6-path Senjutsu, do have 10 truth-seeking orbs. So Obito makes these 2 faster arms that are just so fast they grab Naruto and Sasuke, who only react after their grabs. He one-shots both their avatars, right? Then he shifts the forms of these arms to a more offensive and defensive property. He makes the Sword of Nonoboku in a giant shield to combat Naruto and Sasuke's majestic attire Susanoo. This shield is relevant because it's either comprised of 3.5 to 4 TSO. If you assume there's an art error, then it's 4. But if you actually take the number Obito has when he blocks them, then it would be 3.5 each if he can disperse them like that. We see Naruto's classmates hop inside the majestic attire Susanoo, with Naruto noting, "I'm going to give y'all a Rasengan," giving 9 of them a Rasengan each, giving them QB chakra cloaks as well, which, by the way, this is something he could have done with clones, with these 9 Rasengan actually breaking through Obito's shield, as there's now an opening for Naruto and Sasuke to strike. So keep this in mind, right? Naruto, by himself, just made 9 Rasengan that he could have also had his clones push in, busted open a shield that had 3 to 4 times the amount of truth-seeking orbs implemented into it, whereas Minato couldn't even break one with Naruto's support pushing down. I.e., Bijou Sagemo Naruto and Minato have low-end relativity at best. Minato does not get an upscale from this. Naruto's AP is watching him. He has better reactions. At the best, I would just say their speed is relative, which is why I'll say low-end relativity. Naruto is legitimately in his own class, so Minato doesn't get an upscale from this. That's number 1. Now, Minato's feats versus Madara, are they that great to give him another upscale? Not really. Not gonna lie to you. I already covered on the Sage Mode feat, which being above Kakashi's Kamui isn't that crazy, especially to the likes of Madara. The best feat to potentially put Minato higher is the fact that Naruto could slam his tail down on Madara, who has Hashirama's sensory capabilities, so you could maybe say Naruto is just too fast in his Kurama avatar for Madara to sense at that time. Granted, Madara has no eyes here and just gets amped right after having the Rinnegan. And the only way this operates as upscale for Minato is if you just say Naruto didn't improve, which he does. So KCM Minato really doesn't have an opportunity to shoot higher, and I think his arguments are solid enough. Any real scaling to Naruto kind of dies out after he continues to fight Jubito. I'll talk about Minato's feats alongside 8-Gate Guy and how those compare when I'm talking about Guy himself when we get to that section. But I will say Minato's Sage Mode just isn't that crazy unless you think it's actually a bigger amp to Minato's physicals than a QB Chakra mode. Do not say him surviving Madara's kicks is like a feat for him in terms of durability, because a weaker version of Madara could just guard break in body Sage Mode Naruto as well, and then just gets a 10 tails amp, a whole half of the QB, the 8 tails, Hashirama Sage Mode, and a Rinnegan. I'm really not trying to just downplay characters. I'm just trying to explain why these characters consistently aren't gonna be at these 6 tier levels. That's more so what it is. I don't want to come off negative. Am I coming off negative? I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to come off negative. It's 3 a.m. The voice is getting louder. I now have 4 different personalities, and I don't even know which one's talking. I don't know who has their hand on the wheel. So I'm gonna just keep it going. I'm gonna hand the Charlie, get in the front seat. Charlie's gonna take over. At the number 6 slot, we have Hashirama Senju. Now, Hashirama could actually be in contention with 10 Tails Obito. I will acknowledge this. This is mainly due to the fact that, like I already mentioned previously, there's a pretty big jump in power between Edo Tensei Hashirama and Alive Hashirama, with Hashirama actually having the capability of damaging Obito, that being via Senjutsu. But looking at strictly like a power level type basis, this may not be impossible considering how Naruto and Sasuke are narratively portrayed as weaker than the likes of Hashirama and Madara, yet are still performing well against Jubito, who is noted to be stronger than Edo Hashirama. It basically creates a situation to where, okay, do you think the duo's feats against Obito are legit enough and their improvement is vast enough to where it outweighs the jump in power from Edo Tensei Hashirama to Alive Hashirama? I'd be remiss if I just didn't talk about Obito creating the Sword of Nonoboku, which reflects the soul of the user, with Obito having regrets as Naruto and Sasuke's combined avatar actually shatters Obito's blade. The problem is, right, on top of this, it's not as if Naruto and Sasuke would have just beaten Obito here. It required the entire Shinobi Alliance coated in Naruto's chakra Sakura, the Edo Hokage such as Tobirama, Hiruzen, you got the full 8 tails, the 5 Kage. I mean, they got everybody, man. And even then, it is an absolute struggle to pull the full 10 tails over. This is all to say, you don't want to take Obito's defeat out of context because he was consistently not going all out, just trying to gain affirmation through breaking Naruto, which in turn led to him having regrets. As Naruto notes, the hole in one's heart gets filled by others around you. So Obito could have had a completely different path similar to Naruto, having that hole in his heart that he explained to Kakashi filled by comrades. Basically, the way Obito went out, it doesn't make for a clear-cut victory, and it was very clear that he was stronger than everybody in the Alliance or the Edo Hokage individually. I'm just going to maintain the position that Obito would be above the likes of Hashirama, at least at this point, just because we don't know how strong and alive Hashirama would be compared to the likes of Ten Tails Obito, as he would obviously be weaker than the version of Madara that has a Rinnegan and Hashirama's own Sage Mode on top of it. I suppose I kind of mixed number 5 in here, which is Ten Tails Obito, but realistically, it's just kind of like, okay, Hashirama has the perfect toolkit to take down Obito. Now it's how big is that power gap? Now, how many TSO could Hashirama destroy? Where's his AP at in relation to Obito's defenses? You kind of get into these bigger discussions where you really can't get a solid answer, so I will say I think you could actually make a case Hashirama over Ten Tails Obito. I'm just going to maintain Ten Tails Obito over alive Hashirama, as that is much more solid of a stand. At least in comparison to arguing Hashirama is way stronger while alive and trying to backscale that to Obito's performance in his fight against Naruto and Sasuke, where we have all these narrative factors coming into play and reasons why he's not going all out or why he lost. At the number 4 slot, we have 8th Gate Guy. Even before I get into this Guy section, I just want to bring your attention to Guy's reaction when he hears that Taijutsu is the only thing that's effective on Madara, since Minato can no longer use Senjutsu. Look at this, man. Look at this dog, bro. He's ready. He's foaming at the mouth for smoke. This absolute demon. There's no further point with this. This is just Guy's smoke appreciation post. We see a Guy unleash the final stage of the jutsu Lee used against Gaara in the Chunin exams. The release of all 8 limiters results in power tens of times greater than that of the Gokage. In the fight with Madara, Guy's stats shoot up astronomically. He's not faster than Madara, as in most cases, Madara can mentally react and physically throw up blocks to stop Guy's air cannons from overwhelming him. That doesn't mean Guy isn't fast, as Madara notes this directly, more so that he just isn't so much faster than Madara or is overtaking him in terms of stats. In typical 8 gates fashion, the technique being utilized by the 6th, 7th, and 8th gate is usually stronger or is just a bigger speed and power increase than the physicals the gate increase offers themselves. So Sakujaku is stronger and faster than the 6th gate, Hirudora is stronger and faster than the 7th gate's physical buff, with Sekizo being no different, being the special taijutsu move reserved for the 8th gate. The Sekizo is a super speed air cannon. Madara notes getting hit by 4 or 5 of those would be bad after one launches him into the ground and cracks off part of his horn, with Madara also noting it would be prudent of him to avoid getting hit by the fists that create them as well. The caveat with the Sekizo is that there are 1 to 5 levels of speed, and raising the gear will increase the power. This is essentially to say Guy gets faster and stronger with each step. As the prowess of his taijutsu increases, taijutsu in the series being defined as speed and power, you can't really have a power increase without a speed increase for a taijutsu strike. Now, while this is the case, I am of the opinion that each step probably isn't a huge speed increase or huge power increase, as the speed and power increase is probably proportional. The reason I say this is that Madara is able to outright react to and throw up his TSO when reacting to Guy's Sekizo first step, but is also able to mentally react to and warp his TSO to Guy's 5th step as well. So we know the gap from the 1st and 5th step isn't so large that it's putting Guy beyond Madara's ability to physically move his TSO in front of him or to mentally react to Guy's own movements. Assuming the increase from each step is proportional to the power it outputs, as again, taijutsu is a mock-up of speed and power, this being a taijutsu blast, it basically means Guy's power also isn't shooting up drastically to the point where it overwhelms Madara or hits so much harder that he couldn't tank an attack he previously got hit by, evidenced with him actually getting hit by a direct punch coded in Sekizo's 5th step, and Madara is still able to get up, but this does draw blood compared to the earlier step that really doesn't have that effect. Guy's own movements in the 8th gate, while very fast, are portrayed to be slower than his actual physicals, as Madara could fire off TSO at a faster rate than Guy could move or at a comparable speed. This is partially why when people bring up Minato intercepting the TSO, it isn't the craziest feat, since It's not like Guy's own physicals at this point are far beyond the likes of Madara, and in actuality, they're just closer to Madara's TSO speed. This is also why it was important to establish why Guy's increase in terms of steps is more than likely some low incremental amount, to the point it can't increase his power and speed beyond someone who can initially react to the first step and can react to the fifth step. This also helps explain why characters like Kakashi can Kamui away Madara's TSO before Guy actually arrives at the point. It helps explain why a lot of these lower level characters are able to be relevant in this battle. To give Guy credit, Madara does directly acknowledge his prowess with taijutsu, which you could inadvertently say puts him above Hashirama in terms of stats, as he has greater speed and power than someone of Hashirama's caliber who can consistently compete with Madara when they're fighting in terms of strength and speed. Guy also showcases his ace move against Madara, that being Night Guy, which Madara self concedes almost killed him. Night Guy in the databook is also noted to have limitless power, surpassing any notion of what taijutsu is capable of. So we do know it's outright stronger and faster than any previous technique like the Sekizo, with it being shown that a large ass chakra dragon on fire appears around the user. Just keep in mind, Guy's ace move, or the strongest taijutsu, is just a glorified dynamic entry on Guy. I think that's just amazing. By the way, this kind of plays into the point I made earlier about the Sekizo being an incremental speed increase, or just, you know, the jumps not being that crazy, in that Madara can also react to this move that is stronger and faster than the Sekizo as a whole, which Gaara implies that, oh, Guy has something even greater. So keep in mind that even a stronger move compared to the fifth step of Sekizo, Madara can just react to mentally and is able to throw his hand up to block. Night Guy, however, is ridiculously powerful. On top of almost killing Madara, which Guy does, he just tears a hole straight through Madara's heart and through the side of his body, just helping Madara complete his Toji cosplay. The sheer speed and weight of Guy's own chakra being so powerful that it was enough to make the Gekudama, or truth-seeking orb, lose its form entirely and resort back to the orb form that it usually takes. This is also good stock for Guy over the likes of Ten Tails Obito, since if Guy were to attack Obito with Night Guy, it would essentially just be too strong, or would actually just negate the whole advantage of the truth-seeking orb and would make the construct or whatever Obito crafted lose its form. I also want to make it clear, Guy's performance in this fight is very impressive, but you cannot ignore the context that number one, Madara isn't using Limbo. Even if Guy is comparable from a stat perspective, this is somewhat of a nerf on Madara's part. But moving further than that, however, Madara was subsequently losing TSO during this fight, which was a huge nerf and what allowed Guy to fight him off screen without the support of Kakashi, Minato, and Lee. Like Obito, Madara has 10 TSO. Minato teleports 5 of them away, and we know from a distance they can no longer be controlled, so we just assume he teleported them far enough to where Madara can no longer control them. This leaves Madara with 5 TSO remaining. One that he's using for the staff in his hand, and the other 4 he uses to create that sphere that Kakashi Kamui's a hole in. Now, it actually seems likely that Kakashi just Kamui'd the entirety of this sphere after Guy launches Madara away from it, using him as somewhat of like a battering ram to block his fist from hitting the TSO. This was noted by Minato, since they physically exist, can be traced and followed, Kakashi's Kamui should work on them. And this is exactly what Minato and Kakashi had planned previously, noting that Kakashi's Kamui should work on them and we need to send them away so Guy could fight uninhibited. So this is all to say, Minato had ended up teleporting away 5 of Madara's TSO, and Kakashi had Kamui'd the sphere away off screen, leaving Madara with 1 TSO left, which we see it return to its original form, and Madara just utilizes this 1 TSO for the rest of the arc. Like, he throws it into the Kamui dimension, takes it out, like he's utilizing this thing, you know, this is the only one left. So him losing 9 out of 10 of his TSO is an insane nerf against non-6 Pats level characters. So while I do want to give Guy credit from a stat perspective and AP, since he's consistently damaging Madara and can harm him, you don't want to slip by the fact that 9 out of 10 of Madara's ace technique or move were just taken away from him. Like, if Guy didn't take them away, he would have no way to break through Madara's TSO, aside from potentially warping them via Night Guy, as none of his air cannons are strong enough to actually break through the TSO used initially to block the first step. Not trying to take this away from Guy, but more so giving a complete context to why Guy was able to fight Madara off screen without support. This is good stock for Guy being above Jubito in like a power level sort of sense, due to the fact that Madara's base should be superior to Obito's base, as even while blind he's superior to his Edo Tensei counterpart, gains a Rinnegan, gains Sage Mode, gains a whole half of the QB, and the full 8 Tails on top of it, which is a far greater buff or far more chakra than Obito had access to as a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, with Madara gaining a bigger buff via the Rinnegan as he's its natural owner, whereas Obito almost went mad initially off transplanting the eye. Not that he was struggling with it during the war, but just when he transplanted it, the distinct chakra from the Rinnegan did almost make him go mad. This being all but confirmed with Minato noting that Madara has far more sage power than the likes of Obito, so him being stronger than the likes of Ten Tails Obito isn't really a hot take. At the number 3 slot, we have Rinnegan Sasuke and 6-pack Sage Mode Naruto. I actually have Sasuke in front just due to him having a better performance against Madara, which I'll touch on in a second. Both Naruto and Sasuke, during this point of the story, meet with the Sage of 6 Paths in their moments of near death. It's here Naruto and Sasuke learn that they are the reincarnates of the Sage's children, Asura and Indra. Side note, I did have Asura and Indra on this list in some earlier drafts, but there really isn't that many ways to relate them to other characters during this point in the series. In Indra's case, he possessed genes containing Hagoromo's powerful chakra, manifesting in the form of strong ocular powers and senses from birth, and he was called a genius, compared to Asura, who was not well gifted, and in order to attain the same power as Indra, needed the cooperation and help from others. Only after training, the power of bodily chakra awakened in Asura, and he attained power rivaling his brothers. The only power sets we have for the two are Asura having a giant avatar that has 5 giant Gekodama in the palms, and Indra having the perfect Susanoo. This is to say they're both 6 paths tier characters. Obviously, we just don't know how strong they are exactly, and it makes placing them on this list extremely difficult. It could be 8K Guy level, 10 Tails Obito level, 10 Tails Madara level. We really don't know for sure, just that they are 6 paths level characters. So they're not making it in the video. Sorry to say, just can't really make a solid placement, but I figured I'd address it. After asking Naruto and Sasuke what they want to do and hearing their responses, he grants Naruto and Sasuke his power. In Sasuke, this manifests in a Tomoe Rinnegan manifesting in one of his eyes, and in Naruto's case, this manifests in his 6-path Sage Mode. When we're introduced to Naruto, even before he dons his QB Chakra Cloak, we see him kicking away Madara's Truth-Seeking Orb, which the TSO at this point in the story are not that relevant offensively against other 6-paths characters, since they're able to interact with the orb and not just get instantly erased. Naruto's power in this form is absurd. He actually causes more damage to the God Tree, shoving Madara back into it when Madara goes to block his attack, than Might Guy does hitting Madara into the God Tree with Night Guy. Naruto, as a result of his punch, begins cracking the stem of the tree and then severing it completely in two with a Sage Art Lava Style Rasen Shuriken. Mind you, even without stacking Kurama Mode on top of the 6 paths powers Naruto had obtained, he is noted to surpass Kurama Mode entirely, a feat accomplished by a huge chakra. His reaction speed is noted to be equal to Madara's as well, who turned into the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, with a huge rise in sensory capabilities. This is also evident as through sheer sensory alone, Naruto is able to dodge Madara's Limbo. We haven't talked about Limbo yet. Limbo is Madara's Rinnegan or natural Rinnegan ability, similar to Sasuke's Rinnegan ability, Amino Tajikara. With the technique of Limbo, a shadow is produced, which cannot be detected by anyone connected to the normal world. The doppelganger possesses nearly the same abilities as the wielder of the Rinnegan, so the shadows are almost as strong. This makes sense, as this is why Madara's Limbo clone was just dragging the Bijou around, so it's almost as strong as Madara. Some translations have it as same skills or same abilities, but it's just almost as strong as has nearly the same abilities. While Naruto can sense it, only someone who owns a Rinnegan can actually see the shadows. This being evidenced with Sasuke's Rinnegan, but we also see Madara note when he's attempting to get his other eye back from Obito, he wants to speed things up or thinks about speeding things up using Limbo, but due to Obito having the Rinnegan, he doesn't risk it because he does not want to reveal this ace move. I'll talk about Limbo a bit more when he becomes relevant, but all you need to know is that even in this lower form, Naruto is able to physically damage the God Tree more than Guy could on his own, which is pretty ridiculous. We do see Madara absorb the God Tree, which can be considered a power increase, or at the very least, it does heal his wounds. You could also backtrack this to Obito, as Obito dropped the God Tree from himself, or more accurately, the 10 Tails, which transformed into the God Tree with Obito initiating the Infinite Tsukiyomi. So you could potentially say Obito also nerfed himself during his fight with Naruto and Sasuke, if you go off the idea Madara was amped here. We see on Sasuke's side, he's able to take out the black rods produced by Madara that were restricting Tobirama's movements, with Tobirama teleporting Sasuke to Naruto, hitting the most diabolical "we will take you down." I mean, it's just look at the thumbnail, bro. You know why I made that thumbnail. I had this page in mind. It's here Naruto and Sasuke proceed to just get to jumping Madara. I'm gonna be honest with you, they perform extremely well, showing off their new abilities and sensory capabilities. In Naruto's case, along with the stat increase, sensory increases, all that ridiculous stuff, he's able to utilize the abilities from the small amount of chakra he had from each of the Bijou earlier on in the series, showcasing a lava-style Rasen Shuriken, a Sage Art Magnet-style Rasengan that has sealing properties, a Bijou Dama Rasen Shuriken utilizing the TSO, and Kurama's chakra. In Sasuke's case, he gained a little less. In Sasuke's case, we don't see quite too many new abilities from him. One would assume with his new Rinnegan, he gained the Rinnegan abilities, as Obito, even when using One Eye, did have access to all Rinnegan abilities, but it remains to be seen. What we know from Sasuke's unnamed teleportation is that he can put Madara in front of him or swap places with people or Madara on the battlefield with a finite range that Madara escapes by flying away and substituting his shadow. It's also noted that Sage Chakra, which Sasuke now possesses, we see this as his Chidori now turns black powered with Sage Chakra, is effective on Madara. Sasuke's base form as a whole has also been shot up via the Rinnegan as he awakened it, meaning he should have gained 6 paths powers naturally throughout his body as Madara did, which leads to an overall increase in terms of strength. Both Naruto and Sasuke's abilities are able to damage Madara pretty extensively since they both just have 6 paths power now. Sasuke's able to switch places with his sword, lodging it in Madara's chest, or he's able to cut Madara in half with a Chidori spear. Inversely, Naruto's able to bruise the right arm of Madara with his TSO staff, even being able to pierce Madara's body with his TSO staff, holding down the Limbo clone while Madara is in the Kamui space. Due to how Naruto and Sasuke are pressing Madara, he notes that I have to keep in mind these are two no ordinary brats, and that he should get his other eye back soon. After Sasuke places Madara in between him and Naruto's Rasengan Chidori attack, Madara switches places with his shadow, retreats into the Kamui space, and gets his other Rinnegan. Obito noting, with ocular powers, only both eyes together can their full power be unleashed. Once at this point, Madara showcases his dual Rinnegan and proceeds to take on Team 7 a lot more confidently. Madara's Limbo clones are able to parry off hits from Naruto and Sasuke and even block an attack from Byakugo Seal Sakura. Madara then flies up and creates a group of Chibaku Tensei, shooting them out and dropping them like raindrops, which preoccupies Naruto and Sasuke, who have to deal with the shadows on the ground and the Chibaku Tensei raining down. We see higher level abilities from Naruto and Sasuke like the Bijou Bomb Rasen Shuriken or the perfect Susanoo. Now, for perspective, this is partially why I have Sasuke in front of Naruto at this point, because previously Sasuke was able to sync up with Naruto's Kurama avatar utilizing the true form Susanoo. I say Sasuke most likely had the true form Susanoo since this is the version that Madara utilized to wrap around the Kyuubi, with Sasuke just having a stronger or more potent avatar on top of that. So we now know Sasuke, who was comparable to Naruto before, even if it wasn't quite as strong, has another layer of power on top of his avatar at this point in the series. One of the reasons I lean slightly towards Sasuke as well is that, like I mentioned, Naruto and Sasuke can both damage Madara. However, Naruto is only shown really damaging Madara at this point in the series with the likes of his TSO constructs or staff. Naruto bruising the right arm of Madara and stabbing him with his TSO staff is something Sasuke can replicate either with just his Kusanagi blade or just Chidori spear in general. Not saying Naruto himself isn't able to damage or even affect Madara physically or with any of his jutsu, as we blatantly see Naruto is able to restrict Madara and the Limbo clone with his Magnet style Rasengan, paralyzing the Limbo clone's movements, but more so Sasuke just has been shown performing much better with basic parts of his arsenal compared to Naruto, who is utilizing the TSO. Slight side point as well, Naruto's TSO are strong, but they don't have the nullifying ninjutsu aspect that Madara and Obito's does, since Naruto does not possess both Yin-ton and In-ton, light and shadow style. Naruto just has Yang release, whereas Sasuke is the one that has Yin release. Only together, when you apply those to the TSO, can you achieve that nullifying ninjutsu effect. Not that it would make too much of a difference at this tier of power, but I just figured I'd throw that side point in. The power gap between the two, however, just isn't huge, as Naruto does make a note, gotta make sure not to hit Sasuke with the Bijou Damarasu and Shuriken, implying he thinks if he hits Sasuke, it might do some damage to the perfect Susanoo. Honestly speaking, both just show the ability to react and fight on par with Madara, with both having the ability to damage Madara, with Sasuke just showcasing the strongest version of an avatar, or his avatar that we've seen up until this point in the series, with a lower version being able to sync up with Naruto's Kurama avatar earlier on. So from a stat, ability, hacks perspective, Naruto and Sasuke are just in that 6 paths tier, to the point that 1v1 they would be able to beat the version of Madara before he absorbed the God Tree, if you go off Naruto being equal to him before he absorbed the God Tree, at least in reaction. But Naruto is able to press that Madara physically and cut through the God Tree, along with damaging Madara pretty severely. Together they're able to dominate this version of Madara pretty handily, forcing him into a retreat to gain his double Rinnegan, where he can stand his ground a bit more confidently. I might as well mention the 2-in-1 placements as well, as these are kind of one overarching discussion. At number 2, I have Hagoromo, who is somewhat vague, off a baseline, we just know he should be stronger than Naruto or Sasuke individually, since he did give them halves of his power. With it being noted strength-wise that he's probably closer to a Madara level, but still stronger by some amount, as Madara is no longer Indra's reincarnate. He has obtained Ten Tails power and is getting close to Hagoromo, and is trying to obtain even my own mother Kaguya's power. We don't know how close Madara is to getting to Hagoromo's level, more so that Hagoromo should just upscale on a minimum from the powers he gave Naruto and Sasuke, but should also just be below a version of Madara who is substantially amped, which is why Madara is at number 1. The fact that Madara is being referenced when he only has one Rinnegan and hasn't absorbed the God Tree is kind of what seals the deal for me, as he absorbs the God Tree and gets a Rinnegan after Hagoromo makes this statement. So it creates a weird situation to where Hagoromo's probably stronger than the two dudes he just gave power to, but also is kind of close to the guy who got amped to the point where he can fight on par with them now. The reason I have Naruto and Sasuke below Madara individually is that we just haven't seen how they interact with him with his dual Rinnegan on his own, whereas he's able to, with the support of his shadows in Chibaku Tensei, at least keep the two busy enough to where he could perform the infinite Tsukiyomi. It's more so the fact that it takes both of them to get around these abilities of Madara while he initiates the infinite Tsukiyomi, so I believe if Madara was just fighting them one-on-one and did the same thing, they wouldn't be able to react quite as confidently, as Sasuke would have to deal with Madara's shadows along with the meteorites that Madara is dropping down. With that all being said, the gap isn't huge, or probably isn't a massive amount, since we see the likes of Naruto's shadow clones are able to combat and stall out Madara's limbo clones in close quarters combat, the limbo clones being almost as strong as the original. This would be a better case for Naruto and Sasuke, but we actually don't see if Naruto's clones beat the limbo clones, because Madara launches the infinite Tsukiyomi, everybody huddles inside Sasuke's Susanoo, and that's where the chapter range cuts off. So because the conclusion of the fight isn't really shown and we don't really see them fighting for that long, we just can't go off the full logic that, oh, Naruto's shadow clones that are weaker than he is are on par with Madara's limbo clones, so full power Naruto is above Madara. Especially since some of Naruto's shadow clones are utilizing jutsu like Rasengan, and having a small taijutsu skirmish with somebody isn't just indicative to straight 1-to-1 scaling. If that was the case, Pain would be base Naruto level. This is a good feat to show the gap isn't huge, but not enough to say Naruto on his own would just be outright stronger than Madara. Basically, all of Naruto and Sasuke's feats against Madara at this point have mainly been through working together. However, individually, they wouldn't be able to perform nearly as well, or we don't have the showings to say individually they would be above Madara at this point, since he is dealing with them a lot more confidently with the 4 limbo clones. I think the way it goes is that Naruto and Sasuke are stronger than Madara before he absorbs the God Tree. When he absorbs the God Tree, he's pretty close to them, although maybe you could say they have an edge individually, as for example, right, Madara is able to draw blood when his limbo clone slaps Naruto in the face, so physically he's on par, like he's really making this Naruto bleed from punching him, with Madara also having enough AP with his Light Fang to tear Naruto's TSO staff directly in half. So it's not as if he's in any of a slouch or doesn't even have the capacity to kill Naruto at this point in the series. It's more so that the duo's new abilities are overwhelming Madara, with all 3 fighters being comparable stat-wise, and Madara's hacks no longer just working or auto-winning because they aren't as effective on people who can just negate his TSO or see his limbo clone slash sense them, which nobody had been able to previously. Basically, Madara is not able to hacks his way or ability his way out of them, whereas Naruto and Sasuke are just throwing new abilities at Madara, which he does come to understand towards the end of the fight. As far as Hagoromo himself, I gave him a more generous interpretation. We really don't have that much to go off of, and where Naruto and Sasuke are at kind of fits perfectly with what he says about Madara, as Naruto and Sasuke are able to combat somebody using Hagoromo's power that is getting close to Hagoromo. So for this top 10, at number 10 we have Kushina, number 9 we have Kakashi, number 8 we have Tobirama, number 7 we have Casey and Minato, at number 6 we have Hashirama Senju alive, at number 5 we have Ten Tails Obito, at number 4 we have 8th Gate Guy, at number 3 we have Rinnegan Sasuke and 6 Pats Naruto, at number 2 Hagoromo, and at number 1 Ten Tails Madara Dual Rinnegan. For the next chapter range, we have Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes ranging from chapters 678 to 699. Now, slots 10 through 7, I'm just going to breeze through, that being Casey and Minato, Hashirama Senju, Ten Tails Obito, and 8th Gate Guy.
I'm not going to expand on these since none of my reasoning really changes, and the main people who kind of shuffle around are all the characters that are above them. Moving on from Guy, who is at the number 7 slot, at number 6 we have 10 Tails Madara. Now, it's rather unfortunate because Madara does get power clipped pretty hard during this chapter range. Madara has the rug pulled off from under him, betrayed by the very will of Kaguya herself, that being Black Zetsu. Madara's body has an influx of chakra that pours into it, almost making him blow up from the sheer volume of chakra, specifically the chakra from the shinobi trapped in the infinite Tsukiyomi, in which Madara is infected with Black Zetsu and transforms into Kaguya herself. Kaguya being noted to have far greater chakra than the likes of Madara. Sasuke noting, I can't believe such a person existed. And while I would like to bring up points such as Madara's Limbo clones potentially beating Naruto's Shadow clones, since we still see the 4 shadows surrounding Team 7, granted the shadows could have returned to Madara or Naruto could have just dispelled the clones, there just isn't really too much discussion that needs to be had on Madara anymore, as Naruto and Sasuke simply get stronger and better with their new abilities, along with stronger characters just being introduced, or other characters just having more solid scaling, to Kaguya, which is just stock for being above Madara at this point. Even Madara's relationship or scaling to Hagoromo does change during this chapter range, which again we'll touch on when we get to Hagoromo himself. At the number 5 slot, we have dual Mangekyo Sharingan Kakashi, whose placement may seem low, maybe it seems right to you. Let's talk about it. This is a very weird character that a lot of people can't seem to agree on, so let's see what's going on. Starting off, Kakashi over Madara is just pretty blatant, at least from a stat and hacks perspective, as Kakashi is just performing very well against Kaguya. So the stocks are up to say he is just blatantly stronger than Madara, as Kaguya also is. Kakashi's toolkit at this point is extremely ridiculous, as he has Shuriken that just send Kaguya's chakra arms into the Kamui space, even with the Kamui Raikiri, which is what sends Kaguya's shoulder into the Kamui dimension as well, the databook noting this. So he has some insanely powerful hacks at this point in the series, which are effective on Kaguya Otsutsuki of all people. Now, I can't judge it strictly on hacks, since if that was the case, 10 Tails Madara could be over the likes of Naruto just off Madara having the infinite Tsukiyomi in his bag. So we do have to look at how Kakashi's bag compares to the likes of Kaguya, Naruto, and Sasuke in terms of speed and his overall stats. The version of Kaguya that Kakashi and Naruto and Ko fight towards the end of their fight isn't exactly at 100%, but we do see that she absorbs chakra from the shinobi trapped in the infinite Tsukiyomi due to her being in the root time space. This making it so, as Black Zetsu notes, Mother just gained more power. Both her might and speed are exponentially greater. There's really 2 main feats you can look at for Kakashi to really give him some sort of stat placement here, that being his Kamui Raikiri on Kaguya and him Kamuing away Kaguya's all-killing Ash Bone before it leaves the portal and hits Naruto. As far as the Kamui Raikiri, I think this feat is legit in the sense that it came about through the culmination of Kakashi's hacks, his overall stats, and him catching Kaguya off guard. We see that Kakashi was already coming down on Kaguya with the perfect Susanoo when he was going in to attack her, with her shooting the Ash Bones through the avatar. Now, Kakashi does initiate Raikiri, which is a speed amp when moving linearly. I don't think Raikiri amps speed in the air, so you kind of have to argue Kakashi actually propelled himself off the Susanoo. So you could potentially say there's 2 speed tiers, but I don't want to make that extra assumption and, kind of downgrade Kakashi. So you either say, okay, the perfect Susanoo speed launching Kakashi plus maybe the Raikiri to maintain that speed, plus catching Kaguya off guard as she's not aware of the phasing ability, is what led to him tagging her. I think this is a great feat and speaks to what Kakashi would do to most characters in the series who aren't aware of his hacks, but I do want to outline, I don't think he just runs up and tags Kaguya in the same manner, especially since we just see her tag his perfect Susanoo with her Ash killing bones. In the grand scheme of Naruto as a series, I think these all-killing Ash Bones are very fast. It'd be weird to say they aren't. But for the sake of this list, we kind of need to dial in on how fast they are relative to everybody here. I think my biggest issue with these Ash killing bones in terms of speed is that I don't think their speed is quite as impressive as maybe they seem on the surface. Starting with Naruto, who's flying at Kaguya, we know outright that Naruto's flying speed is on par with his TSO that is lifting Sasuke off the ground. And if you recall earlier in the video, I made a big point to note that the TSO are consistently slower than a user's combat speed, which essentially reflects that Naruto's flying speed or ability to fly isn't quite as fast as his ability to fight somebody or his ability to throw a punch. So we know outright his flying speed doesn't have the best feats, and using Obito or Madara as metrics, who do use flight in combat and it is noted to be very fast even by the likes of Naruto and Sasuke standards against Jubito, doesn't automatically mean it scales beyond the likes of Naruto's own combat speed, as although it's noted as the same ability,
Naruto's flight is exclusive to his 6-path Sage Mode form. He has his own variation of the flight, as the data book notes. Madara and Obito's variation, although being similar, is exclusive to their forms as Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and not exactly the same as Naruto's flight in his own distinct form. And as such, I don't think you can make the inference that the forms operate or their flight abilities operate proportionally the same in reference to the character stats. When examining this idea of Naruto moving faster than he flies and his flight speed not actually being that impressive and the ability itself just being strong, when I say impressive, I mean impressive in reference to characters of this caliber. That doesn't mean it's not impressive, just that it's not it's not absurdly strong in reference to Kaguya, Sasuke, or Kakashi himself. The only other reference for Naruto's flight in comparison to his TSO is when he's fighting Kaguya in the ice dimension, and we actually see the TSO are lagging behind him in the air, which you might say, well, this is proof enough that Naruto's flying is faster in the magnetic-like properties, in the sense that the TSO just kind of stick by the user, unless the user is just moving so fast or moves out of range that the TSO no longer follow. So you might say, well, that's it then. But the problem is that number one, from the previous page, we actually see that the TSO start lagging behind Naruto when he initially jumps away from Kaguya's arm. This is relevant because if we go back to that page I just referenced, you actually see that Naruto jumped twice from when Kaguya tried to grab him. He has one initial jump and then one more jump until he jumps in the air and starts flying afterward, which is why the TSO start lagging, with them initially starting to lag off of Naruto's physical movements and not actually his flight. So on top of Naruto physically moving and just having multiple layers of acceleration here, his TSO construct itself doesn't scale the same way that the spheres do when they're behind his back. So taking Naruto's flight speed into account, I don't think it's particularly impressive in this aspect, so scaling Kakashi off of Naruto and where he is isn't the best metric in my opinion. I will also note that Naruto has an outright better feat of outreacting Kaguya's own physicals, which are faster than these bones, as we see her try and grab Naruto through a portal, in which Black Zetsu notes Naruto has nice reflexes. Naruto being able to react to Kaguya physically is a important indicator, because Naruto's shadow clones aren't able to react to Kaguya physically, but also are able to react to Kaguya's all-killing Ash Bone. So even by the metric of shadow clones that are weaker than the original, they can still react. And Naruto himself also does just react to the Ash killing bone popping out of a portal. Even statements like Naruto noting Kakashi Susanoo is more awesome than Sasuke's off of viewing Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken is actually decent stock for Kakashi Susanoo being stronger than Sasuke's, if you want to interpret that statement that way. If you ask my opinion, I think it's mainly just the display of the Kamui Shuriken, which is an ability way stronger than Sasuke Susanoo has exhibited. I think this is some of the better stock for DMS Kakashi, which kind of goes in line with him just being this high hacks with really good stat fighter. I don't think it's outlandish to say through hacks, Kakashi could potentially catch the likes of Naruto or Sasuke off guard if you were going to pit them against each other, as he's basically doing that to Kaguya of all people at this point in the series. I don't have an insane issue with DMS Kakashi over Naruto and Sasuke, more so that I think the arguments are fundamentally a lot weaker, and you have to kind of assume where Kaguya is after she just gains an exponential amount of power. And it's overall a bit variable, and what we do know just isn't as impressive in reference to Kaguya shooting the Ash Killing Bones or Naruto's flight speed. The Ash Killing Bone that Kaguya shoots as well, even on Kakashi, might actually just be slower than her variation she used against the perfect Susanoo. This is due to the fact that when she gets amped exponentially by all that chakra from the Shinobi Trap and the Infinite Tsukiyomi, it doesn't actually translate to the Ash Killing Bone that was fired, since we see that Naruto tears off the arm of Kaguya with Black Zetsu inside of it, with this same arm being pressed down by 2 TSO, which is the arm that shoots out the Ash Killing Bone that Kakashi Kamui's away. So this is an arm that's held down by 2 TSO and is pre-exponential amp Kaguya, so the TSO speed of this arm most likely doesn't even scale to the exponential amped Kaguya, or even more prime variations much earlier on in the fight against Naruto in the Ice Dimension. This isn't to downplay DMS Kakashi, as I think he just washes pretty much everybody under him. You just kind of have to be a little, you kind of have to get into the nitty gritty of the feats to justify him against the only 2 people who he's really in contention for. This will make a lot more sense as well when I explain Sasuke in relation to Naruto and how I think those 2 stack up in comparison to one another and how that relates to their overall scaling. At number 4, we have Rinnegan Sasuke. Now, I have talked about this on the channel before, but I'm going to try and update some of my opinions or restructure it for the sake of this video. Sasuke in the Kaguya fight has a bit of a lackluster performance, partially due to the fact that not all of his abilities are ineffective on Kaguya, with him really just needing to resort to the Susanoo or Mino Tajikara, which is the Rinnegan teleportation he utilizes, which has a short distance, but in that particular range, Sasuke can shift the place in which the target object is with himself. I also can't really talk about Sasuke being at number 3 without mentioning that Naruto is at number 2 and explaining the relation variation between the two. Naruto's 6-path stage mode is physically superior to Sasuke when they're not in their avatars. This is displayed a couple different points in the Kaguya fight, whether it be Naruto being the one to rip out Black Zetsu absorbing his chakra, bruising Kaguya when Naruto socks her directly in the jaw, or having physical enhancing techniques like Boil Release Unrivaled Strength. Like I mentioned earlier with Han, it really is just a short-term or temporary speed and power boost, as that's what taijutsu is, speed and power, and it just raises your taijutsu temporarily. It should also be noted that Naruto and Sasuke are growing stronger throughout this bout and improving. Naruto unconsciously mastering his ability to fly and using his powers more, along with Sasuke, who had time when he's trapped in the desert dimension to test out his Rinnegan, noting nothing seems to work, so he's clearly attempting to escape with his Rinnegan, with him being visibly fatigued afterwards and noting post-Kaguya fight that he's gotten time to get used to the Rinnegan over the course of the war. It's very clear that Naruto, following his Kurama mode and Sasuke's Eternal Mankyo Sharingan in a similar trend, are just getting better and growing stronger the more they use their abilities. A big point to why I have Rinnegan Sasuke over DMS Kakashi is that even if you wanted to say the Kamui Snipe or any of his capabilities would be extremely effective against the likes of Rinnegan Sasuke in 6-path stage of Naruto, which I think is a very fair take, their avatars are quite a bit stronger than they are physically, with Sasuke's avatar being directly on par with Naruto's. Sasuke's avatar is shown being physically on par with Naruto's QB avatar in that they can exchange blows when they punch each other's fists or do that fist bump, or when Naruto parries off Sasuke's blow off the hilt of his blade with his own wrist in the Kurama avatar. It's just shown that they have to be physically relative, otherwise one side would just win out in this bout. A lot of people take Naruto playing defense or not wanting to kill Sasuke a bit out of proportion, in the sense that they attribute it to Naruto lowering the stats of his avatar, which isn't the case. It's more so in how Naruto's fighting. We see that Sasuke's Susanoo blade is able to affect Naruto's tails, as Naruto requires 2 QB tails to block one of Sasuke's Susanoo sword, and we actually see that the sword and the tails dissipate after repeated clashes, with Naruto having 7.5 tails after repeated clashes off screen. We also see that when Naruto actually does take a more offensive approach and uses the Bijou Bomb, Sasuke counteracts with his Susanoo Shidori, in which case both avatars show comparable durability as they both take relative amounts of damage, with Sasuke noting that's not even close to good enough to kill me. It's also very important to mention that when the perfect Susanoo and Kurama avatar clash, both Naruto and Sasuke enter that mental space that's distinctly noted even in this scene all the way back to part 1. When two shinobi of high enough level face off, they can read each other's thoughts through no more than trade of blows. It's also being present in the 5 Kage Summit, where both Naruto and Sasuke concede that in a future fight, if they were to fight, they would both die from going all out, with the duo entering the same mental space and the same narratives applied, as Naruto makes the exact same note to Sasuke about shinobi reading each other's thoughts when they're both high enough level. People do like to cherry pick this narrative, but if you're going to use it in the 5 Kage Summit, you also have to use it in the Final Valley while providing additional context. It adds credence to Sasuke's statement, if you keep stalling, you'll eventually die, because let's face it, if Naruto keeps stalling, Sasuke will continuously break down his avatar and kill him once it's destroyed. A lot of people don't quite understand that a lot of Naruto's Bijou abilities at this point aren't particularly that powerful in comparison to his full power or the Kurama avatar. For example, Boil Release is just a temporary speed and power boost that doesn't do any real damage to Kaguya. Naruto's 9 Bijou Rasen Shuriken, which is discussed as his ultimate ninjutsu in the databook, doesn't do any damage to Kaguya and was used for the sole purpose of making the Bijou inside Kaguya react. Another perspective is that Kaguya only throws smaller variations of her 8 trigrams vacuum palm against Naruto. She does a smaller variation when Naruto uses Boil Release to respond, and even when Naruto's using his QB arms to respond to Kaguya's vacuum fist, they're nowhere near the size of the 4 ginormous vacuum fists that are used against Sasuke's perfect Susanoo, which Kaguya goes out of her way to dodge, which she doesn't do in character for most ninjutsu. So the variations used against Sasuke in all likelihood are much stronger due to them having far more chakra imbued. And if you're going to argue the AP of the jutsu doesn't increase or they don't get fundamentally stronger the bigger they get, Naruto's chakra arms that were on par with smaller variations of Kaguya's vacuum fist couldn't even crush a fireball from Sasuke, right? So it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous to try and argue they don't get stronger the bigger they're at. This isn't to downplay Naruto's performance. It's quite the opposite. It more so illustrates how his base 6-path sage mode is superior to Sasuke's Rinnegan, with Sasuke needing the perfect Susanoo to combat Naruto's full power, with those avatars being relative. Sasuke outside his avatar doesn't have the raw feats or anything in his arsenal to enhance his strength to the point he could contend Kaguya without it, as the only time he's seen physically messing with Kaguya is in the perfect Susanoo,
Susanoo, where he's shown parrying off her physicals.
And while Sasuke parrying off Kaguya is a good feat, I don't want to, downplay it. It should also be noted that Kaguya uses a huge amount of chakra whenever she changes the time space of the world, that being wherever she just changes. She puts everybody in a new time space, in which by the time Sasuke does parry off her blows, she's done that for the 4th time, sending them into the root time space. And her being fatigued may be evident off the fact that Naruto's actually able to affect the Bijuu inside of Kaguya, which stabilize when she absorbs a ton of chakra from the Shinobi Alliance. With the Kaguya fight, you just do want to have proper context and understand that pretty much everybody is scaling to some arbitrary version of Kaguya that is most likely not at full power. This is also important for establishing Sasuke over Kakashi, at least with the perfect Susanoo, as this establishes he scales to Naruto's Kurama avatar, as the feats they have against Kaguya aren't that good, honestly speaking. They just really aren't. If you actually do look at Naruto vs Kaguya and examine all of their interactions, the main way he deals with Kaguya is through obviously physical abilities, as ninjutsu is not useless, that being through taijutsu in his 6-path sage mode chakra cloak, his Bijuu arms or chakra arms that are faster and stronger than he is, or through distraction tactics like the Naruto region combo, which, by the way, does not mean he gets a 6th level gate on top of his 6-path sage mode form. I cannot stress this enough. If Naruto got dozens of times stronger than Kaguya, you would probably feel that effect. I always interpret this to say that each Naruto clone had power equal to Lee in the 6th gate, and this makes a lot more sense as Naruto makes, well, a fuck ton of clones, and they would all be weaker than the original by quite a significant amount, as the number of clones are proportional to the amount of chakra he has to imbue in the clones, meaning the more clones there are, the weaker they're going to be. So the main stock for Sasuke being above Kakashi is that he has a avatar that is either directly relative or very close in strength, like high-end relative to Naruto's avatar, which in turn is over his physicals in the Kaguya fight or the feats he displays. The only way it doesn't work is if you legitimately think Naruto's chakra arms, for example, are superior to the likes of his Kurama avatar, which is kind of absurd in my opinion. Sasuke also does have all of the Rinnegan abilities, or at least to our knowledge should have all of them at this point, even if he hasn't fully mastered them, like the Preta Path, which he uses against Naruto in the final valley, or him utilizing Chibaku Tensei against the 9 Bijuu, which should be stronger than regular Chibaku Tensei since he makes the Bijuu the center of gravity and doesn't spawn out black orbs that absorb everything into their center of gravity. At number 3, we have Naruto Uzumaki. I already touched on previously why I think his physicals or his just 6-path sage mode on its own is superior to Sasuke's Rinnegan, at least when he's in base. Yeah, you can make arguments like Sasuke could absorb Naruto's ninjutsu with the Preta Path, but an ability alone probably wouldn't close the difference between the two, just like it didn't close the difference between Madara and Hashirama. Now, even though I said what I said about Sasuke scaling to Naruto's avatar, it doesn't really change anything because Naruto holding back becomes a lot more apparent when you see what he does after Sasuke absorbs the Bijuu, and that he's able to form 3 partial Kurama avatar clones that are all capable of fighting Sasuke and forming their own Bijuu Dama, while one of the Naruto clones is collecting nature energy while the rest fight. On top of this ridiculous feat, there's the elephant in the room, in that Naruto can self-amp himself to reach Sasuke Susanoo, absorbing the power from all 9 Bijuu, which in turn, if Naruto did take that form, it would just put him up above Sasuke, which is kind of my logic. Naruto would normally be in the same tier as Sasuke, but factoring in him absorbing all that nature energy and being able to output such high levels of strength, he would be above Sasuke via that logic. Very self-explanatory in my opinion. And then this is also where you factor in Naruto's approach to the battle, because only when Naruto does this does Sasuke say, oh, you're finally ready to kill me. So anything below this in Sasuke's mind wouldn't even be close enough to kill him, or isn't a good enough effort on Naruto's part to add to their further relativity in those lower forms. Naruto's TSO also do make a huge difference in the sense that they're relevant enough to destroy Sasuke Susanoo arrows and not get destroyed themselves, but also due to the fact that Naruto can use the Bijuu Dama Rasen Shuriken like he did earlier, but he can use 2 TSO to make a far larger variation on par with the Mega Rasen Shuriken he used against Sasuke's Indra Arrow. Naruto's TSO all get destroyed in this fight as he uses 2 against Sasuke's Indra Arrow, and 1 is still remaining as we see it in the corner of the panel when Naruto's in his Kurama avatar, in which after this clash, all 3 of Naruto's remaining TSO that he came into the fight with are now gone. This also puts into perspective that if Naruto went into the Sasuke fight with his TSO, it would have been a much harder fight for Sasuke, as for example, when Madara is dropping meteors, Naruto can make 6 Bijuu Dama Rasen Shuriken utilizing 6 of his TSO, and these are the same attacks that he thought would be damaging to Sasuke's perfect Susanoo. It's just a side point, but I do think it illustrates how a lot of these 6 paths users do progressively lose their TSO, which doesn't nerf them from a power perspective, but from an arsenal perspective. This magnet-style Shikaku Rasengan is not stronger than his Kurama avatar 6 Pats amped Bijou Bomb. You know what I mean? It's just not. And even dating this back to the DMS Kakashi discussion, which I think is more relevant when discussing DMS Kakashi versus base Rinnegan Sasuke, or, you know, base 6 Pats Sage Mode Naruto, not their avatars. Naruto can mentally react to Sasuke using Amino Tajikara appearing behind him, with the Rinnegan teleportation coming across in a similar time frame to Kakashi's Kamui Snipe. It adds a lot of consistency to what I was mentioning before. And Rinnegan Sasuke with no avatar being weaker than 6 Pats Sage Mode Naruto with no avatar should not be a hot take, since Naruto not only reacts to his Rinnegan teleportation like mentally or just senses it, he's also able to block a Chidori point blank from Sasuke. Naruto previously needing TSO to actually replicate Sasuke's feats against Madara, whereas now he can just block it outright, which is, you know, more stock for them being stronger or getting stronger overall as well. Naruto over Sasuke at this point in the series isn't really a hot take. It's more so that Sasuke is a good portion of Naruto's strength, and that Kurama avatar does scale above a lot of feats that Naruto does portray in the Kaguya fight. Sasuke Susanoo just gets one shot by full power Kaguya at the beginning of the fight, and then afterwards, towards the end, when she's getting gradually more fatigued, he has a better performance. And then there's the obvious with Naruto's Kurama avatar just benefiting off all of this, with him upscaling it, being able to amp himself with a 10 tails level amp by himself or with the use of Kurama. I don't also think I need to talk about Naruto and Sasuke's final clash, how Sasuke's amping his Chidori with an element, whereas Naruto's using a basic Rasengan. I'm not putting Sasuke next to Naruto because he has the Tail Beast avatar or absorbs the chakra from the Bijou, although it's a very impressive feat. I didn't do this for EMS Sasuke, so I'm not going to suddenly do it for Rinnegan Sasuke. Pretty clear. At the number 2 slot, we have 10 Tails Hagoromo. Not the ghost version that was in the previous part that was really the main metric we had to use, but just 10 Tails Hagoromo, or when he was the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Now, the way I rationalize Hagoromo in a statement with Madara in a complete context is that Hagoromo is referencing himself in his ghost form when he's not a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, as that is the form he died in, and he no longer has any of the Bijou. He's just base Hagoromo. We already knew from the Kaguya flashback that Hagoromo actually did possess TSO even before he became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Now, granted, we don't see quite as many on panel, but considering he has the staff, I think you can just make the case that they're just not being used at this moment, as he retains the same staff even when talking to Naruto. So I don't think him not having the TSO is really a debunk for him being that strong. You can also gauge Hagoromo directly off Naruto and Sasuke's performances, as they are utilizing his chakra in order to surpass the likes of Madara. Now, I want to be clear. A lot of people conflate, you know, Naruto and Sasuke having half of Hagoromo's power a little bit. What you want to make note of is that Naruto and Sasuke are amplifying a lot of their pre-existing abilities via Hagoromo's power. Hagoromo does not have all of the same abilities Naruto and Sasuke have. But in terms of a power perspective, just giving Naruto enough chakra to shoot past Rinnegan 10 Tails Madara, even with his base 6 Pats, and enhancing Sasuke's base physicals to a similar degree, and those two characters getting stronger via just using the abilities in one fight, is good stock to suggest Hagoromo would just be far stronger, as we know he has a 10 Tails buff on top of all of this. I also have to make a side point, right? A lot of people will bring up, well, Hagoromo fought Prime Kaguya, right? Hagoromo never fought Kaguya. That is probably one of the biggest misconceptions a lot of people have. In the manga, not including anime filler, all Hagoromo and Hamura sealed were the 10 Tails, which is Kaguya's will. It wasn't just the divine tree which Madara took inside of himself. The 10 Tails that was Kaguya's will had attempted to take back the chakra that had been dispersed into her two children, Hagoromo and Hamura. It also seems implied a little bit narratively that Naruto and Sasuke are on a similar level as the Hagoromo and Hamura that fought the 10 Tails, as they're being compared to even when they're stealing Kaguya, or that Kaguya mistakes Naruto and Sasuke for Hagoromo and Hamura as reincarnates. A side note, but I think it also does fit well with the base Hagoromo point I mentioned earlier. So basically, whatever power peaks Naruto and Sasuke hit with their forms, not necessarily all of their abilities, Hagoromo most likely hit, as these are part of his base chakra pool, and then he receives that 10 Tails buff on top of it, which is what grants him his number 2 placement. Another way you could look at it is assume Hagoromo was as strong as Rinnegan Sasuke in the final valley, which he's most definitely stronger. Sasuke gains a weaker 10 Tails buff, missing a whole nother half of Kurama's chakra, so he absorbs all of that into his avatar. that is essentially what Hagoromo would have gained, but stronger through the 10 tails. So Hagoromo on a baseline either has to be at Naruto and Sasuke's level during the final valley when they're powered up beyond their avatars, or in my opinion is just stronger by some immeasurable amount. The only other metric we have for Hagoromo is Kurama's note of he's merging all the disseminated chakra into one, and unbelievably well too. This either means Sasuke's Hagoromo level now, or this is more of a Hagoromo chakra control feat, which is what I lean into. So even by the metric of Naruto and Sasuke's final valley, Hagoromo is still somewhat of a benchmark for both of these characters, even when they're going beyond those Kurama avatar perfect Susanoo levels that I mentioned previously. So basically Hagoromo at number 2, just because the statements made about him previously are referring to his base form. I'm not going to make the Hagoromo stronger as a ghost arguments because I don't really buy into that, but I will say I do believe when he's alive and has a 10 tails, he is stronger than just his base chakra that he gave to Naruto and Sasuke. At the number 1 slot, we have Kaguya Otsutsuki. The main reason Kaguya just doesn't auto-wipe Naruto and Sasuke is partially due to the fact she wants to reabsorb their chakra, which is an idea she kind of gives up on midway into the ice dimension when Black Zetsu convinces her of it. This clearly affecting her performance as at the beginning of the fight, she pulls through a portal with Naruto and Sasuke, only noticing her presence when she's emerged from the portal and right behind them. So this definitely afflicted her performance in the earlier fight, along with her progressively getting fatigued due to the dimension hopping and changing the dimension everybody's located in, taking up a ton of chakra. Some people might bring up the feat of Naruto blitzing Kaguya and ripping her arm off with a Kurama Claw. I'ma just say it. I'm gonna be honest, right? This is most likely a mental amp or just Naruto being amped off of seeing Obito's death, just due to the fact that it is so disproportionately impressive compared to the rest of his performance. Like, if he was so much stronger than Kaguya that he could have just launched off the ground and tore her arm off initially, don't you think he would have? Whereas if he's mental amped, it makes sense as his Bijou abilities aren't working against Kaguya, even something that amplifies his speed and power beyond what they are normally aren't able to damage Kaguya, whereas Naruto with just a basic Kurama Claw can swipe her arm off. So I just chalk this up to a mental amp. I don't think it's quite as consistent. If they could have killed Kaguya, they simply would have, but in actuality, they had no choice but to seal her. This also goes back to the perfect Susanoo Kurama avatar point, as if she can destroy Sasuke's perfect Susanoo, you bet your sweet bippy she's doing that to Naruto's Kurama avatar. And Naruto probably thought this, which we see after Kaguya initially just tears apart Sasuke's Susanoo with a vacuum fist, unknown in size because it's off screen, but she is shown capable of doing that. There is one statement in particular some people do try to use to put Naruto and Sasuke in the final valley in reference to the perfect Susanoo and Kurama avatar above Kaguya. This being specifically from the Scroll of Wind, which was dropped after the manga ended. For those who are a bit confused, Data Book 4 only covers up to chapters 403 to 691. Meaning Naruto and Sasuke's final fight or anything that happens is not included in Data Book 4. But in the Scroll of Wind, there is a statement that goes as follows. The two who have acquired the ultimate power collide in the Valley of the End. Some people try to justify these two being above Kaguya off, them having the ultimate power, but in actuality, this is in reference to them receiving the ultimate power from Hagoromo. This makes sense as the arguments I laid out previously, and that Kaguya was beating the piss out of Sasuke's perfect Susanoo. She was farming XP off that thing. So there isn't really a tangible way to put Naruto and Sasuke over Kaguya, and her arsenal is just insane at this point as well, as not only do most of Naruto and Sasuke's arsenal not work on Kaguya, because not only does she possess the Rinne Sharingan, but the Sharingan and Byakugan as well. This should be evident as even lower level techniques of hers, like the rabbit hair noodle, which is the Kabari Senbon equivalent, what Jiraiya uses against Pain, which was able to break through Sasuke's Susanoo arm, which he was using to shield Naruto, his hawk, and himself. In short, it really shouldn't be a discussion of Kaguya's number 1 at this point. I think number 3 and 2 are pretty solid, and Kakashi's placement is a bit more variable, although I am more adamant that the perfect Susanoo would just put Sasuke above that and the Kurama avatar above that as well. So at the number 10 slot, we had Casey and Minato. At the number 9 slot, Hashirama Senju. At the number 8 slot, 10 Tails Obito. At the number 7 slot, 8th Gate Guy. At the number 6 slot, 10 Tails Madara. At the number 5 slot, DMS Kakashi. At the number 4 slot, Sasuke with his Rinnegan. At the number 3 slot, 6-Path Sagemo Naruto. At the number 2 slot, 10 Tails Hagoromo, or Prime Hagoromo. And at number 1, the Rabbit Goddess who refuses to give me uppies, Kaguya. Honorable mentions. There's 2 honorable mentions I didn't place on this list. That being Prime Hiruzen, who I think you can legitimately say is on the list, and the likes of Sakura during the work, who I don't think belongs on this list. Or if she were going to be relevant during this list, it would be with the Byakugo seal, which by the time she introduces it in the work, it's just far too late for her to compete with the other characters on the list. Prime Urzen, I didn't have on the list just due to him not being on the list during the likes of part 1. But if I were going to talk about him for a split second, him having more talent than the likes of Tobirama from childhood is good stock for him being above the likes of Edo Tobirama and all his variations. So he would have just been above wherever Tobirama was on this top 10. This coupled with him holding off the Ninetales, I think a good case could have been made. I just didn't to pursue stronger arguments, but I think you could have mixed him in there. So he's one character where I didn't have him on my list, but you can throw him in just wherever above Tobirama in my opinion, but below Casey and Minato. The other character who I debated heavily having on this list was Sakura, who didn't make the list because I thought her feats were kind of bungler, like she just had bungler scaling. For example, right? I know people want to point to the data book of her being on the same level as Naruto and Sasuke, having reached the duo's backs. However, I more so am now inclined to believe that's in reference to Byakugo's heel, or in my opinion, at best, EMS Sasuke and KCM Naruto when they're not utilizing any of their speed enhancing techniques. And I'm not saying Sakura is weak, that's far from it. The fact that I had her in earlier drafts should kind of show that I didn't think she was weak, but more so the arguments weren't as compelling or solid compared to other characters on the list and the arguments they presented. As none of her feats, when she, the Yin seal emerges on her forehead, are really that good. For example, Naruto is able to react to her punch. Base Naruto is able to react to her punch that she does in the Jubi clones. Although it does have great AP, as Naruto notes, it would kill him. I also thought you could maybe say, well, she's able to do the summoning jutsu on par with Naruto and Sasuke, but then Sai is also shown reacting to the summoning jutsu, so it's not beyond Sai's own perception who can just get tagged by Jubi clones, so Sai's obviously not a good look. Power being her main attribute at this point in the series, at least physically, or her physically being stronger than Sasuke or Naruto without, chakra extensions, is actually a fine take, as she is able to bruise Kaguya and break off her horn when Kaguya launches herself into the punch, being more concerned about Naruto and Sasuke rather than she is being concerned about Sakura, who can't seal her, so why would she? Her feat of dodging Kaguya's chakra arm or being comparable in speed, I also don't think is good, since A, the arm was going to tag her, right? So that number one, it doesn't even translate because she was still going to get tagged. B, it's a little bit of a weird perspective shot, and I'm not the biggest fan of saying it was super close to her initially, but even if you were more generous with that interpretation, C, Naruto's shadow clone also reacts to the arm and knocks Sasuke and Naruto out of the way. So it's like, okay, how do we really quantify this feat in the grand scheme of this list? You can't, right? You really can't. So I don't think the feat's quite that great, and honestly speaking, if you're judging it off Sakura jumping away and using that metric of speed, Kakashi with no Sharingan can also intercept her, but when Kaguya appears, you know what I mean? It's just not quite the most consistent, and it didn't really fit on this list, whereas a lot of these characters have far more solid placement that also just makes sense, you know what I mean? I didn't really feel like it. I didn't like the arguments. They weren't quite that good to me, especially when rereading the work. So I'm not Sakura didn't make the list, but she was on some earlier drafts. So those are my two honorable mentions for characters who kind of made some earlier scripts, but just, yeah, I didn't really feel like they were as consistent, or I just could make a good case, or for whatever reason, I just didn't include them on the list, but I figured I'd at least address them since I'm sure somebody's going to bring them up. But, hey, man, we're at the end of the video, 4 hours long. I mean, huge thank you. Huge thank you if you guys watched all the way. I mean, easily the most difficult project I've ever pursued on YouTube. Was definitely the most ambitious, and hopefully you guys enjoyed. I really wanted to just bring my A game throughout the entire video, raise the quality each video, and just I'm really hoping you guys enjoyed it. I put a lot of elbow grease into this one. If you guys want me to introduce this kind of video format and go through Boruto, I can do that as well. Just know that this video specifically took a couple years off my life. I'm looking like granola, man. This attack cooked me. So a like would be appreciated. Let me know what you guys thought down below. I know it's nigh impossible for everybody to agree on placements and stuff like that, but let me know. Hopefully, again, huge thank you. I feel like I've said thank you 3 times, to everybody who watched the video, but I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys enjoyed the series. It's a lot of work, bro. I got wrinkles, bro. I got gray hair. I grew a 3rd leg. No, that's always been there. All right, I'm gonna get you next time. Bye-bye.